Peggy 16.
The HCS EU Regional is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Zowie.
Hello and welcome to the HCS EU Regional Finals. We are live from the gorgeous, sunny, hot Valencia. It is absolutely stunning. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be heating up in here in just a moment because, my goodness me, we're finishing pool play. We've got the championship bracket happening as well later today. I'm Lottie Van Prague. I'm on the desk. I'm going to be hosting this weekend, but I'm more interested in these three gentlemen on my desk who are going to be delivering all of the goods. They're analyzing, casting, you name it. They're all-rounders. I got Clutch, I got Onset and Lethal joining me. Gentlemen, it's so nice to see you. Good morning. So excited about this because, of course, we do have open bracket teams coming into pool play looking to make the upset, but we also have championship bracket happening later on as well. So we'll find out who's going into that winners bracket, who's dropping down to the elim as well. A lot to be kind of dealt with here, but how are you feeling about day two, especially after an absolute banger of the day one we had, Clutch?
Yeah, I think if we learned anything from day one, we learned that a lot of teams need to get better quickly because Ascend, they look good. Quadrant, they look good. Outside of that, I didn't see too much that shows me that anybody else is breaking away from the pack. So very excited for a lot of the 3rd through 8th teams' opportunity here this weekend to not only make some cash, but to make a legacy as well.
Indeed, and Onset, I mean, some of the things that we saw happening in day one were exceptional, but some of the things happening off the screen too were kind of crazy. I mean, Online Warriors here in their highlights looking pretty damn good against the Wobbabobs, but when it came to Jaylin, a little bit too strong for them.
Yeah, I think Jayling's was the story of yesterday, right? They were making noise which can only be compared to some of the noise that Wes's shirt is making today. It was an amazing performance from them. Amazing performance from them, and I think they would have been so happy taking that series over Online Warriors. Not a lot of people would have seen that coming, but I mean, talking of things that you wouldn't have seen coming, the pool play teams from yesterday, they've got to deal with the open bracket teams today, and they're going to be fired up.
They are going to be fired up. Lethal, obviously, we had so much to go through yesterday as we head into the pool play. But what impressed you the most? What was really standing out?
definitely Jaylin. That gave me a shock to the system. I think none of us would have predicted that over Online Warriors. But Online Warriors, they still got plenty of time. They still got all day today to kind of readjust, try and correct any mistakes which were made. There were some huge ones as well, but now they've got to try and readjust again to that environment and just try and adapt to a lot of these teams. Because we're only with our favourites. We expected them to be possibly at least top 3.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be a bit of a crazy one today. But let's find out who's going to try and shake things up, because, of course, we do have our open bracket teams who did make it into the pools. We have Frostbite connecting, Lucendi and Witchblades, who are all going to be trying their turn out to try and shake things up and get, of course, into, hopefully, part of the bracket, a decent part at that as well. I'm really excited about a lot of these teams here, but honestly, anybody who's really sticking out to you that could be a bit of a game changer?
I'm looking at connecting for numerous reasons. One is because that's the first time I've seen Jack Baxter in nearly 10 years, and he is hyped to be back on the main stage today. So you're going to hear some choice words coming from him. He's looking forward to it for sure. But I think if you're looking at the teams, I think Frostbite, looking at a lineup, are going to be very, very dangerous. And for some of the teams who were in pool play yesterday, who looked a little bit shaky, going up against a team like that, who is playing very well, is feeling, you know, like a big cohesive unit and just wants to have their opportunity, it's going to be a scary time for them.
I've heard Baxter likes to pop off. In terms of celebration, in terms of losing, anything, any chance of popping off, just a little bit.
Loud and proud.
Let's get the cameras ready for that one for sure. Let's take a look at the pools though to find out where our 4 teams actually ended up. We have Pool A, Witchblades will be there. Pool B, we've got Lucendi. Pool D, Frostbite. Pool C, connecting. So an interesting one. When it comes to Pool C though, talking about connecting and how they're a team we're looking out for, going up against the likes of Na'Vi, but also Blackhand, Diamond Dogs, that's going to be a bit of a difficult right clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a difficult chance for all of these teams coming out of open bracket, but I mean, what you're really looking at, you're not looking to beat the #1 seed. You're looking to give yourself a better opportunity once bracket play starts, and hopefully you can win that series against Diamond Dogs. But I mean, Blackhand, they played Na'Vi as tight as Mark's shirt yesterday, and I mean, it's going to be tough to beat either one of those two.
Already shots fired this morning.
I left myself open for that one, let's be honest. Yeah. By the first shot, you've got to expect a little bit of return fight.
It's all right. Clutch and I, we're still on holiday over here, so don't worry about that.
It's okay. Like, we understand your luggage got washed. You had to take Harry's shirt.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Right, he's a good guy.
I do my best, mate. I do my best.
It's good to have one friend on the desk.
He's a good guy. I'll tell you what, we have some good guys, though, playing today, and I'll tell you what, their KDs looked even better. My goodness, we got our top 5 KDs on the cards as well, because we were popping off here. If you are respectful on Ascend, 1.45 is pretty incredible. Lethal, let's talk about some of these guys, why they are at the top of their game, and how in day 1 of Valencia, they're already putting up stats like this.
Well, do you know what? I'm not going to talk about the usual suspects, because I think a lot of these names here we just assumed was going to be in that top 5. But for Mr. though, he's normally one of the strongest support players. He's always been very difficult to kill just at a very high individual level. And it's nice to see him really put out the KD, really get that 1.38 there. And it's not something we expect, like we said. He's the kind of person who lays down the law, lays down the damage there, and just helps his teammates, especially the entry slayers, to pick up those kills. But the fact that he managed to do that, he's doing business.
Yeah, I love the fact that you point out Mista there, because Mista, he actually had to play against Na'Vi yesterday. Everybody else in their pool plays against the lower seed. They're the favorites. They're supposed to have good KD ratios. So the fact that Mista is up there shows me that he played well against a good team. That bodes well for Blackhand's future if they can consistently play at that level.
It's also interesting to not see Na'Vi up there, not see a Na'Vi player up there as well. We're seeing 2, Quadrant players, we're seeing a Blackhand player, and we're seeing Ascend. It's pretty interesting kind of read into that one early on. It just shows you how difficult I think it was for Na'Vi in day 1, even though they had a bit of a blowout series after their Blackhand one. So I'm kind of looking to see them climb the leaderboard a little bit, put their names in the mix there as well. But somebody we have to talk about here, he's right at the tippity top. Respectful on Ascend. I mean, a 1.45 and just absolutely insane overall. I mean, since coming off the back of his Na'Vi roster, he's joined Ascend, the top European team that we have this season, and he started heating up. I think he's just started coming into his own, Lethal, and this guy right now is unstoppable.
He's one of the most intellectual players. The only thing that lets him down sometimes is his confidence. He can get a little bit shaky. It's normally one every 3 or 4 events he manages to be like that. So when he joined Ascend, we don't know if it was going to be hot, cold, but one thing I did know that he was definitely 100% going to play much better compared to his Na'Vi roster, because Ascend suits his style. He prefers that strategic aggression compared to the structure he had to deal with in the past. And now that you've let him loose, that's the kind of trouble he gives to the other teams.
Big thing with Respectful is consistency. I've seen Respectful do it on Fridays. I've seen Respectful do it on a Saturday, a Sunday. Can you do it across an entire weekend to get us in where they want to be? That's the big question for me.
That is the big question. Well, I have a couple of answers to other questions. Maybe not that one. We'll have to find that one out for ourselves. But I do know where you guys can catch all of the action as well if you want to watch this weekend. We do have 2 different streams open on different platforms. We're pretty generous over here in the HCS. We've got Twitch and YouTube available, Alpha and Bravo, so you guys can catch all of the games and any games that you might be missing for your favorite teams as well. You guys can also get social with us, so make sure you check out Twitter, get on, tweet us. We want to know your opinions, your thoughts and feelings. Take it as a 5th member of the desk. That's kind of what we want here. So hashtag HCS Valencia 22, and that's all you gotta do. I didn't even mean for that to rhyme, but it just
That's sharp though.
It just came out. It just came out, and then I have to spoil it by telling everyone it came out. It's fine. Everybody, we have a format for you guys as well. If you're not sure how all of this works, we do have the format for you guys. And of course, yesterday we did have our pool play. We are still in pool play this morning. 4 pools of 4 teams. It's a round robin. Then we had our open bracket teams come up. They are now all situated in their pools, and they will actually be playing everybody in their pool to see exactly where they end up before going into the bracket. We have 2 in winners bracket, 2 in the elim bracket as well. So it's going to be really exciting to find out where everybody ends up. Now we need to talk about why we're here. It's not just for pride, people. We got some money on the line. We have an exceptional prize pool. Everything is up for grabs here. $100,000. I mean, on set, with $100,000 to play for, the first ever all-European LAN this season, $36,000 at first place. You know, there's a lot of pressure on these shoulders.
Oh, it certainly is. And I think if you put these teams, especially the top 6 to 8 teams in a room, and you told them, this is your opportunity to play on LAN, there's no money on the line, it would still be as intense as you could possibly ask for. These guys want to beat each other. They want to prove that online maybe to some doesn't mean that much, to others it does. And that those results are what we would expect when we get to a live event. You throw $100,000 on top of it, trust me, it's going to be a very, very stressful couple of days for these players. And now we're getting to the champ bracket. After pool play's done, I mean, every single match really does matter.
Yeah, LAN is incentive enough, let alone 100K. Yeah. I mean, it's just unbelievable here. Let's take a look at the schedule then, folks, to see what is coming our way today. We do have a ton of matches on the board for you, kicking things off with Vexed Gaming versus Witchblades. That's going to be one of our open bracket teams, of course. We do have Quadrant versus Lucendi, Na'Vi versus Connecting, and then we're going to fill in the blanks as we go through today as well. I'm really excited because, of course, we get into champ bracket. We start with our winners bracket round 1 and work our way through all the way into tomorrow, and we're going to wait till we're settled down and see exactly where we're going to end up as well. So really, really exciting stuff across the board here, and I can't wait. You okay? You're just choking at the opportunity. Or was it a sneeze?
There's a horrible moment, everyone at home, where there's a sneeze coming, you're on the desk, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just
it's restricting his circulation at this point. He can't breathe. The shirt is so tight.
Well, I don't know if you're allergic to the schedule, to it's clutch. Okay.
Talent. You're allergic to talent.
He's allergic to talent, apparently, and loose-fitted shirts. But we need to talk about some of the teams that we're going to be seeing and that we saw yesterday. I've got to say, I'm starting things off with Jaylin. They really shocked me yesterday with how incredible they are. But my big question right now for this roster is, how close are they to the top? We've seen them take down some absolute titans. We've seen that actually this season, but we've also seen them lose to titans respectfully as well. So where are they at right now for you, Clutch, and in terms of what they can do this LAN?
They looked good yesterday, but was it Online Warriors looking bad as well is the big question for me. So I need to continue to see consistency out of Jaylin. But everything was done that needed to be done yesterday. It's about progressively improving throughout the weekend for me. And I mean, when you talk about superstars on this team, when you talk about talent over in Europe, Morga's starting to make even more noise now on LAN, and that's something that's really going to impress me throughout the weekend if he can consistently play at that level.
The thing that really impressed me yesterday was how organized they look as well. It seemed like there was a clear game plan for how they wanted to approach certain game types, and the baiting and switching was something that always stood out to me, even against some of the better teams in the pool. And if you can keep that consistency and keep those fundamentals there when you go up against some of the big boys, you're going to have a great time.
And you got to remember with Jaylin, they even said themselves, probably top 6, top 4, but even 3rd place is now in conversation, considering what we've seen before.
Yeah.
It just seems weird. When there's a big tournament, especially with a big prize pool, EU Super's a good example. They just come out of nowhere. Scrim results seems to mean nothing for most of these teams.
That is very true. You know what? Something I did pick up on yesterday, and we talked about it a little bit on the desk, is they said that their goal at the time was top 6. Now it's changed to top 4. Usually when we ask players, what the realistic goal is, they say we're going to win the whole thing. Does that come down to his, Morga's answer, lack of confidence, or is it just being realistic here?
For me, I'd like to say it's realistic, but that's not the answer I would have ever given you as a player. So that gives me concern about like where their mindset is when they do go up against the top dogs. It's one thing to take down online warriors, but when you're going up against Quadrant or Ascend right now, are you going to be confident? Are you going to be confident enough to play your game, play sound, and not only that, but win some gunfights when you need to? So a lot of questions asked around just the mentality and how competitive they really think they are in this region, because what they showed us yesterday was phenomenal, and they belong in the conversation of at least the top 3 if they can consistently play like that.
100%, and they get to that level, you don't want to see them slow down. They're like, well, we're happy with top 4. Let's go. We got what we achieved. You know, you want them to be like, we're hungry to win this entire thing. Hoping we're seeing that from them today.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for them yesterday, like talking about that confidence and things like that, is beating Online Warriors. Some people were saying Online Warriors were a dark horse to win this whole thing before the tournament got over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, maybe we can win an event here. Maybe we do have that about us, because an early win like that against one of the best teams, it does so much for you moving through the bracket.
Indeed. Now, talking about a dark horse, though, let's talk about Blackhand, because my goodness me, I think they shocked a lot of us yesterday, honestly, in the fact that they lost that Na'Vi match. I mean, I feel like they had it in the bag at certain moments in time, and I feel like that game was theirs to lose. You know, Blackhand yesterday, they had some exceptional plays, apart from a very messy oddball game, but Lethal, they have so much to work with here. And are you excited about what they can bring to the table today?
I really am. I think there's a lot of players out there, or a lot of people at home probably thinking, well, was it Na'Vi playing bad or Blackhand playing good? I think it was more Blackhand just playing an incredible Halo throughout the entirety of that series. And also, another big thing I pointed out is the fact that both of them have the same weaknesses and exploits. They've always got this problem with not going in numbers, or if they do it at the wrong times. They take too many duels, it gets a bit cringe in moments. So you've got to think to yourself, you know, what else can they do? But it's not something you could just do with a click of a finger. They need to work on their chemistry a tad, but then again, that should be natural. But the good thing is, I spoke to Blackhand previously, and I said, if you want to beat Na'Vi, you've got to work in numbers, but you've got at the right moments at the right times. And it looks like they did exactly that. And in all fairness, in all 5 of those games, they could have won all 5.
Yeah, I think they should have won some of them, to be honest with you.
I mean, you lose a series, going to game 5, you lost 2 Slayers by a combined total of 5 kills. And, I mean, when you lose the Slayers, in Halo, I've always said, the better team wins the objectives. They win a majority of the objectives. You clean up a couple mistakes in the Slayers, you're not even talking about a game 5, right? That one's wrapped up in 4 if you're Blackhand. So, yes, they're young, they're new, mistakes were made, you can learn from those, but, I mean, with what Glory was showing us and what he's capable of, I think this Blackhand team can just about upset anybody.
Yeah, that was pretty spectacular, actually. Glory was absolutely popping off. We highlighted him before. I think, Lethal, you were the guy to bring him to our attention, and he really showed up. Glory, if he can pop off again like that today, even further maybe as well, and what the team can maybe do with those openings and those opportunities that he's giving them, play alongside that. You know, do you see Blackhand making a run here on set?
Oh, for sure, and I think we kind of undersold Blackhand at the talent that's actually on the squad yesterday, because, you know, we know Na'Vi, we've seen what they can do, and we know these names, they're household names, but Blackhand, the players, some of these players have been around for a while, and then a couple of them, as you say, Wes, are very new players. And Glory, the one thing that really stood out for me, not just his gameplay, but was the confidence on stage as well. This is the first time he's been on a main stage, playing against some of these established names. He was giving it to them across the stage. Like, you could hear him, and after the game, he's the first one to look across and be like, all right, boys, we got this, we got good stuff. And like, if you have that natural confidence and that drive about yourself, I think that adds to your value as a player, and he's been super impressive.
You mentioned established names. I got one for you. Ascend. My goodness me, they're doing pretty good right now. Obviously, we've seen what Respectful can do, joining the lads, and he's our #1 KD guy right now, sitting pretty at the top. And I just don't see them slowing down. But my big question is, you know, Clutch, can Respectful have that same level of success? Can Ascend do the job with this guy? You know, what are they capable of right now? Do you see this roster going forward?
Yeah, I'm going to start the conversation now. I think they can go throughout this entire tournament without dropping a game. These guys are cold, and when I tell you they're cold, I mean they can play with the world's best at times, I think. Respectful, he's found himself a home. He's comfortable. Best team he's ever been on in 15 years, and rightfully so. He's playing the best Halo because of it. He's got the space to work with. He's got numbers. He's got a lot of power weapons in his hands because he's got the best teammates around him that are creating opportunity for him. And when you give Respectful opportunity and space, he takes advantage of it.
I think it's the chemistry on this team now just all works together, right? The pieces are there. You've got Legend and Seiko who like to play hyper-aggressive, to get in your face, and then you've got Respectful and Snipe Drone who are going to give them a couple of extra shots in a fight to keep them alive and give them that advantage. And I think we talked about a lot of the players here. We need to talk a little bit about Snipe Drone as well, because I think this guy this season has been unbelievable. Whenever I watch them play against the North American teams, I watch the POV of a North American team, and it seems like they're always respecting Snipe Drone's shot and ability when they get in that 1v1. Sometimes you see maybe they're playing a few other players, and they're like, I'm going to take this one because I feel like I'm going to win it. But Snipe Drone just kind of demands respect in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah. I think it's the entire Sin roster that we don't do justice to with how dominant they've been in the European scene. And I know we're waiting for them to like really splash into the North American soil when they go over. But I mean, we got to start talking about individual like players on this team. I think Legend is the best player in Europe.
I agree.
Every time I
100%.
watch Legend play, I'm like, yo, this kid is something. We always talk about like how special Barcode is over in the Australian scene. But when we talk about a Sin, we talk about a collective group, their collective play style. Individuals on this team are making that collective play style, and the individuals on this team are superstars.
Yeah, and it's going back to Snipe Drone as well, you were talking about. The fact that I always sound like a broken record, biggest damage dealer in Europe, blah, blah, blah. But the fact that he's been doing it continuously after so many years is an achievement in itself. Some people's killer instinct does die off a tad as they get a little bit older, but he's been pretty much the same, does the same rotation, same routes, does the same thing every single time. He's one of those players where he trial and errors to a very high degree, but he knows what he can get away with and what he can't get away with. And you're saying about Legend as well, of course, the only thing I was worried about was him transitioning from Halo 5 to into Infinite, but he's been looking pretty damn strong, and he's looking to get even better.
He certainly is, and I tell you what, that team is looking to get even better. They did so by taking that change, that swap, and it's really starting to pay off. We'll see if it pays off by the end of tomorrow as well. But we need to talk about our first match that's coming up, gentlemen, because we do have a series happening on the main stage. Of course, we do have Vexed versus Witchcraft. Oh, Witchblades. Witchcraft, well, hopefully they'll have Witchcraft on the main stage as well, because they're going to need a spell to get through this as well. But I'm excited to talk about Vexed, because, of course, they were already in pool play. And, you know, I think this team right now need a little bit of a boost. Lethal, talk to me about a little bit of the history of this team, the roster, you know, what these players are capable of, or maybe not capable of, and need to kind of switch up.
Well, the three of them have been very good friends for a long time. They've always had very good chemistry, but the one thing they've never had is that game changer, the one to really make the plays, entry slay, or even any kind of leadership roles. That's so, so important. But the problem is, as an IGL, you're going to sacrifice that slaying power, and no one really wants to do that or really take charge of what they want to do in-game. It's been like, for time after time, these guys have had this mixed amount of rosters for the last 5-10 years now, and it's getting a little bit worrying. Like, they had Bradford previously. Now they've got Lumi. Don't get me wrong, he's a great underdog player, is somebody we want to see come into the scene. He's been around for a while, but now this is his first kind of biggish opportunity to try and establish himself. But the problem is, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that, even though he's a great player, I don't think it's going to turn things around. That's probably why Batchford's trying to look elsewhere to try and find another team. Of course, he's got his own issues to try and sort out in terms of his future lineups. But for Vex, they've always been around that top 8, top 12 struggle, and they know that, but they don't know or even have a feeling what they could do or any idea how to get out of that situation. Indeed.
I've got to say, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I totally understand what you're saying. I'd love to hear from the players themselves, and we actually managed to catch up with the boys before this tournament to find out how they're feeling about the weekend as a whole and how far they think they can go.
Spider-Man. It's not even a question. He's a nerd, I'm a nerd. Relatability. My name's Darren Pritchard. My gamer tag's Looney, and I play for Vexed Gaming. The other three of us, we've been together on and off for about 9 years now. I've known Squashy since I was 14. I'm 23, so it's been a while. For the past few months, we didn't even have a fourth. We were honestly trying to search just for someone new. But then the idea where Lumi's gamer tag kind of got thrown in the mix, and we played like a few scrims with him, instantly clicked. He was like perfect for the team. It's new fresh blood, obviously. So
Power so much opportunity is this kit. Now that he has camo, he's going to make slight work of this first player. Awarded with the ninja, but we all know that player didn't see him coming. And a nice double kill with the shock. What else can he do?
Yeah, it's a spooky season now for your org here, because they've got a ghost behind them, and his name is Lumi. Another kill for him.
Our confidence is skyrocketing. You know, we're taking games off players that in the past we've been like 14-0'd by or 17-0'd by. So it's definitely like we're making progress, which is exactly what we're looking for in just a team, pretty much. You know, everything's fresh, feeling fresh. Good vibes as well. Obviously, the vibes on the team's important, and he brings like another level. He's young, he's hungry. It's his first event as well, so I'm excited to see what he can like show to everyone, pretty much. We just want to play as much Halo as possible, as well as many teams as possible. I think that's kind of what's going on in our head. Like, we're just going to enjoy the journey. Like, we're here, we're ready to play, so I think that's what we're going to do.
I'm really excited to hear about Lumi because we did get a chance to see him on broadcast previously. But the fact that he is so damn young, he's an up-and-comer, he has talent. You know, I feel like Vexed are looking to replace somebody and bring someone on with that fighting mentality, that individual skill level, that main slayer. I was speaking to Lethal previously in the green room, and that's what they're missing, right? They haven't got somebody to be a real game changer, a real impactful player on set. Based on what you've seen so far from Lumi and obviously how young and moldable he is, do you see that being the case?
I think he's a player to keep an eye on for years to come in European Halo. I think he's going to really impress and turn some heads here. I think the Vexed, with all due respect, is a team that he's looking at as a stepping stone, maybe to something greater as he moves, you know, through the years and looks to add, you know, more opportunities to go up against some of the big teams. Because an interesting fact about Lumi is Jimbo, one of the most established players in Europe, as Halo Infinite kicked off, was looking at Lumi as someone that he was thinking about, I might take a little bit of a risk on this young talent because he saw the potential that he does have. So we're going to have to see how he performs. Of course, it's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but going alongside 3 core players as a new player, knowing that your role is going to be defined and you can kind of play around what is already on the paper, he's certainly going to help him there.
Now, Clutch, in your experience, obviously you've watched many a series, you've obviously competed, you've been there as a coach to the top teams in the world. What do you see in a star up-and-comer? What kind of things do you notice where you're like, yep, they're going to be pretty damn good given time?
A lot of it comes down to individual skill, because you can be taught the game, you can be taught the strategy, but the individual skill, it doesn't get taught, right? That's something that few players in this world have, and we'll see how the individual skill looks. I'm also looking at just how patient he is. Is he comfortable up on the main stage? Is he comfortable at the first LAN that he's at? And then if the answer is no, that's fine. But learning that about yourself, figuring out ways to make that main stage feel like your basement, your home, your bedroom, that's an important quality to gather. That way, when you practice, you're actually practicing exactly how you're going to be on that tournament Sunday.
Love to see it. I guess we're going to be having to look out for that one in this series. I'm going to switch the focus right now to Witchblades, which I previously called Witchcraft, but I'm hoping to see some magic on that main stage. So I'm excited about this one. Of course, we do have Jersey 2 Dark Boss. We have champion Simply Gambit. We do have Marine up there as well. So I'm excited about this one. Obviously, they've had a little bit of a late switch due to a plane not being able to actually make it with flight delays, etc. Just life in general, you know. And Simply Gambit coming back into the mix. We've seen him previously before, playing with Jersey 2 as well. But Lethal, what do you think this team brings to the table? What do you see them being able to accomplish up there?
Randomness and unorthodox play, because that's what it's like with makeshift teams. But with Halo Infinite, makeshift teams, they couldn't benefit any more than they could compared to like Halo 3 or any of the other older Halos because of all the setups and the structure it takes in place. But you can get away with it a little bit more. There's actually some very strong slayers. Jersey 2, of course, is in that purgatory kind of area where he needs that big push to get to one of the top teams, but it's much better than the rest of the pack at the same time. So one good push for Jersey 2 will definitely help him out massively. Dark Boss, I'm very interested to see what he's like in an offline environment. He just does so much damage across the board, great slaying power, does me in every single time in matchmatchmaking. I want to see exactly if he can reflect that, especially in this kind of setting.
Where's my sweat? It's not that hard.
That's it.
Now, talking about individual skill, we know Jersey 2, he is probably the strongest player on this team. He's also the IGL, he's calling the shots out here. But he's also had some history with Marine, and actually in history has played really well as a duo with him. What does a strong duo like that do coming into a big LAN event like this, where, you know, Harry did put it rightly, a little bit random, a little bit unknown and uniqueness about this team, but having that kind of, that structure there, that known knowledge of what each other like to do, what does it affect in terms of the team and the players?
It means the natural communication is going to be there, but also if you've teamed with someone before and you have that kind of understanding of their gameplay, you know what they're going to bring to the team and you can play off of each other because of it, right? Marine's going to probably create opportunities for Jersey 2 to do some damage and create some space for him to work with. And if you've got that on a team as 2 players, then it kind of allows everyone else to work around it, right? You have that core gameplay that you can kind of base things upon, and it is invaluable, especially in a pickup team, because finding gameplay, finding a rhythm is very difficult to do with 4 random players. If you've got 2 players who are going to set a standard and set a rhythm of how you want to play, everyone else can find their place.
Yeah, the answer I think of is communication, right? Familiar communication. You know when this guy needs help, you know when he's stressing something and it's like something you can ignore, and you know when it's stressing something and it's like, yeah, I better go out of my way to keep this guy alive. So I think like even just a familiar voice in your ear can resonate. It can make things feel like a lot more comfortable up there on the main stage, and this is a big series for these guys.
It certainly is. And talking about comfort, Clutch, we have the series layout to see what our teams are comfortable with going up against in this best-of-5. And Lethal, I know you kind of talked to me beforehand, and that Vex don't want to see CTF, and they don't want to see recharged ball. How are things looking?
Well, do you know what? No CTFs and no recharge balls, so they could stand a chance there. This is what I mean. For makeshift teams, it's a lot easier to avoid those CTFs because the structure takes in place, and also the call-outs and everything else, etc. But for Fingers, though, for now, it doesn't look too great for Vex, but the question is, it depends how Vex is going to play on main stage as well. We're looking at the Looney where, you know, it's very energetic, high on comms as well, and the only things that are squashy is individual skills also very good and has improved over the last 4 weeks, and it should be enough anyway. But the thing is, though, I would not underestimate this Witchblades team. You know, very, very strong slayers in the squad across the board, and they can do absolutely whatever they like. It depends how much pressure they can put on Vex in this lineup. But in terms of game types, looking very good for Witchblades.
Well, with the series layout in mind, with both of our teams ready to go on the stage, it's time for predictions. Clutch, who are you going with?
You got to go with Vexed here. The heart wants Witchblades just with the Cersei 2 relationship, but Vexed is going to win this series. I hope it's a close one. I hope it's a good one because I think this might be the best series up until bracket play, so fingers crossed there.
Yeah, I agree with Wes. I think Vexed should win this. If they don't win this, cause for concern, for sure. But I'm looking forward to seeing Cersei 2. I'm looking forward to seeing Lumi. I'm going to be keeping eyes on both of those players. I think they've got something to show you.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a close series. Probably 3-1 for Vex, but things like anything can happen on the day. It depends on the situation and how these guys play. So I've never seen them at all throughout the open bracket and how they're going to do now. So, but we'll say the safe bet of 3-1.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, we got Cersei 1 in the back, we got Cersei 2 on the stage, and honestly, casting with him, we have Cersei 3 as well. Cersei and Gaskin are going to be on the mics for this first one of day 2.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Looking forward to this. Also a little bit nervous. It's never a good thing you have to cast over your brother. Bias. Maybe I'll flame him a little bit at the same time, Dan, but I'm excited either way.
Yeah, this is a difficult position for you.
It really is.
A very exciting one, though. I mean, Cersei 2, your brother, he's had a lot of issues, a lot of trouble with team changes. Even had to pick up a player literally yesterday before the tournament started, Gambit coming in to replace a player who couldn't arrive. But Vexed is a very difficult opposition. We know what these boys are capable of. You heard what Looney was saying during those interviews. We've been together 9 years. They're all thereabouts, and also adding in now Lumi, who has previously teamed with the likes of Cersei 2 and Marine. So you've got all sorts of these little mini rivalries in this matchup.
Vex together 9 years, Witchblades together 9 hours with the sounds of things, but let's look at it one way. Vex gaming in pools so far have done what was expected of them. Of course, they lost to Ascend. That's no easy feat, is it really, taking down them boys? But they did take down Reclaimer, so they've done exactly what is expected of them. They just need to get through the open team now.
Yeah, they have to win here if you wanted to go into the bracket play feeling confident about pushing into that top 8, if not even further to top 6. Because even though Vex have been around top 8 for a long time, they know that they want to be pushing further than that. They want to be getting into top 6. They want to even be in the question of top 4. If you've been a team together, players who've played together for 7, 8, 9 years, you're not going to accept just being bang average. You want to be better. And this is why they picked up Lumi. They felt that Lumi was that idea that they needed, that little bit of fresh blood to just bring extra energy, extra life into this squad.
And from fresh blood to old blood, let's talk about Warlord. He's been around the scene for a very long time, sporting a very Oasis-looking hairdo as well, I must say. Stu's looking well up there on the main stage. It's been a while since he's had a chance and the opportunity to be up there, so what are you expecting from Warlord?
Well, Warlord, we did see a fun fact posted around social media that he has played the most matchmaking games of anyone.
Most kills as well.
And the most kills of anyone in Halo Infinite, which is a very astounding feat, that's for sure.
By 4K kills as well. It's not 1 or 2, it's 4,000 kills.
It is not even close. That is how much matchmaking Warlord has been playing, so you've got to expect his individual skill to be up there, and he should be winning engagements. However, I will say, I used to play against you. I know that Warlord is one of these players who hides around corners. He can bait his teammates at times. They've got to keep on top of that. They've got to make sure Warlord is playing with the rest of them. Because if he is, the damage output he can put is incredible. And Vex will be a very terrifying prospect to go up against.
And another player you are all too familiar with, Dark Boss, a player who's come back after a 10-year hiatus to play Halo Infinite. Skipped on Halo 5, skipped on Halo Reach, back from Halo 3.
Yeah, his first LAN in 10 years for Dark Boss. Spanish player as well, playing in Valencia. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to be playing in his original country. Does actually live in England, or did live in England previously. Not so far from me, Bristol, of all places to be living as a Spanish Halo player. But he was a 3-time Spanish champion. He knows what it takes to win in these kind of environments. So I think that he's going to add a lot of experience to this team. And when you look at what Dark Boss has been able to achieve in Halo Infinite, I think he's really found some similarities to what he was able to do in Halo 3. It is a lot about that teamwork that you need to be able to push through, the team shot that you have to provide to make sure that your teammates have that kind of stability when they're roaming around the map.
Now, one player who wasn't expecting to even be competing this weekend is going to be simply Gambit. He's gotten the late call up. We know Warrior O'Neill couldn't make his plane, it was cancelled, whatever the case may be. He's had to step in, originally going to be coaching. Now he's on the main stage playing against some of the best in Europe.
I think it's a nice fill-in for this Witchblades roster because the similar roster we saw during the Valencia qualifiers that didn't quite make it to the positions to actually get a fully funded trip, Gambit played alongside Jersey 2. Gambit had the chance to make it, qualify, didn't, and then ended up coaching instead. But because Warrior O'Neill was unable to make it, Gambit was then offered the position, and it just seemed like a no-brainer, right? Someone that you've played with, someone who's going to have that chemistry, and an opportunity to have this, a chance on main stage as a player rather than a coach. Definitely you're going to take that. So this is an amazing opportunity for Gambit, an incredible opportunity for the entire Witchblades roster. We have, what, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 players who have never played on main stage across these two teams. This is going to be an exciting game.
Well, speaking of opportunities, Game 1's going to be King of the Hill Streets. It's one of the latest additions to Halo Infinite, so if you're going to catch Vexed cold somewhere, it's going to be here.
Yeah, you'd think so, but at the same time, with Vexed and how they play and the players and Warlord, the amount of matchmaking he's played, Warlord knows his way around a King of the Hill game. He will know where to be, where he wants his teammates to be going, and of course, what to prioritize. So I'm favoring Vexed for Game 1 here, but I'm certainly expecting Witchblades to come out hot and try and make a statement here in the first day in Saturday.
Well, Vexed Gaming have their sights firmly set on second place in the pools, and that will give them favourable seeding as opposed to being in third position. Witchblades looking to enter into pool play here and cause a little bit of a ruckus, and it all starts here up against Vexed Gaming. Can they get the better of them?
And I think that Witchblades, when they look at Vexed, they've played against them plenty of times in scrims across different variations of teams. They will be looking forward to this matchup.
And we're underway. Dark Boss immediately sets his sights on the Stalker Rifle. A couple of trades go through, but Warlord will maintain a numbers advantage for the moment. It's a 2v2 on the map right now. Rockets, though, for Simply Gambit. We're off to a hot start.
Yeah, 3 were dead for Vexed Gaming, and that's the perfect start for Witchblades. You've got to feel if you are a pickup team, you want to be in the ascendancy. You want to be the team that's leading. You don't want to be trying to come back from a deficit. This is where teams who have traditionally been together for a while, they will excel because they know how to play out of those kind of scenarios.
Jersey 2 over towards the arcade. That nade from Lumi, former teammate, of course, will not do the damage required, and you see Lumi's in big trouble, getting eliminated here, desperately trying to stay alive, does so successfully, but only for the meantime. 2 go down for Vexed Gaming, 3 dead momentarily. This is an opportunity for Witchblades to start some points.
A fantastic push there from Witchblades. They know one player is left in red. Unfortunately, a trade comes out. It would have been really good if they were able to get that final player and create some sort of spawn cycle for Vexed Gaming, but a nice amount of points. And now Vexed spawning over towards that tower side. Witchblades just have to be a little bit careful they don't get bombarded by grenades.
Warlord positioned over towards Tires, then Dark Boss backs him down. Some nice shots. And the Englishman respects them and backs all the way down. Looney gets a kill. 2 players of Vex down to no shields, so what can they do? Position entire Simply Gambit with some lovely shots. The teamwork comes through. That's 3 dead once again for Vexed Gaming.
Lumi, no kills at the moment. Spawns away from his team over towards Station, but can spawn them all there with him. And remember, the next hill will be going to Station here, so control of Station is always going to be a good scenario to have. But Marine, he's causing a little bit of a ruckus at front C.
Marine with the cooking oil, starting to do some frying. Bulldog in the hands of Jersey 2 in red room, and he's causing murder in there also. He has backed away, waiting for his teammates to get back touch tight if they possibly can. Bulldog is going to be barking once more, but Jersey 2 is caught between a rock and a hard place. Gambit now in red room. This is where you start getting a little bit staggered. This is where trouble is going to arise.
Yeah, all well and good when Witchblades had the hill, when they were able to control the spawns, but now what do they do when they're the team who have to break a setup? This is what's going to be a big telltale sign here of how this series is going to go. If Witchblades can kind of orchestrate a good push here, then maybe this is going to be a very closely contested series. But if Vexed Gaming can hold on to this setup that they have, maybe we're going to learn a lot.
Initial push looks to be a little bit unsuccessful as they lost 2 members in the process. Gambit got a kill, but they still maintain control. Rockets as well. for the boys on Vexed Gaming. That impressive start has been cut and eaten away here, and another trade inside the hill. That will mean the scoring stops for a moment, but it's all 4 dead for Witchblades here. Vexed Gaming rally back and should take kill number 1 and looking to set up for the second.
Gambit has spawned towards station though, so at least he can stop Vex from getting any early points in this next hill. But I think Witchblades will be a little bit frustrated. They weren't able to close that point out after getting so close on that meter at the bottom, but it is Vex who have a 1-0 lead.
It'll be very difficult to break into Tram. You have to cover your angles, but Squashy stepped out here and Jersey 2 punishes him for it. 2 dead here with Looney, his longtime teammate, in the respawn screen with him. Warlord trying to put shots down, try and make sure they can't score as many points as maybe first feared. Simply Gamba has stepped up towards Cafe, and he's going to have to take his coffee to go. He's eliminated.
A similar thing we saw in the qualifiers when Gambit was playing on his own over towards Pink, maybe over challenging ever so slightly. If he's lucky, he might spawn before this push happens. He has just spawned, so he does get away with it. If you are aggressive enough, you can spawn before they arrive over towards station, but you've got to be careful you don't leave your team in a 4 versus 3.
Jersey 2 using the assault rifle. I'd imagine it hits pretty nicely on land. 3 members, though, of Vexed Gaming all positioned back commando. That first kill will go their way. So it's a 3v3 in the map here, but shields not in their favor in this engagement.
I am interested to see how Marine does this event. I think they've had a very successful open bracket, but I think Marine's been looking forward for the chance to show what he's made of. He's been also running rings around, team changes throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite, and I'd love to see all of these guys on Witchblades end up on a solid team. I think that kind of 12th through 16th, everyone's been swapping and changing, and you're never going to catch up the top 8 if you don't find a solid 4.
Lumi then, 1 rocket still to play with. The man of Portuguese heritage. What can you do with it? Looking to play a little bit of defense and awaiting the push of Witchblades, who are starting to contemplate maybe setting up for the new hill. Jersey 2 will get a shot and possibly the splash damage of a grenade. Lumi's rocket does connect. Jersey 2 in big trouble. Double kill for Lumi, 4 dead for Witchblades, and now we will see Vexed Gaming take control of this hill and possibly now the opportunity to set up once more.
Yeah, it should be the point. It should be 2-0. Witchblades, they attempted a push, but unfortunately, with a rocket in hand, it was very unlikely they were going to be able to break through. So Witchblades now need to reassess how they can actually get a setup that secures them a point here. It's not particularly been a scrappy game of kind of 1 in the hill, 1 not in the hill, 1 in the hill. Instead, it's been a setup after setup, but Vexed are always going to win a game like that.
Looking at the slays, they're not too disjointed. They're pretty evenly matched here, but it's Vexed Gaming who've been able to get the better of them when it mattered most. That first hill was so close, but when Vexed Gaming broke the setup, they made sure they could hold the setup, and that is the difference maker.
Vexed have just been more clinical with their setups, and that's exactly what you're going to see about a team that has been together longer. Granted, yes, they picked up Lumi somewhat recently, but 3 of the 4, they know each other inside out. They know what aftershave they're wearing. They know what they're going to be doing, what toothpaste they're going to have in the morning. That's how well these guys know each other.
Gambit getting faced with Warlord, and the matchmaking Kingpin backs down. That will mean that simply Gambit gets taken care of here. 3 dead for Witchblades once more. It's going from bad to worse.
That man on your screen, he owns matchmaking. It's his, he runs it. If you try and even dare search, he will be there waiting for you around a corner, maybe with a pair of rockets. Bang! 1 dead. Gambit goes down, and Vex still carrying on to dominate in these stages when they have setups.
The Heartbreaker, the CSR Stealer, Warlord. 1 more rocket in the chamber as well to boot, and that's going to be the difference maker. They've managed to secure the last 2 successive rockets without reply. After Witchblades having that hot start, it's been all one-way traffic.
Rumor has it, Warlord once played matchmaking for 24 hours straight and gained 3 CSR. It was a great day. He actually won every game as well. And we'll see whether that can transition here to LAN. It does seem like it's gone quite well now for Vexed. As soon as they got over those early jitters in the first hill, they really are starting to put things together. The puzzle is starting to join up, and Witchblades, this is what we expected, right? Once they're behind and they're trying to break these setups, they are struggling a little bit.
Make no mistake about it. Witchblades are the underdogs here. Vexed Gaming coming into this with a top 8 seed. This is the difference between the 2 teams. When you have a team that's only thrown together last second, you can't iron out those problems. You can't figure out how to hold and break setups. And it's all playing on instinct, and sometimes if things aren't going your way, if you're not getting those power weapons to make the difference, the rockets, the bulldogs, the drop shields, the thruster packs, all those goodies, this is what you see. The better teams start to show out.
I'm glad it is only bulldog and not bulldogs on this map, though. Yeah. Imagine 2. That would be definitely terrifying, to say the least. But I've got to say, when you mentioned earlier, you said maybe King of the Hill is the best chance to take down Vexed. I was a little bit hesitant to agree with you, mainly just because it is so setup heavy here on Streets, and I knew that if Witchblades did go behind, they were never going to be able to catch up. And even though at 3-0 down, you know, there's still that possibility. Look how close Vexed are to closing this game out 4-0.
They only require about 5 or so seconds here. Sherzy2 has to go with his team, but there's nobody around to do the damage. Vexed Gaming have so many players in the hill. It looks as though they just accepted defeat here, and not the best showing from Witchblades, it must be said, after that hot start.
No, a very experienced showing on the other side from Vexed, even though, you know, early stages, maybe he was looking towards Witchblades going 1-0 up, and what a game it could have been, and a different game it could have been if they had gone 1-0 up. That could have worried Vexed. They could have got a little bit frustrated, a little bit hot-headed, but they keep their calm. Eyes on the prize for Vexed. It is very much business for them. They want to make sure that they just 3-0 this series and start thinking about that championship bracket, start thinking about the prospect of not just top 8, but even further than that, to make a little bit of a ruckus and try and finish in top 6 as Squashy waves to the opposition team.
Almost felt like waving back. It was looking, staring right into my soul. But the Witchblade boys, this is much like Diamond Dogs. They're just getting those reps in.
Was that an attempt at getting in the heads of his opponent?
Oh, maybe.
It wasn't a wave to try and get their attention, because when they didn't give him anything back, he very much focused on his screen again. I think he was trying to say, hey, are you guys going to turn up to this series? Squashy with 18 kills. I must say, I'm a big fan of both Squashy and Looney and what they've been able to achieve in Halo history. And I think as a pairing, they have really developed as they've got older and as they've matured. Warlord, he has always been the same player, and he always will be the same player. And if the rest of the team is firing, Warlord can play around that, and it becomes so difficult to play against, because you think you've taken down the majority of the team, and then suddenly Warlord appears out of a cupboard. And you're like, there's not even a cupboard on this map. How did he get in here? But that's what Stu does. He finds corners, he finds nooks and crannies to surprise you. And I think Witchblades really struggled with getting all 4 dead. They would get maybe 2 or 3 down, but there'd be one more player just roaming around that would cause their life hell.
That's advice to live by. Make sure, if you're Witchblades or any team for that matter, make sure you get Warlord out of those crannies. Evict them from the crannies, evict them from the nooks. Make sure he can't hide, because that is where he's most dangerous.
Slayer Aquarius is going to be game number 2, and you'd imagine this is now where Witchblades should feel more comfortable. It's as simple as that. You get 50 kills, you win the game. But Aquarius Slayer also does play into the hands of players like Warlord. This is his playground. Back in the day, Warlock was where he would really show what he was made of. He just loved being able to navigate through bottom middle, go through teleporters, yada, yada, yada. Now we're going to see him do something similar. I imagine you're going to see Warlord down around the areas of bottom middle, bottom pink, bottom car, whilst the rest of the team are just doing damage, calling things out. I don't want to compare Warlord to Pistola, because I feel like that is a very different kind of thing, but he does play that kind of FFA style when he gets into a Team Slayer game. So if I'm Witchblades, I'd be trying to keep tabs and trying to make sure I'm finishing these one-shots.
Well, on the desk, they highlighted Sherzy2 and indeed Lumi as players to watch, but it was actually Squashy who got the better of the whole lobby in that last one. You had mentioned 18 and 9. That was an impressive game from him.
Yeah, and if Squashy is firing, then Witchblades are going to really struggle, because Squashy's positioning and map awareness is very impressive in Halo Infinite. And I think that he will have good tabs on where all of these Witchblades players will be spawning and where they will be pushing. But let's see whether Witchblades can give us a better game here in map number 2.
Will the Witchblade be sharp or dull in game 2? They need to hit Vexed Gaming right in the mouth here. But opening slays have already gone the way of the red. 2-0 as it stands. Camouflage most definitely will end up in their chest as well, but somehow, some way, Gambit down to no shields has managed to get that trade, but it's still 4 kills to 1.
Yeah, it's a big lead, and there's Warlord, a roaming bottom middle, and he's got Camouflage to assist him, and a Heat Wave, so this is nightmare territory for Witchblades. At least Dark Boss has been able to get the opener for them, so that's a slight good sign, but if Warlord can get behind enemy lines here, he can really do some damage.
Warlord just isolates that fight with Sherzy2, and there's no match for the Heat Wave. That much is for damn sure. 6 kills to 2 now. Simply Gambit isolated all alone. Needs help, but it's not going to come quick enough. An easy kill for Vexed Gaming to collapse on. Now numbers advantage once more. It's a 4v3. Can Sherzy2 spin around and get this kill? Teammate on hand. Lumi gets that pick, and when kills like that go against you, it can be so frustrating.
Warlord must be in heaven right now. Lumi is literally shadowing him, so Warlord is roaming around the map doing whatever he wants, and then as soon as he gets weak, Lumi just appears out of nowhere to assist. But look, from behind enemy lines, yet again, I think Warlord has shot players in the back 3 different times, but Vexed are always there to assist him. I think this team is slowly learning the best way to play as a 4, and it's to try and give some support to your main Slayer, which is Warlord for the most part.
Sherzy2 picks up a kill onto Looney. 13 kills to 5 now. The damage has been well and truly done with that Camouflage and Heatwave combination from Warlord. doing the entry damage, teammates on hand to clean them up. And it could go from bad to worse here, Dan. Next camouflage in 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, 15-5, it's already looking pretty dull for Witchblades, but we have seen comebacks, although a killing spree for Squashy certainly doesn't spell good signs, as Squashy had a great game 1, and it looks like that is naturally progressing here into game number 2. And as long as this Heatwave stays in Vexed Gaming's hands, then Witchblades are not going to get back into this game, I promise you.
Not able to control the sandbox as of yet. Have they given themselves too long a road back here? Camouflage has popped up, but nobody seems to be in position to pick it up here. Looney will secure his first of the game, but the second one in quick succession for Vexed Gaming. 2 slays in their favor once more, and Witchblades are just unable to put anything together here.
Looney just roaming around top middle. It looks like Witchblades are trying to get together. They're trying to strategize to break this kind of setup that Vexed have had. But now as soon as Vexed have this information as to where Witchblades are, you'd imagine a collapse will happen, but at least some kills come out for the blue team.
In a lot of situations where Witchblades will get a kill, but there'll be another player shooting them in the back that they just don't react to in time. They're easy free kills all the live-long day. 24 kills to 9 now, and this one's in danger of being a stake already.
And that is the nature of a pickup team, a team that hasn't had the practice together. You don't necessarily know what to do in those situations. You don't know how to react to an early dominating performance like this from Vex. So Vex are taking full advantage of that. I think they'll be enjoying themselves now, 26-12. One of the biggest questions I had about this lineup when they did announce Lumi was picked up, who is going to be that voice? Who is going to be that vocal leader? Because they are all kind of still young guns. I know that Looney was saying he's 23, 24 now, but still young enough that someone has to step up and be that voice, be that leader. And perhaps it is the likes of Looney or Squashy. Maybe even Warlord takes the reins. I'd love a listening at some point to try and get some sort of idea.
Watching some of these engagements that Vexed are doing, baiting and switching expertly. Shirty2 gets into a fight with a team member. You're seeing the bait and switch come through. He gets that player down to no shields. It's an easy cleanup. It's rinse and repeat. They're playing in twos. They're playing in tandem. It's really good to watch.
It is really good to watch. And we're seeing the difference, really, of kind of a top 8 team and a top 12 to 16 team right now. And we really are getting these kind of tiers at the moment in European Halo, even though it's very tight in top 6 and it's very tight maybe 7th through 10th. Then it's very tight 11th through 16th, but there is significant gaps when you start to move up the ranks ever so slightly, and they are all purely created on being a team for a certain amount of period, for having a little bit more practice than the others.
The tale of this player so far has been camouflages and heat waves. 3 without reply for Vexed Gaming, and the heat wave has been carving Witchblades up left, right, and center, cutting off some fresh meat. There's the heat wave once more doing the damage. Camouflage player will finally be eliminated, but it's 39 kills to 19. It's a very long road back.
Yeah, this is likely to be a steak dinner. Lumi puts the 40th on the board, and for Witchblades, they're probably already thinking about map number 3 here. And they had a very successful open bracket, did Witchblades. They only lost 1 series, so they came in as probably the, 3rd seed from the open bracket because it was 2 separate groups. But I think that maybe Vexed Gaming might just be one step too far from what we've seen in these early stages. 42-20 as we just go into a little bit of a victory lap now for Vexed.
Yeah, just watching the fights that Witchblades are involved in. They're all 1v1s here, there, and everywhere. And Vexed Gaming, when they recognize they're in an isolated fight, they just back down. And they have the teammates on hand to support them. On the other side of things, Witchblades just constantly disjointed, unable to put anything together. 47 now to 22. 48 now. 2 required to close out game 2.
And it is a best of 5, so Witchblade's still alive in this one and still will have the chance. But I think Vexed making a statement here in map number 2, saying this is not going to be one of those situations where you're able to make us disjointed and make us worry about our position, as they do take map number 2 in a very emphatic fashion. As for Witchblades, it's back to the drawing board, I think. They do look a little bit lost. Not just on that main stage, but also on the map.
The brief intermission they have now, they have to try and pull it together, or they're in real danger of getting clean swept. It is great experience. We talked about it yesterday with the Diamond Dogs. You have to get up there on the main stage. You almost get the first one out of the way just so you know what it feels like to be up there. And Vexed Gaming, though, they're in cruise control.
And also, it's the perfect time. Remember, this is still pool play. This is still pre-championship bracket, and of course, while the pool play will seed the championship bracket and where you enter that championship bracket, I guess if you are going to get used to the main stage, this is the best time that you'll ever be able to. Warlord with 15 kills, doing exactly what I expected to, just paroling bottom middle. for Squashy, Lumi, and Looney doing all they needed to do to assist him whenever he required said assistance. But it's not over, and I'm not going to say it's game over just yet, because you never know what will happen in a game of Halo Infinite, and maybe map number 3 might just be the best game type for the Witchblades. But certainly, when you look at Lumi and what he's been able to achieve in this series so far, he must be living in dreamland, right? He used to team with some of these guys. He used to be finishing top 12, and now he's got the chance to break into a top 6 with a team who seems to be really gelling with.
They spoke about how he was the perfect addition to the team. He understood exactly what they required. But now let's talk about what the difference was between these two teams. And we touched upon it briefly. Power weapon control, so heavily favored Vexed Gaming there. And just being on the same page, and Witchblades unable to put it together.
It's just basics, right? It's just a pickup team against a practice team. And I think that it's inevitable when you start to see a commanding lead develop, that lead starts to snowball out of control. Because when you are a new team, you don't really know how to get back into a game. There isn't necessarily that one person who is going to be able to say, guys, this is what we need to be doing, this is what we need to be, this is what we're doing wrong, for example. And I'm a little bit worried that it may not get any better when we get a Strongholds Recharge, because Strongholds Recharge is one of those games that also can snowball out of control. And I know full well that Vexed will have tabs on this entire Witchblades roster. Vexed will be very comfortable going into this map number 3.
From what we've seen from Vexed Gaming, when we have a brief intermission, where do you think their hopes and ambitions can lie for the tournament? They're typically a top 8 team, but can they push those teams on? Because Europe is getting so stacked in that top 6 region.
Yeah, so they're going to be looking at trying to beat teams like Blackhand, Scorched Hand. That's their focus. That is their benchmark, I would say. They are typically the teams that Vexed lose to in online competition. But if we rewind a little bit and we go all the way back to Rally, when Vexed were previously under a different organization, they played through that open bracket. They came through and then they beat teams that featured players that are on Blackhand, that are on Scorched Hand. So I don't think they are going to doubt themselves when that happens, when they get that top 6 chance. However, when you go a little bit further and you start to think about Jaylins, you start to think about Navi, you start to think about Online Warriors, that would be my question mark. Are Vexed good enough yet to really be able to compete with them? Because even though they look far superior in this series, you've got to remember that Lumi is a very new addition. That is going to take time to be able to kind of iron out all of those mistakes that may be happening as a squad. I do think, though, that there is going to be quite a big upward trajectory from this squad. I think that the ceiling has been raised quite high now with Lumi being added to this team.
This is the Lumi breakout party, perhaps. On LAN, his first time, his first taste of the main stage, and how it looks to fit him like a glove. Are we about to see Vexed Gaming close out this series, or do Witchblade have a lifeline here? We're going to need to see something a little bit different, and most certainly has to be better, but the first pick has gone the way of Vexed Gaming, as it so often has.
Well, I think this will be a little bit of a wake-up call for Witchblades. I think they're going to have to sit down and have a chat about maybe some starting strategies and how they want to approach games in the future, because when you look at the roster, there are some very talented individuals on Witchblades, as there are throughout top 12 and top 16, as we've seen players like Mighty's being picked up, Glory's now starting to shine, Lumi getting his opportunity here with Vexed. There are players waiting in the wings to get those opportunities, but when they're just kind of shoved together in these pickup teams, they're not going to get maybe the success that they're hoping for.
It'd be very difficult in Halo Infinite to have that impact as a player playing on perhaps a roster. You want to impress, you want to desperately get onto a better team, but you need a team around you. You need a foundation to build upon. You have to be able to express yourself accordingly, and it can be so difficult, particularly in these pickup teams, to show just how individually talented you are.
Halo Infinite is not an individual game as much as some of the other previous Halos have been. You cannot afford to be trying to run around on your own. You can't be entering engagements on your own. Sometimes taking 1v1s is not even appropriate. As I say that, Lumi picks up a big double kill, a very steady BR, looks so confident considering this is his first time on main stage. And I think that this tournament is going to be a chance for Lumi to really demonstrate what he's made of, and they're going to relish the opportunity of facing some of these bigger teams, these higher seeded teams.
Next game looking so relaxed here. Jersey 2 does apply the elbow to Lumi, recognizing that his time was very much up, and that was a 4 dead momentarily for Vexed Gaming. But now it's about what can Witchblades do? Can they hold this setup?
Now, Witchblades are good players, right? When they have the setup, when they are in the lead, they know how to actually control a map. We saw that in the early stages of King of the Hill. So this is their opportunity now to make sure you're watching crosses, make sure you are team shotting. Someone needs to be helping Dark Wars with shots across onto Warlord there. But unfortunately, Warlord doing what Warlord always does, he gets away for a little bit too long.
Jersey 2 does put a stop to his run, but camouflage, like it so often did in game 2.
Where's he gone?
The sword player made a meal of it, but got the job done eventually. Somehow, Jersey 2 was able to cut away that grapple and shake the attentions, but only for a moment. A and B now back in control for the boys on Vexed Gaming, and the boys in red really starting to roll.
Teamwork for Vexed is looking very good. I mean, just look at that for Looney. He gets the melee, his shot misses, but Warlord hits one across the map from batteries. And it seems like Vexed are starting to get confident enough that they are just running into engagements at this point. They do have to be careful because overconfidence sometimes will allow a team like Witchblades to gain some confidence of their own in some of these engagements. But at the moment, Vexed are still looking equally as comfortable in this map.
Looking at the stat line, you see Simply Gambit, no doubt. There's a droplet of sweat off his brow. Very talented player by his own right. Desperately will want to get a kill. Will not want to go out here on a goose, because you don't forget those experiences, that much is for sure. But B and C remain in control for Vexed Gaming. Another assist for Simply Gambit. He just wants to find the face at this point just to get it out of the way.
Warlord knows what it's like to goose on land. It happened to him, and he'd love to make it happen to someone else, because he wants that story to be told about someone else. As Squashy hits a nice shock rifle shot, similar to the one Royal 2 hit on to Former when he had camouflage back at Kansas City. I think Squashy's starting to enjoy himself a little bit. You saw how he was waving across to the other team after map number 1. This is their chance to kind of put on a show for not just their fans, but also the entire community and say, hey, this is what we are capable of, and we are here to play this tournament.
Vexed Gaming then. Just tip over the 100-point mark now. Witchblades have been able to put together a little something here and there, but not for an extended period of time. C remains in their control. Vexed Gaming have yet to really try and apply the pressure, go for the triple cap. Happy with what they have, happy to hold. But now they do turn their attentions to C. They're sending 2 players that way. Jersey 2 is eliminated. 3 dead momentarily. It looks as though Dark Boss isolated over towards Long Haul. And they will trade A for C here unless Looney can do something about it, which he will not be able to on this occasion. But trading it all the while. Marine looks to get the trade, but the crossfire comes once more. Simply Gambit, last man standing and nowhere near A.
Really good passage of play as well from Vexed. Looney with 15 kills at the moment. They saw that Witchblades was starting to approach long haul, so they said, hey, let's just hard push C here, make sure we take that. We can fight the players over towards long haul from across this map, and then we can go back to A when the inevitable spawns happen. As Looney's having a field day, 17 kills and 3 deaths. It seems like every player on this team is taking it in turns each map to have that highlight reel opportunity to start to put those stats on the board.
The worrying thing is it looks so easy for them. They're walking around the map, strolling, there's no stressed call-outs. And everything, every kill they're finding, the players have shields, no shields. Walking into killing sprees, not having to work too hard. They're all singing from the same hymn sheet, going through the gears, going through the motions, and that is a dangerous prospect for any team that they might face in the future.
Yeah, it's worrying for other teams, but it's really fantastic news for Vexed, because we've always kind of wondered, are Vexed just going to always hit that ceiling of top 8? And I do think they were struggling a little bit, as it's a frenzy for Looney. This man is on an absolute tear, has dominated Elevator, has dominated Top Cat, doesn't seem to be worried about any fight that he takes at the moment.
21 kills. It's pretty much very close to what Witchblades have in total from that man Looney. 2 players drop down into B, and he decides he's going to get out of here and make it a very difficult kill. No ammo in the back pocket of the sword, but it doesn't matter, just hits him with the tilt instead and secures that kill. 249, tipping over to 250. There it is. It's a clean sweep and a formidable prospect Vexed Gaming are now.
That is an amazing performance from Vexed. Granted, it was against the pickup team, and I'm sure that Witchblades will be disappointed with their first appearance from main stage, but they should be delighted with the fact they're even on main stage, right? They were able to get through that open bracket. They have that chance to play here in pools against some of the top seeds. Vexed are going to be looking now at top 6. Vexed are going to be looking at Blackhand, at Scorched Hand, maybe at even Online Warriors to try and take those guys down so they can then think about those higher placements. As for the Witchblades, they're going to be looking towards those top 12 teams to maybe try and break into that situation to get that extra little bit of prize money, maybe go on an amazing elimination bracket run as we look towards the championship bracket developing.
And for Jersey too, there's no losers allowed in my room. He's sleeping on the streets, that much is for sure. It's a 3-0 sweep, but perhaps their intentions were maybe to try and take on Reclaimer. Maybe that's the level they want to try and get into. Maybe take a game or a series off them. That's where their level is right now, because you can't really put together the sort of run they need to threaten these top teams.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the likes of Reclaimer, the likes of Diamond Dogs, these teams that are currently bottom of their group, that's where all these teams from open bracket are going to be looking at, trying to actually take them down. Because otherwise, if you set your sights too high, you are going to end up in disappointment. I think that Witchblades would have gone into that series knowing they could have given a good game against Vexed, but they wouldn't have had those expectations to win. But it was an enjoyable series, mainly just to see how Vexed are, because that's the first time we had them on main stage this tournament.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing them again if they can make sure they get themselves there. But Witchblades have it all to do, Dan. Vexed Gaming looking very, very good.
They are looking very good, and we'll see what the Desk and Lottie are thinking about that one as we throw it over to them.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, I gotta say, it was a little bit one-sided, huh? That was a difficult one to watch, because I'm honestly a little bit shocked that it wasn't closer. I think even from the beginning of that series, the first map, it just felt like Witchblades weren't really ready. They didn't seem like they were in the zone. They almost didn't seem like they wanted it that much. I mean, you know, Vex had pretty much every set of rockets. You know, they were prioritizing really, really well. We saw drop shields going down as well to pick up rockets. You know, it was strategized. You know, what did you make overall of the gameplay in terms of the balance of this series, Clutch?
Yeah, just two different tiers of teams right here, right? I think Vex, they're going to look for a much better Saturday, and they put themselves in a good starting position for that to go on. A lot of confidence to build up this series. Witchblades, they have some good individuals and some individual talent, but you can just tell Vex's dominance of the map, their pace, it was just too much.
Yeah, it was a little bit too much, I feel like. And on the flip side of things with Vex, I mean, they were lights out, especially here, Recharge. I mean, Looney had a phenomenal final map here of this series. He had the sword for the majority, looked absolutely incredible. What do you make of individual skill levels like this when they can pop off finally in the series?
I mean, the good thing for Vex is they were able to find a lot of 2v1 scenarios, which makes your individual skill look a little bit better, because you can miss the odd shot, and you know, you can have that teamwork there to make sure that kill is going to get picked up as quickly as possible. But I don't think we've learned too much from this series, from Vex side of things, because my question is always with Vex, like, when's that next step going to be there? When can you take down one of the big boys? And I think that's the question they're probably still looking for the answer for themselves. But it was a very good performance from them. Dominant score lines. I think if you're Vex, you're coming off that stage, you're going to be extremely happy.
I think they will be extremely happy. I've got to say, though, we can ask them ourselves. I do have Warlord here on the desk with us. Congratulations, first and foremost, obviously on the main stage here behind us, going up against, you know, another team looking for that upset. How are you feeling after that series win?
Yeah, it went as well as it could have done, to be honest. We know they're a good team, and they got some good players on it, so we made sure not to underestimate them and try our absolute best. And I think we put on a good performance, to be honest. So
indeed, you didn't take your foot off the gas in that series. It's absolutely amazing. You know, it looked like you guys were ready for that from the get-go. You know, we kind of posed the question on the desk as you guys were getting set up was, you know, how do you feel about competing against some of Europe's best and biggest teams here? Do you feel prepared?
Yeah, definitely. We've picked up Lumi, who's a really good young talent, and we've had a couple of scrims, not many, but we're getting better every series, and I really think we can look to push into that like top 4, top 6 at this event and make a statement.
Indeed, the statement you are certainly making right now. I'm sure a lot of teams are looking at them thinking, okay, how do we take these guys down? And, you know, what can they give us when it comes to our time with them in the series? And Warlord, I've got to ask you, in terms of what you guys have been improving on recently, obviously kind of coming together as a team here for Vex, you know, what are you trying to look at? Bringing Lumi on board as well. You know, what are you trying to accomplish in terms of the dynamic of this roster?
Yeah, when we team with Batchford, I think we're a lot more of a slow, methodical team. But with Lumi, I think we've really been trying to copy a lot of the American teams and try to up our pace and really just put a foot on the gas and make teams struggle against us a lot more.
Now, Stu, I want to ask you a very quick question here about what it's going to take for you guys to go to that next level, because you've kind of been in and around the kind of 6th to 8th when it comes to these live events for quite some time. Are you aware of what needs to be done as a team to step up to that next plate to really challenge some of these more established teams?
Yeah, for sure. I think we've just got to just keep grinding, to be honest, and just keep trying our best to improve. I mean, if you look at a lot of the players on those top 4 and top 6, you know, have a lot of experience, and you look at my teammates, for example, they're still quite new to the scene. But I think once they get like a few more scrims under their belts and a few more lands, I think we can definitely push into that top 4 for sure.
Now, I was going to ask a question, but you took it from me. How dare you? How dare you? But I'm going to try and change it a little bit anyway. But what we've seen so far, it was very well coordinated,
Yes.
but a little bit slower than others, and your expectations are to try and get top 4, top 6. You've been teetering around the top 8, top 12. It's been a mixed bag of results quite a few times.
Yes.
But do you reckon that's the change you need to make? Just perfect execution, but just try and increase the pace a little bit quicker.
Yeah, that's definitely the most immediate fix for sure. Because I think a lot of the top teams found us a lot easier to play against. We were very like telegraphed and very slow. Like we focused teamwork so much. I feel like we're a very slow team and wasn't enough creativity. So I think like now just playing a lot more off instinct and just letting each other individually pop off. I think it's just helped us a lot more.
We love to hear it. Honestly, Warlord, we can't wait to see you guys play again. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk and giving us an insight into how you guys are feeling. Congratulations after that series win. Day 2, not a bad way to start day 2 of Valencia.
Yeah, not bad at all, yeah, thank you.
Not bad at all. Well, thank you so much. We're going to be keeping up with Vexed, of course, to find out how they're going to be doing for the rest of the day as well. We're heading to a quick break right now, though, folks, and when we come back, we will be seeing Quadrant versus Lucendi coming up on that main stage after a couple minutes. We'll see you right after this.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. They're happy with this yes! Renadine applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just interesting. He misses the beat down, he snaps on. Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
everybody's always going to talk about how Lunchbox was this good team player. He was the glue to the team. All of those convenient buzzwords that people want to use to describe someone who's selfless on the team. Roy got all of this attention. But in reality, when you go back, there was a lot of times where we'd be sitting there on the cast and I'd say, Lunchbox is the reason they're winning.
Really got to go back to this guy, Lunchbox. He has been the most impressive player so far, and that is just perfect flag running out of the long-haired hero.
Lunchbox was committed to winning the match long before ever entering the arena, dedicating hours preparing and testing strategies to stay 2 steps ahead of the competition.
The stuff that he would do behind the scenes that people don't get to see was so important to the process.
One of the most selfless players in the game. He does all the dirty work and does whatever it takes, and that's why I usually get the glory. But without him, I wouldn't be half the player I am.
Lunchbox has a greater overall picture of what's going on the map and what's going on with his teammates and what they're doing and how he's going to coordinate with them.
He's like the epitome of playing to win and not caring about anything else. I don't think Lunchbox ever did anything without thinking before doing it.
What's beautiful about him as a player is that you got the consistent, very talented, very smart player who could shoot.
I think this is going to be EG putting one on the board. Rocket comes down. There's a big double kill, and there we go. Roy's brother. Will we see the trip? Yes, we do. Lunchbox cleaning up for the triple kill. Will he get the overkill? Yes, he does. Lunchbox destroying EX.
I had first heard about Lunchbox in Halo 2. I bought the Xbox Live icon avatar of 5K. And I thought that 5K was such a cool name.
They were online warriors-ish, and people thought they weren't going to do that well on LAN. And so they were getting a lot of trash talk. And they showed up at the first event in Charlotte and got like top 4 or top 6. Everyone shut their mouths instantly.
I went and I researched what this team was, and I saw that there was a player named Lunchbox. Then I saw he was a twin, but then I figured, okay, they got psychic powers. Clearly, this has to be some kind of connection, like over 1 over 2 style.
2 people that you don't want to play against. It's just hard. It's just hard Halo to beat those guys.
He immediately rose up to a pro player at his first event, and it continued that success for a whole decade.
I had played against them and landed against them a bunch in Halo 2. They were a totally different animal in Halo 3. I knew they were good, but I didn't realize how insanely good they were.
All right, well, we have the sniper battle between Steve. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Lunchbox didn't even mean to hit that player, and then he picks up the beatdown. He is going off.
Talks wants to hold this snipe setup, and why not? Lethal's there with the sniper rifle, locking it down. Lunchbox out of nowhere. The double kill.
Halfway through, Evil Geniuses looking for the victory, and they're the HCS Season 1 champions. Evil Geniuses with incredible play. They are your HCS Season 1 champions.
In 2011, Lunchbox won the MLG Halo Reach National Championship, but his domination didn't end there. In total, Lunchbox took home 14 major tournament wins, including an X Games gold medal before retiring from Pro Halo.
Somebody that's crowned with X Games gold medal is one of the best in the world at their craft.
And I remember seeing them get up in excitement after that win. You could just tell it meant the world to them. It's something that will always be remembered in the history of Halo forever.
That's such a special accolade that I know he'll hold near and dear to his heart forever.
Lunchbox is one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. He is very orderly, punctual, and we jokingly called him Mom Box because he would be the person that's like, hey, make sure you don't drink that much tonight because we got a big game tomorrow, so like you can have like 1 beer, you know, like, but like you don't want to be too pushy, but just be like, hey man, be aware of what you're doing.
He could have however much going on, and he still treated it the same way with the amount of like respect and dedication. Lunchbox definitely, honestly, gave me a good old life lesson on that one.
Not only does he make people into better players, I truly feel like as a person, he was just an amazing human being.
Everything that he did was super important because he is calculated and methodical. He even has a quote where he says, every dang thing I do is calculated.
That is the most patient flag running I've ever seen by any player.
He's been winning events for a decade, and longer than most people even compete for their professional careers. Not many people are national champions and X Games gold medalists, and he's one of the few.
Welcome back to the HCS EU Regional Finals. Now, before the break, we saw a very one-sided and swift 3-0 from Vexed, who produced the goods on the main stage and kicked off their day 2 with a dub. Everything escalated pretty quickly after Streets King of the Hill, getting into a very strong and dominant Aquarius Slayer with lack of organization and oomph. Witchblades fell apart. And the final map was no different. Stronghold's Recharge saw a top-tier performance from Looney with a sword and grapple by his side, and nothing could stop him and the boys. It was pretty incredible, to say the least. They took this final map with pretty much ease, but the question posed now is how far can they go? Can they break top 6 this weekend? Can they get further? The answer is in their hands. I'm really excited to get back into the swing of things here, of course, with day 2 here at Valencia. I actually don't know who this person is on the desk. I don't know who's let our resident Karen on, but...
massive Chick fan. I've seen Wes looking at me before we came on, and just in pure disgust. Every time I go on a main stage, I've got either a pair of shades on or now a wig, and Wes is never happy.
The issue is, you're looking so good from basically. When I was walking up to the desk. I was like, who's this spot? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So you're trying to say he looks good from behind?
He's got a great butt.
There we go. He said it. No, it's fantastic to have you up here, Shows. Obviously, it was great to hear you cast earlier on. But I'm excited to see where our pools lie right now, because, of course, we did have our open bracket teams coming in this morning. Let's take a look at the results that we've had already so far this one. They do have a couple of games left, though, in their pool, of course, but they will head on to the championship bracket no matter what, just depending on where they're placed. It's looking like potentially the elimination bracket. However, you never know. Crazy things have happened. We also have Lucendi to yet play, Frostbite and Connecting. Excited to see where those guys are going to lie as well. But coming up first, we do indeed have Quadrant versus Lucendi to see exactly where our open bracket team are going to be, because they're coming up against the real powerhouse of this pool. It's going to be a really difficult task. And I know Quadrant are not going to want to let this happen. No upsets today. Quadrant are looking to just keep going, storm through this pool, and get into that winner's bracket with absolute ease. I'm excited to see what they think, though, about the weekend as a whole, because, my goodness, they're looking for that trophy by the end of Sunday. So let's see how they felt about it.
To be here in Valencia, like, the weather is cool, the DreamHack is crazy, so I'm just excited and ready to play. My team is like full of French players, like old friends, and for now we are playing for Londoners structure, so it's quite nice.
For these boys, but Quadrant can taste success now at this point. They just need to focus off, and it's right there for them. That player backs down towards straight stairs. Chick's got grown intentions, and he gets the final 2. And how fitting is that?
Like, honestly, personally, I'm very excited because personally I did a great job at Kansas City with the team, and the team did a really great job to manage to be top 7, top 8. So I'm very excited to play and to face Ascent for the first time online, for example. We really want to play against Ascent because we did the same results at Riley and in Kansas City, but we didn't manage to play face Ascent on LAN, so it will be very interesting to play them on LAN. To turn for a team to be far as possible, but I think we are here for the first place. So the most exciting thing is like we can show what Europe is capable of, like in the Halo scene in the world. So yeah.
Very difficult to reach positions. You know, the ones where you have to expose yourself a little bit. And gets forward again. Do it. Overkill for Chick.
If I have a message for my opponent here, be ready, because Quadrant on LAN is not the same as Quadrant online.
Oh, I love the fighting talk. Quadrant on LAN. They're going to be really difficult beasts. That is your boy. I've got to say, Chick is just absolutely insane as a player. I mean, we've seen what he can do. We've seen the highlight reel he can produce as well, especially under pressure. And I think that's what makes players so much better than the rest, right? Is when pressurized situations come around and they perform to their best of their ability.
Yeah, I want to highlight Chick, probably one of the best players for me, the best player in Europe. Not only just his shot, but his decision making as well. I had a bet with the Quadrant boys. They're a great bunch of lads. They said, listen, if you put a blonde wig on as a big Chick fan, we'll sort you out with a signed jersey. And it's signed by all the greats, such as Lando Norris.
Now that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You're a sellout. I'm definitely a sellout, for sure. Yeah, I am for sale. And I also, all I care and all that matters really is that it's signed by Chick.
The question is Chick on,
That's all I need to know. If Chick's not on there, I'm chasing him around the arena.
I can't see it.
He's going to go up on that
stage,
in the middle of the game.
Time to throw it, mate. Time to throw it.
Well, I tell you what, I got to say I respect the grind. I respect the sellout. I respect the grind.
Well, listen, Lannister pays his debts and Sherry pays his bets.
You do look like a bit of a
Take that to the
Lannister right now. You do look like a bit of Lannister. You got the hair for it, that's for sure. But I tell you what, Quadrant, they have the moves, don't they, on that main stage? And I'm really excited to see them perform today. We had SLG on the desk yesterday. He talked about how they have a little bit to do here. They're still kind of warming up. And we kind of talked about what happened, right, Lethal, when they fell off just a touch. They won a Pro Series, but I explained, like, it looked like they were backpedaling. He didn't feel like that at all. He felt like, look, we just have a couple things to work on. It's online. It is what it is. But coming into LAN, what are your expectations from this team?
I expected to get at least top 2. From what we've seen from KC, they proved that massively. At that time, on that particular day, they could have beat almost any team. Like, look at the series they had against Sentinels. Even Snakebite himself said they could have beaten almost any team that day. They're just lucky to come out trumps. And there's not something normally he would see, but he's an honest player, and of course he's going to give his opinion. And I think it's a great, valid opinion there in itself. The fact that he's able to do all that, and the fact that Quadrant, that's how scary they are. They can give the top 4 a lot of trouble in NA. And for here now, it's just a completely different ball game for them in an offline environment. Obviously, coming up to their next team, which would be against Lucendi. For Quadrant, this is just going to be another bump in the road.
Clutch, what do you make of the roster as a whole? They're obviously extremely talented, but when they come together, the dynamic of the team, what they provide in terms of results, how are you feeling about them?
I love this team. I've been a big fan of Chick for a long time. Every time I watch his screen, good things happen. So the rest of Quadrant, I mean, they play just at that same pace. I have high hopes for them this weekend. I think we can have the conversation all weekend long, but there's only one real answer as to who's going to take this, and I think there's 2 teams, actually. There's 2. There's Ascend, and there's Quadrant. And everyone else has not showed me that they have what it takes. I think we're going to be watching these guys long into Sunday night. But for now, it's going to be a pleasure to watch them kind of go on the journey.
Yeah.
I think Lethal describes this as a bump on the road. I think this road is very, very smooth. There is no
downhill.
bump. It's downhill.
I mean, your
foot's not on the accelerator. This is going to be a clean roll, I think. Very much a similar situation to Witchblades, where they play against a much better team, a much better practice team. Swedish Vikings, now Lucendi Gaming, they're a very good individual team, but when they play against the top dogs, there's a very clear disparity in skill levels, and I just expect this to be a clean sweep.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lucendi are looking to change things for them in terms of their fate today in day 2. They're looking for the upset. You know, I think a team coming in from the open bracket, when they come up against a powerhouse like Quadrant, they're looking to shake things up, right? Shake their confidence, try and edge in a few maps, and if they can extend the series to a game 5, hopefully end it on that Slayer. And Slayer, to me, is such a 50-50 in terms of skill level and what they're trying to achieve. And you can actually squeeze a win away, especially in a game 5 if you have the ice as a team. It's going to be really difficult, but Lethal, can you tell me anything about this Swedish roster?
Well, the Swedish roster, they've been around for quite a while. They've had a mixed bag of teams here and there. They've kind of mixed it here in terms of their lineup. But so far online, they're not too bad. But the problem is, this is a completely different kettle of fish entirely. I think even they realised that they've probably already lost at this point. Just need to keep the scores respectable. But I don't even know if they even can at this stage. Even in Slayers, like you said, Slayers can be a coin flip depending on who gets what spawn at the very start. But even then, I don't think it's going to matter what map, game type, whatever's going on game. So I think it's going to go to that game 3 and then that's it, one and done, and move on.
I think for Lucendi, this is just going to be another situation where you get as many reps on the main stage as you possibly can. Shake out the nerves and look at this as just getting reps in. You know exactly what way it's going to go, but try and get some teamwork going, get some strategy employed, because it's going to be a very long tournament. You've got some more series to come, so take this sort of as just a proving ground.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be a really, really difficult one, I think, for Lucendi just at the beginning. And it's going to be hard for them, I think, as well as players to kind of sit there and be like, right, we need to get this done. This is going to be a really difficult road for them. The one thing I did notice, if I'm being really kind of picky with it and looking into Quadrant, is yesterday with Catalyst Slayer, yes, they did manage to squeeze the win away, but there was a moment where actually Scorch managed to come back to a degree where I thought they actually might take this map off Quadrant. You know, they had the skewer in hand. Unfortunately, they weren't able to utilize it to the best of its ability. It was kind of a little bit all over the place, to be honest. The skewer player didn't know where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do, and then ended up wasting a ton of shots. But I think by being a little bit unconfident there. But Catalyst Slayer, the fact that Quadrant allowed them to come back in that way, Clutch, can we read anything into that in terms of maybe Lucendi squeezing a map out of this?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think anybody can really win a Slayer, especially if you're a competitive team at that like same tier or even like close to the tier. I think Slayers are usually coin tosses in Halo. It's not like any surprise that even like the new map Mo combo with Catalyst Slayer might not be one of Quadrant's strongest game types. It might not define their tournament, obviously. the way they were able to at least close it out there. I don't see this one being a long series at all. So if you're planning on grabbing some lunch, do it quickly.
Well, you're not wrong.
Well, I was speaking to SLG in the past, and I talked to him about Slayer Catalyst, and he said he actually prefers to playing Bizarre Slayer. He's one of the Slayers that they prefer playing. So it's all about strategy, and they seem to understand how to play the game. They might have taken their foot off the gas and not given the respect to Scorched Hand that they possibly deserve, because Scorched Hand are a very, very good team, and Scorched Hand are a better opposition than this Lucendi team are going to be. So I really just expect this to be a clean sweep.
Yeah, it probably should be a clean sweep on paper for sure. Well, I'll tell you what, I know you guys are all a little bit, bedazzled by the wig here on shows. He's looking mighty fine, might I add, with the hair. It's looking pretty good. But we're actually waiting for all of our players to get situated on the main stage. We do have Quadrant up there, but Lucendi, we are waiting for them to get actually ready to go. So we're going to head to a quick break to let you go get that lunch that Clutch was talking about, just to make sure you don't miss the series and that you are watching. But we will be right back when the game is ready to start, and we'll see you guys in a few.
welcome back to DreamHack Valencia, everybody, and welcome to our next game of the second day of action, Andy. We're going to have an opportunity here to see one of our open bracket teams in Lucendi going up against one of the tournament favorites in the all-French squad of Quadrant.
Yeah, we get to see Quadrant on the main stage, and I think you and I were just talking, this is a good opportunity for Quadrant, right, to get back into everything, to get back into the main stage, and we'll take a look here at the series layout of this series. And if you caught the desk segment, you know that this could be a pretty fast one, but here's the game types that we'll see.
I agree with everything you said there. I think it will be a fast series. It should be a fast series here for Quadrant, and the perfect series just to kind of find their feet again on the main stage, get warmed up, get loose, and make sure those good habits that they've been drilling into themselves over recent weeks are there when they get to those bigger games a little bit later on. And looking at that series layout, you're going to pick a game type for Quadrant to get going on. Stronghold's live fight is probably going to be it.
Yeah, Strongholds is really great, right? It's a game type that is so just at your throat, and you can really just rip your opponents apart. Very different from something like a CTF, where you're getting 1 point on the board at a time. Stronghold is going to give them an opportunity to just really start steamrolling. That's what they're going to be looking to do. And Quadrant's a team that we expect to bring 100% here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you know, 100%, but they are a team who are always at 100%. So I think it's a pretty good, kind of reasonable thing to say 100 times, if you like. But on the other side of the stage, Lucendi coming through the open bracket, all Swedish lineup, and there is some experience on this team. We've seen a few of these names before in previous tournaments. The likes of Beatley has been there for sure. Catchy, we always see him not only at tournaments, but certainly in the Twitch chat. He's always popping up. And then you got Hercules and Arbiter as well. So there's some talent on this team. It isn't going to be a complete rollover. They're still going to have to win those battles, Quadrant here, but you would expect them to come out with a hot 3-0 here and really put a marker down for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. All 8 players on your screen here. Quadrant, of course, on the left in their trademark. Is that bright green?
I think fluoro yellow.
Fluoro yellow, got that. Lucendi on the right, as we said, the open bracket team coming up, looking to see what they can do in this series. A tall task ahead of them, but maybe an opportunity for Quadrant to not only get momentum into the day, into Saturday, but also maybe add to the now notorious Quadrant highlight reel. The montage just continues to get built. Nurix adding some great plays to that yesterday as well.
It certainly did, and it always seems like the background to those clips is live fire. So maybe it's going to be the perfect opportunity, like you say, for a few more multi-kills to be racked up here by the French contingent. But we'll start off with Shirty's favorite player in the world, I think, at the moment. It's going to be Chick, of course. I'm not sure that the wig quite matched the haircut of Chick, to be honest. It kind of more matched what I used to look like in university.
I've seen the photos. It absolutely looked like you about 12 years ago or so, and I don't know what Shirzy was going for. I think Chick's a great-looking guy. Shirzy looked ridiculous on the desk, and I don't want any comparisons to be made, because not only does Chick have incredible gameplay, but the guy's incredibly handsome as well, and he's starting off with a hot 4 dead, and they're looking for the trip cap early on.
Yeah, no smiles from Chick as well. That's one thing I like about this Quadrant lineup, whether it's scrims, whether it's matchmaking, whatever they're playing, it's always 100%, like I mentioned previously, and they'll want to get this done as quickly and as swiftly and as efficiently as possible as well. And you can already see from the start of this game, it's 35-0. They're going to be able to reset B here, and already you can see the ligaments in the thumbs of SLG are certainly looking warm.
My God, look at the confidence from SLG. Just knows he's going to hit that body shot, and he knows he's going to be able to finish it with the BR. Great movement to nest as well. And just look at the scoreboard. I mean, you got Hercules with 4 kills and really oh boy, you cannot poke your head above the sandbags. It just becomes a target for a player like SLG. 58-0 here, and 3 out of the 4 players on Lucendi are yet to get a kill.
Almost that kind of had that image of, you know, when you go to the beach and you bury someone, it's just their head poking out. That's exactly what that looked like there.
Temporarily.
Temporarily,
Okay.
yeah, temporarily.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, that's what it looked like for SLG there. Just their head popping up. That's all he needed. And they took the head right off of that player, just peeking on those sandbags. A little bit of contesting going down a B here, and it looks like Quadrant might not quite have the numbers, but they are now arriving. As you see, Nurix not pick up 1, but 2. Chick comes in with that help to get the easy reset onto B. Now, that's one thing that Quadrant do really well here on Stronghold. They're always contesting, elongating that B Stronghold, and making sure that that fight is never easy for their opponents.
19-7 are the slays on the board, and as you'd expect with a kill count like that, it's also 89-0. Tripcap might get shot down in A momentarily, but Quadrant is clinical here. This is what we expect them to bring regardless of opponent.
They will play perfect Halo to the best of their ability, and right now they're doing just that.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from SLG as well. Even though he went down, just took a moment just to set up that little drop slide to make sure that he was a difficult target to hit while he was doing the damage to those players into A. I think his plan was to try and slide off the edge there towards the scoreboard area and just elongate his life when the health came in after the damage. Didn't quite execute it, but again, just those little micro moments that really make a player like SLG stand out from the rest.
Certainly, we've seen such great moments here, as you say, not only as a squad, but from these individual POVs on Quadrant all day Friday. Here on Saturday, we talked about it yesterday, but really an opportunity for Quadrant. When we think about the Halo Championship Series as a whole, when we think about Europe, Quadrant have to know ahead of them is a fantastic opportunity. This year, the history books have been written by Ascend in Europe so far, not just this year, the past 2 years just about have been written by Ascend. If Quadrant is able to take this event, also put up big performances on the board for the rest of the global lands, they will be the team to beat and the team that we talk about in Europe.
Well, at the moment, there's only one beating going down, and it's on the side of Lucendi. They are getting pummeled in this first game. It's 205-0. There's not much to really talk about so far. Beatley, maybe the one kill is going to be a good thing for him. Arbiter has managed to get off that goose egg as well, but it's just been pure dominance at the moment. There's no real other way to kind of sugarcoat this. Quadrant have just been having their way with Lucendi.
I mean, 217-0. Let's see if A flips. It does, and it will finally mean a point on the board for Lucendi. When we looked at this game type, I think you and I were kind of thinking the same thing, that it was actually an opportunity for a 250-0. Lucendi will avoid that fate, luckily, but not an easy game type to play a team like Quadrant on. They're now only about 30 points away from closing out the game, and it's also a nice bonus overshield for Nurix.
Yeah, that was a bonus as well, because you really should have got that. There was 3 players from Lucendi in the vicinity to challenge, and even allowing him to get away to pop it was a little bit of a misplay from them, and off the back of it, you can see there's a triple cap once again into the hands of Quadrant. They have both hands around the throat of Lucendi at the moment, and it doesn't look like they're going to let go anytime soon.
Certainly no end in sight. Luckily, the game will be ending shortly for the side of Lucendi, as it will be a clinical run here. Trip cap will resume, but they don't even need it. 5 points to go.
5 points to go. It's going to tick down here. The triple cap will be enough to close out game number 1, and as we would expect, Quadrant come into today looking as strong as we would hope, and certainly dealing the damage needed to take that game home without any troubles whatsoever.
That's right. What I loved, what we heard about Quadrant yesterday, talking to them just after their matches, both their interviews on the desk and also talking to them just after their match off stage. You heard them say it, it's all business for them. And they have a really terrifying combination on this side right now this weekend, because they are all business. They're here to do one thing, but they're hungry, right? It's rare that you get both of those. A lot of teams, if we think about something like a Sentinels, right? They've been there before. They're all business. They know what to do. However, they've been there before so many times. Quadrant is both all business this weekend, and they're on the cusp of becoming one of the best teams in Europe, if not the single best team. So this team has a lot of promise this weekend. Final score in there in that game number 1, 250-9.
You talk about that personality and that drive that this team has as well. It's something I haven't seen in Europe for quite some time. So I go back to thinking about power gaming in Halo 3.
Right.
That kind of drive and determination, not only to succeed here in Europe, but go on to potentially try and win an event in North America on the global scale. And I think it's something that's so separates them from the rest of the pack, and it's something that is giving them this success. I kind of harped on about how they give everything 100%, right? They expect the best from each other as well, and they're ruthless in their approach to the game. And like you said, you see the interviews of Chick, even the pre-tournament content that's being shot. It's we're going to win. Yeah, we expect to win. Why would we not? And it's that kind of like cold-hearted almost attitude that they have that is just making them such a threat to everybody at the moment.
And not taking on anyone lightly, right? It's a really great combination of confidence here, as well as hunger and drive. As we take a look at the layout there, as we said, a big blowout win as we expected Quadrant to take in the first game. Slayer Recharge, an opportunity for Lucendi to put up a little bit more impressive of a performance and maybe a bit more resistance. But what we love about this Quadrant side is I think that they are here to do one thing, but they're also not taking any opponents lightly. I mean, that was an absolute textbook piece of gameplay that we just saw in that game number 1, and they're taking no prisoners.
They kind of remind me of like the ruthless businessman in an organization. You know
Terrifying.
what I mean? Like they start right at the bottom of the ladder, but they're first in, last out every day. Don't mind stepping on other people to get a little bit of a promotion and moving up the ladder until they run the place. And that's kind of that attitude that they seem to have. And for Lucendi, unfortunately, they're the kind of people who are getting stepped on at the moment and won't be moving up that ladder, so to speak, because Slayer Recharge is another game type where it's going to allow the likes of SLG, Chick to get their hands on a shock rifle, really start to go to work. And I'm excited to see how Quadrant approach this one, because if they have that same attitude that we've seen in that game number 1, then I'll tell you what, it's a little bit early maybe for Stake. It's never too early for Stake. Let me correct myself, but it might be on the menu.
Sorry, let me check the clock here. Actually, it is actually, yeah, it's the afternoon officially here in Valencia, Spain. Speaking of,
West Price actually made Steak and Eggs at 7:30 a.m.
He did, which is also acceptable. Also acceptable here. We're into game number 2, and we'll see how this opening rush looks, and maybe an opportunity for Quadrant to just continue where they left off.
It's 2v2 off the start here. Shad gets the stick to make it a 1v1 on the map, although it looks like Chick has come back off of respawn to re-challenge for that camouflage. Lucendi with no players really in position, I was going to say, by the looks of things, to challenge that, but there is a little bit of a backsmack that actually comes in to take him down, so the camo kind of neutralized between the two teams here.
Yeah, certainly a better start here for Lucendi. Keep a look at that. Already a 2-kill lead for them in the Slayer, and it will give Quadrant just a little bit more pressure, where they'll need to be a little bit careful off this push, and actually, it's great Whirlpool control, predicting that move from Chick from batteries into Whirlpool. That'll extend their lead once again.
Shad and SLG will just draw that back for a few moments, not letting Lucendi get that momentum on their way, not let the adrenaline start to flow a little bit, and just slowing things down. And like you mentioned, some teams might just start flying at them. They think we've just won that first game 250 to 1 or 2 points or whatever it was. Let's just try and get this game done as quickly as possible. But you're seeing what Quadrant are all about here. Every single game is played as if it is a game 5 in a final.
It really is, and it's great discipline from them, right? This discipline, this breeds excellence. They want to play every single game like it is a tournament-defining series, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They've slowed it down completely. They have showed complete respect to Lucendi, and as you said, not every top team in the world is going to play like that. They might just start to hold forward a bit and know that they'll win the series eventually. However, they're breeding excellence here on the side of Quadrant, down by 2.
Chick, though, will miss that beat down, but somehow or other, I don't know if it was a team name from Catchy or maybe it was the stick that was just thrown on that death kind of animation from Stick to, from Chick, excuse me, to get the stick. But for now, once again, respect being shown this time by Shad. Jumps back up using that grapple towards the battle edge, and we're seeing a standoff once again between the two teams.
Lucendi doing well to make sure to continue applying the pressure. It's Hercules again leading the board for his side. Ooh, and my God, great work here from C-Flat as well, and showing some very good resistance. And it's not just an okay opening from Lucendi. This is looking much better from them.
It certainly is. Chicky's going to pick up the sword, though, and the shock. So maybe an opportunity once he gets the fresh bean can on the end of this thing to rip a few heads off, as Shad is going to make it a much, much tighter game. Just 2 kills now as the haircut comes in for Chick. Onto the player up towards top goal. But once again, we're seeing these situations, and this is really good practice here for Quadrant. Let's think about this. You know, you take ourselves into a game that's a little bit later in the tournament. This is the kind of situation they're going to have to thrive in.
Oh, look at Nurex. He just flies right into pipes, unanswered, unchallenged, finds the gap, and to be honest, that shouldn't happen. And what will happen off of the back of that is a lead change.
Great shots again from Nurex as well. Not only the sword kill, but having the presence of mind to react to that call out that clearly came from a teammate. There was a player pushing pipes, and from that now we see, look at the score just flip on its head, 17-14. The patience has worked here for Quadrant, and it's been the transfer of power weapons which has engaged it.
Cannot do that. You cannot leave the back door unlocked when Nurex has the sword in the backyard. He walks straight into pipes and he breaks the setup entirely without challenge. Now it's a 4-kill lead, double kill for Shad as well.
Still got the sword to work with as well here, Shad, so he'll be able to lock down the long haul. You can see Chick still has that shock rifle in his hands as well, and he didn't need to be asked twice there. Arbiter feels the pain and will suddenly have his hair standing on end after that headshot.
Here comes the push now, and what was a convincing C and control hold earlier for Lucendi looks very different now, as they will find themselves 3 dead, and just like that, it is a 6-kill game. Quadrant seems to have found the steam that they needed, make it a killing spree for Shad.
I think it's just the damage being done and the threat of these power weapons that's changed this game. As soon as they get damage with a shock rifle or pick, whatever it might be, then you can see the collapse starting to come in here from Quadrant. And this is how you need to play things, right? This is how you need to play against the best teams in the world, let alone, with all due respect, a team like Lucendi who have come from that open bracket.
3 dead yet again, and it's still Quadrant once again with the sword and the pipes. It's like we're playing a game of Clue here. The murder mystery has been answered, and the sword and the pipes has been the tool of destruction. 30-19 now.
Nurex again picking up an important kill here. He's currently sat at 4 and 7, but I always feel like Nurex, when you're watching his POV, he's doing things that are vital for the success of the team.
Love what I'm seeing from Nurex. I think we saw him step up in a huge way yesterday, not just flashy plays, but being exactly, as you say, where he needed to be. It's a clinical elevator push here. They clear out Whirlpool. That will make their lead now almost insurmountable. What was just a 15-11 or so game is 34-20 in favor of Quadrant.
Yeah, this is been surgical. in the way that they've just taken apart Lucendi here. Beatley's going to have a 1v1, but it becomes a little bit of a 1v2 as Arbiter gets invited to the party thanks to the Repulsor entry ticket as he jumps back up to that balcony. But 15 kills to go here. Hercules is going to bring it a little bit closer, but the trade immediately coming in. And you can see the Chick at the moment. He's sat at 11-3. No surprise to see one of the best players in the world and arguably one of the most impressive players this season in Halo Infinite, putting up those kind of statistics.
Certainly with clips that have made him a household name across the globe. Also Shad 14-5 here. Look at the smile on Chick's face. So we've been answered, actually. When they're leading by 15 in a Slayer with a killing frenzy for Chick, that's when the man will let a smile slip out. And he's having a good time on the main stage.
The favorite bit about that is the first time I've seen Chick smile on the main stage, but then he died and it was immediately death face once again. It's like, all right, now we win the game. Now we get serious again. And I love that from Chick, showing a little bit of personality here. And obviously the killing frenzy is always going to put a smile on anyone's face up on the main stage. But 7 kills to go here for Quadrant to close things out. And I mentioned that steak dinner. It's 4 kills for Lucendi to avoid that steak dinner, make it 3, but the trade comes in.
Just a few kills to go here, and the all-French side has been absolutely dominant. Perfect kill here from Shad as well on the home stretch. Absolutely dominant over the Swedish side, and just a few kills away here from the Game 2 win.
I mean, Shad's 17-5. 17-5. He is having an absolute field day on Recharge Slayer, and he's going to get a camouflage as well, but we don't even get to see music because his teammates are in position to close things out. It will be that steak dinner that we mentioned. The final score of 50-27, and Quadrant are looking lethal at the moment.
Very good, and what I'm so impressed with, we talked about it at the beginning of the game, but not many top teams would slow the game down as much as Quadrant did when they were down 10-7. They stopped the game, to a crawl, to an absolute halt. They slowed it down, they knew the picks they needed, they waited for the gaps. They had the elevator control, they're watching with the shock into gold, and somehow Nurex finds the exact timing push into pipes, and they break it apart. From then on, Lucendi had no chance to come back in the game because Quadrant found the openings they never should have found. But a huge props to Quadrant, the way they played that, showed respect to their opponent, and then to be honest, thereafter didn't show much respect at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of just dismantling their opponents after that, but I think we've learned a lot about how they want to approach games today and what they're kind of looking forward to doing, and that is playing against some of these best teams that we have here at the tournament and putting those reps in for the situations they know they're going to find themselves in at some point. But a huge shout out to Shad there. Nearly 4K damage, just 2 points shy of 4K, a huge amount of kills. Not a lot of deaths and some assists to boot as well.
Absolutely, and the Steaktacular will come in there. The steak dinner killing spree as well for Shad. 2 double kills to his name, and a huge part of that. And we get to take a look at some of those highlights now.
This was the start of the game, and this is where things were a little bit close between the two teams. You can see Lucendi had a very thin start right at the start, but this is the push you were talking about, just the timing. Like you mentioned, sometimes you look away for 2 seconds, and that's all you need for some of these players to create an opening.
I'll make a classic reference there to watching the portal on Beaver Creek. When you're watching Portal, you cannot look away from the portal. And if someone gets through the portal, there's a big problem. And to be honest, Pipes is pretty similar. If you're sitting Pipes watching Whirlpool, there better not be someone coming through Pipes. Also, heaven forbid, with a sword. Let's take a look at the reaction here. Once again, it's all business for Quadrant. There better not be someone coming through Pipes, and heaven forbid, with a sword that we didn't know about. And that's how Nurex slips through. And the fact that they found that opening, honestly, pretty unacceptable. Lucendi's not going to be happy about that, nor will they be happy about the scoreline so far. Quadrant potentially with 1 game away from the clean sweep.
Don't think they're going to be too happy the fact that we're going to Streets Oddball as well as the next game as well, because this is a map where I have seen some really, really impressive performances coming in from Quadrant, and it's another opportunity for them to get some more reps in, to find that teamwork in on another game type where maybe a few different skill sets are going to be required here, Andy, because we've seen a game type where it's based on getting those strongholds in their control, controlling those spawns, making sure the pressure is on. Then we've seen them slow that game down in the Slayer and then pick up the pace towards the end. And now you get to see them having to work the numbers game a little bit more, making sure that oddball is being moved efficiently and making sure that those strong setups are there and there's no missing pieces.
Absolutely, and we'll have to see just how much they push the forward end, right? Are they going to play a little more positional and obnoxious, just holding down bases and watching sightlines? Or are they going to extend into places like Arcade, into places like Neons to get that 4th kill and maybe force a rotate thereafter? We'll have to see how they play this. We are now jumping into game number 3.
Well, the strangest thing about this as well, I think if you're watching this game and you're a team like Ascend and you're a team who's like Na'Vi watching this series, you'll learn a lot from this game on how Quadrant want to approach things, right? Because they're going to be given the space to make plays off of the 3 or 4 dead. So I think this is a huge opportunity to actually research the way that Quadrant are going to approach this game type for some of the other teams.
Absolutely, and I expect them to play just the way they've played these past 2 game types, not leaving an inch for their opponents. You can even tell the way SLG plays Rockets there. He sits tires for just a second. He takes his time tiptoeing around pillars to make sure he's not going to accidentally have to let off a rocket too close to himself. And I love the way he's also playing driveway here so carefully. They're already up 25-0.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than firing a premature rocket. No. It's a difficult situation to find yourself in, and there's not many excuses that you can make. But for now, it looks like there will be a little bit of a break of the action for sure, as Lucendi do pick up 3 kills. So Quadrant not being able to hold maybe in the way they wanted to, and Chick will be taken down as that last player, but at least the play ball is there. And look at SLG already applying the pressure to that player, trying to grab that odd ball and bring it back.
I'm not going to lie, they fell into the trap, right? Chick stays alive as long as he can back A, and he gets the damage. SLG pokes B stairs just in case that player happens to go for an A. He shouldn't have gone for an A. Yep. And SLG gets a kill he should not have gotten once again off of the Chick damage. You cannot let Quadrant eke out those extra kills because they will tear you apart.
2 players should be able to deal with SLG here, but with the way the Quadrant play, you know that some help is about to arrive. But for now, it looks like they decided SLG was dead to rights. So the rest of Quadrant, off of that play, have now all swarmed towards the pink street. And Lucendi doing a pretty good job of actually holding the line here a little bit here, I think.
2 dead for the moment there. Shad's also going to get taken down. Ketchy was last player alive on your screen. They will not be able to play the ball, so this should be more time for Quadrant.
Got to kill Chick, though. Chick was one of the first players in that situation. He survived the longest. He then comes back to bite you with that Bulldog, and the Bulldog, it bites hard. Now he has the oddball. Now you've seen that rotation. I love these transitional setups. I think we're going to see more and more of this in Halo Infinite. Everyone's like, let's bring it to tower. Let's bring this to tramp. Sometimes when you've got numbers and you're not sure where the spawns are coming in, you can hold it on a street and then base where you're moving that ball off of the kills.
Yeah, I think people knew that Pink Street was a pretty good hold previously, but now with so much King of the Hill under their belt on that Pink Street, they're like, wait a minute, we could be so obnoxious and essentially just temporarily hold on Pink Street here. Whichever way they rotate, to be honest, they're screwed, and then we'll get them kills. We'll rotate thereafter if we need to. It'll be more time on the board for Quadrant. They're up 60-1.
Really, really smart stuff there from Quadrant, just to show that there's other ways to approach this game. Look at that ball, it's still down on the pink street. Unfortunately, a few moments ago for Shad, he fired a rocket that was kind of full of feathers and didn't get the kill immediately, but we've all been there. We know how the rockets can be a little bit funky sometimes in those situations, but 62-1 in this first round. And just looking across the board at the moment, once again, it's Chick who's leading the line here. He's 7-2 and just looking dominant.
What a start from him, and the points on the board as well. It's not just a slaying fest for Quadrant. They've been so objective, efficient, not wasting any time. Little PD angle here for Chick once again, just going to be obnoxious holding in the back of the base, and even little things like this drop shield, right? He cannot get naded from the PD door on caution. Little things like that, even though their opponent has come from the open bracket, they are making sure once again to exhibit excellence regardless of their opponent on the other side of the stage.
Ball's still on that pink street as well. Really interesting to watch how Quadrant have actually approached this. You see Chick is going to pick up one, Chick will survive, and now this kill's come in for SLG and Co. Just Chick being the bait, and SLG is happy to eat the meal that was left in front of him after the cooking was done. But now the rockets are going to be the next point of contact for Quadrant. You can just see, once again, it's, okay, we've done this. What is our next stage of play? And while all of this is happening, 94 points are already on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to be able to even chime in on what you said because they're only 3 points away from closing out this round. 99-100. Quadrant will take the first round with ease, and what felt like a chess match, like you said, pre-programmed, pre-calculated, premeditated destruction from them as they knew exactly what they needed to do in each scenario. They put the points on the board, now only 1 round away from the very quick 3-0 sweep.
I mean, what I'm about to say is going to make us sound far more intelligent than we are, but I'm going to carry on with it anyway. We were having a conversation yesterday about AI in chess, and you were telling me about how, you know, certain AI has developed moves that have never been seen by humans, right? Well, I don't want to kind of compare it to that, but we're seeing a development of the game in the same way here from Quadrant, right? They've obviously seen what has worked for them previously, what other teams are trying to do, and they're trying to work around something different here. Holding that ball on the pink street, holding down kind of the tram side and the tower side and saying, hey, you've got to go through the 2 tallest points of the map here to even contest that ball carrier. And I kind of like what I'm seeing. They're experimenting a little bit here, and it's working for them.
Yeah, they really are one step ahead each time, and really the way that comes into practice is all about the numbers, right? Simply getting opening damage gives you everything in this game, specifically in Halo Infinite. The opening damage and also the opening kill. All of a sudden, the world is your oyster. You can then choose how do you want to apply pressure, where do you want to set up, where do you want to get positioned. It comes down to the opening kills, and really thereafter, you could decide how you want to apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff so far. However, Lucendi have got a little bit of a lifeline here. They've got the ball in the hand, and Chick is the only player alive, and he's only just come off the respawn, so he's once again just smartly waiting, getting that entry damage, and I'll tell you what, if he manages to pick up Beatley here, or at least create the opening for SLG to finish off that kill, then this is just going to fall apart. Lucendi, unfortunately, just fall victim to Chick not being picked up quickly enough as that first spawner. If you've got 4 dead and you're on Lucendi, you need to find the first spawner. It's as simple as that.
Certainly a few points on the board here for Lucendi as they're able to get 16 to their name, but already 31 for the side of Quadrant. You could just tell by the way Chick was throwing those nades. I mean, truly one step ahead. He knew that the player was going to go ahead and just sit on A. He also knew the player was going to go from PD door all the way to the courtyard door, and just predicting each of those moves, calculating them, and making it look too easy. They're on 45 points already.
I think it's a really good example as well. Maybe some players who are watching Halo Infinite right now as well and thinking, how do I get better at the game? How do I improve my game? If you're first player alive and you're making a push on oddball, surviving, just do damage, wait for teammates. Chick's just shown you how to play those kind of situations perfectly. There's no room for hero plays when you're going to be playing against some of the best in the world, and Chick doing the damage was all that was needed for Quadrant to catch up and capitalize on that damage.
Might have an opportunity here before the series is over, because we don't have much time, to just get a quick shout out to our French fans and the French contingent. It's a quick listen in with Astro Gaming listen in with Quadrant.
Tu nades le café. Nice. C'est passé, Encore. Cours, ouais. Je suis d'accord. Les mecs, top. C'est Fleur, il revient encore. Dommage. Spawn en 7. Dites que vous jouez quand vous spawnez. Ok, je vais essayer de jouer à droite. Eddie premier. J'avance, je suis en bench. 102, Eddie. Il y a quelqu'un avec moi, il joue ou pas? J'ai crack. Dehors, red. Deux weak, 4. La balle est one. Catchy, distance one shot. Distance, je vois. Mort. Quand Catchy, on a pas dit Catchy. 3 morts. Dernier, ça va spawn en café, pink. Je joue pas le ball. Ok, je ramène la balle. Ça spawn en café, 100%. Je laisse. Et Baka, one shot. T'as pas one shot. Je reviens vers vous, je reviens. One shot encore un Baka, Archie one. Encore un café.
So Lucendi do get a few points on the board, but the break again comes in from Quadrant looking pretty comfortable. SLG has the ball in his hand, and Chick, well, he's just picking up some pieces that have been left over. SLG is just running towards victory. Chick misses the back smack maybe for the little +1 at the end of that game, but the only numbers that matter really are 2-0 the score in that game, and 3-0 to Quadrant in what was a dominant and ruthless performance here on the main stage.
It was, and we got to say, I mean, I'm so glad we got a chance to just get to a little listen in there with the Quadrant side, because it's 80-28 in what is about to be a 3-0. They're already up 1 round, and the comms are pretty intense, right? We'll both be the first to admit that our French is nowhere near as good to talk about exactly what was being discussed, but you can just tell the intensity on that side, right? Calling out the players that were on top heaven, calling out the players that were back A, making sure that they're getting those kills. And once again, it's all business from Quadrant. It's a very good-looking 3-0, and I think anyone in the arena, any of the top teams that are thinking they might have a shot at the lion's share of this $100,000 prize pool is worried about what they just saw.
Oh, 100%, and I tell you what, I'm looking forward to some of the series that are going to be coming later in this bracket as well, because with the way that we've seen Ascend playing, Quadrant playing, it's going to be one heck of a matchup if we see those teams in the winner's side of the bracket, which is looking like it's going to happen with how pool play has been kind of developing so far today. But if you are to ask Quadrant, how do you expect that series to go? How would you wish that series to go? That would have been the exact answer. 200-29 across the 2 rounds. Dominant performance is all you can really say about it.
Absolutely. Chick 13-7 in that game. 12-6 from Nurix as well. And holy SLG popping off with the 17-9.
And one thing I love about Quadrant as well is you're watching their POVs, right? And it seems like everybody is just trying to win the game. As silly as that sounds, there's nobody who's kind of playing slow, trying to stat a little bit. And
an overkill.
I mean, we missed it, unfortunately, but it was there. We said there might be an opportunity for another clip. We said there might be another overkill being added. Wasn't going to be a live fire this time, but Chick once again with another overkill just to add to the collection.
And it feels like the guy in the overkills, they just kind of go together, and it's hard to find Chick on a map without him picking up an over. He'll get another overkill, as you say, to add to the trophy chest, and another win on the board for Quadrant.
Quadrant looking incredibly strong. It's 3-0, another win for them in pool play. But for now, we're going to go back to the desk because I'm sure they're just as impressed as we were from the performance from the French.
Thank you so much, lads. Yeah, I've got to say, an extremely one-sided series that was. Very, very fast. I've got to say, Quadrant looking absolutely incredible and stellar as per usual. I've got to say, my heart does go out to Lucendi just ever so slightly because it's a really difficult situation to be put in. I think this early on as well, the fact that they're coming out of the open bracket and they're going up against one of Europe's top teams, if not the top team as well. You know, you can argue both sides of that coin as well. Very, very difficult to watch. But on the side of Quadrant, looking pretty good and a great start to their day number 2. Obviously using that one as a warm-up, Shaz.
Yeah, it's a massive gulf in class to the regular schedule programming, and I think they will use this much like they said yesterday when they played on main stage, just getting the reps in, just a warm-up. And we've seen them all firing, and the communication was on point. They're all still very dedicated, not taking anything for granted. And you can see that out there with the communication and the listening. They're all still taking it very seriously, not allowing Lucendi to take anything from the game.
And Clutch, I think that's really important to note as well with what Sherzy said, not taking their foot off the gas whatsoever. Doesn't even matter who they're coming up against, doesn't matter the level of team. Being able to take every single series in an important LAN like this one as seriously as possible in order to get better when you do meet your match later on in the day.
Yeah, it shows that they're locked in, it shows that they're focused, they're determined, and they're going to use this as practice, and that's exactly what you want out of a team that has the ambitions, the aspirations to take home the trophy at the end of the weekend. So everything you want to see out of Quadrant so far in their showcase.
Lethal, sometimes you do see some of our top teams go up against teams that are a little bit less of a caliber, and you do see some dips in terms of performance, in terms of strategy. Did you see any dips at all from Quadrant, or was it pretty smooth sailing in terms of what they were trying to accomplish?
Nothing at all, like literally nothing. Even though the skill gap is quite wide compared to what we normally see, but we like to try and nitpick to see if we can find anything in particular, but there was nothing. There's not really anything in terms of a clear margin.
I mean, they did let up 9 points on the Stronghold.
Yeah.
A little bit
Actually, yeah, that's a bit
there.
steep. Yeah, maybe you should have made it 250-0. I don't know.
A little bit quicker on the rotations, and that kind of stuff gets
Yeah,
cleaned
maybe.
up.
Yeah, 9 points slipped away. I mean, it's not great, is it? I gotta tell you what, though, we do have Shad on the desk joining us after that pretty incredible series on the main stage. Shad, not a bad start to day 2. I mean, my goodness, you guys are on fire so early on. How are you feeling about that series? Obviously, you know, I think in terms of caliber of teams, you're going up against somebody who I don't think was ready for what you guys produced out there on the sticks. How are the lads feeling about the win?
To be fair, I'm very happy of my team because we play very well, even when we choked 250 to 9.
Yeah.
We have to make 0, but
yeah. to watch.
But yeah, we are pretty focused. I think the better day will be Sunday, so tomorrow, because we're gonna play a good team. But yeah, we are playing like focused, like we're playing Ascent on every game. So yeah.
Shad, first off, I want to say, bitterly disappointed you're not Chick up here. I've been the resident #1 fan. But I will say you boys look really, really good over the weekend, particularly yesterday as well. Talk to me about your ambitions for the tournament. Are you going to try and topple down Ascend here? They're obviously the top dogs, but you're looking very, very competitive.
Yeah, of course. Ascend is a very good team. Actually the better team in Europe. But we are here to be top 1 and nothing else, so we're going to beat them.
Yeah, a question I was going to ask, but I always say like what you bring to the table, what you bring to this team, because you've been with Quadrant for quite a while now, but I want to ask you what you feel like you personally bring.
In Quadrant?
Yeah.
I don't know, like my teammates are really cool. We are happy to play together. I don't really know, we're feeling like really good together, so that's a good vibe inside the group, so it's pretty fine.
Is a very, very good vibe, and we can see that happening up there. I've got to ask you though, right now, obviously coming off a really hot series win like that, it's sometimes really difficult to pick up on things that maybe you need to improve on. We saw an incredible lights out Strongholds to start the series off, really not letting up anything on the gas there. Have you picked up on improvements at all that you really still want to kind of work on throughout the day to day?
Yeah, we're still improving on every game. We're trying on Scream, at home, on the live to training.
Yeah, just one question from me. Ascend's been at the top for what feels like a long time. You guys had one hell of a performance over in Kansas City. Feels like Quadrant's been starting to get to a point where they may be able to contest for what we call the Throne of Europe, right? Mm-hmm. What would it mean for you this weekend to take home that trophy?
I'm not sure I've understand the last
what would it mean to you to take home the win this weekend?
How good would it feel?
To win, to be the champion by tomorrow.
What we miss, or what we have to do?
Oh, no. So tomorrow, if you guys win everything, how would you feel?
I don't really know, like feeling happy, I don't know. It's like my job, so I'm here for the top 1 and nothing else. I have to do my best. My teammates know we can do it, so LAN is very different, so now we're gonna see.
Chad, I love it. I love it. Business as usual. You guys have it, you know, your sights set on that #1 spot. An incredible start to day number 2. So congratulations on the win and best of luck going into champ bracket.
Thank you a lot.
There we go. We've heard from Shad himself. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have another series happening on the main stage. We have Na'Vi coming up versus Connecting, an open bracket team we've had our eye on coming into pool play. I'm excited to see what these guys can do against some of the favorites we have in Europe, Na'Vi. We'll see you guys right after the break.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now can he put this in use? Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just he misses the beat down, it's now oh my God! Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Welcome back, folks. Now, before the break, we saw a slaughterhouse on main stage on Quadrant as they punched another dub on a series in the cleanest way possible. Big start on map 1 with a big finish of 250-9 on Live Fire Strongholds. The team were frying on all cylinders heading into map 2 and giving Lucendi, honestly, no breath at all. They didn't have a second to breathe, applying pressure perfectly as a team, controlling spawns with a killing frenzy popping up for Chick. We saw a 17-5 KD for Chad. He sealed the Slayer on recharge, and the final map Streets Oddball was more like dodgeball, as Lucendi couldn't get their hands on the objective, and Quadrant, they ran away with both rounds comfortably. There is a lot of eyes on this Quadrant team, and they have their sights set on that trophy. I'm excited to see where this story will end for Quadrant and how far they can seriously go, because I think there's a lot of pressure on these French shoulders. But I'm very excited to see how they actually perform under pressure when it gets to it. But I have a wonderful desk, obviously, and we do have a little bit of a switch up in terms of series. We're going to be seeing Jaylin versus Frostbite, and I want to talk about Jaylin right now because they have been on my mind, especially at the end of yesterday. I think that I was really impressed with what I saw. I think sometimes you come into tournaments and you're not quite sure what Jaylins you're going to get. And yesterday, we got a pretty winning Jaylin. So coming up in this match against Frostbite, what do you want to see out of this team, Gaskin?
I want to see the same Jaylins we saw yesterday, a Jaylins that has that desire, that passion to win. And I think that they know that they are the better team going into this series. So it's just a matter of this not being a banana skin, not maybe expecting too much and maybe preparing in a way where they are going to fail. Instead, just play the same game, enjoy yourselves a little bit, keep warmed up before you go into the winner's bracket a little bit later.
Rob, getting into the specifics of this Jaylins roster here, I feel like whenever Morga is playing really well and popping off, I feel like Jaylins do well. You know, we see Morga putting up some ridiculous stats yesterday, 28 and 16 on Streets King of the Hill versus a Wobbabobs, and they were just sailing, smooth sailing through. Do you feel the same way about the pressure on Morga's shoulders coming into this one?
I think he just needs to be consistent. I think as long as Morga plays his game, I think this team will play good. He's surrounded by such good talent as well. I mean, you look at how long we've been watching these players on European stages and how much success that they've found. I think yesterday that 50-47 Game 5 win was absolutely enormous because this is a team that just has a lot of smiles on their faces. They love to have fun. They've been doing this for a long time. This is not about main stage pressure, if you ask me. This is about them living up to their potential, having a good time doing it. Yesterday we saw that when you win a game 5 by 3 kills, it's just going to add to that momentum. And I was impressed with what I saw yesterday, just to kind of +1 what Dan said. They need to pick up where they left off.
And when we first saw this team form and they had that honeymoon period where they pushed into the top 3, the top 2, and we were like, wow, okay, we've got a team that can really contend. And then they started to drop off a little bit during Pro Series and during these online tournaments, but this is a LAN environment again. These are players that have been here, done that, they've done it for years, and I think they are feeling so comfortable, so confident that this should be a breeze for them, and their sights is very much going to be set on the bigger task, the Navis, the Ascends. They really want to take down the big dogs.
Something I do want to pull up about Jaylin just really quickly as well, Lethal, is the fact that I don't want them to put their foot off the gas right now. I think it's really easy for Jaylin in terms of the roller coaster that they've had this season of ups and downs and being able to do it and then not being able to do it. You know, coming up against an opponent that they should win against. You know, if they do fall short here, it's going to be a really difficult road for them for the rest of the LAN because I feel like their confidence will be shot a little bit. Do you feel the same way?
I do feel the same way. I don't think they'll lose this series, but we're going to be here, especially on the desk, nitpicking to see exactly what mistakes we can find. If there's any major ones, then it will give us a rough indicator of what we can see later on in the future, I believe. But for what we've seen so far, they've been looking pretty damn strong at the moment, and especially with Quadios as well. I wasn't really too sure about him a few months ago. He was still very good back then, don't get me wrong, but he's actually the top of his game in terms of peak performance. Custode's been looking much better, especially with the damage dealt and his map presence, so he's also been looking very good indeed. But you had to talk about Morga 12, of course, looking suited and booed, looking very good as always, but it's also been one of the best coaches for a long time as well, so that additional advantage there is going to help him out massively.
Sorry, I renamed him Morga the Second. I wasn't happy with Morga 12 anymore. I was like, is there 12 of you? He was like, no. I was like, okay, so you're Morga the Second or Morga 2. Get rid of the 12, and he seemed to be happy. He renamed Morga the Second.
I feel like Morga the Second also fits his brand with
really
the power suits that he brings also to the main stage too. I've got to say, I love it. Our best dressed coach, I believe, would be the award he would be given. On the other side of things, though, on the main stage, we do have Frostbite, and they are ready to go. They're looking to take down Jaylin Esports to make the ride a little easier for them heading through the rest of day 2 here. I want to talk about this, Lethal, as well, and why I have you. You know these guys, you know exactly what they can do. Marvy's obviously had really good FFA results, a great Slayer. Talk to me about this team dynamic. What are they bringing to the stage?
It's going to be a bit of a struggle for him. I don't think we're going to see the usual plays we come from them since they're playing against a potential top 6, top 4, maybe even a top 4 team, because we've had that in conversation in the past. So it will be quite slow and dynamic. They will have to focus more on their team shot because they've got no players who can make that game changer. But if there was someone who's a game changer or maybe be that main slayer, then it will be, of course, Marvies and Crossman. Marvies had some great FFA placements, as we already mentioned, especially over the last couple of months. And it's good to see like FFAs come back and also see a lot of these players come through, because that's what it's like back in the old days. That's what we're going to see now, and it shows true potential of what a Slayer can do. But so far, and also you can't forget Zayak as well, or sorry, Zayok, with the fact that he's been around for a very, very long time, always bring a mixture of these different Finnish rosters here, especially back from the H3 days up to now, and it's lovely to see him back as well.
It is indeed. Bravo. I've also been told that, you know, this team, Frostbite, they have a slow playstyle. However, they rely on their angles more than they do their numbers. And that's a little bit difficult when it comes to Halo Infinite. And Harry actually told me that that's really kind of the accord of some bad habits coming in from other titles and kind of not kind of progressing in Halo Infinite as much. How difficult will that playstyle be coming up against Jaylin here?
It will be atrocious, to be honest. It will be so hard to play against a team like Jaylin if you try to play slow, if you try to force angles. We're going to hope for their sake that we don't look too much into the team name of Frostbite, because if they are moving slow, they're going to find themselves on that exact kind of receiving end of some very, very deep pain. I think they're going to need to play fast, and they're going to need to answer Jaylin's aggression.
And you know what they say, Lottie, bad habits lead to late nights. So you've got to be a little bit careful, otherwise you will be going back, you will be checking those VODs, you'll be trying to work out what you can do to change things going into Sunday. For Frostbite, they had an amazing day yesterday, right? They won all of their open bracket games. They looked uncontested when it came to open bracket, but it's a different deal now you get into pool play here. They did lose their game against the 3rd place team, so it's a tough order to then go and beat the team that is likely to finish first in this group, but that doesn't mean they're not going to give it their all up here. This is a fantastic chance for them to show not just what they're made of as a team, but individually to have their chance on main stage.
Definitely, something I just learned as well is I'm pretty sure Ed Sheeran's going to be on Dan's Spotify Wrapped list later on this year as well, because I did hear that little quote come through there, Gaskin. But I want to talk about the pools and see the results as well, because of course we do have some scores on the board here, and we can see it's not really going that well for our open bracket teams coming into the pools. We do have Connecting that are waiting to play Na'Vi very shortly, and that was one we were kind of looking at in terms of the way that Connecting have been built, the experience on that roster as well, Gaskin, because I know that Baxter's on that roster. There's a couple of household names in Europe. They're on that roster. We were going to be watching that series. Unfortunately, we can't actually watch that one at this time. But are you looking for them to potentially give Na'Vi a good shot here?
I don't think they will take down Na'Vi, but I do think the Connecting roster can certainly do some damage in the top 12 area, and maybe if they have an amazing tournament, they turn into top 8. I think these guys, Deadeye Fred, Gov, Desire, they've been looking for a fourth that can kind of fit their playstyle a little bit, maybe some experience, and suddenly Baxter, a 12-time European champion, or 13, however many times he's been telling everyone as he walks around this LAN center throughout this weekend. You know, he has that experience. Baxter was one of the greatest Halo players that Europe had to offer back in the day, so I think that his experience and his ability will certainly shine when we look at that roster.
Indeed, I'm excited to see the results of all of our open bracket teams going through the round robin for them as well in their pools. But let's talk about a head-to-head that's happening on the main stage as well. And Lethal, I'm heading over to you. So we got Quad and Marvies on the screen for good reason. Quad obviously really heating up with Jaylings and somebody to watch here. But what does Marvies bring to the table in a direct comparison to Quad?
He really can be a huge slaying powerhouse by any means. As I say, the reason why I spoke about Quad as well is because we talked about Septic quite a lot back in the EU Super, but he was doing some serious damage. But Quad has obviously put the practice in, the time and the effort, and look at him now. He's becoming another powerhouse in himself. But Marvies, the reason why I've talked about him a little bit is because I've played against him quite a few times. He can be quite awkward to play against, but very good to play with from what we've seen so far in the previous, especially in the open bracket. But it's like I said before, when you see someone with very high consistent FFA plays, even if it's at least at the semi-finals, that shows a true intentions of being a great main slayer, and I'm sure he'll be able to, even though he will struggle a little bit here because it's a completely different dynamic across the board. This is Jaylin. They're going to force you to play their style, and this is where it's going to cause a few issues. So if he wants to try and become that factor, really try and make an impact, then he's got to do some huge stuff here.
Keep an eye on Quad's face cam as well throughout this game, because every single time he dies, gets a kill, does something special, does something miserable, his face paints a picture, his body language paints a picture, and that, I think he's very aware he's being watched. He's very aware he's on player cam, but he just can't help himself. Every single time that we see him die, he's like, throwing his eyes up in the air. He's like, his body language is dejected or he's happy, and it makes for entertainment, so just keep an eye on it.
He's a very emotional player, and we see that coming across the screen. Well, I'll tell you what, it's about time we get into the series on the main stage. We've made you guys wait long enough. We're going to head on over to our two wonderful casters right now in the booth. We got Clutch and Shurzy on the mics.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Wes, super excited to jump into this and super excited to get another look at Jaylin.
Yeah, Jaylin looked good yesterday. The big questions are, can they keep it going? Because inconsistencies have been the name of the game for this team from the start of the qualifiers. So what a better time to find a consistent, methodical play than at the Super, right? I think that this is a big opportunity for Jaylin to either break into a potential top 3, or are they going to fall back into that top 6, top 8 potential that Dan was kind of worried about at the start of the tournament?
Looking at the series layout, then Strongholds Live Fire is going to be our game 1, Slayer Recharge game 2, Oddball Streets will be our 3rd game, and if they will be required, CDF Catalyst and Slayer Aquarius respectively. What do you expect to see here? Jaylin Esports obviously coming out hot. This is a different story. If they've lost Online Warriors, we maybe think Frostbite could give them a very good go, but we're seeing Jaylin and they're playing very well.
Yeah, it's all about can Jaylin get the job done against one of these teams that's coming out of the AM bracket, the open bracket, and hopefully Jaylin, if they look as strong as they did yesterday, this will be a very quick series, and that'll give us a lot of promise for their potential in bracket play, right? So I'm looking for Jaylin to consistently win these gunfights that they were able to yesterday, to consistently hit these incredible shots, and more so, when they get control, can they keep setups? Can they break setups quickly? Things like that show me that they're strategically up to par with the likes of potentially Ascend, Na'Vi, the rest of the crew.
On the other side of things, Frostbite looking to make that upset, looking to make a name for themselves. Being a team for quite some time now, that core group of players know what it takes to take on some of these big dogs. They've come up short consistently, but maybe this is the time when they're on the main stage, when the lights shine brightest, so they can maybe shake some of these top players, but they have a lot to do here in Game 1.
Game 1's a good place to start, though. If you're Frostbite, you want to catch them sleeping, catch them off guard a bit. You can take Game 1. Game 2's a Slayer in the best of 5, so maybe there's a chance.
Jaylin Esports up against Frostbite. Can they catch Jaylin's cold? That's going to be the question on everybody's lips. Morgan is the first man up here through his eyes and ears. And we do have a player after dropping out. Unfortunately, it's going to be Quad who has taken over the role as IGL. So we'll have to talk a little bit more about what we expect to see. We can't talk about starting strategies because we didn't see much.
Unfortunately for Frostbite, they let that one keep going. I think I like their chances in the 4v3, but we're going to end this one, get the replay. And it's a good thing it happens at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Needless to say, nothing too determined. Maybe no starting strats really revealed because you want those starting strats to give you maybe an opportunity. I know we didn't see Frostbite on stream as of yet, but we had an opportunity to see Jaylin. So maybe Frostbite goes to the VOD knowing that they're in their pool. They check out what they're doing at the start of live fire. They just try to counter it, and hopefully they still have a potential advantage in that regards to make this game 1 a little bit more exciting, especially at the start. Getting overshield would be nice, right?
Zayok on your screens looking a little bit like the Finnish Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. Yeah, it's a Fubu Doo-Boo. We got him. Perhaps Boo-Boo Doo-Boo can send some energy over. But let's talk about Frostbite. They've done a tremendous run through the open, went unbeaten. So they've come into this on fire here, and if they can gather some of that momentum and carry it through, perhaps they can be a difficult task for Jaylin.
If there is a Cinderella story in the open bracket that's coming into the pools, it's got to be this Frostbite roster. You'd have to think. And even if it doesn't happen against Jaylin, a good showing here, when you go into elimination bracket, that gives you a little bit of momentum because they know that they're heavily the underdogs coming into this series. It's more so, can we take things from this series, apply it to the rest of the tournament, and being forced straight into an elimination bracket run with a loss in this series, you have no room for mistakes, so you want to learn as quickly as possible this weekend.
Let's talk about it. If you're in a situation where you've ran through the open side and you're now a heavy underdog in this series, do you still try and play your own game, employ the same strategies, or is it when you start adjusting things and maybe trying to play a little bit more defensive is when you actually hand the initiative over to a team like Jaylin?
Yeah, I think starting strats, you kind of switch up. You try to counter the other team, but you can't start changing your philosophy now, right? You define who you are as a player up until this point, and you're continuing to grow, but you never want to force yourself to play a play style that may be uncomfortable, especially when it comes to different sensitivities as individual players, right? If a player wants to play more aggressive, but he's playing on something slow like 3 cents, it's going to have a real hard time following players in close combat, right? So you want to always stay true to who you are as an individual, and you just want to hope that you're on your A game when given the moment and the opportunity to strike.
And it's one of those situations on the other side of things for Jaylin where they're expected to win this game. So there's winning a series, but there's dominating a series, and that we're looking for the second option here for Jaylin.
Yeah, I think Jaylin wants to send a message that, hey, Friday was great for us, but we can consistently play at that level. And that's what we're all looking for here, right? Jaylin didn't do as well in the regional as we would want, right? And this is their opportunity to kind of make up that ground. How much practice have they put in? Is it going to pay off? Because pool play, your performance has been great, but as we approach bracket play, as we get closer and closer to when you're going up against the top dogs in EU, how close are you? Where do you actually stand?
And speaking to Morgan as well, we got to speak briefly with him yesterday. He spoke about how much they learned in Kansas City, and the one thing he took away from it was the North American teams control the sandbox. They use that heat wave a lot better than the players in Europe, and they have learned now they need to stay alive with these weapons.
There's a lot of ammo in them, and they respawn quickly, so if you're not focused on those things, you're going to have worse guns, and worse guns means your chances of winning those 1v1s are going to be so little. The DPS just gets so heavily increased when you get the Bulldog, when you get the Snipe, the Rockets, everything, right? You want to give yourself those advantages. If you're Frostbite, you need those advantages to stay in this series, to push this one past 3 games. If you're Jaylin, just staying in the moment, staying in the routine of acquiring those sandboxes, putting them to use, and when they're on respawn, focusing on, hey, I need to go get this when I come off spawn. Having that in the back of your head, consistently practicing like you would if you were playing against someone like Na'Vi, someone like Ascend, it bodes well for when you actually get the chance.
And for Frostbite, and indeed Coach Tommy the Krogan standing behind them, it's about making Jaylin feel uncomfortable. Have some map presence, do not cower in a corner, push the envelope here.
Yeah, I think if Jaylin feels uncomfortable, it's probably due to that wig you had on earlier, but we'll see how they start this one off.
We're underway then. It's going to be through Marvies. Drop shield goes down. A little bit premature though, nobody out there looking to fight. They're instead turning their attention towards B. Jaylin, just like before the reset, went straight to B. They're more interested in scoring points. We'll fight for the overshield later.
Yeah, interesting they do lose the battle for Snipe as Marvies won his 1v1 up top. Unfortunately, it's Morga once again, starting off right where he left off yesterday. Probably the best player on Jaylin is giving you a little bit of a sample as to why just there.
Small slice, double kill. Overshield now. Not only did they get B, but they got the overshield. But unfortunately, during the meantime, Frostbite spawned back up and recaptured that B. None the matter though, AC in control now. Cristola faced with the entire team of Frostbite, and the overshield's go, but it's not that good.
Good job by Frostbite to kind of eliminate that overshield from the equation, but a lot of work still to do. They end up trading out some good damage, so even with the overshield advantage, Jaylin is not really able to take that B stronghold. They are still continuing to score with ANC though.
Here is Marvies with that heat wave. Can be so influential. It packs a mighty punch. Looks a little bit hesitant to make a move here, and that could be opening the door for Jaylin to make the decisions they need to adjust on the fly here. They've targeted A. Marvies looking to go C. Has to contend with Morgan. It's a 2v1 situation, so the Dutchman has his work cut out from here. He's doing as much damage as he possibly can. Somehow comes out on top, gets the reset. Where's his teammate? Nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, where is his teammate? It's the good question. It's what I'm scratching my head thinking. You got to figure out a way to turn that into a 2v1, transfer over C. In the meantime, Slays have gone in Jaylin's favor across the map as well. They've been able to take B, so the hold is true. And that's just a big blunder by Frostbite to not just have situational awareness to be with your teammate or have an opportunity to even help him.
3 dead for Jaylin though. Quadios last man alive standing on A plat. Opts to back away, but straight into the battle rifle of Systematic. Lovely baiting and switch here. The fight comes out. Somehow Quadios lives. Not for long though.
There it goes.
His
scratch of the nose.
Scratch of the nose. There's always something when he gets eliminated. Body language is a big, big teller sometimes, and that's not always the best thing to be sitting beside.
Yeah, I was saying that last night. When he throws his head back, like, that's not what I want to see in my peripherals if I'm your teammate, especially every time you die, right? Because that's happening a lot. APG used to twitch a little bit, like, with his legs, and I was like, Richie, we got to switch spots. It's not working out. But if it doesn't bother the players, and, I mean, Quadios doesn't have a problem walking in. He's had a very solid performance so far in pool play, so we'll see if it starts to distract or interact with his ability to walk in against maybe some better teams later on.
In the meantime there, Frostbite were really pushing the pace, went for the triple cap, but higher risk, high reward, and unfortunately they did lose out, so they've lost A and B in the process, while Septic was able to clear house. That plasma pistol wasn't fully charged. You can see the body language from Quadio straight away, rolling the eyes. It's important. Keep note of it, especially when they start to play against some of those top teams.
Shaking the head, too. Knows that maybe he should have got that one. Septic, though, making up for it. Both power weapons in hand, so you want to focus on controlling the weapons. Septic doing a good job here.
74-46 then. Making a game of it.
The butt
Marvs
shot.
and Systematic. Shot in the cheek. That'll be enough to send him away. Send him packing. Sniper rifle just whiffs on the top of Crossman, but his teammates on hand to ensure that's not too detrimental to his health. Marvs gets taken down here, and 4 dead for Frostbite, and now this is where we start to worry.
We'll see. They need to be able to get out of this trip cap because it is going to be a trip cap situation. They're immediately coming off spawn. The focus is on the A. What can Septic say about it? Nothing. Good job by Frostbite to get out of that situation, stop the bleeding. It's a 30-point game, so you're still in this one. So a good job by Frostbite so far.
Frostbite trying to keep the game sub-zero. Jaylin starting to thaw out though, heating up.
See what you did
as
there.
intention. See what I did there? I'm clever. Cristola though, overshield to play with now. Delaying the pop, waiting for the opportune moment. Sometimes it can be risky, but he has the information that he needs. His team are all around him on A, and C is going to be the port of call.
This is where it gets ugly, Shurzy. They're trying to get C, but guess what? Cristola with this overshield could shut it down. The sticks, somehow both. To the left, it's curveballs from Crossman, but that overshield dealt with pretty well. So good job by Frostbite once again to somehow deal with these overshield players continuously. But eventually, like I said at the start, Shurs, if you're Frostbite and you want to create this upset, in reality, you got to secure some of the power on the map in order to make up the difference.
There's a couple of overshields they've shut down. They've both been in the chest of Cristola, and they've managed to negate the issues accordingly. But right now, 137 to 59. They're in the fight, but can they become a little bit more than that? Can they be a threat? A and C in control now. Cristola eliminated.
Good
2
damage.
go down though. Frostbite. This will open the door for Jaylings now to start to dictate the pace.
Got to figure out a way to get B in your favor. A good job by Systematic to sniff that flank out as well. And I like the aggressiveness top middle here, but you need to go with your teammate. Absolutely. Good decisions.
Complacency can be the biggest enemy for Jaylings here. Perhaps not expecting to be in a dogfight, and Frostbite have come out of the open hungry. Looking to sink their teeth here in the Jaylings. Morgan comes back for more. Zayok makes sure he punishes him for that decision.
I mean, let's take a step back here. 40-point game. You've given up what feels like every single overshield. Frostbite not in the worst position. You just got to maybe prioritize the power on the map a little bit more, and we're talking about a potential series on our hands.
B has been converted. Zayok's done enough damage over towards C. Unfortunately, unable to capture it. Overshield again. Quadios turned his attentions to it. Systematic with the heat wave. It's a 2v1. Quadios jumps up. That one's kind of criminal.
Yeah, it's just too slow to the power up, right? You need to be set up before it's coming up, not after it's been up, right? When the clock's hitting 3, 2, 1, it's almost too late. You want to be there about 10 seconds before, and Frostbite's just too slow to set up for overshield, and once again, goes in the hands of Jaylin.
A little bit slow, a little bit lethargic, but doing a fantastic job thus far just to stay in the fight. But now Jaylin starting to take control once more. B and C in their power. Crossman has even the odds just a touch, taken down 2, tries to land that shot, eventually connects with the body, and then the head of Quadios. Double kill here. Crossman looking to drag his team forward.
Can't stay alive though, and that's not a death you want, but good damage overall from Crossman. Mistakes like that, just being able to stay alive is such a big difference for me, Shurs. It's the difference in the score right now. Although it's an 80-point lead, it's like these two teams are battling.
Both teams jostling for position. Crossman gets 3 kills, but Jaylin still maintain control of the map, and that is criminal.
Hit the body.
Important. Septic, sniper rifle in his hands. He can be lethal with it. Getting touch tight with his teammate Cristola to offer support and capturing B. They've done so successfully. Triple cap now, and this is where the points start to hemorrhage away. Marvs backs down with the help of a grenade to try and aid and assist his exit. The repulsor play will come through. Marvs again battling 2 players here. They've captured A, but they're still losing points.
Trying to push onto B, trying to get this pressure out of Big Door, but those grenades that would have killed him. Just beautiful use of the repulsor, but look at this overshield. 10 seconds But 225 to 99, I mean, this overshield would have to give you one hell of a power curve, because right now it's going to almost be too little too late to be acquiring your first power-up of the game for Frostbite.
236 then. Has to be a massive overshield. Marvs possibly has their game life in his hands here. They have to make decisions. They've got C, they're going for A as well. Very shortly about to be converted. No, it's been stopped at the 11th hour, but they are capturing B, but at the same time losing C, just not on the same page.
Yeah, resources are just having to be split too far, right? It's because now you're down so much, 241, you have no room for mistakes. You got to have everybody everywhere, and it's just so easy for Jaylings, right? They're able to pick them apart, able to dissect wherever the resources are sent. They're going to go to the opposite place, and even with Quadios using the repulsor, it's going to make it even harder.
Everybody everywhere sounds similar to a Backstreet Boys song.
Yeah.
Rock your body. And that's exactly what Quadios has done just there to lock in a double kill and a killing spree. Game 1 goes the way of Jaylings.
And it was good, but it wasn't as dominant as I thought it would be. Frostbite was getting some good damage, dealing with some pretty tough, difficult situations pretty well. The overshields, yeah, I think Jaylings was putting them to use, but when you're able to like trade 3 for 3 and they had a full overshield player involved in the fight, that's a good job by Frostbite. Those situations go much different if Frostbite can get some of these overshields, but I mean, that is also props to Jaylings for setting up for those overshields, being there on time every time, and that shows you that the conversation you're having with the players before, they are starting to prioritize the sandbox. They are starting to understand, hey, these advantages, they're pretty nice.
250 to 102, the final score then. Quadios going 17 and 11 with 10 assists. A very impressive performance from him. But let's talk about it, let's dissect it. Early stages in that game, even towards the mid-game, it was very, very close. Was it a thing of complacency, or do you think there's something a little bit more sinister there that Jaylings need to look at?
Yeah, I don't think we learned too much about Jaylings so far, right? That was just the first game. You want to see a dominant performance. That wasn't dominant, in my opinion, as far as like individual skill being displayed. It was good. It was everything you need, and maybe they are looking forward to bracket play and maybe overlooking this team just a little bit, but at the same time, Frostbite is no pushover. And the more we learn about this Frostbite team, I'm saying, hey, they're doing some good things. Maybe not great things. There's some mistakes being made, maybe some setups or some power-ups, and they can compete with some of Europe's top-tier teams.
The fundamentals are definitely there for Frostbite, just making a few critical errors. That 1 and C really stood out to me, that 1v2, that Morgan was able to not only get a kill in the reset, but kill the second player too and make sure that he held C. You can't let that happen against these good players.
Yeah, not only do you like capture a stronghold twice as fast when there's 2 players in it on one team, the objective of the game actually, but you go hunting for the guy back tower, you think he's gonna maybe loop around towards the mud, but no, he doubles back, he gets himself in a 1v1, and a 1v1 that should have been won by the Heatwave player, but should never have been a 1v1 in the first place. And because of that, it's just little things like that, miscommunications, mispositionings for even a brief moment that good players are able to take advantage of, and that's what Jaylings was able to do there.
Confirmation of how the first game went, 250 to 102 if you're just joining us. Slayer Recharge is game 2. We always speak about how there's opportunities for some of these weaker teams to take the Slayers, and I've seen some signs of life from Frostbite that this could also be a bit of a slippy banana.
Yeah, the good news is like, Overshield is so much easier to put to use than Camo. So a big storyline in the power-ups is how is Camo used when it's successfully grabbed. A lot of the time it's actually burned on Recharge. So if Frostbite, if they don't want to prioritize power-ups, maybe they can get it burned. Maybe they can deal with the Camo player a little bit easier and have some success in some of these DPS trades and some of these kill trades and get things to go in their favor. And that would bode well for their opportunities here in Game 2.
Frostbite have it all to do then to bounce back in the series, or they will find themselves down 2-0. Jaylings haven't yet found their final form, still trying to get through the gears, and perhaps the clutch is a little bit off at the moment. Morgan scampers down bottom middle, strolls up, walks out, has secured the camouflage now, not too hard or difficult a task, picks up 2 kills, gets taken down eventually, but that was a slow start, but somehow, some way, Frostbite may perhaps have gotten the camouflage there.
Yeah, they're able to trade out once again with the power-up situation. Good shots by Crossman before he gets taken down from the Neebler. And that's a great start for Frostbite, right? 4-4 doesn't seem like a great start, but the fact that you're able to remove some of the power off the map, maybe turn it into a BR's only fight, and hopefully get a shock rifle in your hand as they get in the pipe spawn. So everything going much better here in game 2.
Cristola, victim of timing there as he threw that nade down to try and deny that space, but unfortunately Marvs comes out soaring and doesn't take any splash damage from that initial grenade. We're seeing Quadios get tanked up by that plasma pistol, taken down to no shields, and teammate on hand. Communication seems to be good here for Frostbite.
Good teamwork too, right? Doesn't overextend, good decision to let the teammate go for that kill, capitalize on the damage, get your shield back, so love what we saw there.
8 kills to 7 then. Close run things so far. Not being blown out of the water. Early doors. Opening exchanges have been split pretty evenly here. Cristola chases down that kill, but it's going to be a trade. Ultimate leads. Not much gain from that decision. 8 kills to 10.
Yeah, Systematic's fine with that. You want to push me like that out in the open? You want to trade a kill for a kill when you have the advantage in damage? Absolutely.
Morgan, though, what can he do? Gets back down, but straight into Systematic.
There we go.
Hands over the power weapon as well, sword. And Camouflage is about to pop up in 15 seconds. And they're going to take Wes Clutch's advice, get there early. Because if you show up late, you might have to leave home with the goods.
What does he choose to do with this sword's the question for me. Everybody from Jayling's across the map. You're not going to be able to put it to use. We haven't seen the shock rifle in play yet. It may be on spawn.
6 kill advantage for Frostbite. 2 kills go their way in the shape and form of Crossman. Putting down expert damage there. How can Marvies do that? Cristola in a 1v2 here, desperately trying to get a trade. Somehow has managed to do that. Marvies decides he'll live to fight another day. Will not trade that one out.
I believe they were able to get camo as well. First power up of the game going towards Frostbite, and look at this. 7 kill lead, what do you know?
Camouflage player. I would like to see Systematic almost pass that sword over to get double damage, double down on it, but he's opted instead to choose the shock rifle. He has landed on a really badly timed grenade, if you're of his opinion, but he's lost the sword player without getting a kill here, and that could be detrimental to the cause. 2 go down, the pipe setup's been blown wide open, and no damage done.
Yeah, they thought they could cover that door with just the sword player, but the repulsor immediately going to counter that one because of the repulsor. That sword carrier goes down and basically breaks the whole setup. Shock rifle player gets exposed top middle, and because of that, Frostbite, they just lost a lot of the power they once acquired.
It's a heads-up play, really. Jaylings knew they dropped the sword over towards pipes, and they hadn't seen him on the map the entire time, so if we're going to push there, we need the repulsor. It's a heads-up play. 17 kills then, make it 18 to 22. Jayling's starting to find some footing now. Morgan will get a sword kill in the distance. Crossman desperately trying to stay alive and might have just avoided the damage from that grenade. But now we're seeing this starting to slow down, turtle up. Frostbite realized, but sword still in the chest, still at play here for Morgan. 28 kills, 27. What was a huge advantage at 1.8 kills is now down to it all tied up.
Yeah. And this camo, what does he choose to do with it? It's an easy kill. Unfortunately, the timing, not in his favor. That Frostbite have done so much better of a job about playing around the camos, playing around the swords, the shocks, everything at their disposal.
Frostbite desperately trying to claw back some of that momentum they had the early game. Quadio soars in, not giving
teams. The players still trying to learn how to deal with the ebbs and the flows, especially in late game. When the game's close, Frostbite, that camo battle was so important. Can they figure out a way to minimize the damage? It's a big kill on a Morga.
4 kill game. Septic using that grapple once more to try and get close. Tried to scamper away. Zayok makes sure that is not a possibility this time. Shuts him down, but he's isolated all alone, and that will be an easy pickup kill. 5 kill game now. Frostbite can ill afford to throw away any more deaths.
A little bit of space to play around those, so not over yet. Let's see if J-Wings play a little bit too aggressive. Can you get a pick? Crossman finds the first.
Plasma pistol being fully charged. Quadrios is fully aware there's a player around them. Marv's unable to escape his attentions, his grasp. 3 kills required, 8 for Frostbite. They once had an 8 kill advantage. It was cut away, and Jaylin starting to find their flow. Plasma pistol versus plasma pistol, both shots whiff and a swing and a miss. Crossman looks to capitalize the damage his teammate put down, but Morgan's looking to take alternative angles. He's met with a fist to the face. That'll be enough to eliminate him. It's a 1 kill required now for Jaylin. Repulsor play being used. It will not come right now. It does come eventually though. And Septic locks in that final kill for Jaylin. They're up 2-0 in the series, and now they're starting to cruise.
Not a dominant win though, right? If you want to be critical, if you want to be analytical, we've seen how strong Na'Vi looked earlier today. Got a glimpse at Quadrant as well, right? And they both made slight work of the open teams that they played. I know Frostbite's probably the favorite out of the open side, but you still want to see Jaylin continue that momentum. I'm not quite sure we're seeing the dominant level that I almost expected to see in this series. You get the job done though, 50-44 like you said. But some mistakes are made, some overextensions. The grapples, maybe a little bit too aggressive.
We can see the stats in front of us. Quadios has had a very successful game despite using that grapple and giving away a few easy deaths at times, 15, 9, and 10. Putting up the stat line that he needs to win the Slayer and open the door. They left a few scraps on the table for Frostbite to capitalize, and they made that a very difficult game for them.
Yeah, it all came down to that one camo fight where they got clean wiped, right? They went 0 for 4, tied the game up. Not only that, but camo didn't even get burned. Goes in the hands of Jaylin, and from there on out, they were able to basically control the pace and the map control of the game in the later half.
And after that camouflage, what we've seen was Frostbite starting to freeze up, not wanting to move, not wanting to step out. They tried to slow the game down. It didn't work. They realized they had to stick to the original game plan. But unfortunately, they handed the keys to Jaylin. They took control of the game and never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, once it really was that camo control, they got the sword, a couple of shock rifle kills. These plasma pistols so influential throughout the game as well. You love to see the other items of the sandbox being used. I know we've seen Morga using the Needler a couple times so far this weekend, so they really are trying to expand all of the sandbox that's given to them, all of the opportunity to gain these situational advantages. And because of it, Jaylin are continuing this run.
250 to 102, Strongholds live fire. 50-44, Slayer recharge. And now we turn our attentions to Streets, Oddball. And Streets has been a map that's been very good for Jaylin in the past. And with how they're playing, this could be almost a godsend for them to get more comfortable, get more reps. And maybe this is where they close out the series. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Oddball's a tough game type typically for open teams. Used to not even be a game type for open teams. So how much practice does Frostbite have at this specific map mode combo? How comfortable are they at holding setups, breaking setups? Potentially a lot less practice in this than I would say something like a Recharge Slayer. So this one could be heavily lopsided, especially when you start to feel the pressure of being down 0-2 in a series.
We did see Frostbite improve in that second game. They played pretty decently in the game one, particularly in the early engagements. They took the lead in game two and just were unable to hold it. What can they do to really make this a more difficult task?
Yeah, I'm not saying that Coach Clutch was standing behind them. This series could be a lot different, just with a little bit of fixes, right? A little bit of instructions, a little bit more coordination. Frostbite's right there. You can see the individual skill is not where they're lacking. It's not that department. It's the strategy. That's what I'm worried about. We'll see if they turn it around here and now.
Decision making is a massive key decider in some of the best teams. What makes a good player the best players? Septic, he's been one of them for a long time in Europe. One of the top dogs, secures the rockets for free.
Yeah.
And Frostbite are down to just one. The numbers thinned out. Ball now in the hand.
The first real setup Frostbite had, so I wondered how long it was going to take him to break the setup. It was 61 unanswered points. They're going to have to do something very similar to Jaylin if they want to compete in this series.
Marv's sitting on the bench, not interested in feeding the ducks. And matter of fact, he's a boombox over his shoulder and it's not playing the sort of tune you want to listen to. That much is for damn sure. He now tries to patrol purple. We've seen this situation time and time again. Sometimes players overstay their welcome. He's opting to back away now, not exposing himself for too long. But having said that, Cristola with a well-placed grenade opens the door, kicks it in, picks up 2 kills.
First setup for Jaylin, 61. First setup for Frostbite, just 21. Big difference there. And just like that, because Quadius is able to get that double, this round's going to be almost over. Frostbite are going to have to come off spawn and act quickly.
Only requiring 19 seconds now, Jaylin. Ball has been played out front base, so it's not an immediate threat so far, but Frostbite soar in. They've lost too many members in that engagement. 3, 4 dead momentarily. Systematic coming fresh off the spawn, and Quadios tapping his watch, waiting for him. The spawn open PD, using that Sentinel beam expertly here to fry and melt the shields away. It hurts, it's disorientating, it's almost the most infuriating weapon to get shot by.
Today, doing everything he can in this one, and why not? That Sentinel beam is neutralized. How long can Frostbite keep this setup? And as I say that, 3 go down. Doesn't look like it's going to be very long.
Not punishing Jaylin enough when they have control of the map. Easily passed over once more. Their first hold mounted to 21, this one 14. They're going backwards. We need to see more from them, and not only that, the ball has gone all the way back down the road, back down the streets to Tram, and they need to get there in a hurry. Systematic all alone though. Will have to back up here whether he wants to or not. Ultimately cannot do so in time. He loses his life, and that's going to save Jaylin's even more time, because his team are going to have to wait for him to spawn back up.
Exactly, it's the staggered spawns that's going to be the issue for Frostbite. Now they're going to have to win a 3v4 or wait for him to come off respawn. He's not going to be able to do so before the first kill comes through, and that just makes Jaylin's setup so much easier to hold.
Spoke about Marv's not feeding the ducks. Systematic currently only has a duck, 2 kills in the game. He needs to turn that around if his team are to stand any chance of clawing their way back into this game, and indeed the series as a whole. 44 seconds to 14. The issue is Morga has the rockets. He's fired 1. The second one's also found that home killing spree. They're all cooking it on all cylinders.
Just so comfortable too, right? You can just tell, even if this rocket doesn't get the kill, the damage it's going to do, we're going to be able to capitalize on it. Jaylin is clicking right now. This is smooth motion.
Almost poetic. 67. They continue to climb. That staggered spawn is going to be in effect again. Quadio somehow melts away the drop shield and the shields of that player to secure the kill. He's had that weapon on lock in this game.
It's not often you see someone really focus their gameplay that much on the Sentinel beam, but I mean, why not? When you're having that level of success, when you're 17, 18, 7, and 5, keep doing what you're doing. It seems to be working.
Jaylings only require 11 more seconds. This has been a dominating display in Game 3. Much better from them. Not letting Frostbite get back into the game. We're seeing Quadios, no, it's actually Cristola with the ball in hands now. He has lost his teammate in the running, and that's all he needed to secure Game 3. Clean sweep for Jaylings, dominant.
Quadios not amused by the win. Shouldn't be though, this is expected from this Jaylings roster. They talked about the potential top 6, the top 4s that they are inside of, but I mean, the way they're playing, they should have much further ambitions, and they know that those ambitions now will start with bracket play. They're gonna advance first in their pool, and it's because they played so well yesterday, able to take down Online Warriors, able to take down the rest of the pool, and that's a smile on the face of Morga because he knows what's in store. It could be a large winner's bracket run if they're playing the way they are.
Can we give the coach Morga 12 a little bit of love as well? I think he must have a conference call every time he comes to these events.
Absolutely stunning. The face of esports, they say.
An easy win for Jaylings in the end, but Frostbite did show some signs of life, and maybe, perhaps, they can take down one of the teams in their pool and make it a real difficult task and make a run in that lower bracket. But for now, Jaylings strictly business.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the last we've seen of Frostbite. I think that they showed promise in situations. They're just not ready to take down a team like Jaylings yet. And I think that that's okay. Everybody has their own progression in Halo as far as a competitor. You don't just jump into the first place team like Snipe Down does. Only Eric Rohn is capable of things like that. But as these guys continue on their career, there's still tournament to be played. They probably will be going to the elimination bracket without seeing the pools and how they've turned out. But in that elimination bracket, I tell you what, in the first couple of rounds, I don't want to see this Frostbite team because they have a lot of individual skill, and if they get control, I think that they're going to have a lot of success.
They can be a tough task for anybody in the elimination bracket, that much is for sure. And their tournament life is not over just yet, but it's a 3-0 clean sweep for Jaylings. Wes, what can we expect for Jaylings, do you think, coming on ahead in the tournament? We thought that they were going to be this 5th, 6th seeded team, but now all of a sudden they're showing signs of promise that maybe they can perhaps push on top 4 once again.
I'm expecting top 6. I don't know if they're going farther though, right? I have to see them do it against a good team. I know Online Warriors is the team they beat. I think Online Warriors was playing like trash yesterday. So if they can pick it up, something was wrong with Online Warriors yesterday. That's not the same team we watched in the last couple of qualifiers. I expect Online Warriors to pick it up. Jaylin is top 6, competing for top 4 for sure. If they get the right bracket, top 3. And if they can continue to play at a high level, Navi Slack, I mean, the sky's the limit. They could end up in the finals if they catch a Quadrant sleeping as well.
Well, I did see a shady tweet on social media, and he said, I'm not wearing a Paris Saint-Germain jersey ever again on main stage. And I think the reason for that is Paris Saint-Germain typically in the Champions League like to throw things away, like to bottle it, and Shady not looking to do that once more. But we're going to throw it over to Lottie and the desk to break it down. That's all from us.
Thank you so much, fellas. Well, hey, look, he loves his jersey, doesn't he, Jersey? He really does like
he's a Jersey man.
He's a Jersey man.
Sure
yeah, he's an Irish Jersey man. Well, I'll tell you what, though, we need to talk about that one because, of course, Jaylin's looking really damn good right now. And I got to say, Quad did stand out. You know, he was somebody that we kind of looked at head-to-head, and I'm not surprised why. I mean, he stood out in that first map, but the rest of Jaylin's just followed suit, right? I mean, it was a really, really smooth system that they had. They were like a well-oiled machine. Lethal, what did you make of the series overall?
Overall, I kind of felt like on the side of Frostbite, they played a little bit better than I expected. That was a close slayer as well. At one point, there's quite a big gap, but then closed up by a small margin. But in terms of power weapon control, they struggled with time and time again. And systematically, you could have felt like could have done a little bit more damage across the board, kind of get some better angles, try and reposition himself just a tad better. And in for Marvies as well, I did say that he would be the slaying powerhouse on this squad. But against a team like Jaylin, it's very, very tough, and it's just going to force him to play out of his comfort zone and out of his style as well. But had some good assists across the board, had a good last game, but yeah, need to take a little bit more time before they can compete against anyone like Jaylin.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at the way that Jayling's played this series, in terms of the way that they were strategizing, especially at the beginning of Slayer Recharge, going for the camo straight away, did you feel like they were overextending just a little bit too much at certain times, Gaskin, or will that come back to bite them maybe a little bit later on?
Was that a pun on Frostbite?
It might have been.
Just double checking. I think that it definitely could do. I mean, like, honestly, it was a series that went by so fast. I stood out, went to the bathroom, came back, and it finished. But I do think that Jayling's, they had to 3-0 him there. There couldn't have been a drop of map. If that Slayer had got a little bit too close and they had lost it, then I think other teams would have probably looked at it and said, okay, maybe Jayling's aren't as strong as we thought they were yesterday, but no, it's a solid 3-0. They've absolutely smashed Frostbite as they were expected to. And as for Frostbite, I think that Wes hit the nail on the head. This is not the end of their run. They're going to have a fantastic elimination chance now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
Me too. I'm also looking forward to talking to Morga, who is joining us on the desk once again.
Wow.
Hey, Morga.
Hey, man. Hi, guys. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Good to be here again.
It's good to see you here again because it means one thing. It means you're winning, right? You're doing your victory laps and you come to the desk as you're doing them. Really impressive stuff from you and the boys. I want to ask you, the team, obviously a great day yesterday. You managed to accomplish so much. You woke up in the morning, you're having your team breakfast. What are you talking about heading into day 2?
We're talking about starting strats pretty much, just going over all the games we're going to get today. Obviously, we knew they were going to be on main stage now, so we kind of switched it up a little bit. So because we know Quadrant is watching, we know the other teams are watching, just making sure that no one knows our real strats. But I mean, yeah, just keep the nice flows going, keep the energy going, and yeah, I'm very excited for today.
That's a bit of a risky one, I've got to say, but really impressive. When you are switching up strats because you know other teams are watching and you don't want to put all your cards on the table just yet, is that a little bit risky in terms of going up against teams that you really do want to 3-0? Are you a little bit worried, or have you planned kind of strategies around mixing things up?
We kind of plan about mixing things up. So we know for some teams what they do, and I guess we think what they do. And obviously we know that they're watching now, so we have multiple starting strats pretty much. So yeah, well maybe we double back. So maybe we do the same thing. So who knows?
How do you manage to stay as a top Halo player whilst you film films like Top Gun, the newest release?
Yep.
And how many autographs have you signed whilst being here?
Not too many yet. You want one?
I would love an autograph.
We'll get a picture later on.
Okay, in all seriousness though, how many suits does your brother own?
He actually owns a lot, honestly. I think he brought 3 this event.
Wow. 1 suit per day.
Yeah, exactly. Got different ties as well. Definitely pay attention to that. So different color every day. So yeah, he's suited up.
Nice.
How big do you think your series win yesterday, the 50-47 game 5 was?
for you guys as a squad? I mean, we can kind of tell that the momentum and the energy has stayed high since then. How big was that for you yesterday?
It was absolutely big. I mean, we knew we could beat him. Obviously, his LAN is a different environment, and you know, our online practice wasn't always as great. But coming here, we know we have to give it all. We have nothing to lose. People are counting us out, and all I can say is keep our eyes on us, and we know we're going to keep going.
Oh yeah.
And you were talking about your realistic expectations. You talked about yesterday with the top 6, top 4, and like now top 3's been in conversation. We talk about it on desk a little bit as well. Do you still follow that at the moment compared to what we've seen so far, or do you still need a little bit more time? Maybe playing against one of the other top 4 teams to get a real feel of where you could place here at this event.
I mean, I think any team is beatable. I know Ascend obviously is a big favor, but other than that, I feel like it's anyone's game. It comes down to the day, it comes down to the game time sometimes, and you know, especially with the Slayers, people don't scrimp Slayers, so the Slayers are always a dodgy one. There's 2 Slayers and they get best of 5, so if you nail the Slayers, then you know, got a good shot.
True, absolutely.
I am 99.9% sure that you'll face Blackhand next. How are you feeling about that series?
Very looking forward to it. I've been waiting for that for a long time.
Is it a case where you are confident that's going to be, you know, an easy breeze through the next one, or do you think it's going to be a close one?
We're aiming for a 3L.
Nice.
All right.
Okay. I'm curious.
That's what we like to hear.
You've been waiting for it. Why?
I mean, we played them online a lot. Obviously, the upcoming guys, they're very good, talented people. I mean, I know them. They're, kind of friends, but at the same time, they're enemies, you know? So playing them online over and over can be hard, so finally match them online will be good.
It is a struggle for you online with your 3 ping, isn't it? It does get a little bit difficult.
Poor guy, poor guy.
He loves to, you just dig into technical stuff.
You
Come
love
on.
it.
Give the
Love
guy a
it.
break.
Love it. Hey, look, keep your friends close, enemies closer. I love what you're thinking there, Morgan. Thank you so much for joining us. An incredible effort on the main stage. And we're going to be seeing you guys back up there next. So I'm going to let you go and get ready. Folks at home, we're heading to a break because when we come back, you are actually 100% right, Gaskin. We will be seeing Jaylin versus Blackhand happening on the main stage very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now, how do you put this to use? Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets can just everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps it. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings into the overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
It was exceptional work from Jaylin yet again. They come out on top on the main stage for the second time in a row. Very confident start to the series, taking live fire strongholds from the clutches of Frostbite, with Quadrant going 17-11 despite the nasty snipes coming out from Crossman. Despite their frosty nature, there was no ice to be seen for them, though, in map number 2. Slayer Recharge brought a dominant performance from the Jaylin roster, pushing together well and coordinating their plays accordingly. And I'll tell you something, Streets Ball, yeah, that was a blowout in all due respect, and Jaylin finally said, thank you, next, taking the map, taking the dub, and maybe stealing a few of the hearts of the fans here in Valencia. I've got to say, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing out of Jaylin. I'm kind of rooting for them, honestly. Like, I want to see this team do its thing. We've seen what they're capable of online. We've seen the highs and the lows. I think this would be an incredible high for them if they manage to get all the way, achieve some of their goals, and maybe even push that boundary further than what they expected, I think, coming into this weekend. With that being said, though, we do have a series on our hands here. We're going to be seeing them play once again. They're going to be on the main stage going up against Blackhand, and Morgan did state that he was very excited about this matchup, that it was one that they have been waiting for in hopes to 3-0 them in front of the whole world. So that'd be pretty amazing. That'd be something. Let's take a look at the brackets, though, to see where we are at, of course, because it's interesting that we have, of course, a championship bracket to get to. We do have some of our quarters set as well, which is going to be really exciting. We're going to be seeing our winners quarters 1 happening on the main stage behind us, Jaylin versus Blackhand. Our second quarter is Ascend versus Scorched Hand, Quadrant versus Vexed Gaming, and Na'Vi versus Online Warriors. So these are the teams that have made it through the winners bracket. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket, though, and see who has been falling short, who has one last chance to make things work. We have Witchblades in elimination 1 with Mojo Gaming. We have a couple of different elimination rounds waiting in the wings there to see who's going to be stacking up against them. The elimination bracket, it's a tough place to be. You know, it's a really difficult one. You have a lot of pressure on your shoulders, Gaskin. You know how it works. If you don't perform, it's sayonara. It's bye.
I thought you were throwing shade saying I know it works because I've
Adios.
seen plenty of elimination brackets.
Yeah,
which is true. Back in the day,
yeah.
I did see a lot of elimination brackets.
Yeah.
All right, but you know.
Did you make a run?
I have made a few runs in my time.
Okay.
It's going to be difficult for some of these open teams. That in that elim round 1, we will now see open teams that didn't get into pool play but have the chance to still play in the championship bracket, and they will be hoping to maybe face some dejected teams that had to go up against some of the biggest and best teams that we have here. So we're going to have some very exciting games there in elimination round 1 for sure.
We are going to have some really exciting games. And talking about the winners bracket, though, as well, Shozy, is there a particular matchup that you're really, really excited for?
Online Warriors and Na'Vi, I think it's going to be a really, really good game.
Yeah.
I think it's I hope we get to see it at some point. It would be a shame if we don't, but also the one that we're going to have on main stage, this one's going to be a banger. Blackhand up against Jaylin. These two teams, you're looking at a team that was typically resident 4th seed in Jaylin. The last couple of weeks, Blackhand have snuck in here and just evicted them in the last couple of pro series. So I want to see how these two match up on LAN. We've seen it online, we've seen it go a couple of different ways, but Blackhand have been getting the better of them online, so I want to see how Jaylin respond.
I think it's an interesting kind of conversation as well. Looking at the winners bracket, you know, looking at where the ceilings are for some of these teams. We talk about how teams have been kind of flying around the top 8, kind of trying to break through into the top 6 for quite a while now, especially this season. And it's, you know, you get into the winners bracket or you get into the elimination bracket, it's like, how far can you really go? Where is that ceiling? In terms of the winners bracket, though, Lethal, is there anybody right now that you think has met their match, has got to that ceiling in that first round of the winners bracket?
I think the Na'Vi versus Online Warriors matchup, it will be a true testament because both of them get demoralized very easily. So whoever's going to fall down, they could just fall all the way out of the tournament completely after around that top 8, top 6 kind of margin, which is quite scary to think of considering it is Na'Vi and Online Warriors, you know, two of the teams which we kind of feel like are potentially favourites in this competition outside of Sens. But even though this is another great matchup between Jaylin and Blackhand to see exactly what they can do. It's going to be very hard to choose between the two. Daniel Morgan did say he just wants to straight up 3 over them. That's a lot of confidence, but that's just from him. The other, you know, rest of his teammates just as confident though.
Let's not beat around the bush here. We watched Blackhand play yesterday up against Na'Vi and they looked formidable. They had some really good performances. I think, unfortunately, they let it slip away at the very end. They lost a couple of Slayers, and I think they will learn a lot from playing Na'Vi, and they can put this into practice now against this Jaylin team. And if they come out cold because they left a few scraps on the table for Frostbite out there, Blackhand will be snapping at the heels.
They certainly will be. I've actually just had an information through the earpiece, or through my headset, should I say, that we are actually having a technical difficulty on the main stage, and things are going to be taking a little longer than expected. So this is where I tell you to go get some grub, go get some food, grab a drink, get settled, maybe a blanket to settle in for the rest of the day, because we have some incredible series coming our way. We're going to be getting Jaylin versus Blackhand happening very shortly. We will see you guys in a few.
Welcome back to Valencia, everybody, and it's an opportunity for us to bring you gameplay straight away because we're actually jumping into a pool play game that is happening right now on one of the side stations. As you can see, it's Death Row versus Lucendi, and the series currently 2-1 in the favor of Death Row.
All right, we'll see what they can do here, and I think we also got word Lucendi might need 76 points total here in this round to take either the round or the game. We'll get confirmation on that to see exactly if that first round was completed and it was a repeat of the second round. Regardless, though, as Mark said, great to have you back in Valencia. Bravo alongside Onset calling a little bit of the action here from the B stream while we wait to get into the brackets. Of course, we're actually waiting on some key results, Mark. The reason we're waiting on the main stage is there's some key results that have to happen in pool play to determine which teams will be playing in the brackets. There's a few pools that are really tight with potential three-way ties.
Yeah, you're seeing like map count being talked about, all these kind of things coming into it. There was a little bit of an upset in one of the groups, of course. All this kind of drama, so we're going to have to see how that unfolds. And thank goodness that obviously the calculations don't have to be done by myself, because otherwise this could be a 6-day event before we know it. But Lucendi do currently have a round on the board, so we're hearing confirmation from the back. It's 76 points for them to tie up the series and send it to a game 5.
All right, well, that's what we came for here. And if you're just joining us here, welcome to the EU Regionals. It's been a fantastic week of Halo in Europe here. Europe's finest on display, fighting for the largest prize pool in history in Europe. $100,000 on the line here, and many teams certainly want to make their name, many of them long-time European talent, but to be honest, Halo Infinite, of course, has brought with it some new names to the European scene as well.
Yeah, it certainly have, and you're seeing some of them on your screen right now, some names you might be seeing in future years. We've seen the development of a lot of players, but back to this game, because the most important thing to highlight here is Death Row have an advantage on the timer, and also they have the points advantage. 48-31 is the score, and only 10 seconds left on the clock. All they have to do at this point is slay out, and then they will tie things up at 1-1.
This should be a 1-1 round indeed. We should be going to a round 3, and a backs against the walls for Lucendi opportunity in that round 3. Time will tick down. Ball still on bats. We're going to a round 3.
We are. I was just wondering why Hercules didn't try and make a play on that ball then, to be honest with you.
Not the first time we've wondered that. Sometimes we do see some questionable last minute
Don't win the game with a +1.
No, you don't.
No, you win it by getting that ball in the hand. Even if you die,
gotta go for it.
Gotta go for it. Well, it's tied up at 1-1 now, so this next round will decide where this oddball game and potentially where the series does go, if it's game of 5 or if it is going to be Death Row who do take this series. And a bit of Hercules on our screen is going to be always a good thing to see. And early on here, you can see it's actually Syndra on our screens, excuse me. The Frenchman looking to do a little bit of damage onto Arbiter. Nice shots. Can he clean things up? The answer is yes.
Yeah, a little bit of messy here in Whirlpool, as the battles often are, as players are going to finally get their way out of Elevator into Whirlpool and now challenge Pipes angles here. But as we said, been fantastic action so far. Excited to get into bracket play, and in Halo's first professional debut, or I should say official debut in Spain. It's fantastic to be here in a new country, back in Europe as well for the first time in a long time. It was a very long pandemic, and fantastic to see an opportunity for these players to not just put some prize money on the board and into the bank accounts, but also get ready for what will be a pretty thrilling end with global talent on display in North America.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a long road for a lot of these players to get to that level, but at the same time, we're also seeing the level at the very top end of Europe be a little bit of a higher bar than we've seen in quite some time. And some of the matches we are going to see on the Alpha stream coming up later on in that winners bracket are certainly going to be ones that you do not want to miss. So make sure you stay tuned here as we go back to what's happening in front of us right now. Lucendi do have a fairly slender lead at the start of this round. It will be the last round of Oddball. 24-7 is the score. 2 to either side at the moment, and you can see both teams are scrapping to get control of that Oddball.
Certainly, we saw Lucendi actually on the receiving end of a full Sendi on the main stage earlier from Quadrant there on that big 3-0 sweep, and looks like they've bounced back well here. Yes, they're down in this series, but certainly hanging on and looking to fight to game 5 if they can.
Syndra going to do some damage and clean up a couple of these kills. His only problem is he's got no friends to help him with, and we've all been there. We know how it feels. He falls into the death screen, and Lucendi now will bring that ball back towards top gold, and they now have that pipe set up, and it's going to be interesting to see how they try and hold this one down. You see elevator spawns coming in. Interesting to see if Beatley tries to rotate towards those elevator spawners, or if they're going to try and create a little bit of space for him just to feel comfortable, to feel cozy, to feel warm and loved inside of these pipes.
Certainly how I've felt all weekend long here, and also all week long in Spain. It's been a warm welcome, as we said, our first time here in official capacity. I do believe Spain was host to events very long time ago. We're talking 20, just shy of 20 years ago.
Western Wolves won the last one, I think. Yeah, that's the throwback.
Exactly, that's quite a long time ago, but great to be here, and I've certainly felt warm, welcome, and cozy. And while we're saying that, we also want to say bienvenidos, of course, to all of our friends watching from Spain around the world. And fantastic to be here back in Southern Europe and watching some of the best on display. As we say that, 3 dead for Lucendi, but they do have a sizable lead in this third round. They're up 38-11.
But flying in, but unfortunately for him, just the ridge on top of the gold pipes is too insurmountable for that Malay to make the contact he was looking for, to maybe even get that trade away and clear the way for his teammates to scrape up a little bit more ball time. But it is still that lead, which is in the hands of Lucendi. They're looking pretty comfortable at the moment, but it's only that one setup that we saw earlier on from Beatley that's really transferred into points.
That's right, and of course that really means that either team is just waiting to strike, right? This is pretty low scoring so far. Typically you'd see a little bit glare of a shock is going to strike from top gold. Cinder doesn't really want to be any part of that, and they go for the third base slide underneath the tag, and they will stay alive and live to fight another day. But you can kind of tell, just as you were alluding to, Mark, there's this feeling that the next mistake will lead to a lot of time for the other side. So there's a little bit of apprehension in the air in this match.
And Lucendi not only have the advantage here with the score, but also on the side of the map they're fighting from, right? They have access to that oddball. Anyone who has to try and move in like Cinder's doing now, it's not going to be comfortable. And you can see he's already a little bit singed and a little bit crispy from a shot from that shock rifle, but his teammates have now moved into a position to help him out, and that's a really important kill there from Zeph. Now Cinder has a 1v1. There comes Zeph again to give him a little bit of a hand, and they've cleared out those pipes. I mean, that's always a good thing to do, regardless of what time of the day it is. And that means they can now rotate that ball towards blue.
Speaking of great coffee here, of course, in Spain as well. In Southern Europe, the espresso hits hard. That's fantastic. 2 dead here for the side of Death Row, and Lucendi now looking to extend that lead, but that lead has really been reduced by quite a margin now, just 38-31.
38-31, but they do have the old ball in their hands for now. It's going to be catchy POV that we're watching, and Beatley is holding that ball just in a great position as well to play it if that pressure does come in. And it's always an interesting position to be in here if you're Death Row, because you know you have to force the play, right? You have to get that ball off the map, and you know Beatley's thinking at any point, if I come under pressure, I'm throwing this ball and I'm going to try and get the play, or so he should. Instead, he's just going to force someone, maybe line up another one, but a little bit of a misplay there from Beatley. My point is, you try and play that ball, and it's a difficult push because you know that ball's going to reset across the map, so you're going to have to fight not just once, but twice.
Yeah.
But if you don't play the ball, you're going to give a little bit of time over to the opposition. They can fight their way back.
Wait a minute. Really strange series of events there. I couldn't agree more with what you just said, and adding onto the back of that, that should have been a Lucendi play ball. And he even had a second time when he thought he didn't have time, but then he drops the ball, realizes he does have time, doesn't play the ball, and then I think we see a premature play ball from Death Row as well, as they still have 3 players alive, but now the ball will still sit bottom middle batteries and everything to play for with 70 seconds left or so.
Sometimes I think players overthink situations too much. It's like, I can do this, and then I'm going to do it. Just throw the ball off. That's what I mean? Throw the ball off, get the ball off the map, play next. But for now, Zeph is looking to zap. Unfortunately, he's going to fall on his back. Some of the best poetry and rap I've done in quite some time.
Quite good, yeah.
It's a little bit of a throwback there, maybe to some of the younger years.
Certainly, I believe when your hair looked a lot like Scherzy's on the earlier segment there. Some of the fantastic rap coming out of the UK led by Mark Hatcher. Catchy trying to zip away, he can't do it. Cinder's going to catch him on the bat ledge.
Catchy was certainly not what they were, trust me.
They're definitely not. That's true. 61-49 now. This is going to come down to the wire here. His ball's still being held, and we have a tie game with less than a minute left.
A little bit of a peak battle going on the stairs, and it's going to be Arbiter who comes out on top, but that kill's happening other side of the map, and now Bastos is going to move that ball to Elevator, get that play ball. So a nice little play there, but the only problem is playing it's great, but did he have the opportunity to hold on for 2 extra seconds to try and milk that ball? Leche is milk in Spanish, is that correct?
Sí, leche.
I'm learning. I've been here for a week. I really should pick a few things up, but
although I don't know, I don't know. Truly, I think leche is milk the noun, not milk the verb. I don't know exactly how milking the ball, and we need to be careful when Googling that, how exactly that translates, but we'll worry about that in a moment, because now it will be Death Row going into the lead. It could be a heartbreaking comeback here. 28 seconds left, and they are now leading by 10.
30 points to go. Opportunity here to play the ball as well. Hopefully Bastos is going to learn from the mistakes from Beatley on the other side of things, and if that pressure does come in, he's going to throw that ball off the map, and that is exactly what he does here. He's got the repulsor. Unfortunately, he just gives his player a little bit of a headache, doesn't get that kill, throws him into the wall, and that player will live to fight another day. And now it's 16 seconds left on the clock, and this is going to be a really important few seconds because it's the last push for either team. You can see that Lucendi need the kills, they need the odd ball, and it looks like one player has actually managed to get that ball back towards the stairs. They have the numbers, and this might be a little late turnaround here.
This is going to be it. Look at this. Now they're on 68. They did have 2 players dead through that entire sequence. They need to make sure they rotate correctly here and block pipes as well.
couple of grenades here could cause some problems, but they're playing tight. They're just playing bodyguard, but the ball has gone down momentarily, and Death Row have managed to sneak in, and it's going to be 3 dead. Arbiter, the last alive, and well, that's a mistake. It's as simple as that. There's 1 second left, and it will be Death Row who take not only the game and turn that one on its head, but also the series at 3-1.
Oh my God, and a heartbreaking defeat for Lucendi there in that round. They had all control top gold. They had 2 dead. They over-index on the pipes push, and that exposes them to gold, the bottom gold ramp, as well as the glass push. And to be honest, just as shocked as we are here backstage, you can only imagine how they're feeling on the featured station.
Yeah.
Moments away from getting ready to go to Game 5, and just like that, they're actually going to find themselves losing that series. No more games to play. They will not have a guaranteed top 16 here, whereas Death Row will guarantee now top 16.
Yeah, that's a real heartbreaker as well. Like you say, it seemed like everything was set up. They got the 3 dead, they got 4 dead, and then they all kind of bunched up in pipes. And when that happens, you can get that one grenade that just takes everyone to no shields. And if you don't watch one angle, one player will just strolls in, picks up loads of easy finishes, and that ball was not in the hands long enough, unfortunately, for them to get that win.
And talk about the most extreme of swings. We're watching that from the pipes perspective, and they have a great double on the player pushing pipes, and you're thinking, wow, great work there, great timing there on that push. Instead, they exposed themselves, the backs were out, and all of top gold crumbles. It will be 3 dead as Lucendi will forfeit the ball, end the series in doing so. Death Row guaranteed top 16 here over on the feature station.
Well, great stuff from Death Row to clutch up in those final moments to take the series at 3-1. We're going to just take a second to step away once again, but we've got plenty more gameplay coming your way. Hopefully we can get into another series as soon as possible. We don't want to keep you waiting, trust me. We're just as excited to get into the games as I'm sure you are at our home to be a part of them with us. So stay with us. We'll be back very, very soon.
All right, so these questions are courtesy of Hidden Experience, so we can kind of, give him some crap for these questions later.
Yeah, if I get one question right, I'll be happy.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2? Did you even play Halo 2?
Mars.
Okay. No.
Yeah, is it like a number? Is there like a number as well on it?
Delta Halo? I think it's Delta Halo.
It's not Zeta, right?
You're close, but no.
Delta?
There you go.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2010?
No, not when did it release.
1982? I don't know.
It's a futuristic
Halo.
Halo.
Okay. Like 3056.
Wasn't it like 2050? Or like 2053?
It's actually crazy how close you are, but not. At the same time.
2350 something.
You're getting closer.
2552.
Wow, he knows his stuff.
My third guess is going to be 2550 something. 52.
That's actually, you got it.
Is it
2,552.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
What is the species name of the elites?
Covenant.
It's probably what I would have answered too, but it's apparently the Sangheili.
Sangheili?
Yeah. Wow, he's 3 for 3? What?
Question number 4 is, who created Cortana?
UNSC?
No.
I don't know. I don't know her name.
What do you mean? You know it's a her?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Describe her.
She has white hair.
Okay.
She's old.
Yep.
She lost the arm.
Yep.
Like Agent Keys or something?
No. Okay. Dr. Halsey.
Oh, I'm gonna roast it for that one, 100%.
That one
I
was
should have known that
definitely
one. I should have known that one. Okay.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS EU Regional Finals. We're here in day number 2 now. I know you guys had to wait at home. We are so sorry we had some technical difficulties. Honestly, we were waiting for Na'Vi to finish their game, actually, against Connecting. And speaking of, I think we should bring up the bracket to see exactly what results we have now on the board, because the scores are in. We can finally get on with things on the main stage and have a really good series that we've been preparing for. As you can see, Na'Vi, they did beat Connecting. They are in the quarters. They're going to be facing online Warriors. But things can get a little bit mixy, can't they? Especially with brackets, especially with pool play, round robins, also open bracket teams coming in. Gaskin, you got a little smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a technical difficulty. It's literally because there could have been a 3-way tie.
They could
So
have.
this game on main stage could not start until that was definitely not possible to happen, and by Na'Vi winning 3-0, it could not happen. So now we guaranteed to have this bracket. That is 100% confirmation.
There we go.
No 3-way ties are going to happen in the pool play anymore. So this is definitely what you're going to see on your screens throughout this weekend.
It certainly is. Let's take a look at the definite elimination bracket as well. We have Witchblades. We have Omo.io Gaming. We got Frostbite, Leftovers, Diamond Dogs, BH3 Esports, and Trashcan Esport as well. I know you're laughing at me. What have I said wrong then, Shaz?
Your eyesight's getting better.
Just a Mojo
A
gaming.
Mojo?
Yeah,
oh, wow. My
yeah.
eyesight's so good, guys. I think I need glasses on the desk. So
She was like this.
that's a new one. Yeah. It's like this. I'll tell you what, something I can see is that we're going to have an incredible series on our hands on the main stage. I'm really excited to get into this one. We've got Jaylin versus Blackhand. They're getting prepared right now, but I want to know how they're feeling about their matchup, how they're feeling about the weekend. So let's take a look at this.
The speed, but some ball time as well. Look at him. Doesn't want the ball time yet. He wants more. Glory starting to feel himself. He says, I love a triple.
So we played Natives Vincia, of course. You know, they're good. We know they're good, but we were really confident coming up to the match. And every game, we felt like we played out of our minds. Not a single player that I can think of just didn't play well. To me, it should have been a 3-0, straight up. Everything went well for us. Just a few decision makings that we just need to fix up on, and I'm pretty confident we'll be much better than them.
44 kills for Glory. Tell you what, make it 45.
For our next matches, I just know we just have to listen to each other's comms more, play a bit more disciplined when we have the numbers, get those power-ups, those power weapons, control the map better, the spawns, and I think we'll be sweet.
We played our first match versus Online Warriors, which was going to be the toughest match. We went down 1-0, tied up 1-1, and went down 2-1, and eventually won 3-2. So that was a big, big win. And after that, we went on main stage and 3-0'd Avaba, if I said that right.
And defending A here, or just being a nuisance. Morgan's just being such a pain here, and that's just allowing the rest of his teammates to do what they want. Quadrant picks up 2. Morgan's still alive.
This is...
I feel sorry for Hollis.
Just starting off 2-0 in groups right now as today is very strong. We're very confident, and I'm very looking forward to tomorrow.
My message to my opponents, don't underestimate us, because we're pretty good on LAN and we're just not online kids.
Getting into the finals, I think, will be a very big achievement, and I genuinely think if we reach the finals, then we're going to take it all.
I'll tell you what, there's some confidence happening out there in the interviews, but I've got to say, I was really kind of excited about what Morgan had to say on the desk earlier on, and I kind of mentioned it before as well, but he is really excited about this matchup. He wants to 3-0 this team, and Gaskin, honestly, I think this one could be a little bit close, based on the way that Blackhand played yesterday against Na'Vi. The fact that that was their series to lose, coming into Jaylins, they're going to be out for blood.
They are going to be out for blood because they know they can beat Jaylins. They've done it in the last 2 Pro Series before we came into this competition. That's why Morga is so keen to play them, because they lost 2-0 twice in online competition, and they're saying, hey, well, now this is LAN. Now there's no excuses about pings and whatnot. But on the same side, Blackhand are going to be saying, look, we're the lowest seed, but we've beaten these guys for the last 2 weeks. Why can't we do it when it gets to LAN competition? They already proved against Na'Vi that it's not just an online team, right? They can get the job done. They were this close to beating Na'Vi just yesterday. So I think you are completely right. We could go down to the wire with these 2 teams.
We certainly could. And do you think it is out of the realm of impossible for, Jaylins, Morga, the boys to actually 3-0 Blackhand on this main stage right now, Shez?
Out of sheer respect for Blackhand for what we've seen and the fact that the online performance has tipped the balance in their favor, I think this will not be a 3-0 Jaylins. I think what we actually will see is a very closely contested series. This could go the distance, Game 5, and with how the last couple of games went, the Slayers are going to be so important. Can Blackhand tighten that ship?
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, though, Blackhand's glory yesterday was really making a name for himself on that main stage. Lethal, what are you expecting out of him right now against Jaylins?
Well, it's going to be difficult to see much more because he's played so well before, and the fact that he's an absolute demon on the server on numerous occasions, and now back here in the LAN environment, it's fantastic to see, because we always worry about that adaptation and that transition, but seems to be right at home, seems to be perfectly fine, just treating it as though he's in his bedroom pretty much, and one of the biggest main slayers potentially in the circuit, especially in the future. But for Jaylins now, of course, we've mentioned it before, and we'll say it again, like we've beaten them in scrims, they've been in other matches in the past, but coming to in a LAN environment, this is going to be very true and very different for him here, because this is the strongest I've seen Blackhand ever, and I really feel like it's not only going to go the distance, but easily go to a Game 5.
My heart is torn up there. I've got 2 Irish players playing against one another. I've got my cousin on one side, I've got a man from Cork on the other side. What I really want to see is just a full Irish team. I want Jersey 2, I want Glory, I want Cristola, and I want to be carried. I want to be carried.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I deserve it. I'm getting old. The thumbs don't do what they used to.
I'll tell you what, you transitioned well, though, into your analyst caster role, Jersey, so I don't want to lose you anytime soon. But I'll tell you what, I do want to lose the desk, though, and get into that series on the main stage. We've got Jaylins versus Blackhand up there. We also have 2 phenomenal casters, Bravo and Onset.
Thank you very much, Lottie. You're completely right. We are phenomenal, and we're ready to get into this game. We've been looking forward to this one, Andy. Let's be real. This is where the tournament does really start. We're getting into our championship bracket. We're on the winner's side of things, and we've got 2 teams who have been mighty impressive so far here in Valencia.
I mean, this is going to be fantastic. There's a reason there's a certain amount of hype and aura around this matchup here. Both teams, of course, decked out in the black and white, same team colors, but only one team will advance now in the brackets. We are officially into bracket play. Jaylins versus Blackhand in your quarterfinal.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one, man. I'm literally jumping up and down on the spot. Just want to get into these games, and these are the games we're going to have in front of us in this quarterfinal. We've got Oddball Streets to start off with. What a way to start this series. Arguably one of the most closely fought game types between very tightly contested teams. You've really got to be on top of absolutely all of your fundamentals of Halo to come out on top here.
You do a fantastic game type indeed to start off this series, and it's been a lot of talk about Jaylins. Are they the dark horse? Are they the biggest threat to that top 3 and even deeper here in this tournament?
Copy and paste that. You could say exactly the same thing about the other side of the stage. Blackhand looking to cause some upsets and almost did it against Na'Vi yesterday. But we're underway here. Rockets and an early double kill coming in for Septic. That's how you want to just get a little bit of confidence and momentum on your side.
Nothing like that, just a little bit of a freebie there on the Rocket. Doesn't even take any damage in doing so, and Septic going to be very happy with that. No stranger to the main stage, Septic.
No, certainly not. He knows how to get business done, and I think that Septic's going to want to really make a statement here as well. I think there's a lot of talk in Europe about some of the superstar players, right? You're talking about Chick, Legend, all of these big names. Septic DreamHack wants to be involved in that conversation. A big series here and a big day tomorrow. If Jaylings do manage to keep this kind of momentum up, they'll be feeling very, very good about things.
Finally does fall there. Thrust in the back pocket as well, so that's going to eventually be picked up here by Lunny on your screen. And like you said, Blackhand, a team that we've talked about a lot, I think has impressed a lot of people as well this weekend. Tightly contested. If you didn't catch it, Game 5 against Na'Vi in the end, where they fell in a series that you heard them say maybe they should have won. And now a chance to right that wrong today on Saturday.
And I think Glory is going to be a player who is going to have to continue to impress here. Unfortunately for him, Quadios has got the Stalker rifle and a right cross to put him on his back for now. And Glory, so impressive yesterday. But at the start of this game and the start of the series, 0-3, we're going to see how the newcomer bounces back from that slow start.
Let's see, Quad takes down, as we said, a little shake of the head there. Always very animated there on the main stage. And you always know how Quad's feeling.
Well, for now, it's a very tight start between the two teams. You can see 1 point is separating them. Cristola with a nice headshot onto Ebby just to give a little bit of a numbers advantage back, maybe into the favor of Jaylings. 2 dead still in the death screen here for Blackhand.
Love what we're seeing off this opening. This is what we expected to see in this series with these teams really respecting each other. There's only 7 points for Jaylings and 8 for Blackhand here. It's an opportunity for an early Astro listening with the side of Jaylings. Let's hear how the comms are in this tightly contested game number 1.
Nice, we can milk it. I'm gonna milk.
We can't.
Tires, rocks, Casey. Maybe laundry or some shit? I don't know. I'm just milking bucket.
Real. He went stairs. Two on pad right now, boys. Be stairs.
Follow it. Waste the rockets. Waste the one. He's tires now. Tires now. Play now.
Watch on tires.
Rockets. Nice. Waste up. Rocks out. One shot from bricks. Tires again. Chris.
This ball. We're down.
Tires again. Chris. Square chasing you as well.
Top rail.
One in tires.
Top rail. Still hiding there. OC went power, I think. Still rail.
Looking power.
I'm tires, guys.
Still power. Watch your stairs. Not your power.
Lunny's still by there as well, power.
One dead. One's on purple. Purple ball, last 2.
Push it.
Played it. I can catch it. I'm taking 2 in back here. Let's go.
One shot back here, guys. Still one shot.
Nice.
We got to set up, boys.
I'm looking B. I can watch all the mid with ball.
One purple, can we help? Yeah,
hold cap.
Maybe Chris.
One's bomb C. Yo, laundry already. Laundry.
Laundry.
Right, one tires.
No, he's laundry now.
Okay. That's nice, man.
Do that, boys. Stay on again. One shot shotgun. Live Chris. Weak. One shot here. He's full shield.
Weak. Abby.
One more shot inside, mister.
Right side. I can drop an help.
Help here, guys. Help here. One shot, Lenny. One shot, mister. Absolute help. Nice. One more.
Lenny, wait. Take us there.
I'm here back to you, Rob.
One is weak.
Peace with you.
I'm showing. Cap was weak. Glory dead. Lenny was there. One shot. Nice. 2 dead here. Front A, guys.
Quick.
The one cap, boys.
We hear the communication here from Jaylin sounding pretty crisp, pretty calm, and trying not to get carried away with the emotion of what is a tough series. But you noticed something almost immediately when we jumped into that listening about the gameplay from Jaylin and how they were trying to move that ball.
Yeah, comms certainly sound good. We have a lot more points on the board as well. Keep in mind, it's a 1-point game now. It's a 20-point game. Jaylin will take advantage of that. But I think one thing they missed there, of course, it's easy for us to say, either watching from the casting booth or you watching from home as well, but missed opportunity for a rotate there. Over-indexing on L and Neons definitely provided an opportunity for something like a PD into tires, into arcade rotate for Jaylings there. So hoping to see them maybe take advantage of those situations a little bit faster in future opportunities.
It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, and Cristola is going to prioritize that objective. Is it the time to do it? The answer is yes, because he's got Morgan to give him the support to force this ball back in towards Tram. Now you can see he's got multiple teammates with him. He's also got a shotgun, so I like that little bit of communication. You take the off-ball quad, I've got that up-close weapon, I'm going to be able to hold it down.
Shake of the head.
So is Quadios.
Quadios there, a little shake of the head, winning a battle against Evie, where both players were admittedly windmilling just a bit, and there's a few whiffs and a few windmills in the back of Tram, getting a little windy.
Yeah, this is like a pub fight after everyone's had a few too many. Nobody really connected, but a lot of punches being thrown. Lunny now trying to do some damage with that Stalker rifle and needs to do so as well. Blackhand finding their way back into this game. It's 47-38 and rising. Blackhand with a little bit of a transitional setup like we talk about. 2 players kind of watching mid, trying to pressurize these cafe spawners, and Lunny doing some damage as well, but Cristola has picked up 2. Now 1 other player has managed to sneak through. 1 here for Lunny. If he can clean up this second kill, this would be huge for them, but can't quite connect.
Misplaced the spiker there. That should have been a freebie and a half, that kill on Morgan bottom middle, but instead Morgan, Quadios will actually, Cristola will start to actually rotate there on C.
Lunny, though, the man on your screen, actually Morga in the end will fall, so Lunny will get the last lap for just a moment. Lunny, by the way, 15-7 already.
15-7, but you can see the pressure starting to tell here for Blackhand. They're getting a little bit desperate. They're trying to force these final kills, and Mister should be able to clean this one up, and that would have been a 4-dead situation. They have turned it into 4-dead. Jayling's now all coming off the respawn, and when they engage with this ball carrier, Mister, you would imagine that the lead will change. That's exactly what's going to happen here. It's a 1-point lead and rising as Jaylings find themselves under pressure now.
Wow, yeah, great stuff here from Blackhand. I got to say it. I think they're taking advantage of a little bit of the gaps in Jayling's armor here. Now 2 dead, about to be 3, I bet. 3 dead. Morgan's last player lap bottom middle gets away with the rockets, but probably won't. That's 4 dead. Blackhand will continue scoring, and they will get full rocks.
Also have the Stalker rifle down there as well, so if Mister can time this right and get behind these players, he's spied out Septic. If I'm him right now, I'm running away. I'm saving these rockets for the close quarter battles that are going to happen in and around Tram. Force them to come to you, but at the moment, he's overextending.
Wow.
That is just a little bit of a selfish play, in my opinion. He's looking for kills instead of holding angles, and look what's happened off the back of it. You cannot get a 4-dead situation, have the power weapons in your hand, and give away all of the deaths that you need to, and also a setup now to their opponents.
I think it's a lack of information, and it's still their fault. That doesn't change that they should have played that differently. Pop, pop, pop. Lunny actually 4 Bulldog shots plus 2 melees. Kills him 3 times, I think, in the end before that battle was done. But it's a lack of information for the side of Blackhand. You saw the players pushing driveway immediately. And guess what? They take rockets up to the rail. Then they take rockets to front A. And before he knows it, he's getting shot from front C, saying, what the hell's going on? Lack of information there. They need to make sure they're watching driveway like a hawk there. They got Red Room spawned on. They did not realize it, and it cost them. Now this game is closed. 26 seconds left.
Oh, the firing squad comes up the stairs, and Jaylings, they flush out Lunny, and even though he was teabagging and maybe hitting a few bodies a few seconds ago, it's Jaylings who might have the last laugh here. It's only a couple of points between the two teams. Wherever these kill goes, that's where the round's going to go here. This is a massive moment as Jaylings find themselves 3 dead.
3 dead. Where's the ball grab from Ebby?
Ebby's
There it is with 6 seconds left. He's going to just grab this Q3. It's off to Quadios.
Quadios is on the flank here.
They don't know.
Quadios does get taken down, though. Lunny gets that kill.
Wow.
That was the win condition. And now as the time ticks down, it will be Blackhand who take the first round here in Oddball.
Oh my God, and they do it by 1 second. Lunny 19-9 in that first round.
I mean, Lunny, we saw how he's fired up for this series. We saw it yesterday as well. He's taken a little bit of a leadership role here on this Blackhand team. He's the one dishing out the comms, dishing out the info to his teammates, and they're responding to him. Glory, by the way, I want to say in that end game, he was a little bit slow statistically, but he was picking up so many vital kills to create openings for his team.
What an ending to that first round. That was absolutely unbelievable. And if you're on the side of Jaylings, you're wondering what on earth just happened. How did we let that occur with that back trim hold?
I mean, look at the stats. Jayling's outslaying massively in comparison to Blackhand. Outside of Lunny, who is the outstanding statistic without a doubt, there's no reason if you're picking up that many kills on the map, you shouldn't have the oddball time to go alongside it.
A surprising ending to that first game. It is perfectly played in the end by Blackhand, and all that Jayling's momentum from day number 1. You gotta wonder, how are they gonna find some footing here to get a little bit of a foothold and tie up this game?
For now, again, a very similar start from what we saw in that first round. Not many points on the board, a consistent battle for map control, and more importantly, kind of to phrase it, a battle for numbers. And Emmy thought he could slide through the shield, but he's going to take too much damage on his way into 2 players here. Glory now, he's getting hyped again because Jaylings find themselves 3 dead once more. That was actually 4 dead. You can see Septic spawn. He's right across the map, and Blackhand now have that set up around the tower.
Wow, Glory here. We talked about his interviews yesterday. Confident, ready to be here, and could not be more excited to be on the main stage. Goes for the commando drop. Almost converts on Quadios, but can't do that. 2 dead for Blackhand.
Yeah, Blackhand had an opportunity there that they might have missed a little bit. It's only 20-1. And they just didn't get the information quick enough or collapse on those PD spawners and Arcade just to do the damage they need to slow that push down and convert off the back of it into ball time. For now, though, you can see that Blackhand do have the lead. It's very, very slim, and you can also see the Jaylings are trying to just scrap away at it as they have that ball in hand once more.
What a game number 1 here we got between these two teams. When we got into bracket play, we were hoping we'd see something like this, and this series has already delivered. It's a small lead here for Blackhand in this round as well. Let's go into an Astro Listen with Blackhand.
I might die. We're fine. One's driveway, one's B rail, be weak. Quadios, he's 1. David. One shot septic as well. Tires, I'm dead. Fuck, sorry. It's weak and tires. Absolute tires, absolute. You can get him, Shaw, you can get him.
Coming back. No, live. I got rock PD weak.
Spawn camp, guys.
Weak front tires, first kill. One shot.
Got it.
I'm watching back
again.
there.
Slow. Spiking tires. Let's go.
PD. Yeah, PD.
And for A, bottom A, agent.
PD first kill.
He's one shot agent.
Back
last guy. Nice, catch it. Good shit, Abby, good shit.
I spawn PD. I'm getting up red straight away. Fuck it, watch your P. Blue.
Spawn PD.
Red stairs, P.
I'm getting heaven. Give me a
They're gonna go driveway. They're all just pushing me now.
Live. Can't see him.
They're gonna be B. Yeah, they're in arcade now. I know.
Oh, they're all B. Fuck. Yeah, you need to get rid of it.
Slay. Help each other PD.
Nice.
Anyone else on shot?
He's weak.
Back C. One shot back PD. He's there.
I can push pink.
Nice,
I can push pink with you, Case.
Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, considering the amount of pressure on the shoulders of both of these teams in this series, you can hear the Blackhand sound pretty calm about things. And why wouldn't you? A 56 to 16-point lead at the moment, and the game seeming a little bit too easy for them at this point, Andy. They're picking up the slays, they're making sure the numbers are getting taken care of, and the stragglers aren't even able to survive here for Jaylin.
Yeah, it feels like they're really picking up on a little bit of momentum as well. Some good damage in PD there, making sure that those kills are cleaned up. They're being very selective and intentional about what damage they're getting and where with their last 1 or 2 players alive, which has been the difference maker. They're still doubling the score of their opponent here.
Jaylins have got that ball back to Tram though. Really impressive decision-making, though, I will say here from Meister, to deal with Cristola, who's the most important kill on the map right now. He's running around with that Bulldog. Lunny is going to be able to help him out in doing so, but by clearing out that player who was flanking him, means now they can control all of their intentions forward. Lunny with yet another kill, and all this space created means that now Meister has the rockets in his hand, and Cristola, you're about to explode, my friends.
Man, nice use of the thrust there as well to use the last boom. Picks up another kill. They will still have a minor man advantage, and we'll see where Glory goes and rotates this ball. But still really good presence and really good points on the board. 57-30 in round number 2.
Glory taken down for Blackhand. They lose 2 players in quick succession. Both the battles were caught by the observing team as well. And now Glory's going to grab that ball anyway. He's going to move it towards where the spawners are. And this is the difference, right? Jaylins found themselves in a little bit of a similar situation previously in the previous round. Did not make that rotate. Did not think about transitioning that ball towards spawners. And you can see just a little bit more points on the board. A few more just ticking upwards makes that Jaylins pressure feel even heavier than it did a few moments earlier.
Ooh, that's a big kill in the back. Cristola taking down Glory will make it 2-2 in the back of the base instead of a 3-1 scenario. Chris will actually drop the ball in what looked like a play ball, but will get a kill as well.
He's got spawners coming to help him. Ebby's there, though, to put pressure on once more. Now Morga finds himself in a 1v1 situation. And Lunny's just going to grab that ball and bring it back in towards Ebby and his teammates. So Jaylin's kind of funneling in here towards the driveway, and Ebby's just kind of the gatekeeper. He's saying, hey, you try and push, you're going to take damage, and I'm backing my teammates to pick up those kills when they need to.
Really interesting numbers across the board. Both teams have 2 players positive, 2 players negative right now. So really similar in terms of which players are stepping up here, which players are dealing the assists and the damage and things of that nature. 2 dead still for Blackhand. Jaylun's looking to convert here from bench's grab.
He's getting this ball back into Tram. The damage is done by the grenade, but not enough to take Morga down as he patrols his way back in towards Tram. And you can see that they're kind of leaning left at the moment, trying to put pressure on the Pink Street, and understandably, because this player's just flying down Pink Street here from Blackhand. Morga finds himself in a position where he has to do more work than maybe you would have wanted, but the work is getting done. But Lunny has the rockets again. How many sets of rockets have we seen in the hands of Blackhand? It seems like every single set they've managed to pick up.
That's right, they're just stacking numbers. They're sending 2 generally bottom middle, and if one player falls, you saw it earlier as well, just challenging from bottom middle to take the players off of C-Balk and areas like that. It will still be 71-56 in favor of Blackhand, but the time will continue ticking up for Jaylins.
And with only 59 seconds left on the clock, it looks like we're in for a very similar finish in this round than what we saw in the previous one as well. Quadios has fallen, and the lead is still here for Blackhand, but Morga, with those perfect shots with the Stalker Rifle, now has so much responsibility. He knows he's going to get pushed by Lunny. Lunny takes some damage, but the Opal's been stolen away here. It's been taken like a thief by Glory, stealing that ball away, putting some extra time on the board, and now they've got it back into Tram again.
Glory stays alive. Probably wanted to rotate the ball with him because they're losing a few seconds here. He did not get it up the C stairs. That's going to make them fight a little bit harder here for this reset, but still 2-2.
2-2 players on the map. Ball down in an awkward situation. You can see that Glory's trying to bait it at the moment. He knows that he can't afford to die in this situation. He is the man who can do damage. Quadios also knows that's a beautiful thrust from Quadios, but at least Glory got the trade in that situation. Morgan now, he comes in on the flank. Jaylings need the ball time. Meister wins a huge battle against Morga. And now Jaylings are feeling the pressure. It's 7 points between the two teams, but Septic is scarpering away with that ball.
He's going to go top A here. He's not going to play the ball. He's actually going to stay alive. Back A. 15 seconds left. Tied here with 13 seconds left. Clock continuing to tick down.
Quad.
Oh my god.
Trying to survive, but they sniff him out here. The most important kill gets picked up by Blackhand, and they go back into a lead. With only 7 seconds remaining, Ebby just has to stay alive. He has to just guard that ball with his life, and that will be the first map going to Blackhand. And I tell you what, under pressure, they just dealt with it so well.
Oh my god, and did they ever bounce back there? And even though Jaylings using their trademark flying together, flying into Tram, just putting numbers on the map, Blackhand answers back, and in a huge and confident way, 2-0 in rounds in game number 1.
Really impressive from Blackhand as well. Let's not get it wrong though, that was incredibly close between both teams, but you can almost pick out the moments, right? The shotgun battle not won by Morgan, that final push outside of Tram. He wins that, they've got numbers, they can do damage, and maybe they can set up in Tram instead of having to force Septic to scarper away towards the pink streak where they didn't really have numbers and he has to take damage. Those little moments, they're what turn into round wins, and you can look at the ball time between the two teams over the 2 rounds. Only a few seconds separating them. It was about as close as you could ask for.
33 and 21 from Lunny, the only member in the 30 club. Big numbers from him, and you can imagine with a score that tight, that is an enormous contributing factor to the final score.
100%, but if I'm looking at those stats and I'm on Jaylings right now, I'm thinking, someone pick the ball up. Someone pick the ball up, or maybe our routes aren't good enough, because there's no excuse.
I think it's routes, and I think it's rotations. I think I was worried from the first failed rotation opportunity, to be honest, in that first game that we talked about, in the first round, excuse me. But I mean, everything was there on the table, right? Jaylings had it all to play for, and I think it was failed rotations. And we should also mention great pressure from Blackhand. Off of the spawns, they made sure that those rotations would be difficult. And look at this from Lunny. He's about to give it some extra love as well. Little taps and little bags.
Yeah, a little bit of extra whack on the fries is always going to be a good thing for sure, as Ebby had a little bit of a slow game, but he was also in a position to make some good plays under pressure, and I think that's one thing that really stood out. Lunny, though, I think certainly the standout player, without doubt, in that game, because without him, without those kills he was picking up, I think Jaylings run away with that, but I think that's a missed opportunity for Jaylings. You look at the stats, you look at the slays, you look at the opportunities to hold and rotate. They missed out here, and now you're heading into a Slayer. Before you know it, as we know with Slayer being game 2, you could be 2-0 down.
Absolutely. Also, Ebby showing us a new play ball technique there, where the outside of the left foot just slides and kicks the ball into PD. Pretty impressive stuff.
Lionel Messi, yes. Open yourself up.
Nice left foot. Next up, Live Fire Slayer. We'll see if Blackhand can repeat. Take a 2-0 lead in the series, and quite a lead it would be over a team like Jaylings.
Well, Blackhand, we saw them play this against Na'Vi in that game 5 yesterday, and they didn't come off on the right side of it, but also maybe playing that against a team like Na'Vi has taught them a few lessons on how they do want to approach it. There were times in that game where Blackhand will probably think, we got this in the bag. Yeah. It was a pretty big comeback, actually, at one point. So a 5-6 kill swing that happened in Na'Vi's favor. And it obviously went down to those final kills. I think it finished at 50-48, if I'm not mistaken, with Kimbo picking up that last kill with the back tower. But for Jaylings, that's probably a worrying sign as well, because knowing that they've got that experience, and there's one thing for these teams who are the higher seeded teams, they haven't played against some of the better teams against each other, so they don't have that experience. Na'Vi Blackhand have that with the series against Na'Vi yesterday under their belts, and if you're Jaylings right now, you've got to hope that your slaying prowess carries over from game 1 and you can turn it into a map win.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I got a chance to catch up with Lunny after that series, and I thought, I had to ask him, I said, you realize what happened back tower? Jimbo was not trying to repulsor you at all. You were the unlucky recipient of an unintentional repulsor. Lunny gets thrown off the map, changes the numbers completely, and Lunny said it before I could even get it out of my mouth. I said, you guys win that series if Jimbo doesn't accidentally repulsor you off the map instead of his intended target. He said, couldn't agree more. Kimbo can never push. They would have 2v1 Jimbo and actually would have beat Na'Vi in groups, which would have been huge. Like you said, they're going to be thinking about that here and making sure that they clutch up in game number 2.
I'm going to look to right the wrongs of what happened yesterday, and for Jaylings, the pressure will be felt if they do not take this one home and send us into game 3 all tied up. We always say when you get through a series, every match becomes more and more important, and we're only in map 2 here, and you can already feel how important this one is for both sides of things. It's going to be Live Fire Slayer, and I've got to be honest, eyes here on Septic, who's immediately flying towards that sniper rifle.
Frosty-esque in his approach to that sniper rifle, just goes straight in confidently. tries to make it happen and connect, but a little bit of chaos bottom middle. Heatwave still down.
Epi's
Sniper
still alive,
down
by
as
the
well.
way.
Epi's going full pistola bottom middle.
Still jumping. Finally, he goes down, and now the sniper rifle will be picked up. This is carnage. Just down bottom middle at the moment. This is like a rumble pit game.
This is absolute carnage bottom middle, and normally you'd see teams after a game like that maybe slow down, show a little bit of respect to each other, but no, they're flying in. They're going for the throat. It's an early overshield for Glory here. The young gun with a Heatwave overshield combo in hand.
So Glory now with a lot of responsibility. You can see he's trying to be aggressive. Looks like Jayling's kind of backs off here. Maybe trying to milk a little bit of time off that overshield, but Lunny is going to get that opening damage, and you ain't going to get out of here, Septic. He takes his own life and falls off of the back of green after the damage was done, and now you're looking at the score start to elevate. You've got Lunny with a sniper. You had the overshield and, of course, the Heatwave. All of them in the hands of Blackhand. They need to turn this into a lead.
7-4 now. Blackhand continuing to rack up some points, but some good answers, and it feels like the action slows down for a second, and then it's pure carnage once again. That's this time now on dummies and C-flat as well, so it will be 9-6 in favor of Blackhand off of the push, and maybe a small opportunity for Jaylin to reset.
Yeah, Blackhand is interesting for me, that play, because they had everything, right? They got the early pick, and then they just seem to be a bit over-aggressive, unnecessarily. You've got the sniper rifle, wait for damage. Use the Heatwave to hold some angles, pick players off, create opportunities. They didn't do that at that point, and it seems like now the weapons are out of their hands, they're actually playing a little bit better because they're playing as a squad. Now Glory has the opportunity with the sniper rifle maybe to connect with a few shots, sees where Morgar is, but this is a massive moment in this game as the overshield already has turned into a lead here for Blackhand.
Massive indeed. Ebby did so well to protect his sniper here. Glory sitting back and trying to connect. Oh boy, the green gun comes in, 15-8 though. But at this moment here with the overshield grab coming up, it's a good opportunity to jump into an Astro. Listen in with the side of Blackhand. Let's see if they can continue this at 17-9.
We're not with you, we're not with you now.
I'm going to be back tower. I'm back B here. I'm back B. I am watching you do something.
Top tower is weak.
I'm going.
He dropped back. You guys want back tower.
I'm with you. Yes.
Okay, so really back tower. You guys. Oh, fuck.
Ah, fuck. One shot nest.
No, you're good.
Hear that. Guys, listen when we say don't go. Yeah? You guys are... One shot.
The other one's full. Leave him.
Leave him. Tower with Heatwave. They have weapons.
There's two more in tower.
Two there. Nice. One shot C-plat as well. He's got weapons though. He's got weapons. Ah, dude, there's another guy there. My bad. I live. Leave Ebby. I'm watching you. Can we try and get B?
One's on B already.
You by yourself, David. Fuck it. Snipe. Alright, let's go, guys. I'm behind you.
C-plat weak. There's three. You guys know. C-box, super weak. All weak. Watch pillars. Another C-box still.
Yeah, he's weak.
Yeah. Drop. Oh, sharp. One of you can watch. Yeah, nice. That's
another guy, pillars on me.
Live up. I'm not pushing that.
Reset. Yep. Good shot.
Nest.
Worst case. One shot in B.
Absolutely.
Hear that. One shot nest as well.
Let's fight these guys.
Two guy nest.
I got one.
Another guy nest. Nest pillars. Septic.
Top mid pushing C right now. Watch bridge.
Well, it's 26-15, and all of a sudden, Blackhand have come to life in this. The weapons in the hands of Lunny and Glories, and they're turning them into kills.
Could not be more impressed with this side. You even heard, look at the decision-making from Glory saying, I'm not pushing pillars there. We don't need to push back tower, leave the full shield player. Like we said, an up-and-coming player here, Glory. So impressed with him on the main stage. 26-17 now. They lead a very comfortable margin for them.
And you can hear the passion in the comments from Lunny as well. Yeah, there's some colourful language, but if there's a time for some colourful language, it's in a series like this for sure. He's showing how much he means, and that is 3 overshields now, back to back for Blackhand, and that is why the score is getting out of hand.
Then a late pop here from Ebby too as well. He's going to now go Keydor. Think about Raton. He's got a lot of opponents he's about to run into, so we'll see if he has any help, and he does. He's going to be the cleanup crew. Already picks up 2. No chance for Quad in the back. Might be 4 dead in just a second. That'll be a full wipe. All 4 dead on Jaylings, and this is clinical from Blackhand.
And look at the pressure they're already putting onto respawners as well. Ebby is flowing across live fire here. Kristola just trying to survive, but there's the teamwork again. Every single player right now on Blackhand is working so well together. The baiting and switching, the finishing of the kills, it has been exemplary.
Wow, 11-5 from Lunny. Ebby right alongside him, also 11-5. Now, numbers will tick up even more before I can even finish my sentence. 38-21. If we're honest, this is probably a done deal.
Jaylings are going to be reeling right now. Jaylings are reeling right now. And Ebby is looking to keep pressure on once more. Ebby somehow actually gets a kill across the board, and it's actually Glory's POV that we're watching right now. So his commando, unfortunately, will not work as it goes into the deep waters for a few seconds, but 10 kills to go now for Blackhand. You can't see him throwing this one away.
You really can't there. I think it's a little bit too little too late for Jaylin. They have not left enough room for themselves to get back into this game. It's quite a tall task ahead of them, but they're going to give it their best shot here. 6.5 left, 14 kill difference.
I mean, first thing to do is get an overshield. It's as simple as that. You let 3 fall through your fingers so far in this game, and it's no surprise to see the score as it is. You know, if you've got an overshielded player running at you, it's usual you're going to lose at least 3 for 1 in a trade, in a team fight, just because of those extra layers of shield, and obviously the recent buff to the OS is going to make that even more painful to deal with. And with Ebby and Mr. picking up kills, Septic's just kind of staring at the overshield, knowing this is not going to be going in their hands, and the game probably slipping through the fingers as well.
What a collapse there. Now Mr. is going to pop the overshield home stretch here, 45 to 27, only 5 more kills to go for Blackhand.
4 out of 4. It has been perfect power-up control. Meister now flying in. Septic just about gets finished. Glory's got the sniper rifle. And if you want a game of control, you want to win a game of Slayer, this has been perfect for Blackhand. When you don't have the weapons, you work together. You make sure you pick up the power-ups, you put the power weapons to use, and you end up with a score like you're seeing now.
48 to 28. A lot of talk about this Jaylin side. Make it 49. Only 1 more kill to go.
Finish it with style, Glory. Finish it with style. Instead, it's going to be Cristola. He keeps the game alive. But for how long is the question? Let's see if Glory can hit a snipe to close things out. Cristola! Irishman versus Irishman. Maybe a no-scope. Maybe he'll be happy with a trade. Whatever it is, it's fine. For Blackhand, they go 2 up in the series with a dominant Game 2 performance.
Ebby 17-9, I believe, in that game. And what a way to put the team on your back in a Game 2 Slayer, taking the lead 2-0 over Jaylin. I had started to say it, but to be honest, they were ending the game too quickly. A lot of talk about this Jaylin side, but you brought it up before the series started. Blackhand wants to remind everyone why they too are a dark horse that has been slept on.
Yeah, they have looked very, very good. And now you can see why Na'Vi had so many problems yesterday. And watching this series, it almost feels like the performance from Na'Vi yesterday was more impressive than we gave it credit for, because Blackhand have looked superb so far in this series. And it's that aggressive, swarming playstyle we're seeing from them that is just stifling the kind of slower, methodical approach that we saw from Jaylin yesterday.
Absolutely. And as we said, so impressive Blackhand so far. It's a 50-32. They almost stake Jaylin, and the young guns versus the old guard in this series in many ways. Let's take a look at the numbers. As we said, Ebby, the German player, 17-9 in that game. Huge numbers to help the team get a convincing victory over Jaylin.
I mean, you look at Ebby in that first game, stats didn't look great. Made some decent plays, but they got that win. Going into game 2, you're looking at the players who are a little bit slow in game 1 to maybe pick things up, really to put the pressure on, and now everyone is firing on this Blackhand team. Ebby, with that performance, like you said, really creating opportunities, but Jaylin's just let too many things slip through their fingers. You cannot expect to win a Slayer if you lose 4 overshields in a row, if you don't have the sniper in your hands, and you just let the heat wave go into your opponent's grip as well. It was really sloppy, to be honest, from Jaylin. Even when they don't have those weapons, it was just too easy.
I think Septic's POV, when he was sitting on scoreboard, summed it up, right? He has to check sandbags, he checks key door, he looks at the overshield, there's no help around, and he knew it was over. And then he gets swarmed by 3 players on the side of Blackhand and almost staking the side of Jaylin. And you got to think Jaylin's definitely a bit stunned by the results so far.
Yeah, I think there will be. And to be honest with you, I'm expecting a 3-0 at this point, because Jaylin's look like a beaten team. You've got to come out after a game 1 loss like they took, which is a very close game, and really put Blackhand back under pressure. At no point in that game were Jaylin's putting Blackhand under pressure. It was too easy. It's as simple as that. And you got to call it what it is. Now there's an opportunity maybe for Jaylin to bounce back in King of the Hill recharge, because of the fact that they've only got one objective at a time to focus on. They can play a little bit more strategic. They can slow the game down a little bit. Blackhand here, though, they're going to be wanting just to get straight into this game, because this is an opportunity to close things out.
They do.
3-0 on the board, and remind everyone that they're not just here to, participate in the top 6. They want to force their way towards the grand final.
Certainly there. You actually might have caught Glories watching, I believe it was Morga, 1 or 2 players from the Jaylin side, walking across the stage, just taking a quick backstage tactical timeout. And I'm not surprised, as you see one empty chair there on the side. Of course, players
I'd be doing.
Yeah, these teams are given an option, of course, after certain games in a series, if they do need things like a bathroom break, things like a water break, etc. They get a little bit of a tactical timeout if they need it, and cannot blame the side of Jaylin, because they do not want to race right into that game. They want a chance to reset. And if I'm honest, when we look at the type of game type in King of the Hill, this is going to be welcome for Jaylin, right? Let's focus on one hill at a time. Let's get our setups down. We know what we need to do. If this was Strongholds, I would say the series is over.
I agree with you, and you took the words right out of my mouth here. Is the fact that Jaylin have a game type now where they can kind of split it up into smaller segments and win small segments towards a map victory is so important for them. Look at that first hill, control it, go kill for kill, get the trades, work on that first hill. You know, it's bit by bit. It's not just a Slayer game type where you've got people flying at you and Blackhand can really stifle you. On the other side of things, first hill, massive, massive. If Jaylins want to get back into this, just to get some belief.
Absolutely.
Because at the moment, there's nothing to believe for them. They've just been outplayed completely.
Absolutely. They're going to be so happy that really after the first few minutes of play, all that can happen is 1 point on the board, right? In any other game type, across this Halo Infinite suite of game types, you can go down by huge margins in just a couple minutes of play. But thankfully for Jaylins, they can only go down by 1 point at a time. It will be an opportunity for them to slow things down and regroup as a squad. For Blackhand, though, they will look to continue the momentum, no doubt, off of these last 2 games.
And I want to take a second to talk about the performance of Lunny as well, because I think Lunny has been exceptional. Not just in this series, but against Na'Vi yesterday, he looked really, really good. Understandably, a lot of focus and a lot of attention and good words said about Glory. He's a new player, he's coming into the scene, he's impressed everyone, right? But Lunny, he's a veteran of the scene now. He's been playing for a number of years. He lives literally in the middle of, he lives quite close to where I live. Lives in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Literally in the middle of nowhere. His internet is awful. And he comes to LAN, and this is where he wants to perform, right? If you play on that kind of connection where you're doing what you can, essentially, to perform online, when you get to these live environments, it means even more, and you can see how well he is playing now that he has, you know, the LAN environment in front of him, the chance to impress everybody and really show what he's made of.
There he is there on your screen, and could not agree more. Also so interesting to hear him in a little bit of a vocal leadership role too, right? Even though you see him kind of reacting to things and you heard, like you said, a little bit of colorful language as well, it's all in the spirit of closing out these games, and I've been really impressed with their comms as we've gotten a chance to get into 2 listen-ins with them as well. They seem confident even when they find themselves maybe 2 dead, 3 dead in a scenario they wish hadn't happened. They're able to bounce back very quickly.
Well, here we go then. It looks like the players are ready. Game 3, massive for both of these squads. Blackhand with a chance to 3-0 Jaylins in the winners' quarterfinals. Jaylins need to find a spark here. They need to find anything to get them going at the start of this game. Number 3 is going to be King of the Hill recharge, and that bottom mid hill is going to be a little bit of a fiesta going down.
I mean, if we thought that the first opening to that Slayer bottom middle was crazy, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath here without a doubt. The black and white of Jaylin against the same colors here on Blackhand. So far, it's been all skulls all the way through. Can Jaylin stay alive in the series? Jumping into King of the Hill on recharge in just a moment.
Well, let's see whose opening strategy is going to be superior, and a lot can come off the back of that. Not just the camo pickup, of course, but the bottom mid hill is where that camo is going to be too. Kristola is going to come under pressure, but the pressure is dealt with. Trades across the board. Septic, though, finds himself now as last alive. Mr. and Lunny, excuse me, are going to be able to put him under pressure, but a big 1v1 and surviving here from Septic's going to reset the map.
Very nice play from Septic. It will mean a forced camo for the side of Blackhand and a freebie. It'll be a grapple shock camo for Lunny. Entire game to play with here, and he's going to try to run the map.
Love how he's playing this, and I love how Blackhand in general are playing this. Not just jumping into that hill. Even though they have the advantages, he's going to play for a kill. That's exactly what he does, and now the objective can become the focus here for the team. But Lunny's got to deal with Quadios here. You cannot let this kind of kill get away. You certainly cannot get traded. And you can kind of just put a little bit of bait out, maybe put a leash onto Kristola and take your doggy for a walk.
Nice job there from Lunny. Yes, he had the camo, but still perfectly executed regardless. Will be some points on the board for Jaylin, but Blackhand doesn't seem too bothered by it.
A little bit of a tick-tick there from the shock rifle. 3 players now in tower, and I like how Lunny's using that grapple to maneuver to protect his teammate who's inside of that hill. Very tight at the start of this game. Another little clip of the wings on Morga, who now cannot push. And sometimes it's not all about the kills, right? We talk about this when we play in the playlist. I'm like, you don't have to push that kill. You've done the damage. That guy now cannot push the objective. We're good for 3 seconds on that side of the map.
Ooh, have to make sure to not get repulsed here. And Morga probably not long for this world. Will get taken down as it's a great push from Glory and Lunny together at control.
Teamwork. on point here for both teams, to be honest with you, in this battle. It's been baiting and switching. Lonnie says, I don't want any of this. Septic's going to be re-challenging, and Lonnie says, I'll have a piece of this. Ebby's also in position to pick up some kills, but look at those bars at the bottom here. This elongated battle, if Lonnie just no-scopes, it'll be hilarious, by the way. He bodies him, he hits him twice, and now Septic's still alive. This battle will never end.
I'm wondering when Lonnie's going to use his grapple.
Somebody kill someone!
Thank you! Got that he had the grapple, I'm convinced, that entire time. There was about 6 times where he could have used the grapple, whether he was fighting Hydro, whether he was fighting here. Maybe he's just going big brain and saving those grapples for a rainy day, but right now we'll continue to see Blackhand scoring past the 50% mark on the first hill.
Oh, that's a little bit better. Oh my word, Lonnie. Maybe he's just starting to warm up a little bit. I got a little bit carried away there. Like, sorry everybody, I got a little bit overexcited. I just wanted to see that fight end. It went on for far too long, and unfortunately here for Jaylin, maybe this series isn't going to go on much longer because Blackhand takes that first bottom mid-hill and, again, convincing fashion.
Tough start for Morga, 0-5 here off of the opening. He'll want to correct that on these next few hills if Jaylin is to stay alive, not only in the series, but of course also in the winner's bracket.
2 players on Glory, damage done to 1. Quadios will be in position to take him down though. Cristola and Quad now, the 2 Qs working together to try and get some time on the board. Meister and Emmy trying to flow through, but this hill is one that you can certainly lock down. This is the kind of hill that Jaylin will love.
Certainly. Quad going to make sure he does not get remote detonated, but of course it will cost him very valuable grenades that he could use from Sneaky into Hydro. Holding the angle, and over halfway down on the second hill, they look to tie this up.
Yeah, from Blackhand right now, I'm thinking maybe one more push, and then we'll just give this one up and try and rotate to Elevator, and it looks like you say, this is what they've done. One more push maybe happening. Ebby's kind of thinking about locking down spawns for that next hill, and they do get the break, so maybe just the eye taken off the ball ever so slightly here by Jaylin, and thinking they've given this one up, but Blackhand have another go, and it works for him.
I think Quad was thinking the same thing I might have been thinking there as well, and he actually did take his eyes off the long haul angle, and not over yet. Blackhand looks to take the second one. If they do, that could be the dagger.
That'll be it. Mentally, they would have been... I mean, I don't like using the term checks, but they will be checked out, to be honest with you, because look at how close it was. There was no need for Jaylin to take their attention away, and they will only have themselves to blame if they let this second hill slip through their fingers. With Meister trying to put pressure on, it looks like Jaylin do finally get those final few points, but whew, boy, that was a lot closer than it should have been.
Too close for comfort indeed. A little bit of a grapple of the camo for Septic, and off of the back of that point, the game tying point, they're going to look to continue rallying. Definitely wants to stay alive with this, especially with 2 dead. Septic has a big opportunity here to pinch the spawners.
Need to go quick though, need to go quick. They've got numbers, Don't worry about what's behind you. Clean out those final 2 players inside of Elevator. Otherwise, you're not going to be getting that hill time. The long flank does come in and it's effective here for Septic. They get all 4 dead. Those players coming off respawn. Glory's going to be 1 and it's a triple. Make it all 4 here, Septic, but Cristola is going to steal it away.
Could have given him that one.
Should have given him that one.
Really could have given him the overkill there, but of course, it's all business here on Saturday, and they're not going to worry too much about the medals on screen, even though we all, to be honest, would have liked to have seen the overkill, but Septic still hot with that shock rifle, so we'll take it.
Maybe this is what they needed. 1 player just to start to heat up. Septic is that player. The elevator hill has been locked down completely by Jaylin. There's a padlock on the door that's security outside, and Ebby ain't getting into the club without a fight. Now you can see the final player bottom tower. And I tell you what, Jaylin talks about how a control-based game type might favor them a little bit more in this series. Blackhand starting to look a little bit ragged.
Definitely is. This is what Jaylin needed. This is what we talked about. They needed a game type. And to be honest, a few months ago, it wasn't in the game. But now they've got a game type where they can take things 1 step at a time and not let the chaos and pressure of Blackhand overwhelm them. Now 2-1 here in favor of Jaylin. Only 2 hills before they close out the game.
Yeah, a little bit of fortitude being shown here, to be honest, by Jaylin, and finally they're starting to find a little bit of flow, a little bit of energy, and Blackhand for the first time in the series really find themselves on the back foot. The control has been fully in Jaylin's hands for quite some time now, and the shock rifle has been the difference maker. And Septic, I tell you what, this man is starting to warm up. He's 12-5 at the moment, and he is just shutting down these pushes from Blackhand.
Quad just needs to hold this. Don't get too creative, don't get too crazy, just hold control. That's exactly what he's doing. Pokes out, helps out with the kill, alongside C stairs, and tucks back into control. That's the type of plays they need to do, just selfless plays, helping each other out to stay alive, to keep the numbers advantage.
Blue spawn's being controlled as well, so spawn's close to the hill means even if 1 player dies, there's going to be somebody in position to clean up some damage. Camo has been picked up. You saw Septic kind of sniffed it out. He could feel that something was wrong in the area. He doesn't get the kill though. The beatdown and the communication should come in to make sure that Meister doesn't get away, but look at this, he does get away. Glory gets a repulsor of 1 player off the map, but now 2 players flanking with Lunny in front means the setup will finally be broken.
Missed it right there. Make sure he gets bonked by the repulsor, but not off the map. So they will continue scoring once again, especially with 2 dead, and they're not content just yet. Glory's going to sniff out try to do it. Quadios gets a double kill in a situation where they're overextended. That never should have happened. That's going to open things back up for Jaylin.
To slows things down for just a second by picking up the kill onto Tristola, but as you say, the push really should start to come in now. Look how close this hill is, though. It's so hotly contested by both teams. A little shake of the head again, the animation coming in from Quad, because he knows if he lives for a couple more seconds, the help was coming from his teammates, and now Morga has work to do here at the back of blue.
Well, let's see, Lunny now versus Morga in the back of the base. 2 players been playing alongside and against each other a very long time. My God, just as messy as the entire series has been, but Morgan's just going to Iron Man right back up top, let the shields recharge, or so he thought. He'll be taken down.
Yeah, those few seconds make a difference, right? If he gets that kill quicker, he can fight those 2 players. He can do damage that are flooding into the front from double stacks, and that's the little minute windows maybe you have to make a little bit cleaner here from Jaylin if you want to really put the sword to Blackhand and force this series to a game 4. But at the moment, you can see they're controlling this hill pretty well. All the players spawning as far away from the hill as possible. Good damage from Quad inside of that hill. His players and his teammates should be able to clean up the damage.
Let's see how this goes. 2 dead for Blackhand, despite the fact that they sent numbers. It's a triple kill for Morga here, looking for the last one as well.
He's challenging it, he wants it, and Glory is saying, do you know what, let's square up. Let's have a little bit of a fisticuffs here in long haul. Septic's going to be there to clean up that mess that was left, and now with the camouflage popping up, it's going to be 3-1 into the hands of Jaylin. They convert the underpass hill as we move back to elevator.
Jaylin starting to look a little bit more like themselves here. Camo in hand for Septic yet again. Going to look to convert even more kills. They've had 2 dead, and I'm going to go back to the play where Glory is on danger during the bottom repulsor tunnel hill. Did he need to go all the way to danger from a battery's angle to kill Quadios? It opened them up entirely. Quadios gets a double kill when there were only 2 alive. Plays like that are going to cost you. They're going to eat you, and I tell you what, they do not want to watch this series later on this evening and think, my God, what if we had just closed it out in 3?
Lonnie's last alive here, and he's doing some damage. Somehow he's still alive in the hill. I don't know what's happening here, because Jaylin's had 3 dead, and Lonnie was last alive for so time, and he was in the hill. Like, he was left there for far too long. He gets a double kill off the back of it, and now Jaylins are kind of having to force themselves to fight the next wave of spawners instead of just scrapping up some free hill time. So just don't get complacent here, Jaylins. Make sure that you're making all of the right plays, that you're keeping under pressure, and most importantly, you're keeping the objective in mind.
Septic just trying to play high elevator here, does not want to drop into the depths of Whirlpool. And you can tell why. He can just shoot down here unsuspected and clean up the kills that he needs to.
Well, he's Glory, but again, no one's in the hill here for Jaylins. They're just letting push after push after push come in. If you fight from the hill, you're still doing damage, but you're getting closer to winning the game.
This is the first time we've seen top gold this whole game, I think. That's the first time we've seen any player up there. As
still there.
You could just tell how tightly contested around these hills these teams have been, just holding forward and flying at one another.
Actually trying to pressurize from the batteries here. Morgan's going to be flooding through the pipes as well. Cristola knows these players are pushing. And maybe the little reset, the little break was the best thing possible here for Jaylins, because they look a lot more comfortable here on the main stage.
Chris also with grapples to play with here, and even see more grapples go down. Look at that, just perfect little use of the grapple. Try to stay alive, he can't. 3-1 still, but Blackhand not going down without a fight, but it's time we talk about the timer.
Certainly is. 34 seconds left on the clock here, and you can see that maybe Jaylin's thinking, don't worry about the hill. Let's just slay out. Let's just close this one out. Let's just take the time out of the hands and the game out of the hands of Blackhand. You can see that Blackhand know this game is done and dusted, and even with Lunny once again being the standout with 20 kills to his name, on the other side of things, finally the slaying prowess in an objective game for Jaylin turns into a win here.
It does, and once again here, as Blackhand is unable to get that second hill, I think, which cost them a lot, and even the third hill as well, as the time will tick down. Gonna go ahead and get a final decision there. It should be a clean win. We'll find out if there was also anything technical related on the stage, but as of right now, should be a Jaylins win on the board, but we will get final confirmation on that.
Yeah, we'll get the official ruling on it, but I'm gonna be honest with you, if I'm on Blackhand there and there was a slight problem right at the end of the game, I'd give him the game. It's as good as done. There was only around 15 seconds left, so hopefully that gets resolved as quickly as possible. But let's give a lot of credit to the gentleman you can see on the screen right now, because after losing the first game, in such a heartbreaking, closely fought encounter and then getting smacked to one side in the second, it's difficult to bounce back in a series and give yourself a lifeline. They did exactly that. They've made this series go a little bit longer, and now the thought starts to come into Blackhand's hands. Are we going to let this one slip through our fingers?
Yeah.
If this goes to another game, all of a sudden we're thinking this is a loss, that, or maybe we're going into the Na'Vi territory again with a series we'll be talking about afterwards. We should have won.
Absolutely. Septic, I believe, in that game, 21-10. Leading in the kills category across the whole game, and also deaths, highest kills and least deaths, and that's positive 11, and a 3-1 is a pretty big margin.
100%, and shout out to Quadios and Chris Stoller as well. Big damage coming in from them. Morga also with some good damage. I mean, everybody doing a huge amount of damage, to be honest with you, on the side of Jaylings, and they needed to. I think that's the game type, though, that I'd always favor Jaylings for. I look at that game type, and because of the fact that you have one thing to focus on, it works in their favor. Even with the shock and the camo, yes, obviously those things have to be controlled, but you can kind of play the game without those at times. And I think the objective is something that they can work around, and Jaylings like to play that methodical setup. I'm watching here, I know you're here kind of gameplay. Now that we move in a little bit further in the series, we're going to have to see if game types maybe move back into the hands of Blackhand and they can close this one out.
Certainly, that's what we're looking for. And like you said, Blackhand riding high after those first 2 games, and a little bit of a difficult series of events for them. To let this series go to 2-1 is dangerous territory, and they will once again want to close it out. We'll get the series layout up in a second, but first we'll probably get the ruling to see if we're certainly getting the definite and definitive Jaylings result there in that game, as we'll wait for admins to make that call.
Well, it looks like it might be loading back into King of the Hill recharge, so we'll wait to see what's going to happen here. Again, we're still waiting for the official confirmation. We talk about how smart Heavy looks, by the way, in the background. Also, Glory's, every time I see, the crossed arm picture that I've seen of Glory so far, it looks like he should be in the middle of like Batista and John Cena, ready to like the special guest referee for like a Hell in a Cell match or something. Or just me, maybe? I don't know.
No, I agree. Or maybe playing left back for Newcastle.
Newcastle United, yeah.
With the black and white. The stripes looking good, and so far the games have looked good as well on the side of Blackhand, but they will need to close out. They will need to convert here and make sure that they take this series after a very hot start, silencing the momentum and the progress of Jaylings.
So with the official ruling, by the sounds of things, is that Jaylings need 2 hills to win this game, and Blackhand will need 4, by the sounds of things. So that's what the ruling is.
All right, a little bit surprising here, of course, from our side. It will come down to the differential at the time of a player having a technical issue, which explains a little bit more why we saw the side of Blackhand kind of sitting back in their stations a little bit earlier there. With about a minute left, we started to see them kind of put controllers down, and it wasn't just a timing thing. Instead, it comes down to the actual score difference. So we will actually get into a reset of this game, and it sounds like Jaylings will need just 2. Blackhand will need 4, so this will actually go the distance for a lot more Recharge King game time than we expected.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. Jaylings obviously won those first 2 hills, so they'll be hoping if they can do the same, obviously the game will be done and dusted, but this is what we call an extra life for Blackhand, sure. They've hit the question mark brick in Mario, and a mushroom's popped out, so we're going to have to see if that works for them, and I'll tell you what, for Jaylings, if they find themselves throwing this one away, boy, that'll be a bitter pill to swallow.
To be honest, I don't even want to think about it. Uber Nick in the house.
Woo! Let's go, Uber Nick.
Good to have Nick here, of course, and fantastic to be back on European soil.
Did you see that shirt, by the way? Can we get Uber Nick back on the screen just to see that
just
shirt?
Just for a shirt cam.
Wait. Can we take a look at Lunny's shirt? The man's got a Jungle Book t-shirt on. That
is a fantastic t-shirt as well. Wow. We're going to speak with these guys. European Halo stepping up in a big way.
Yeah, I need to go shopping with these guys.
A little bit of a conversation here, actually, of course. Longtime friends. Lunny and Quad, you see there on the screen.
Why do I feel like we had a conversation about Jungle Book characters the other day? We did.
We did?
Yeah, I think we were playing a categories game.
We were playing categories, right.
Yeah.
Definitely not part of any late night games. It was, I believe, over a cup of coffee in the morning.
Yeah, definitely not a HCS official game type, for sure.
No, certainly not here. Ooh, and a shush of the lips coming in from Morgan.
I feel like that was directed at us from production, possibly.
It might have been. Please stop with that story. You need to stop telling that story immediately for the sake of your jobs. And looks like, actually, we keep in mind, we do have Mista on the other side also with a shush of the lips. Hey, both of them trying to silence the other side of the stage, and also the haters.
I've got, see, this can be sorted out quite simply here. So we've got Glory dressed as a referee.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, maybe an arm wrestle in the middle. I think it's in very small print at the bottom of the official HCS.
There's actually a long-standing history of arm wrestling at major Halo events. There is. Actually, across Halo community and the Gears of War community, there's actually quite a long-standing history of
people with some pretty fantastic arm wrestling, not just results, but also training. And I would say I had no idea that arm wrestling, 10, 12 years ago, going some of my first events, was taken so seriously. But with the likes of Killen, Nick Merckx, etc. at events, things get heated pretty quick.
Big boys knocking around in the Gears of War scene for sure. And a couple of the Halo lads, of course, will not want to go down without a fight. But apologies for our ramblings, and hopefully we can get this game back underway as soon as possible. Looks like Quadios is... I mean, we could probably just look at Quadios' POV to really judge how the team is feeling, because he's the most emotional man with facial expressions. Anyway, for us to kind of judge that off. Oh, look at that production.
It's true. I was going to say it'd be great to get a full screen. We're probably going to cut to this full screen.
Oh,
every once in a while.
double eyebrow lift. Did you see that?
Yeah, and a little shake of the head, little nod here. Okay. Can read a lot about how this team is feeling, like you said, in game and out of game. But you saw a little conversation there with Lunny as well. It's pretty great to see the camaraderie as well. I mean, you see it in professional sports as well, of course, when you see whether it's in between a stoppage in play or something like post-match. It's amazing to see these guys who have played alongside and against each other for so long. And, of course, a lot of them good friends in and out of the game, and they've had a lot of chance to build these relationships, as so many of us have here in the Halo community. But now, as we get ready to go back into this and they get back on their respective sides of the stage, it will be all business. As you see Lunny there, and he's ready to go. The hoodie's off, and the Jungle Book tee is on.
Focus. Channeling is in a Baloo at the moment. That's what it is.
A lot of power in Baloo.
Is that the bear?
It is.
It's the bear.
Don't worry.
I'm happy with that, yeah.
Or maybe the hero's journey, some inner Mowgli. A little bit of a ruling here discussion. As
Look
you
at the
can
lawyers
see.
in.
Also, by the way, shout out to Bittersweet, of course, long-standing member of the Halo community. Absolutely love her. Great to have her here helping out with league ops and stage operations. As you can see, Bittersweet speaking with not only Quadios and Septic, but also Coach Jerome in the back. And I think we could say it here. They're a little bit surprised in the ruling there, of course, from the rulebook. As we said, it's our understanding that it comes down to the differential of the score, but I think their argument might be that they were very close time-wise to an inevitable win.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And to be honest with you, if you wanted to be dressed to contest the decision,
that's the way you dress.
That's how you go to court. So
I see. Yeah,
not saying that from personal. I'm not saying that's how I. Anyway, moving on again. Let's keep our jobs once more. But it looks like more official, doesn't it? He's going to certainly get his point across for sure. But players are leaving the stage now, so as if we didn't know what was going on anymore, now we have to guess even more.
Could be, once again, as we said, during certain amounts of time of play as well as games elapsed, the players do have an opportunity for, as we said, things like breaks. And now with the time extending in this series, might be an opportunity for them to do so as well. And this series will continue on. And
Glorious is getting close to saying, I'll go and get my shirt. Like, it's not that far away. Actually, the hotel is quite far away. But like he's saying, I've got it in the bag. If you need me to bring it out, I'm happy to go in between these two, and we can get this sorted out.
Also, we're going to see, of course, once again, stage admins coming down on the side of Blackhand as well, who, as we mentioned, will find themselves with an opportunity, a second life here on King of the Hill Recharge, as those rules will be explained across the stage. And we'll have to see. There's going to be a mental battle, I'm not going to lie, between these two teams, because this is a lot.
Regardless of the ruling.
When we talk about rulings being made on stage, that when you get out of the groove of the gameplay, it certainly will be a challenge to get right back into it. And we'll have to see which team is going to be up to the task.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, because if it is the ruling that we're hearing, and obviously there's some contesting over of that is going to be official, we will update you as soon as we get the information as well. Everyone at home, thanks for sticking with us here. But if Jaylings have to go back in, knowing that they were just 10 seconds away, the ability to switch back on and focus is going to be tough for them to do, right? Whereas if the decision is made where maybe it's the game is conceded, or maybe whatever it might be, and they can focus on the next game, then all of a sudden things are a little bit more comfortable. And if you put that on the back of the fact that Jayling's just lost 2 games in a row, to then be told that you've got to go again almost in a game that you feel like you've won, that's tough to take. And you can see why maybe there is some discussions going down.
Right, they go back into a scenario where they potentially could lose a 3-0 sweep, which is very, very different from being down just 2-1. Keep in mind, though, if that ruling does stand, it will just be 2 hills that they need in order to close it out. And given the talent, given the experience, and the veteranship of the players there, Quad, Septic, Morga, and Cristola, they will be up to the task. It sounds like we're going to wait for that final decision to be made on the main stage. And until then, we'll go to a quick break. We'll be right back into this series as fast as we can, as we'll jump back into Jaylings and Blackhand. We'll be right back.
All right, so these questions are courtesy of Hidden Experience, so we can kind of, give him some crap for these questions later.
Yeah, if I get one question right, I'll be happy.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2? Did you even play Halo 2?
Mars.
Okay. No.
Yeah, is it like a number? Is there like a number as well on it?
Delta Halo? I think it's Delta Halo.
It's not Zeta, right?
You're close, but no.
Delta?
There you go.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2010?
No, not when did it release.
1982? I don't know.
It's a futuristic
okay. Like 3056.
Wasn't it like 2050? Or like 2053?
It's actually crazy how close you are, but not.
2350 something.
You're getting closer.
2552.
Wow, he knows his stuff.
My third guess is going to be 2550 something. 52.
That's actually, you got it.
Is it
2,552.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
What is the species name of the elites?
Covenant.
It's probably what I would have answered too, but it's apparently the Sangheili.
Sangheili?
Yeah. Wow, he's 3 for 3? What?
Question number 4 is, who created Cortana?
The UNSC?
No.
I don't know. I don't know her name.
What do you mean? You know it's her?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Alright, describe her.
She has white hair.
Okay.
She's old.
Yep.
She lost the arm.
Yep.
Like Agent Keys or something?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Halsey.
Oh, I'm gonna roast it for that 100%.
That one
I
was
should have known that
definitely
one. I should have known that one. Okay.
What is the Arbiter's real name?
Dude.
I would have no idea.
I'm out. There's no way.
I don't even know how to say it. You giving up?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, it's Felvadam. Felvadam? What do you say? It's TH?
Felvadam? I did not know that either. I thought his name was just...
What is the Master Chief's actual rank?
Just guess.
5-star general.
They called him by his rank once in the campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Master Chief?
Yeah.
Is that like a trick question?
No?
This is Master Chief, that's his rank.
Yeah, it's Master Chief Petty Officer. Yeah.
My bad.
Alright, how many Halo rings are there?
How many Halo rings?
Come on, even I know this.
Aren't there like 12?
I know it's not more than 10.
7.
Yeah.
9?
7.
I wanted to say that.
What are the hunters made of?
Oh, I knew that. Oh my god, wait.
You would know this?
They're made by like loads of individual cells, but like, how are they called again, man? Like these orange things, man.
How do you know this stuff?
Like their armor?
Not like what's inside the armor.
I'm just gonna say they're made like by millions of cells.
I don't know. I thought they were just made of armor. Worms? No, there's no way I would have ever knew that. No.
I want to know what pro players get any of these questions right.
Just barcode, take 1, Mark.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2?
Delta Halo.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2552.
What is the species name of the elites?
Sangheili.
Who created Cortana?
Dr. Halsey.
What are the hunters made of?
Legola Worms, Master Chief, Petty Officer, Spartan Falls, Truth, Regret, and Mercy, Thel Vadum, Sergeant Johnson, Pillar of Autumn, Gravemind, The Banished, Newman Bassa, The Librarian, Dr. Halsey and Captain Keys, Carter, George, Emil, Kat, June, Noble 6.
We're 0 for 6. We're
0 for 6. Like,
I gotta try to get more than this guy, but there's no way.
Okay, what are the names of the 3 Covenant prophets in Halo 2?
I should know it, man, because like you don't know, like I literally played so much Halo 2 campaign. I should know this, like.
Wait,
Truth?
they're all Halo 5 maps.
yeah, like Regret.
That's 2.
Truth, Regret, and...
I know the prophet of truth.
I'll give you a hint. These are the names of 2 of the maps in Halo 5.
It's not going to be a prophet called Fisher, bro.
Right, well think of like more generic.
Yeah, you know what I
That's
mean?
not even a map. That's a Forge map.
Yeah, it's still a matchmaking map.
Right, okay, not a Forge map. How have you gone with Fissure out of all the Halo 5 maps? You picked Fissure.
Because he said maps, and if you say maps, I'm just
Colosseum, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would have been closer.
Okay.
I think maps that are purple. I'm literally giving it to you, Robbie. There you go, there's one.
Is there one?
Yeah.
Wait, Prophet is called Truth.
There's 3. Okay.
Yeah, Truth.
Come on.
Lie.
And one of them, I'm literally giving this
Stasis?
to you. No!
Bro, you said DLC, bro.
Yes! So many DLC maps you could pick. It's a remake of a Halo 4 map.
Mercy, bro.
Yeah. I would have went through so many maps, and you guys would have laughed so much.
Fisher, you didn't even see it. It's a Forge map.
Yeah, but it's like, if it's a map, a matchmaking map, I'm gonna say that, but okay.
Which generations of Spartans do you play as in Halo Infinite multiplayer?
Which generation?
7.
So generation 7? No. I have no idea. It's got to be like some crazy number. 6?
Spartan 4s.
Spartan
Halo 4.
Oh.
Which city is the Earth portion of Halo 3 set in?
Which Metropolis?
I can't even pronounce this. Voy? Did I say that right?
Voy?
Yeah, Voy.
That's a city?
Yeah.
Where?
Welcome back to Valencia, everybody, and welcome back to the HCS European Finals. And yeah, we've got some rulings to update you with. We are going to be going back into the series between Jaylin and Blackhand, and it will be somewhat of a reset here on Recharge King of the Hill. Blackhand will need to put 4 points on the board, and Jaylin will just need the 2. So that is the official ruling. Done and dusted, no more contesting. Camille Vasquez has been involved. Dan Gaskin was on the stage at one point.
We saw that,
You know, that gets serious with Dan Gaskin.
I think, Dan Gaskin there to help with the VAR, take a look at things.
But that is the official ruling, so now we know where we stand.
That ruling will stand, and as you saw, coaches and players discussing it at length in one of the longer rulings discussions that we've had, to be honest, in competitive Halo play in quite some time. One side of the stage obviously a bit happier than the other in the ruling, but regardless, we're going to go back in. Jaylin will need 2, Blackhand will need 4.
Well, hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible. There's been a long enough wait now for us to see a bit of Halo action on our screen. So for Blackhand, this is, like I mentioned, the extra life, the second opportunity to turn things around. And I mentioned how the first hill was going to be important in this context of the series. Ooh, if Blackhand take this first one now, Jaylin's going to be fuming.
Absolutely, and also as we always talk about, if you take the first hill, there's a likelihood that you also have some long-haul C presence as well, and then that can extend into gold and maybe lead to a lot of time on the board for the second hill as well. So if you were on the side of Jaylin, you are looking to absolutely take this first one, lead that momentum into the second one, and put this game in the past to get ready for game number 4, but first they'll need to take those 2 hills.
I think it's really important here for the conversations to be calm and cool and collected here for Jaylin before they get back into the game. The last thing you want to do is hear someone in your headset, one of your teammates going,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, you've got to focus up here. This is the ruling. You've got to deal with it. We've got to get back into the game. We've got to do exactly what we just did to Blackhand in that previous game. Because on the other side of the other side of the coin, if you want to phrase it like that, they just dominated Blackhand in that game. And this is maybe another opportunity. If I'm on that team right now, I'm saying, let's just do it to them again. Let's put them back under pressure. Let's beat them almost twice to send into this game 4, where we do have the opportunity to really send this game and this series the full distance.
Absolutely, and let's not forget the stories of the players here on Blackhand, and overall, a younger squad. Of course, Lunny, a name that we're no stranger to, and a player that we've seen in Europe for quite some time, going up against the veteran side of Quad, Septic, Morga, and Cristola. But on Blackhand, it's quite an opportunity for them. You heard in Glory's interviews how excited he is for these main stage opportunities, and it would be quite really a start for their main stage careers.
It certainly would be, and I think one thing that you can definitely say about this Blackhand team and some of the younger talent is they've earned respect of the community for sure. Glory's Meister, questions may be asked about them coming into the event. Is it just online? A lot of the time it's not just online, trust me. It is a LAN performance as well they can back it up with, and even if they don't come out of this series on the positive side of it, although they are looking like they will do with the games they already have in the bag, so much would have been learned heading into future events in Europe, and I'm sure this team is going to be sticking together for some time.
Trying to tell the expressions there on the side of Jaylin. They know they have a little bit more to play here. on Recharge King of the Hill, and even though they might not be thrilled about it, the ruling is in, and they will need to get those 2 hills. And you have to think, once they're able to do that, we could see the smiles return to their faces, but they've got to do that first.
Breath.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
Next game time. Let's get into this. But I'm using that. If I'm on this team right now and I'm sat there, I'm like, boys, let's focus up here. 2 hills, win them back to back. We did it on the previous hill. We maybe made it a little bit more difficult than we had to. They don't have to worry about rotation. For example, if they get those first 2 hills on the board, let's say, hey, let's take that momentum into game 4 now. It almost like we've won 2 games in a row, if you know, against Blackhand. And we can see this series as a 2-2 psychologically. And let's really take the fight back to Blackhand and not give them the opportunity to even have a sniff at getting back into this game. It has been quite some time since that last game and since the ruling has been official for everyone just to maybe just calm down for a few seconds, let that adrenaline flow out of the body, and both teams to get ready again. I highlighted Jersey 2 there. The heavens opening and showing us the Jersey 2. Great to see the spotlight on him for a second.
Royalty.
Royalty Do you know what's really interesting as well, which not a lot of people know, is that not only is there Jersey 1 here, from obviously the Jersey family.
Yeah.
Jersey 2 is also here that we've just seen. Kristola, part of the family tree as well.
True.
70% of the Halo community in Europe is actually made up from the Jersey family.
Yeah, it's the Jersey family tree has deep roots within the Halo community, and now taking a look from the Blackhand side of the stage, and now we're finally seeing the side of Jaylin. Can they do it here? Can they close it out quick? Can they get back to where they plan to be after 3 games? Right now it's 2-0 to remind everyone in favor of Blackhand in the series score officially, and we're getting ready to get back into King of the Hill Recharge. The continuation of that first game, Jaylin will need 2, Blackhand will need 4. If Jaylin is able to win here in our winners quarterfinals, the series will go to 2-1 and we'll head to a game 4. If somehow Blackhand is able to squeak out 4 hills before Jaylin gets 2, they will 3-0 in the series.
Yep, that could be done and dusted, and a sincere thank you to everybody who's been waiting patiently for this game to get back underway. But the good news is the game is live. We're getting back into this one. It is going to be a winners bracket game in our championship bracket. Jaylin looking for a little bit of redemption, I think, maybe in this game to close it out. They need those 2 hills to take the game and send us to a game 4.
Oh man, and these first few opening battles, these scraps are going to be so tight. It's so important here with Jaylin only needing 2 points on the board. Let's see what the play for this camo looks like, and a little bit slower here. Lots of respect being shown.
Wow, look at those shots though coming in from Steps. Oh boy, I was just about to say, I think there might be a little bit more spice in this game than we saw previously, and Glory's gonna feel the needles too. Oh, he's flexing those muscles, he's getting those legs nice and loose, and Jaylin, and to be honest with you, I think they're a little bit pissed off here.
Steph Dick is ready to end this one, the entire Jaylin side, on the shake of the head as well from Quadios, not just in the player cam, but actually in your in-game cam as well, thinking maybe the ruling should have been different, maybe Blackhand should have been a little bit different with the admins about the result, but what's done is done. Here we are back into the continuation. Jaylin's off to an early lead.
It's amazing what sometimes a team needs to fire them up, right? Sometimes it is something just feeling a little bit disgruntled, like you're fighting against not only the team in front of you, but the world. But Blackhand, even though they lost those early kills, lost a couple of 1v1s, they're sat in the hill right now. And with a couple of seconds gone in this game, it's pretty much tied up.
Was 4 dead for Jaylin there, and like you say, now it will be a lead on the first hill for Blackhand, and already a long haul control here. So wisely, it's going to be a long haul push for Jaylin as they want to lock down areas like the sneaky as well as C-stairs. It's a great timing push from Jaylin. 2 dead for Blackhand.
Yeah, really good stuff there actually from Jaylin. Just taking that extra few seconds to clear certain areas of the map out so they can all push together. And those rotations are not going to be cut off at any point. A 1v1 being won by Lunny actually coming in to clean things up after we saw Ebby fall onto his back. And we're going to see Meister now jump down into that hill. So Morgan's got a really important job here. But Meister is more than aware of where he is. A couple of grenades coming in the flank once again from Lunny, who always seems to be in the right spot at the right time.
And despite the fact that we saw a lot of back whacks and a little bit of extra love taps on the first kills from the side of Jaylin, this first hill is about to take over to Blackhand.
It is, and you just have to wonder if Jaylins are going to be broken by that. Glory's trying to get a burn on that camo. There is a player inside the hill, though, from Jaylins. Blackhand find themselves 2 dead. Quad is going to be able to take down Lunny, and he was the camo player. So life here for Jaylins on that first hill. 3 dead for Blackhand.
Wow, 3 dead indeed here. Glory's now and also Ebby are the last 2 alive for just a second. That's a big win, though, for the side of Blackhand, and now it will be Glory jumping in. This should be it.
This will be it. So Blackhand, who just a little reminder, they need 4 points. They've got 1. And Jaylins now have to rotate towards that long haul hill. That is a bitter, bitter pill to swallow.
This is getting nervy here, and you have to think Jaylins knowing they only need 2, did that swing the momentum in favor of Blackhand. Now, just like that, it's a one-hill game.
Where are those spawns coming in? It looks like they're not anywhere near the hill for Jaylin. Blackhand have control of that long haul. Ebby's on a little bit of a flank. Meister putting pressure on. And Mr. stepping out of that hill just to make sure that he's allowing his teammates to get into position to do damage on that long haul. Glory versus Septic. Really important battle here, and Septic will win it, but there's Ebby to clean things up.
And on the side of Jaylin, you have to wonder, can they dig deep? Can they find the resilience after losing that hill as well, and now find themselves losing long haul control? Can they get back into this? Are we going to see this game essentially tied if Blackhand gets this second hill?
Only gets 1, but that's going to be 2 dead here for Blackhand, so they should have a little bit of time inside of this hill. Septic is set up at top gold. A really important win there from Cristola as well, but they need to deal with Ebby as quickly as possible. He's sliding in. Morgan should be able to get the finish, and now the setup is here, temporarily, at least for Jaylin. But Lunny already pressurizing, already making decisions have to be made.
Yeah, look at Lunny just causing absolute chaos here, and actually gets the repulsor for a second. All that time, there was no time for Jaylin because of Ebby's push there through the sneaky. It's a great push, and we'll be just about tied here on the second hill.
Jaylin have complete control, though, this side of the map now. This is a full setup. If they hold, which they should, to be honest with you, and they will be able to tie this game up at 1-1 and just move 1 hill away, remember, from closing out this game number 3. But a lot of work still to be done here by Jaylin.
Septic might be able to get away with a back whack here. What can Glory do with this camo, though? This is huge.
Doesn't want to step in that hill, and certainly doesn't want to step into the death screen. Quadios just sniffs him out. He has the camo sense and finds the body. Septic finds 2 as well. That was 3 dead. Meister coming off respawn. That was 4 dead for Blackhand, and that is going to be the point they needed. So now Jaylin find themselves just needing one more hill, excuse me, to close out this game and send us to game 4, but it is that elevator hill. Septic trying to force inside, and look at this, it's 3 dead for Jaylin, and we know how tough this hill is to break.
So back and forth between these two. Credit, of course, to Jaylin for finding the resilience to get that second hill. Otherwise, things could have gotten pretty dangerous and sketchy for them, but now only 1 hill away from closing it out. But look how fast Blackhand is already controlling the bottom elevator.
And this isn't just a mechanical game, this is a psychological game at this point between these two teams, because with all due respect to Jaylin, if I'm on Blackhand right now and I win any battle, I'm teabagging. I'm dropping a few extra bullets, and you know, the ruling's the ruling, you got to play to it, and it's all about winning these kind of situations, and they have an opportunity to do that, even though it may be a ruling that will be talked about for quite some time. Glory now pushing in, and look at that, 2-1 now. You are going to see that hill be converted without too many problems by Blackhand.
Just like that now, the game changes quite a bit. 1 hill required for Jaylin, 2 required for Blackhand, and slowly inching their way back into this one.
You should see the look on my face right now.
You should.
There is a grimace.
It's the only way to describe it. I think it's very similar to the look on the face of the Jaylin fans, because things are getting down to the wire.
Look who's in the hill. Look who's in the hill. It's going to be Blackhand as well, and they have a lead. There's 3 minutes left, and now the problem is here for Blackhand is, even if they do convert this hill, they can't play time at any point. They don't have the opportunity to play time because they have to lock down 4 hills consecutively. So they've got to do the work for all of this game. They have to be efficient, and now Jaylin make the break. It's 3 dead here for Blackhand. Meister already have spawned, and Quad's already got the information those pipe spawns are going to be where they need to put those attention.
And a shock camo play here for Septic. Certainly the hill in his hands here.
Glory gets taken down. Pressure though, Morgan should be in position to clean that up and keep Septic alive. And look at that bar just ticking up once again here for Jaylin. It looks like justice will be done, by the looks of things, in my opinion anyway, for Jaylin. They will close things out here. That will be the end of the game. And even in what was one of the most emotional moments that we've probably seen for the players to deal with on Jaylin, we actually see a pretty much expressionless look on the face of Quad for the first time.
Absolutely there, and you can tell they were just happy to have that one over with, and maybe in their opinion a little bit extra work required on recharge, but regardless, they get the job done, they do it confidently, and we now will resume 2-1 in favor of Blackhand. We are going to game number 4. Jaylin looking to force a game number 5 and complete the reverse sweep, which I tell you what, right now they would love to do based on the shakes of the head.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think we're going to game 5 because we've got Bizarre Capture the Flag coming up next. And like I mentioned, the game types, which are kind of a step-by-step process, that's where Jaylin look strong, where they don't have to kind of play this free-form, you know, floody kind of Halo that we're seeing from Blackhand, and Blackhand need to find a little bit of organization here because King of the Hill did not look like a strong suit for them whatsoever.
Absolutely not. We'll have to see what they can do. Like you said, a little bit more structured of a game type, especially Bizarre CTF. This is going to play different from something like an Aquarius CTF, where Blackhand can run the chaos game. They can run the pushes. They can make sure that they're sneaking players through bottom pink and less suspecting areas. On Bizarre, it's a lot harder to do. Your overextenders cannot really do much alone. You'll have to fly together. You'll need to work together. It's going to be a little bit more of a chess match on Bizarre, and as you say, that will land right into the hands and the strengths of Jaylin.
Well, it's almost as if justice was served, right? We're in a position now that, you know, I'm sure a lot of people were thinking we could have been in a little bit earlier than we find ourselves, but it is 2-1, and we do have the game 4 in front of them. There's some of the replays that we did see from both games of Recharge King of the Hill, and to be honest with you, looking at the result, it was the right one, not only because of, you know, maybe some of the controversy that was surrounding it, but also with the way that Jaylin's played. They deserve that win without doubt.
Certainly there, you see there, almost an overkill opportunity coming in, and they don't care who gets the kills as long as the kills are on the board, and Jaylin did look very strong in this game type, and even when they found themselves taking more deaths than they wanted, and here's some of the back whacks. By the way, shout out to observers and replay for getting us all this, because that gives you an idea of how they were feeling.
100%, a little bit ticked off, a little bit displeased, whatever you want to say. I'm sure if you gave Lunny the opportunity to maybe say what he thought, the colourful language would fly again. But now we get to game 4, finally, and we're going to get Capture the Flag Bazaar on our screens. And I tell you what, if this is tied up when we get to game 5, the fact that it is Slayer Aquarius, all the momentum will be with Jaylin's. But then you look at it and it's like, this seems like a Blackhand game type. So this series has got a lot of life in it yet.
It certainly does. It's been a fantastic one so far, and could not be happier, to see it extended into game number 4 as we're about to get underway. Bizarre CTF, it'll be our first time casting this game type all weekend, and we'll have to see what Jaylin has in store, or will Blackhand find a way to match their organization, counter that, and get a few flags on the board.
Will it be the black and white of Jaylin's here, or will it be the white and black of Blackhand who do take this next game? If it's Blackhand, it will be, of course, the series going to them. They will progress in that winner's bracket, and you're seeing some of the dangerous, highly ranked teams that are waiting in that winner's bracket as well to try and progress the matchup against them. Or will Jaylin's send us to a game 5? I'm going to be honest with everyone right now at home. I want to see a game 5. Oh, yeah. I think it'd be one of the most entertaining game 5s we'll probably see at the whole event with everything that's gone on in the last couple of hours. So let's see it. I mean, I don't want to be biased, but let's go Jaylin's.
I want to see a game 5 as well. I won't say which team I'm rooting for in game number 4, but I certainly want to see a game number 5. I think a lot of people...
I'm kidding everyone, by the way. I'm right, okay?
I'm not kidding. I want to see a game number 5. I think a lot of people in the arena here at DreamHack Valencia want to see a game number 5 as well. And also now Morgan going to try to pop up and counter those rockets. It's an early overshield grab coming in for Ebby, but I think a lot of people watching on home and Twitch and YouTube as well do want to see that game number 5, because you'd see some people popping off and a little bit of trash talk exchange across the stage, which actually might be inevitable at this point.
You had to bring up Twitch chat, didn't you? Because I know what they're saying right now. Caster bias, caster bias. All right, I get it. I hear you. I see you, all right? I'm sorry.
But anyway, you're owning it so much that I don't even think you have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, let's get back into this game. And early on, it's going to be a pretty aggressive push actually coming in from Blackhand. This is one thing that will be interesting to see. Are they going to be a little bit unorthodox with some of these flag runs? Are they going to be hyper-aggressive in the way that they try and collapse on these final spawns? Well, at the start of this game, Blackhand have full control of the map, and they have the flag running. And if they can deal with Septic, then they might be able to get this flag back to the base.
A little bit of a slower run. I think they could have run that flag a little bit faster. We'll have to see if it costs them and bites them in the back here.
Septic did such a good job, though. He killed the flag carrier on that run and then managed to buy enough time and milk his life long enough for the rest of his team to get back involved. And now Septic finds himself as last alive once more, but he's got to do a lot more work, and he somehow is still alive. Lunny has to overextend now to pick up that kill, but Meister in position to get this flag back to the base. And even though it was scrappy, even though it was a complete and utter mess, all that matters is that Blackhand have that flag on the board.
Blackhand on the board in a big way, and what you thought was a slow flag run, it certainly was a slower flag run. They took forever to get the flag to tree bridge, but eventually, whether it was intentional or not, it baited out the flag perfectly, and Septic was alive the entire time while his 3 teammates died twice.
Yeah, if I'm Septic right there, I'm going, anyone? Anyone want to try to help me out a little bit here? Obviously, the situation unfolds, a little bit differently on other players' screens than what we maybe see, but Ebby, 6 and 4, not affected by the teabagging that he received in that previous game. He's here for blood.
certainly is, and maybe even fired up by the love taps that he saw on his death screen. Septic trying to come in now. He decides, I don't need teammates, I just need a bulldog here. I'm taking it to the front door, and he's going to try to knock some door downs. Also looking for an overshield grab as well. Perfect timing to go into an Astro listening with Jaylin.
I'm going grapple. I'm going bomb. Give me a sec, bro.
I'm just chilling.
He's low.
Is that bar bridge? Bar bridge?
Yeah, bro, look at that.
I'll shoot bar bridge.
I'm moving here. First one shot. I'm trying to get teammate. Live up. Absolutely, the flag. The flag. Flag's the one shot dead.
Sidebar, Lenny.
Hey, bro, yeah, I hear. Run this slow, run this slow. Shoot him!
Last guy missed her.
Oh, mate. Sorry, mate.
Glory spawn.
One shot the dubs right now, mister. Absolute mister. Nice. Go low. Together. Go together.
Behind me, look for Glory. Glory was first. Glory's dead. Look for Glory.
Behind me, guys. Behind me, honestly.
You're good.
I'm watching outside.
Good. Yeah, rocks are coming up.
Rocks in 5, boys.
I will come back with you, Pete.
Be on our side, guys.
I'm coming back with Pete.
One on rockets right now.
I'll doubles Glory. Keep going. I got him.
Might be your elbow, guys. I'm trying
to elbow.
Might be your bar, right?
He's wasted a rocket on me.
Careful bar.
He's sidebar with rocket. One rocket, Lenny.
As we get back into the game, it's going to be Jaylin who tie things up, and we got the opportunity to listen to them for the entirety of that flag run. And I mentioned at the start of the game, will Blackhand be a little bit, you know, unconventional in the way that they want to try and approach this and run some flags, but it's actually Jaylin who run it down through the shotgun and take an unorthodox route.
Really great prioritization there as well as they're running that flag bar. You heard the comms. Where's Glory? Glory's the player you're looking for. Identifying the only player that had a chance to stop the flag. They did a double doors push there at the end. It was not enough here, but Blackhand looks to counter.
2 dead here for Jaylin as well. Quadrant and Tristola have to be dealt with. Overshield's going to be coming up as well. So this is a really interesting part of the game because decisions have to be made, right? Do we run this flag? Do we try and force it home and kind of concede the overshield, or do we use it as bait? Do we try and fight for the overshield on our way back? Because if Black can't get the Ovi with this flag out, then this should, without a doubt, be a flag conversion.
Oh boy, miscommunication there. Take a look at that. And actually, Lunny thought he was grabbing the overshield and going to continue the run, but Ebby actually snakes it with the grapple, which delays this run. The flag now has to be grabbed immediately, and it gets returned. It's a huge blunder and one of the worst we've seen all weekend. A terrible miscommunication coming in on the side of Blackhand.
You cannot let that happen. You cannot let that happen. I don't know how it's happened. It was so simple for them to convert that flag, and now, who's running the flag home? This is just embarrassing. I've got to say, embarrassing decision-making and communication coming in from Blackhand, and Jaylin's are like, I don't know how it's happened. We're 2-1 up.
Cannot believe what we just saw. Jaylin knew they lost that overshield battle. They had no presence on the overshield whatsoever. In fact, Blackhand had numbers all over the truck. Ebby snaking away the overshield, which if they had reacted quickly, they still could have converted on that. Ebby and Lunny just needed to switch. Ebby could have gone straight to truck for the overshield, grabs the flag, and Lunny could have patrolled bottom middle, but they waited about 3 or 4 seconds. Now they're down 2-1.
I agree with everything you're saying, but it's like, it didn't even have to make quick decisions. It could have been like a conversation that should have happened 2 or 3 times, and someone go, no, go get the flag. As it was out, and I mean, Blackhand have got to shake that one off. They do have the kills that they need to run this one down through the trenches, but a missed opportunity, maybe they may rue, but for now, at least Blackhand have the opportunity to tie things up, and when you do get that next flag on the board, at least it kind of puts that decision-making into the back of your mind. It's tied up at 2-2 here. Blackhand showing resolve.
Exactly, that's a huge cap, and they bounce back right away after that. You have to think if time goes by or they concede again, it really could sit in the back of their mind. Nice needles from Septic on the side of Jaylin, and that will be 3 dead for the side of Blackhand as they will now look to counter on the side of Jaylin.
Lunny's spawned as well, rockets coming up, and if they get rockets and the overshield here, then Jaylin might be in position, but Lunny is first alive. Has done such a great job here, not only to survive, but to pick up a kill and get rockets here. So Lunny, a huge play from him. They give up the overshield, he fires a rocket, doesn't connect, but the BR is good enough.
Perfect use of the thrust as well. Solo will finally get that code cleaned up, though. Here we are, tied 2-2.
Morgan's going to get a pull here. 3 dead again for Blackhand. And with 5 minutes and 30 seconds or so left on the clock, I've got to be honest, this is one of the most action and, what would I say, just interesting, we'll use that word, games of Bizarre Capture the Flag I've seen. It has been full of dramatic moments, but it leaves us in a position where the next flag could be the one that really puts the pressure onto the opponent.
You could argue this game, once again, should not be tied. Thank goodness for Blackhand fans that they are able to get the cap on the board, but they might say this game really should be 2-1 still in their favor.
Well, Ebby just trying to survive for now. Wait for those shields to come back. Quadius is going to be the furthest player forward here for Jaylin, trying to put some pressure on, but the entirety of the mid-map is going to be controlled here by Blackhand. That little kill there is going to create an opening for Lunny to be aggressive, for the rest of the team to push on those spawners, and Ebby is still in possession of that shotgun. The Bulldog will be barking once more, and he's making sure that he's just clearing out areas for the rest of Blackhand to push from.
Oh, nice little grapple from Ebby, but just turns around at the wrong time, so he can't get a Bulldog shot off. That will give Jaylin a man advantage and an opportunity to push back out.
Wow. Is taken down by Lunny. The Plasma Pistol doing just enough in that position, and Lunny adds another kill to his collection. He's 16-7 at the moment, and I've got to be honest, at times in this series, even though Blackhand as a team collectively have been playing well, Lunny has been dragging them through some of the toughest moments.
I mean, right here we are tied 2-2, and one of your best players is up +9. I mean, there's no doubt that he's been a huge influence in this game as Ebby tries to deal some more damage from Bridge.
Another kill falls to Blackhand. Consistent pressure for the last kind of 30, 60 seconds. It's been all pressure on the Jaylin base. They've held strong enough for now. As Ebby turns his attention, snaps onto the head of Septic to pick up yet another kill. What that means is Overshield is now possessed by Lunny. They need to make something of this, though, with just 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. We're starting to get into the territory now of how this game has gone, and with the timing on the flags, where if they get this next flag on the board, it could be the game winner.
Lunny does not go Bridge there. He actually drops down, and as a result, they lose 2 players in Tree. He gets a double off the back of it, but this is going to be a little bit more of a complicated run now.
Complicated, but look at the damage that he's doing. He's now going to create the distraction. He's now going to get that flag moving, but the respawner, or the rat back, I should say, excuse me, from Quadius is enough to slow him down. So I agree with you. I think just maybe the timings or the pushes were a little bit off from numerous players. And once again, look at the counter cap. Not for the first time. We've seen an overextension from Morga that might be the one thing that separates these two teams and gets that flag on the board and the lead here to Jaylin.
He's got thrusted dynamos as well. They dynamo the front door. That will delay that just a bit. He needs to make sure he's staying alive bottom mid because they have 2 dead.
It's also where the rockets are coming up, so this is a very important moment for him. Meison's going to get caught off, but Glorious is there. Can he finish the kill? No, he cannot, but he turns his attention to the touch.
Ooh, the
gonna be a grapple instead, but no! The grapple breaks, and Morgan has to force his way through the double doors, and Jaylin lose 2.
What a blunder here. 2 dead for each side. This next kill will determine if this flag goes home or not. Quadios versus Meiste. He's going to try to jump on the Re, but maybe a bit too early.
He's got the rockets, though. He's got the rockets. Fires one wildly. Another touch comes in here for Jaylin. They get that flag through the double doors. Morgan collects more, and Morgan now is last player alive. The question is, will he be able to beat Blackhand? Can he get this cap on the board and give them the lead? Yes, he can!
Oh my God, Morgan with the solo effort through the double doors. He was the last player alive for so long, about 10 seconds. Avoids the damage from the grenades, but now Blackhand looks to counter off the Jaylin 2 dead.
4v2 on the map, flag moving. Blackhand, you cannot afford to make mistakes anymore. You need to convert, but...
Did not pop the Ovi. Ebby delays the pop of the Ovi. It's not the first time he's done it this series. And it goes to Jaylin. Oh my God.
I mean, when you say you cannot make a mistake and the next thing that happens is a mistake, if you lose this game, you've only got yourself to blame. I mean, we've seen it numerous times now from Blackhand where they should have had everything they needed to cap. And somehow with 1 minute 30 left on the clock, they're down by 1.
Game is not over, but we're going to have to see at the end if we can get that on replay, because I cannot believe the sequences we have seen. Lunny running what could be a game-tying flag, but they're 2 dead.
Cristona's in a position to chase this down as well. Ebby falls, Lunny falls as well, so he was the one player that had to be dealt with here by Blackhand, by Jaylin from Blackhand. And now it's a case of 60 seconds or so left for one more push from Blackhand, but the pressure and the mid-map control is all Jaylin's. Ebby has to fly out, and Glory picks up another. And I tell you what, if this game has taught me anything, with the way that these teams have been making mistakes and doing crazy stuff, I get the feeling there might be another opportunity in the flagpole here for Blackhand.
It's not over yet. 46 seconds left, which might feel like an eternity for Jaylin. But like you say, based on the pressure that's coming in from Blackhand, Cristola doing everything he can to stay alive.
Ebby's going to be challenging him. The Bulldog will win the fight, though. Meister last alive. That might have just been enough, but Meister is being sneaky. And Jaylin have no idea where he is.
They might be going back to look for him. He shoots at a time where it's going to be identified right away. You have to think with 21 seconds left, he needed to sneak through there.
20 seconds, though. It's a little bit more time than you think sometimes. Has he bought his teammates enough time to get across the map? That's the question. It's a 3v3, 10 seconds to go. Jaylings are going to be turtling up in the base. The Dynamos are going to do some tick damage. Lunny picks up one. Septic will fall as well. And with 4 seconds left, Lunny is desperately trying to get in touch with that flag. 3 players fall towards him, and Quad deals with them all!
A triple kill to end it. There he is, standing up on the stage. He wants to let him know. We had a feeling that might come before the series was over based on the tensions here on the main stage, and it's a win in the end. Coach Jerome stoked as well. Lunny making sure the team isn't down on themselves there. But my God, Jaylings will take game number 4. They will force a game number 5. It's a triple kill from Quad on the flag stand to deny any last-second run. You called it, that flag run was coming.
Yeah.
Quadio said no. A triple kill at the doorstep. But my God, I cannot wait to see some of the highlights from that game, because that was filled with the full range of emotions of plays I was wildly impressed by and also plays I was wildly disappointed by.
I feel like I'm almost watching a Netflix documentary at the moment with this series, to be honest. It's just, there's been so much to talk about. So much good, so much bad, so much controversy, and the best part is we've still got the final episode to get to, and that's going to be a game 5 here on the main stage, and it's Aquarius Slayer. It's so funny how these things work, right? We look at that series lineup and we're like, okay, Jaylings have an opportunity to get back into this one. It was a very, very narrow win for them in the game 4. Now all the momentum is with them. All the momentum in the world is with Jaylings. But Blackhand will look at this game type and think, maybe this is a chance.
Watch this. Lunny delays the run because of the overshield there. Ebby cannot get back before it returns. And if either thing could have happened there, Lunny could have brought it through lockers, they could have rushed it there, but it cost them because it allowed Jaylings to counter on them. And from the rest of the game, Blackhand is on the back foot after that moment.
So many crazy moments in this game. And even here, you know, Lunny gets this double kill with the overshield. Someone wraps back, and I don't even know what was happening at the end.
Failed grapple run here.
Failed grapple, failed rocket.
Look at Morga.
Morga, last alive, 3 players chasing him. Somehow gets another touch off his respawn and runs that flag.
Look at this overshield.
But this is it. That's a misplay. You got to pop the OV. Even if you're not sure, pop the OV.
Ebby also, you might have caught it earlier in this series on live fire. Ebby was also late popping. Here's the triple, by the way, from Quad. He will have none of that last flag run. And as we said, also stands up and a little bit extra there on the main stage as well.
That's the 3-for-1.
Look at this series. My God, what a series it's been. Our first match of bracket play, and it has teed up the rest of the EU Finals so well. 2-2. Jaylings and Blackhand are tied. We go to a series-deciding game number 5.
Oh, we really do. And I tell you what, there's been a few games on the stage today, with all due respect to the teams involved, that have been very, very one-sided. I don't think we're going to see many of those series anymore, because this is where we're really starting to get into the good stuff here in the European finals. And I tell you what, this is going to be a nuts game. This is going to be a nuts game, and I just feel like I can't pick how it's going to go. I cannot pick how this is going to go, just because of the fact that Blackhand will love this game type. They can flood as a team. They can put pressure onto Jaylings. But they've just lost 2 back-to-back games. You could argue they've technically lost almost 3 back-to-back games.
They've lost for the last hour, I think, is actually how they're feeling right now. But it's going to be Jaylings, who's also, keep in mind, they can fly together. We've seen them with very, very good movement flying across the map together. Actually, on Aquarius yesterday as well. Can they bring that once again? Can they close this series out? If they do, they will reverse sweep Blackhand and send them to the loser's bracket.
Reverse sweep on the line. Game 5 is live here in Valencia. It's Jaylings and Blackhand. And who's got the cojones to step up in this final game and really put in a performance to talk about for some time? I get the feeling it might be this man, Quadios. Finishing the game with a triple kill like that, he's going to be brimming with confidence.
Quite a statement there, and once again, we talked about it on the side of Jaylings, a little bit more veteran experience here. They've been here before for many years, the better part of or longer than a decade on the side of Jaylings. Can they shut the young guns down?
3-0 was the initial break. 1 kill does go into the favor of Blackhand, make that 2, but the most important thing to take away, the power-up is in the hands of Septic. We've already seen him on recharge do some damage, and Lunny had to win that one, and he does.
Lunny, the exclusive veteran on the Blackhand side. More extra melees coming in as well. This is a spicy series.
Let's see what Ebby can do then. Let's see what he's got in the bag. He's got a heat wave for now, which is certainly going to be an advantage in those close-range fights in and around those gens. Morga should be dealt with. He will be dealt with. And all of a sudden, we're at tie game. What else would you expect?
Ebby's got a lot to play for here. Let's not forget, Ebby was the one who snaked that overshield. He's also the one that didn't pop the overshield. He has to get that out of his head and focus on game number 5 here.
So he needs to play smart, cannot let the emotion get the better of him. He needs to make sure that you keep that heat wave in your hands. For now, he's not going to be able to do so as the pressure does flood in. It's 10-8, a 2-kill difference between the two teams, but it's Jayling's in red on your screen who have that 2-kill advantage.
11-8 and 11-9 now as kills will be exchanged in the gen once again. Taking a look across the board, it's really Septic on your screen who's standing out right now. He's 6-1.
In a 1v1 with Ebby, and he'll win that one as well. Glory now trying to survive. He's being hunted down, but the next power-up is going to be coming up in a few seconds' time. I think you might have just heard it being popped in the background. Don't know if it was a burn or if someone does have it in their possession, but for now, it's Quad who we're watching through the POV of still that slender 2-kill advantage for Jaylings. It turns into just 1.
Camo still up top mid. This is a big camo, 15-13. Only a 2-kill game, and Lunny tries to snake away with it. I don't think he got the burn.
It did not get the burn.
Did not get the burn fast enough, so it will still be up top middle.
Septic gets taken down. No one's still in position to maybe sweep that one up for now. Ebby's moving across top middle. Maybe he's going to make a desperate dive for it. Is he going to give the kill away? Yes, he is. Septic, of all players who was last in the fight for camo, is the one who wins the fight for the next one as well. Not sure if anyone's managed to get that pop yet. Finally, around 35 seconds after that camo is introduced onto the map as the next power-up here is going to be Jaylings who get it in their hands. And not only that, Andy, it's a 5-kill advantage for them as well.
Quad going to wisely do what I do late night. Check the fridge first. Now here's the movement. Finds one, finds two, gets them both weak, converts on one. The nade might tick as well. Dynamos are in play, 2 dead. So far a great push. They might get 3, 4 dead. It's a 4-for-2 trade, and Jaylings will take that every day of the week. They take the lead 24-17.
And information already being relayed to teammates here by Morga. Spots out the spawners, gets shots onto Lunny, trying to survive, but you have to give credit to Blackhand there. The way that they've hunted him down and given themselves room is good enough to at least allow them to fight fairly. But Cristola, though, he's doing so much damage bottom middle at the moment, and look at the score. It's now a 8-kill lead here for Jaylings.
My God, and if you're just joining us here, you picked a great time to join. Blackhand was up 2-0 in this series, and now Jaylings only 23 kills away from committing the reverse sweep. Only a few kills to go here in a 10-kill lead. Let's see what Jaylings sounds like here with an Astro listening.
They're not like this guy. Nice, 2 dead right now. 2 up.
Alright, come on. P2, you guys here? I'm under here.
I'm not give me a side.
It's P2, push it.
Come on, guys.
Still P2.
Car1.
P1 now, Abby.
Car2 weak.
Come on.
L1 Rob, L1 right now, Rob.
L1
one shot, boys. L1 one shot. Nice one. Good trade.
Oh, come on, one shot. P2. From base.
One shot P1, miss.
Red break. I think I'll be down. L1, he's in the break. He's in the break. Still R1. Selling out like an idiot.
No more devs.
He's going
still Streams coming in.
Can we get a base? From base, about landing from base.
Try to get Rob. No, just sorry. I'm with you, Rob. Give me a side.
On low gen. Show him his side.
Let's play out gen.
Very weak in gen. And I got P2 me. I'm pushing me P, I think.
Trying to help you P. I don't see gen. He's probably on the... Probably on the right.
P1 P.
Here, man.
L1, Ebby. Come on, me absolute.
Fire one shot.
Come on, me absolute. You're fucking terrible. One in the fridge. Live up. Red flag. Fridge.
I'm flanking for
2 P dot. 2 weak on that. You run back to flag. Still there.
Coming in, red.
You're terrible. That's what you want to hear. You can hear the Jaylings are getting hyped, and understandably so, the camo player just lost Septic in the source. The beatdown battle was won by the man on your screen, and now you are seeing Jaylings 8 kills up, just closing in on that reverse sweep.
And they were getting nervous there. Lunny gets the camo. They have about 6 unanswered, and the game gets a lot closer on the side of Blackhand. As you said, Lunny unable to locate Septic, certainly with some choice words for him across the stage. And just like that, it's an 8-kill game. Only 12 kills to go before Jaylings may hit the reverse sweep.
Septic is, you can see the way he's playing. He just wants to find targets right now. He is feeling confident. He is shooting clean, and there is another one. It's 15 kills in a game 5 so far for Septic.
42-32, 10-kill lead. Confidence on the face of Septic. He flies into the base, even while he's screen watching. Great damage. Not over yet, though. We'll see if Blackhand has what it takes, because 3 dead for Jaylings. And just like that, it's an 8-kill game.
This is the opening that they need. Blackhand need to take advantage of it, though. Morga surviving, manages to take no splash damage from the grenade that was thrown in by Ebby as well, so he's not going to have any information. Morga just playing the corners, making sure he's in a position to try and trade, and you have to give him credit here. Done a really good job, but now Meister picks up one. Lunny's going to be challenging, and this is getting closer. This is getting closer. It's 42 to 37, and Blackhand are making a comeback.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how they all find the time to give the extra taps. It's 38 to 42. This was just an 11 kill lead for Jaylin, and now it's a 4 kill game. Heat wave in hand for Meister as well.
Cristola dealt with Meister and Ebby. It's a 2 kill game. A killing spree here for Meister, but Septic again. Septic again with 17 kills to his name. Wants to carry Jaylin through to this game 5 win.
Make it a 3 kill game. It's a huge exchange of kills, but somehow Lunny gets his 3rd camo in a row, and the 2nd one that he gets away with. 2 kill game. Series in his hands.
Series in the hands. Quadios is dealt with. Septic comes in with the trade. Lunny gets 2. It's 1 kill. He's getting picked. He's getting picked. And it's going to be Cristola who gets taken down. We're tied up with 4 kills to go.
This is unbelievable. This will now slow down just a bit for a second after these kills get exchanged. Quad wants a challenge. 47
Septic again. Septic again. The difference maker here. It's 1 kill, the difference between these 2 teams. It's 1 mistake. It's 1 big play, and Quadios is going to make a play. Another kill gets traded out, though. It's a battle in the Jay Glories. The flank comes in from Cristola! And that will be what is needed for Jaylin to complete the reverse sweep. It has been an epic series between the 2 teams. My goodness. What a start to the winners bracket.
Look at the boys on Jaylin. A quick huddle before they even get across the stage. These boys are hyped. As you said, the reverse sweep, it was a marathon of a series, and they will win 3-2 after being down 2-0.
And what a man to make the play to win the game. Scherzi said it right at the start of this show, saying Cristola's spot was under pressure. He's turned up in the biggest of pressure situations to flank, to get that final double kill, to show that clutch factor that maybe his teammates wanted to see from him. And after an epic series, the reverse sweep is completed and Jaylin will stay alive in the winners bracket.
And the Jaylin's Game 5 Slayer win story continues. If you missed yesterday, they beat Navi 50 to 47. Not Navi, excuse me. They won their Game 5 50 to 47 in pool play. Now they win a Game 5 50 to 48, and they're just hanging on, but they're still winning.
But let's take a second here. Blackhand, how you got to be feeling right now? You go 2 up in the series. Bizarre capture the flag. The amount of mistakes and flags that should have gone back to their base. And that's the 2nd Game 5 you have lost against one of the higher seeded teams in the tournament. So close.
I believe their Navi series was also 50-48 Game 5.
50-48 Game 5.
Yeah.
When you look back, though, it's just the number 2, excuse me, in the loss column.
Yeah. My God, what a series here. An absolute pleasure to see that one play out on the main stage. And Jaylin's in the end, they close it out, 50-48 Game 5.
They close it out, and I've got to say that was a lot of fun to cast. An amazing series from 2 amazing teams, but the reverse sweep is completed. Jaylin stay alive in the winners bracket. Let's go back to the desk so we catch our breaths.
Indeed, gents, please do catch your breath because we have a couple more series coming our way after this one. But my goodness, I've got to say that might have been worth the wait. That was pretty exceptional, I've got to say. Gaskin, honestly, I have a player on my mind right now from Jaylin. And personally, I think he's the Superman of this roster, and that is Septic. I feel like the second he started heating up, things started turning around, and it really did happen from King of the Hill. He was creating major openings for the team to be able to get that objective work done, get in there, take control, and it really went on from there. This guy didn't let off at all, and then the rest of the team followed. What did you make of this series overall, dude?
I mean, Onset is one of the best commentators in the game and very rarely repeats himself, but he was saying Septic again, because it was literally unfolding in front of us. The entries that Septic was getting for this team, the important kills that he was hitting, it was so integral for their victory, for their comeback. And without that, it could have been a very different series. And whilst every member of Jaylin's played a part, Septic definitely was the leading force in some of those maps. An incredible performance from him, and he showed his experience, he showed his veteranship there.
He definitely did. On the other side of things, though, Lethal, Blackhand, you know, they had an exceptional start, to be perfectly honest, against Jaylings. Livefire Slayer wasn't an exception to that either. I mean, incredible slaying ability, and they looked like powerhouses. I mean, 50-32 finish there for that second map. What did you make of it?
They literally had a dream start. You couldn't ask for any more. Every single overshield. Lunny did the most damage. Mistress has been the absolute pain in the backside with his support play. Everything was just picking apart. And the problem is the fact that the bait and switch was actually 10 times better. And then all suddenly, after game 3, things took a turn for the worse. And I must say this, though, even though Blackhand will drop into the losers bracket, they will cause some massive, massive trouble. And even though Lunny had one of the best series of his life, you saw the turnaround there straight away. And even them Septic playing a lot more intellectual plays. And of course, Quadrant's playing absolutely like a complete machine throughout the entire thing, mostly from game 4 and 5, where he stepped things up massively. And it really shows what they can really do. But, you know, now we got a little bit annoyed too much towards the end. It really set the fire there, you could say.
It really did set the fire, that's for sure. I think a couple of things to note there as well, Shows bringing you into the conversation. Blackhand, they could have sealed the deal on Bazaar. There were some bizarre mistakes, excuse the pun, coming across the border. I mean, Ebby being one of those, not popping the overshield in market where really you got the flag, get the overshield in. What are you waiting for? He did it twice. We saw a miscommunication come across the board with grapple and the flag and overshield from Lunny and the boys. A couple of steps in the right direction. That could have been theirs in a pretty decent victory finish. What did you make of that kind of imbalance you were seeing from Blackhand?
Well, this is actually becoming the Blackhand story, isn't it? They're making mistakes at the very vital times. The pivotal times when they can clutch up and win a series, what they do is they fumble. They're trying to be a little bit too clever at times. Ebby has the overshield, the opportunity. The flag is out. If the flag is down bottom market, the overshield is there to be grabbed. Pop that overshield. Get it into your chest. What are you waiting for? The fight is coming. Get it into your chest. I think, boy, oh boy, what that series had everything, didn't it? We now have bad blood between these two teams. I think you can question the legality of it. The rule book is very clear, but the ethics behind it, what that has done is just spurred Jaylings on, because all they have to do now is a reverse sweep, and what a motivation that was. And you can see from the man to my left-hand side here, what a motivation that was. That just fired them on, and boy, oh boy, I'm stoked.
I know, I can tell you're stoked. You can barely breathe. Quad, it's so good to have you on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. I've got to say, that was an incredible show from you guys, and I could see it meant a lot. You know, I saw you standing up at one point in time, obviously having to have that reset come across the board as well, so shaking your confidence a little bit, but it seemed like it lit a fire underneath the team. Talk to me about that moment and how you proceeded on in the series.
Yeah, for sure. When they ended the game, obviously, I think it was an audio issue. In our eyes, that was like a dead cert win. And I approached those guys on the other team, and they just said that they wanted to try to take advantage of the rulebook. So I just, you know, it just sort of spurred us on, if I'm honest. I just told them guys we're just going to win now, because I'm not losing to these guys.
I love that kind of attitude. I think that's exactly what you need to do in situations like that. And that's exactly what you guys did. I mean, it got so much better for you guys since that moment in time. Talk to me about the game plan, though, going into the next couple of maps. Obviously winning King of the Hill there as well, but that bizarre CTF, you know, there were mistakes that was being made by Blackhand. You guys were capitalizing on. Talk to me about it. It's a hard CTF map to play anyway, so what was the game plan?
So basically, we've been running it low a lot. I think in Europe, we've only just started to start running sewers, if it makes sense. And it's been working out in scrims a lot. So we choked quite a lot of runs ourselves, which I'm not very happy about. I feel like the way we played today, if we play a Sen tomorrow, we just need to be better. I'm not happy with that series, and I don't think any of us are, because we went into that series thinking it was going to be a 3-0. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Now, we heard from Morga previously, thinking it would be a 3-0, knowing that you've been beaten by these guys online time and time again, but now you get to beat them on LAN. I saw your reaction afterwards. The rule book came into play as well. Yeah. Is this the situation where you needed that victory to spur you on for the rest of the
tournament? For sure, yeah. I mean, we won a Game 5 against Online Warriors, who beat us online all the time. I'm not saying everyone's an online kid, but, you know, best of threes in a pro series, I feel like that's more the issue of, I don't want to say 3-for-3, but it needs to be a best of 5 for a true outcome, if that makes sense, because you can't win an objective and just win a Slayer, because Slayers can be really random and very snowbally. So yeah, it's just a really good victory, and we expected this. So
And be honest with us as well, after that situation with the Game 3 or shenanigans, we'll just call it for now, do you think that actually did you guys a favour to get you pumped for the rest of the series? Because even if you won that, don't get me wrong, even if you won that game, yeah, sure, it's not too bad, but it's not as much of a momentum swing, obviously, starting that reverse sweep like you normally would.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like, I was angry. I was honestly angry that that decision was made to play to 2 and then they play to 4. You know, they can build off their mistakes from that first game and they can see where they went wrong and they can just play it completely different. It's all momentum in the game as well. So yeah, it definitely helped for sure.
I think looking at it, we can see how much it meant to you to win that game as well. You see you standing up at the end of game 4 when you get that triple kill. They're all diving at your flag. You stand up and it's almost Royal 2 West. You look over all of them, a few barks.
I have no idea what was happening.
Really impressed by you boys, but you mentioned about the sewer runs. We've seen that in North America. EU United is something that they've employed a lot and seen great success. But if you play that game type again, what do you do differently? You said you choked a few flags. Is it communication? Is it team players just not in the right positions?
Yeah, I think mid-game there was a few times where it was like, are we running this slow, are we running this high? Like, honestly, basic stuff where we shouldn't be making those mistakes on here, if I'm honest. So, yeah, it's just making sure we clear up our communication and not giving silly deaths. I give so many silly deaths, and you can probably tell by my face when I play that I get annoyed. Because I just know when we played in Kansas, the Americans punished you really a lot for that. So, yeah, pretty much so.
Well, you guys seem like you're on the right track right about now, because even when you are faced with situations that seem really difficult and hard to bounce back from, you completed a reverse sweep in front of everybody. Every eye is on you here in this arena as well. So pretty incredible stuff coming across the board from you and your team. So thank you so much for joining us, Quad, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, there we have it. We've heard from Quad himself, especially after that incredible finish from him on CTF Bazaar. But we need to look at the brackets right now to see where the scores are aligned, who's going forward, who's dropping down. We've got Jaylin's Esports obviously taking the 3-2 victory over Blackhand in a grueling reverse sweep, heading into the semis right now, waiting to find out who they're playing, Ascend or Scorched Hand. We've got Quadrant making their way with ease, a 3-0 against Vexed Gaming, heading into the semis themselves, waiting for Na'Vi versus Online Warriors to finish. Now down in the elimination bracket, we're seeing a couple of different teams fighting for their tournament lives, and Blackhand are going to be one of them, waiting for Death Row or Witchblades to come through as well and meet them. We've also got a couple of round 2s happening very shortly behind the scenes as well, waiting for some of those to come in too. We noticing anything there, Jersey, that you're picking up on in the elim bracket? Just
if Jersey 2 gets a win over the French Death Row, he's running straight into Blackhand. That's going to be pure pain for me. I hate watching him, and it's not going to get any easier. Well, there's no easy games when it gets to this point in the competition. There's always a good team to match up against. So it's yeah, there's a lot of good games to watch, but really interesting to see what happens with that Na'Vi Online Warriors game.
There is indeed. I feel like the Jersey family tree is just taking over the European scene. I mean, we just saw an exceptional finish from your cousin happening on the main stage as well, which is absolutely amazing. We're seeing your brother also proceeding through the elimination bracket. We'll see what they can do against Blackhand. I wouldn't count them out yet.
I'm going to see if I can get a DNA test of some sort. Maybe Glory's a cousin of mine. I don't know, but the whole Irish family seems to be Jersey Central.
They certainly are. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a break right now. When we come back, we do have another series happening on main stage. We're going to be seeing Na'Vi versus Online Warriors to see who is going to be heading on through into our winners semis. We'll catch you right after this. What a series. Just when you think it might be over, the janitor brings out the brush and a reverse sweep comes in. And however, today, our cleaning crew are called Jaylings. They really started heating up properly for the lads after a grueling street ball and live fire slayer where Lunny and Evie from Blackhand were popping off something stupid. But the moment where it all went down was on Recharge King of the Hill, where Jaylings had a reset come into play against their potential victory and saw red. With the leading slays of Septic and the shock rifle, objective efficiency coming in, they turned the series around. Bizarre CTF though showed some mistakes and missteps from Blackhand, which resulted in successful flag caps, from Jaylings. And another map under the belt. Well, Aquarius Slayer being the last one here, just left standing here for Jaylings or Blackhand in the game 5, was showing the true potential of both teams. Jaylings running away with it at the start and Blackhand getting back into the mix, keeping it close. Ultimately, Cristola pulls a double kill out of the bag and ends the reverse sweep successfully. Wow. So that was a pretty epic series, to say the least. Lads, you know, I usually jump straight back into things and get the next series going, but I have to know your thoughts and feelings on that one. That was the closest, most exciting series we've had all day. Brav, you know, Jaylings, what a performance to pull out of the bag there.
I mean, yeah, first of all, pleasure to cast that alongside you, Mark, of one of the, I think, our favorite series in a very long time, and I'm sure you guys and everyone watching here in Valencia at home as well. My God, what a series. You saw how much it meant to them in that post-game, right, in the 4-player cams where they popped off there. They had to work hard for that. Lots of debate about the ruling after game number 3 as well, but I just got a chance to talk to them quickly. And they played that reset. They said, I talked to Morgan, he said, we had to play that like it was a full reset. We were not up 2-0 in our heads. We were playing that full game. And after that, we were going to go ahead and win the series. And I think that their mental strength showed, and they commit the reverse sweep. An incredible series, and certainly one that's going to go in the European, not only European, global history books for competitive Halo. It was amazing.
Yeah, 100%. I'm exhausted after it because, and I can only imagine how the players are feeling as well, because there was so much pressure for so many different reasons. And that game 5, you know, Jaylings, they get this big lead, and you're like, it's over. Like, they've done it. They've completed the reverse sweep. And then, even then, we had another twist towards the end where Cristola has to go in and make a play.
With the last bullet.
With the last bullet in the BR as well to get that double kill. It was a flank into the gen, and I mean, the craziest thing about it is it's almost like there was a lot of justice done in that series, right? Because of the fact that it was justice done maybe for the ruling. Some people would feel that Jaylings won that game, but also justice for Cristola, who's been under a lot of pressure on the lineup to win that game 5 in the biggest of clutch moments. So amazing series. Yeah. I do feel for Blackhand though. 2 game 5, 50-48 losses has got to hurt.
Yeah.
It's the mental fortitude. I think that's, Andy touched on it briefly there as he was ending that. Very nice dialogue.
Yeah, appreciate
very nice and impressive. I think that's the most impressive thing for me for Jaylings. They're down 0-2 in the series. They're trying to claw their way back into the game, and then all of a sudden they have a reset that completely breaks the momentum. But they say, listen, we're coming back to this. We're reverse sweeping. That's the most impressive thing to me. And it's the same old thing that we've seen with Blackhand. They're making those vital mistakes. Ebby, once again, I don't want to harp on it, but at the same time, pop the bloody overshield, win the game. They open the door, and Jaylings walk right through.
Yeah, 100%. When you do open those doors, pro players, they're going to take them. They're going to go right through them. And pretty exceptional stuff. And I got to say, love what you said and spoke to Jaylings about. That mindset is going to do them some good going forward. That is for damn sure. Now, moving on to our next series behind us on the main stage, we do have Na'Vi versus Online Warriors. And we did manage to catch up with them earlier on to find out how they're feeling about the weekend, all of the matches that they've got coming up. There's a lot of pressure on those shoulders. Let's find out what they think.
4 kills, 16, then make it 25. We're even seeing 2 Foxy getting a trade in a 1v2 scenario. 3 dead, make it 4. Triple kill from Mighty.
So my name is Liam, also known as Mighty, and I play for Na'Vi.
I'd be really happy. Thank you. And just on time, wins the double. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about some of the time, sure.
I've always loved sniper rifles, and this shock rifle is just ideal for me. I'll be zooming around the map or grappling, and you just do a quick 180 turn, and you just snipe, and you can go on forwards, you know? Being able to move around the map that fast and being just chaos everywhere. Only me and Shady really have this playstyle, and I think it's really hard to keep track of us, especially in hectic situations, because we thrive off hectic. So yeah, for sure.
Shady somehow avoids Oni, and now you're going to see something creative. He goes under.
Here he goes.
He goes up. And he reappears once again. Wow. And now he's going to slice Oni! This man!
When Shady got released from Ascend, we thought, you know, we have a perfect opportunity to make a God squad here. And here we are. My name is Hamza. My in-game tag is Fox, and I play for Online Warriors.
The 2 Foxy picks up 2 big kills.
That should be B control going over, but the reset does come through, and oh my god, somehow, some way, too. Flux is able to keep his teammate alive that's in this stronghold. Not only that, but find another triple kill, so he answers.
I'm quite a supportive player. I just try and pretty much help everyone. Shady's definitely the X factor on our team. He can go nuts, go mental, win games on his own. Mose is quite similar to me, where he's quite supportive, objective, and Snaky, I'd say, is quite similar to Shady, where, you know, he can do everything.
Off the back of that, that lead has started to get very out of hand. Oh! Good morning, Shady.
We have a massive chance to win, of course. It's perfect with the players that I'm playing with. They have so much experience as well, which helps. The motivation and the hype is there, and it's great. It's really great. And I think when all of us are performing, we can take this home easily. Yeah.
Such a positive attitude coming from Mighties, obviously joining Na'Vi, the newest member of this roster. Speaking of Na'Vi, why not talk about them first? They're in yellow. You can see them from pretty much everywhere here in the arena in Valencia, but my goodness me, their gameplay does stand out and has been so far this weekend. The only road bump that they have had was actually up against Blackhand. Now, Blackhand obviously being taken down there by Jaylin. Na'Vi have actually produced the goods now a couple of times in their series. Can they do it once more, Shozi?
They're slowly starting to find their form, is Na'Vi. I think that one banana skin they had, listen, we almost talked about it as though they'd lost the series, and that was definitely not the case. They scrape through, they get the job done, but this is going to be another one of those ones where we get to see where Na'Vi are. Online Warriors did not play very well yesterday. It's a very similar story for them. They left a lot out on the table. They want to get back to the winning ways, and what a statement it would be to take down Na'Vi.
Yeah, it'd be an incredible statement. I've got to say, the last time I saw these two play was in our last Pro Series. It was an elimination finals. Online Warriors looked absolutely amazing against Na'Vi. They did take them down. Bravo, what's to say that they can't do that again?
There's nothing to say they can't do that again. They certainly have the potential. I think they have everything they need to do. The question is, will they find the coordination? Will they put all the pieces of the puzzle together? And will they fight against what might be the best looking Na'Vi all year? And that's really the question.
Indeed. What does Na'Vi bring to the table, do you think, at this moment in time on set? What is it about them that does become quite terrifying if you are going up against them as an opponent?
I think the fact that they're just getting better as the tournament goes on. I think the more games they get under their belt, the more confident they feel in each other, they're going to produce the results to go alongside it. And against a team that is as talented as Online Warriors are, they need to up that game once again. They need to push it to that next level, and they've got to deal with Shady. And what I mean by that is not just because of the individual talent, not because of the shot. I mean, the aggression that he brings. They cannot let Shady get on top of them and get up in their faces and cause problems for them, because one way that Na'Vi struggle is when they find themselves on the back foot under pressure. Shady is a master at doing that.
He certainly is. Let's take a look at the series layout right now and see exactly what is coming our way in this series on the main stage. And Shozi, is there anything we can read into here based on the way that these two teams have matched up previously?
Well, in the past, this series, with the way it's shaken out, looks as though it's going to be very, very close, and Slayer Aquarius could be the deciding factor Game 5. They've been very close in all 4 of the game types, with the exception of one King of the Hill recharge, in which Online Warriors have 4-0'd them twice. Wow. So that is going to be a real outlier. Can Na'Vi improve? Can they get the victory on King of the Hill recharge? That's going to be a real telltale sign for me, but I think this could go the distance.
It could go the distance. I know that last time Na'Vi did take that live fire Slayer in the elimination finals, and I also know that Flux on the opposite side was really trying to utilize that sandbox, really rip it from Na'Vi's hands. So that's something to maybe note and take a look at as we get into the game there, especially in map number 2. But I have been told it is time for predictions. We're getting into this one fast, guys. So, Shozi, talk to me. What are you feeling?
Oh, no.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one. I know.
Game 5, I think Na'Vi. Game 5, Na'Vi, 3-2.
I think Na'Vi has the gas in the tank, but just for the purposes of entertainment and enjoyment, I'll go Online Warriors 3-2 Game 5.
I'm going to go with Na'Vi, and I'm basing it off of some sort of fact, which is the fact that they beat Blackhand yesterday, and Blackhand obviously managed to beat Online Warriors yesterday. So we'll have to see. Or was it Jaylin should beat Online Warriors? Whatever it was. It doesn't matter. Na'Vi haven't lost yet.
Sounds like it was going to matter. It was definitely going to matter, but now it doesn't.
Hey, bit of a mixed bag up here. Bit of a mixed bag. Okay.
In some sort of way.
In some sort of way. We love to hear it. That's expert analysis right there from the death. We're heading on over to the caster booth to get into this one as well. We've got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics. Over to you, fellas.
Cheers a lot, and that was some good analysis from Mark. I know where he was going with that one, because you said exactly the same thing.
Well, I actually made it make sense, though, right? That's the issue. And we all knew Mark was going to pick Na'Vi. He's a big Na'Vi fan. No Optic in this series, so you're a neutral party for now. But this one, Dan, it's going to be a hell of a show. Na'Vi, Online Warriors, we've seen these guys compete against each other just about every qualifier. Back and forth these two go. They scrim all the time. And Dan, tell me about how those go.
Yeah, so scrims have gone mainly in favor of Online Warriors. Actually, the most recent scrim was a 9-4 victory for them. And Pro Series has been favoring Online Warriors as well in competitive, but that's sometimes been best of 3s. It's not always been best of 5s. And as Jersey alluded to, when it comes to the series layout, that real outlier is going to be the Recharge King of the Hill, where they have won 4-0 in both Pro Series and in scrims. So I think if you're Na'Vi, you're looking at that as, okay, probably a loss when it gets to it, so let's focus on our strengths. Bizarre capture the flag, a fantastic game type for Na'Vi. Oddball Streets, very winnable. Slayer live fire, the last time these two played each other was 50-49. We are going to have such close games between these two teams. And let me tell you, Online Warriors were not happy with the fact they lost yesterday against Jaylin. They are here to make a statement today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, lock the China cabinets. It's bracket play. These series, they matter. These two teams, they got to bring their A games from here on out. No more of the Bush League we've seen in pool play. We know what to expect when these guys get on the map, and as we load into game 1, we're going to start it off with no one else other than Mighty.
Online Warriors did win this one 2-1 in a scrim just a couple of weeks ago, but it was only separated by a few seconds in every single round. It is going to come down to minor decision-making situations. It is going to come down to one kill, one grenade to make a difference between these two teams if they play similarly to how they play online.
Na'Vi get the rockets. Nobody's home though. Online Warriors, they get 3 dead. They get the ball. Let's see if they can get it to a safe location. I believe that kill from Shady will do just that. We're going to see the first lead of the series now. Online Warriors, how can they hold a setup here on Streets Oddball?
And we should keep an eye on Shady throughout this series because I know the leash is off. Speaking of Flux earlier, he said, I've told Shady to run at Na'Vi. Do never let your kind of foot off the pedal, constantly pressure them. We think that Na'Vi will break if we keep threatening them off spawn. Don't allow them to have that structure. Don't allow them to set up. So I think Shady is just going to be constantly pushing in, going for those kills, and he's already got 5.
Yeah, love the idea of letting Shady loose. We know what he's capable of, a superstar here in the EU scene. Already off to a hot start, 6-0-1, like you said, Dan, and it's not going to be just the Shady show for this one to be a successful one for Online Warriors. The rest of the squad, they got to pick it up. 19 points to their name, but the slay's going in their favor so far.
It's a good start for Online Warriors. They've not been able to get a true setup, but I think the good thing is they've not allowed Na'Vi to set up either. And as long as you can keep this scrappy enough, you should find success. 1v1s are probably going to favor a lot of these Online Warriors players because that's where they thrive, in those scenarios where they can take those engagements, but that's good back and forth.
The leash, it's off. The Bulldog, it's out. And the Bart gets Shady a nice double before he gets taken down. The ball still neutralized for now. You're seeing Flux trying to get it safely into that tram situation. He's going to have a couple of teammates to play around now that they've got it in here, but Jimbo, he's made his way through the front door.
He walks on in, door was left open, and he walks on and gets a double kill as well, but that's good coverage. Actually, as I say that, I think that was a team nade that finished off Jimbo, so he might be a little bit frustrated about that one. Snaky now will march on in into the station here, and now this should be a chance for a good amount of time, but the trouble is they're quite staggered, our Online Warriors right now. There isn't really been an opportunity to set up in either station or tower for either of these teams.
How are they going to play this one? Snaky still able to keep his shields, racking up some time as well, so Na'Vi, you want to see them break this setup fast. That's not going to happen this time, Dan. 3 dead for Na'Vi. Kimbo, last guy alive, he wants to be aggressive, but if he dies and staggers the respawns, Na'Vi could be looking at a very difficult deficit to try and make up.
Kimbo waits, he sees the spawns, but he walks in and he gets spotted out by Mose. So Online Warriors now have the advantage. 2 are dead. Make it a 2 versus 2, but I think that there should be a cleanup. It's Mose versus Mighty, 1 versus 1, and a Bulldog should win this one. So Na'Vi do get the successful push, and unfortunately at the end, it was just thwarted away by Mose.
Just not enough. Right now, 51-0 is not looking good for the black and yellow fans out there. You know there's plenty of them. Online Warriors trying to build up a fan base of their own. May just do that here with some successful series with a weekend in front of them. Shady with 13. Staying alive as well. You just love what you're seeing out of Online Warriors. This ball and tram is so difficult for Na'Vi to break. And something we saw from Na'Vi yesterday, Dan, that they're not able to do so far was they were able to break setups. It was holding setups that were the problem. And right now, not able to have the same level of success, at least in breaking the setups, because this round it's almost over.
I mean, they've not even been able to get it set up, let alone hold it at the moment. Online Warriors have been somewhat flawless when it comes to this round, 86-0. Mighty desperately trying to scamper around the map to get any sort of sight lines on some of these players, but look at the challenges. Online Warriors just working so well in tandem at the moment.
The teamwork is there. The positioning was better for Online Warriors. They're competing for these rockets while getting ball time. That's a difficult task to ask of Online Warriors, but they've done such a good job as of yet. But Na'Vi, they swoop in, they get the rockets somehow, some way. They get a couple of kills potentially in their favor, but Foxy feels the pressure from multiple players bottom middle, and he's going to have to figure out a way to get a few kills, get this ball back into Tram if they want to come back in this one.
Still 2 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time to come back, but from what we've seen, it's going to be difficult, but that's what you need from Mighty, right? You need to be getting energy, confidence into your new player, your new boy, the one who often leads the charge in some of these aggressive pushes.
You need him to match almost Shady's presence, and right now, nobody on Na'Vi matching Shady's presence. 16, 3, and 8 so far here in round 1. And Snaky, that's a big one from him onto Kimbo to try and break the setup of Na'Vi.
Well, you speak of matching Shady. Something we heard in the interview was Mighty saying the only two people with playstyles like me is me and Shady. He's comparing himself to this guy, and Shady's been at the top of European Halo for quite some time, so we need to see a similar kind of statistic out of this guy on your screen right now, because Shady, he's been dominating this game. 16 kills, still time remaining in this round, but Na'Vi very much behind.
Here we go, though. Na'Vi find the first 2 picks. Unfortunately, Mighty's goes down. Jimbo knows he needs some ball time. 1 minute and 21, not the most time left in round 1. And if you want to come back, you need a successful setup here and now. Triple from Foxy over. Jimbo steals it, but the damage it's done, the kills, they come through. Na'Vi, they have a chance.
This is a moment now for Na'Vi. Online Warriors have been constantly pressuring them, exactly what they set out to do. But if Na'Vi do get that one set up, if that structure is finally found and they can build that house that they usually build very well, they can get back into this one. But 3 were temporarily dead. Snaky has a big fight, wins the engagement, it's a double kill, and now the clock becomes a factor. Online Warriors can very much just play Slayer from this point.
You got to think, how does Na'Vi get all 4 dead, and then somehow, some way, 7, 8 seconds later, they're ending up trading lives. Not a lot of time even built up from those 4 dead. And in the meantime, it doesn't look like Online Warriors need that same level of slaying presence in order to get some time. 5 seconds away from ending round 1. Nobody from Na'Vi to stop it, and that's Shady putting a punctuation on round 1. He said 17's enough for me this time. We'll see if Na'Vi can compete this second round.
Online Warriors, Na'Vi, Jaylin, Blackhand. I think a lot of these guys are very close in this tournament, and I tweeted out this morning, I said this is the most difficult it's ever been to predict top 6, and this is why these teams are so tough to try and separate, and it comes down to these little minor decisions. But Online Warriors looked absolutely flawless in that opening round, and I'm sure they'll be delighted.
In the first round, Rockets, they win the hands of Na'Vi. Kimbo didn't have success. We'll see what Flux is able to do at the start of this one with these rocks. Gets a player to no shield, gets 2 more to no shield. He does get an assist, but you think with all that damage, somebody, some way, somewhere is going to capitalize. But no, Na'Vi doing a phenomenal job to negate those Rockets' impact for now.
Something Flux said was that the reason why they lost to Jaylin was because they played badly. It wasn't because Jaylin played well. And I know a lot of players would say that anyway, but that said something to me. That said that Online Warriors, they just weren't happy with their performance yesterday. They did look a little bit lackluster in pool play, but now we're in bracket play. This is for all the marbles. This is when it starts to get serious.
And somebody as an individual that I don't think played up to his potential was Snaky. Let's see what he can do here. Good shots. Can he stay alive? It's an important piece to the puzzle. Luckily, this player's not going to challenge him, and because he does all that damage, his teammates able to pick up kills, and because he's alive, now he picks up one onto Mighty's. If he can find this player back tower, he can rack up some ball time as well. But that player is being such a nuisance is going to have a little bit of help. Foxy, no way out. And that ball does get picked up, so a good job there by Snaky with 16 to his name, having a much better game 1 of this series than we saw from him yesterday.
An awfully scrappy round, but that's good news for Online Warriors. Look, Flux, last remaining player, still pressuring Na'Vi, not allowing them to breathe, instead just making them think a little bit about where they're going to have to push, where they can set up. But now with Flux going down, Na'Vi do find themselves in a 4 versus 3, so Online Warriors will have to temporarily delay their push, but Foxy was in a little bit of a sneaky area, but he gets caught out.
Rockets are coming up, and Jimbo needs to make a play. Gets the melee onto the second, but Na'Vi, they don't have numbers. There's no way they can compete for Rockets unless Mighty's is able to create a miracle out of nothing. He gets taken down, and that's going to be Rockets going in Online Warriors' hands. Mose gets a double. 1 rocket on the ground, but more importantly, Flux with that ball is able to make any kind of deficit that they had in this second round disappear.
Now you know what it feels like when a team names themselves the Online Warriors and how painful it can be sometimes. Hopefully they get picked up by an organization, because I tell you what, they deserve it with how they've been playing, not just in this tournament, but Pro Series as well. You got to remember, this was the kind of team that disbanded Ascend, as it were. It knocked Ascend out of the tournament back in Pro Series. Shady then left Ascend, joined Online Warriors, and they wanted to create that God Squad. That was the words of Flux. Are they the God Squad, though? They're going to have to beat teams like Na'Vi if they want to become that squad, if they want to push themselves into that question for Grand Finals.
1 series at a time, 1 game at a time. Everybody on Online Warriors doing their part so far. A 10-point lead here as Na'Vi break the setup. They get 3 dead, and this is realistically, Dan, the first setup from Na'Vi that I feel like we've seen in this game. Let's see how long they can hold it.
Mighty doing God's work at the moment in the middle of the map. Just being a little bit aggressive. Could have been a triple, but just whiffs the beatdown. And Na'Vi still were able to get the better of those trades, though. Still are scoring. Foxy and the rest of Na'Vi are still quite high up on this map. Just applying that little bit of extra pressure to Online Warriors here, and this is good. Na'Vi typically can sometimes turtle up a little bit and play defensive, but they do seem to be playing on the more aggressive side.
It's a game of space, and when grenades are as powerful as they are in Infinite, you need space in order to dodge those grenades, not get tunneled into these funnel situations. Na'Vi doing a good job so far. They're back in this one. Now they're actually up just about 15 points for now, but that ball, it's been thrown towards the Online Warriors respawners, and Online Warriors will take that. They'll run back to PD with it, and now they have 3 dead of their own.
Online Warriors slightly outslaying Na'Vi by about 5 to 8 kills as they start to tally up in front of my very eyes. But this scoreline very close in round number 2, 63-64, and now Online Warriors take the lead once more, and they have a setup over towards tower. So Na'Vi, what can they do to break it? It looks like pink and kind of this L-bend is where Jimbo wants to push.
Jimbo goes down, 2 down for Na'Vi as well. In round 1, they struggled to break the setups. Rockets are a good thing to see in Jimbo's hands. Unfortunately, the double, it's only going to be on the back of Na'Vi, losing 3 once again, and that ball's neutralized. It's in no position for Na'Vi to capitalize on any of the kills those Rockets brought. Down 10 points, need to clutch up now.
Na'Vi are a very difficult team to play against. They have that structure, they have that calmness about them. They don't panic in these situations. There's a lot of experience on this roster, and they know full well that even if they do find themselves a significant amount behind, they always have an idea of how they want to get back into that game. So Online Warriors, they need to kill this one off here. Don't allow it to go to a round 3.
Ideas are great, but execution is what I'm looking for. What can Na'Vi do? Jimbo, he's going to get that ball, but wisely, as he loses a teammate, drops it, tries to sway, the Bulldog in hand. Can he stay alive now? Good help from Kimbo in order to get a little bit of the pressure off of him, and this is actually a phenomenal play from Jimbo. He's got his shield back, tries to push, but it's Shady with the perfect shots from the Stalker that shut him down, and that was a real shining moment that you thought Jimbo was going to pop off in. But in the meantime, Online Warriors do drop. 2 Foxy does get the ball in, and this could be where Na'Vi get back into this game 1.
And we are seeing both of these teams prioritizing the Bulldog and the Stalker rifle as they should, but also putting it to good use. And often it does end up being Stalker versus Bulldog at times, just with where they are situated on the map. But this is good positioning from Foxy. Has the ball, has the vision over the map, and allows the rest of the team to get the rockets. But Jimbo sacrifices them, and now Mose has a chance to try and ignite a push here with the rockets.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I hate that play from Jim. Bring the rockets back to me, buddy. Even if you get low on shields, you need to be in a position where I can get him. But Kimbo, he's going to bail Jimbo out. Was a double of his own. Unfortunately, 2 players left to deal with, and Kimbo gets taken down. The ball still neutralized. This is still a winnable round for both teams, but you need to close the door. If you're Na'Vi, you need to push this to a round 3. They have the advantage as far as positioning goes, but for how long?
Jimbo doing very well to survive, thanks to Mighty watching over him as well, and then Mighty making sure he picks up those splinter nades to do as much damage as possible from a distance, but it's absolute carnage in Station at the moment. But somehow, as he has done all tournament long, Mighty's still alive.
So impressed with Mighty's making a play, creating an opening, and I love the objective play we see from him. He prioritizes the objective at all times. Yesterday we saw him running the flag. This is such crucial points he's awarding the Na'Vi roster, but he feels the pressure from bottom middle. He's forced to try and deal some damage, and Jimbo trying to get to him, trying to help him out, but Mighty's got surrounded in Tram, and now Jimbo kind of looks like out of place.
Wow, and Mighty's decided to drop the ball! And gets the killing spree, double kill. And now he can go back, retrieve that ball. 3 are dead for Online Warriors, 2 still up for Na'Vi. Make that 1, it's a 1 versus 1 now. And this game's still alive, but Kimbo just about closing out the last kill.
Back and forth, the Slays go. The ball's bottom middle, but he's tucked in the corner. 2Foxy ends the round himself on the back of Mighty's, hitting some incredible shots, winning a 1v2 in that situation, and 2Foxy's heads-up play to pick up that ball. We're now looking at a round 3.
A far better round from Mighty's than the one we saw in round number 1, and it really did help escalate this Na'Vi squad into a far more structured approach, which they really lacked in round number 1. Great shots from Jim to start off the round.
Here we go, Jim, give me it. Flux takes it from him, though. Swings momentum back in their favors. I do believe Mighty's is going to end up with those rockets, so I'd favor Na'Vi for now.
And it must be said, Flux, 13 kills in the moment, does have 15 assists, but
not good
minus
enough.
14 is not really what you want to see for anyone on your team. Has to pick it up in this round to ensure that Online Warriors don't fall here in game number 1. It's far more consistent on the side of Na'Vi, it has to be said. Foxy leading the charge, of course, with 30 kills at the moment. He's your leader for Na'Vi. He's the voice of Na'Vi. He makes the calls, he decides the plays, and it lives or dies with the in-game leader sometimes. So it's the heavy hat to wear.
Very difficult to do both while playing at the same time, especially at a high level, but 2Foxy showing you he can do both. Gonna need to do both in order to get Na'Vi to where they want to go. They had 3 momentarily dead. Stagger the respawns for me. Mighty's, he does just that. Ball's gonna be in PD, and now this is a much different Na'Vi team these last 2 rounds. They're getting opportunities, getting setups, and they're starting to catch up with the Slays.
Na'Vi have switched on, I think, to how Online Warriors wanted to approach this game. They weren't quite used to the speed of which Online Warriors were coming at them in round number 1, but now they've sussed it out. Now they're waiting for them, or almost laying traps at times, and Online Warriors just need a little bit of a plan B. They need a little bit more method to their madness to ensure that they can still give it a good go in round number 3 here.
Starting to catch up to Shady is 2Foxy. What was once Shady breaking a record for kills is staggered at 35. 2Foxy at 33. And that's the kind of performance you need. You need somebody to step up. Who's going to step up in round 3, though? 32-0 for now. Na'Vi have the lead. Online Warriors have good positioning, but with rockets coming up, that could be where this game 1 is decided.
Shady slightly overextending, looking to get aggressive and maybe take down someone in the station spawn, but now will leave the rest of the team in a 3 versus 3. And the Sentinel Beam can do a lot of damage here to initiate a fight or just fry someone in the backside. And now Online Warrior is going to have to drop that ball and just take an engagement.
Who picked up those rockets? Was it Moze? Were they on the ground? It looks like Na'Vi have them. It's a 4-on-1 situation, but with rockets, you have to think you can get a couple. That's exactly what Mighty's does. This is going to make the setup of Online Warriors so much weaker. So Mighty's makes the play by himself. What can you do with the play that Mighty's gives you? 2Foxy, you can answer it.
Online Warriors will spawn over towards Station. Na'Vi, because they were in PD, they got a more favorable spawn. And it does mean they can break that setup instantly. Online Warriors, unfortunately, not able to get that ball round towards Station, so they have to wait, they have to take the fight. And Na'Vi almost doing to Online Warriors what Online Warriors wanted to do to Na'Vi. Every single time Online Warriors have that ball, Na'Vi are absolutely beelining towards them and not allowing them to breathe.
Thrust is so vicious, and Shady, just as vicious as the equipment itself, is his BR. Able to find that kill on the Kimbo. Does get taken down, but puts 40 on the board before, so the rotation's trying to come through for Online Warriors, but Na'Vi are here to cut it off, and Moze, he gets taken down. Na'Vi, you're going to have a numbers advantage with the ball in a solid place to get some slays and potentially extend their lead. It's up to 10.
It was a great push from Na'Vi. They full committed to P, but Online Warriors were there. The ambush was waiting, and Shady was the damage dealer. 41 kills now for that man on your screen, and Bulldog in hand, and he is feeling himself, and I'm sure he is more than happy to take any engagement right now.
Look at this. What a heads-up play. What a predictive push Na'Vi have, and Moze reads them like a book, puts 2 in the dirt. And you can guarantee that Online Warriors are going to build up a little lead with those 2 kills here.
Well, I said I wanted to see a plan B from Online Warriors, and boy, have they started to execute it. They have stayed together a little bit more. They've actually brought Shady back onto his leash, as it were. As Mo still alive, still getting doubles. Online Warriors are being an absolute pain in the ass to Na'Vi at the moment.
You got to deal with Mose, too. He's starting to catch up to Shady. It's a competition at this point on Online Warriors' side. 37's a lot of kills, even in around 3. Not too much ball time throughout all of these slays, though, so that is the one shining light here for Na'Vi fans trying to get back into this one. Mighty's trying to find an opening, trying to get some damage done, but the timings, they don't match up, and ends up getting a melee. At least he stayed alive that long. It's 2 dead for Online Warriors, so this is not a strong setup. Na'Vi need to act quick.
It's always a scary time when the ball is here in PD.
Get a
Because
touch.
if you go all 4 dead, and that ball is waiting there, you know a lot of time is going to be gathered because it's in such a secluded area. Very difficult to grenade if you spawn over towards station side. And this is a good rotation from Jim.
Yep.
Just recognizing that that is going to be a factor and dealing the damage at the same time.
Great rotation from Jim. Look at the pressure that was coming from the B side of the map. Everybody on Online Warriors PD side, and if you can get a couple of kills here, if you're Na'Vi, that would be big. The grenades, they come through, Mose gets taken down, and now look at this. It's all because Jim made this possible with the rotation.
I told you it was going to be close. 1 minute and 16 left on the clock. 44-44. We're all tied up here in round number 3 of game number 1. And if this is how the rest of the series is going to go, then strap yourselves in because we're going to be here for a long time.
4 dead for Online Warriors. Na'Vi clutching up when it matters most. They need this win. Building a lead here. And I love Jimbo's presence. He's not going to make the respawners very happy. He's not going to make them comfortable. He's going to apply pressure. Finds 2. He's behind enemy lines. I've seen this movie. It's an overkill. Jim, let him know. Stands up. And as rockets are coming up, Jimbo gets the overkill. He's set up for rockets as well. This is all Na'Vi.
Perfect execution from Na'Vi. The team shot was sublime, but it was Jimbo who gets rewarded with the kills, and now they are steamrolling through that ball time. Rockets in hand. It's all looking Na'Vi right now. Online Warriors crumbling.
Look at that. Jim putting both rockets to use and actually tying Shady with the kills right now. 44 for Jimbo out of nowhere. The veteran getting it done. 98 points. All you need is 2 for Na'Vi. Online Warriors, what you thought was going to be game 1 going into your hands, was stripped away, taken away from Jimbo and the rest of the boys in the black and yellow.
Job is not done yet. Online Warriors do have eyes on this ball, but Kimbo gets an opening. It's only 2 players remaining for Online Warriors. They have to defend it with their lives, but here comes the push, here comes the grab.
It's 2 Foxy.
Foxy gets it, and Jimbo stands up and lets them know once more. Foxy's done that time and time again.
I was about to say, 2 Foxy, too much. Too smart. Too many corners to try and deal with for Online Warriors. No sight lines on the ball, and that's just heads up objective play from a guy that's been playing a lot of objective for a long time.
What a round 3 from Na'Vi. Jimbo with that overkill and with the decision to just flank those spawners. He knew he was in a spot where he could do a lot of damage, and he probably walks into it thinking, maybe I get 1 or 2. But they lined up perfectly. The team shot was just executed to a way where every bullet that he hit seemed to kill a person, and he ends up with an overkill.
1 was good. Damage onto a second was better, but Jimbo gives Na'Vi everything they need. 46 to his name, 23 assists to match it. So you have to wonder how much damage he did. It's going to be shown to us now. 12K damage. Shady doing 12K himself, but for the first round that Shady had, you have to think how slow was his impact throughout rounds 2 and 3, because he was blowing the competition away with the stats. But that's what's going to happen when that momentum swings, when Na'Vi start picking it up, because they were heavily outslayed early in that game, but they didn't in that game on that same note. They stepped up when they needed to.
This is why Na'Vi are such a scary team. You don't really know which Na'Vi is going to turn up, but also how quickly Na'Vi will react to other playstyles. They can analyze and change their method very quickly, and a lot of that will be down to the likes of 2 Foxy, who knows how to call the shots. I think they saw that Shady was being very aggressive. Shady was constantly pushing them off spawn, and at times Na'Vi waited for Shady. They said, look, if we just wait here and we watch X doorway right now, we are definitely going to be able to take him down. And that overkill was everything, and there's Jim letting him know.
Let him know, Jimmy. Go to work. clock in. Winner's bracket time. Not his first time being there. Now he's got his team up 1-0. They look forward to the rest of this series, but at that game one told me anything, Dan. This series, it very well could be just like the last one. It can go the distance. These two are so highly competitive with each other. And as we look at the rest of the games and the layout, Live Fire Slayer being up next, tell me about it.
Well, Na'Vi and Online Warriors played Live Fire Slayer just in Pro Series 7 a couple of weeks ago. It was 50-49, so I think that says it all. We know how close these two are going to be. Na'Vi did get the better of them, but that doesn't tell the whole story for me, right? In a 50-49, it could have gone either way, so it's hard to say who is the favorite on this occasion. But with how Jimbo's just played at the end of that, and I know how well Jimbo can play on Live Fire, I'm leaning towards the Na'Vi momentum now.
Yeah.
How do Online Warriors react? Because they are the newer team. They are the newly formed squad. Do they have that calmness to be able to bounce back?
Talk about emotions as they go into game two. For Mighty's to be up there, to see his teammate clutch up, get the overkill. Let me tell you, I had Cloud on my team. He gave me something very similar when we played Triggers Down on our first little run. And man, when I saw Scotty popping off, you know what? It made me play better. So I'm expecting a big game here out of Mighty's. His teammates, they're here for him. He's not just going to be the young superstar. This whole Na'Vi roster wants to make a comeback, wants a redemption story to remember here at the EU Super, but they got to stay focused, stay locked in. And then if you're on the side of Online Warriors, how are you going to rebound after a traumatic loss that you probably thought was yours?
I mean, I've been waiting 5 years for a Jimbo pop-off, so Mighty's, he's going to be feeling on top of the world to see it happening, and that shows what Mighty has added to this squad, that extra little bit of fire, that energy, and that's what Na'Vi needed, and now they need to continue having that energy, having that momentum into this game too.
Good flank from Mighty's on the pillars. Allows Jimbo to pick up this heat wave, and Na'Vi are going to win the break. Love the kill, the teamwork, the running together. Na'Vi starting to act like a pack of wolves, and as this overshield's coming up, Na'Vi get the kills in order to potentially secure it.
Foxy's in a position to grab it. That's something Na'Vi have always done very well, is get those overshields, but he waits, he delays, he doesn't pop it, and Shady instead gets rewarded with not just the overshield, but the sniper rifle as well. This seems to be a common theme in this tournament, is delaying that overshield pop and losing out because of it.
Shady in a 1v2, he's got the overshield, he makes it a 2-for-1. Loses the snipe though, and that's a good job by Na'Vi to get that snipe out of Shady's hands. Somebody you do not want to have that power weapon, but still you got to think that overshield was yours. So a good job by Online Warriors to somehow, some way get that one done, and they've all of a sudden taken the lead.
Sniper now in the hands of Jimbo instead, and he gets the help from Foxy to ensure that he stays alive. And you are completely right. You do not want to allow Shady to start popping off with the sniper rifle. We've seen it in Pro Series. We've seen it on LAN as well. Keep it out of his hands at all costs.
Jimbo still under heavy fire. Hasn't had a lot of shield to play around the last 30 seconds. Gonna let his teammates push in front of him. That's a beautiful job by Na'Vi to try and create some space for Jim here. He's gonna try and do some support work with this snipe. Kimbo, he's gonna lead the charge.
Nice movement to move himself over to that overshield as quick as possible. Has to take the fight over on Keydor first, and he wins that engagement, and it's perfect positioning from Kimbo. Has the help, of course, and I've got to say that the triple coming into effect is just demonstration of how well Na'Vi are playing right now.
He wants more, he can't quite take down Shady, but 3.5 is a good life, I'd say, from Kimbo. Great job leading the charge, and something I recall, a little bit of slack being towards Kimbo, a little bit slower of a player, maybe not always leading the charge. So you see a little bit different strategy here out of Na'Vi, and it ended up as a success. And that's acquired the overshield for Na'Vi as well. 2Foxy was in a position to get it, and if it's anything like we saw 2Foxy with OS yesterday, it ends up good.
Certainly from watching Na'Vi's scrims from their POV and hearing the comms, I think that Kimbo's guilty of is maybe not listening at times, but it seems on LAN he's far more focused. He is listening, they're working so well together, and they're all being rewarded for it as well. The team shot incredible at the moment, 24-16, and Na'Vi are starting to run away with this one.
Shady's the only positive player for this Online Warrior squad. Gonna need some help from the rest of the team to stay in this one. It's starting to get ugly. Not a lot of map control to play around, and Kimbo doesn't even need to shoot his gun. The double melee comes through, and that's gonna be an easy kill. 3 dead for Online Warriors once again. And now all of a sudden, Na'Vi look to break this one wide open.
And when we talk about sniper rifles and we talk about whose hands it should be in, boy, is Kimbo gonna have a field day. Doesn't connect with the first, but at least he stays alive. Good recognition of who's going to be where so that he can stay alive bottom middle.
Oh, it's such a risk to not get your shield back before taking this route. He's surrounded by players, but actually they just cross like ships in the night. It benefits him. He's going to get the information. The back smack comes through. The snipe not needing to be put to use yet. That was tough to say. But a good position here now for Na'Vi. Overshield coming up, and you see everyone on Na'Vi this side of the map dealing damage, capitalizing on that damage. 3 dead, make it all 4 for Online Warriors coming off respawn, and they're going to have an Overshield Kimbo to deal with.
Overshield, Overshield, Overshield. Na'Vi have it drilled into them. Is that because of Wonderboy behind them? It's successfully planted into the chest this time. And Na'Vi, with the lead they already hold, and now all the goodies in their bag, Online Warriors are really going to struggle to get back into this.
Nothing pretty, nothing special, just good old-fashioned teamwork, aggressiveness, map control, power weapon control from Na'Vi so far throughout this game. And they're looking to go up 2-0 in this series, and they may as well just do that if they can get 15 more kills. 35-24 for now.
Kimbo not quite connecting with these sniper rifle shots.
Doesn't need to.
As much as we've seen, but you're completely right. Just the presence of the sniper is keeping Online Warriors in a position where it's allowing the rest of the team to get aggressive and take full advantage of the areas he's creating for them, the gaps he's creating.
Team nade from Kimbo needs to play his life now. This is where Online Warriors hope to swing momentum. 3 dead, make it 4 for Na'Vi. A good sandwich from Online Warriors. Snaky, he's under a lot of pressure bottom middle, and this is a difficult fight with a lot of chaos going on. If I'm Na'Vi, I want to slow this one down.
Nice shots from Shady. Both teams saving their grenades very well. So if you do get chased down one of these tricky avenues, you've got a couple of grenades to throw behind you to keep you alive. A lot of players very guilty of just throwing grenades off spawn. They are so important in Halo Infinite. And at 39-30, this is still achievable for Online Warriors. So Na'Vi, as you say, do need to be careful here.
Jimbo finds the first. Overshield's coming up. It's been all Na'Vi and the Overshield story so far here in Game 2. You know how bad Online Warriors need this one. It's a win condition, and that's the worst thing you can see for the guys over on the blue side of the stage. They go down, all 4 of them actually. It's a 13-kill game once again.
Online Warriors guilty of chasing a few kills, I think, and Na'Vi taking advantage of that. I've seen a couple of drop downs from sandbags down to Keydor that have just been naded to hell, and they've been punished for it. Sniper rifles up, Overshield up as well. Jimbo winning fights. Surely not an Overshield going into Na'Vi's hands again here. Yes, it will be. 47-34 and an Overshield. This one looks like it's over.
They can't come off respawn quick enough. They can't get there, and Jim, because he got those shots onto the player towards Brutes, he's got this Overshield, and even though Jim doesn't get taken down, doesn't do too much with it, they've done enough throughout this game. It's 48-34, and you can almost guarantee Na'Vi are going to find a way to find the last one.
Which they do, and Jim letting them know again. Even Wonderboy getting involved. And this is good. This is what I want to see from Na'Vi, because historically, Na'Vi have been business. They've been completely focused. They win. They don't celebrate. We're good enough. We should be winning this. It says 2 things to me. Na'Vi have got that passion again, but also Na'Vi are a little bit concerned that Online Warriors maybe could take them down. So you've got to let them know. You've got to be constantly on top of. They were still on top of things every single time.
Every single time. They were getting every Overshield after the first that Shady had that they negated pretty well. A 2-for-1 trade's not the worst thing in the world, especially when you got that sniper removed from Shady's hands. And ever since then, Na'Vi dominated the weapon story across the board, the control story, the pace of the game. We talk about Na'Vi potentially being a more slow, methodical team. Well, that is not the Na'Vi that I'm seeing while they're having success throughout this series, Dan. They are being much more aggressive than I'm used to. And as we go into a King of the Hill, I know you were worried about them here on Recharge, but with the momentum in their favor, are you thinking something else?
Well, if Online Warriors could have any game type to get back into this series, this would be it. 4-0 in Pro Series, 4-0 in scrims. They've not only won this game type, they have smashed Na'Vi in this game type. However, being 2-0 down, that can certainly rock your momentum. That can start to make you question yourself in the team. And if Na'Vi can ride that momentum, this could be a 3-0. And if they can do it on one of Online Warriors' best map, that would be a statement of intent.
On the side of Online Warriors, you got to help Shady out. He's doing his best, having some great performances. Mo's less chewing, more shooting. We need it from you. Game 4, or Game 3, I'm sorry. What I thought was going to be a very close series. Momentum, it's a hell of a drug. And it's all Na'Vi's taken so far throughout this series. Can Online Warriors get back on their feet? Can they take the punch, get back up, and get moving? We're launching in here, and this is a good game type, like you said, for them, Dan, but they need more than just a good game type on their favor. They got to start hitting some shots.
Historically, Recharge, a very bad map for Na'Vi. King of the Hill also hasn't been their cup of tea since it was released, but perhaps they can change their fortunes here in game number 3 to try and take a 3-0 victory, which really would send echoes through this LAN hall. No one been able to get any time on the hill until now. Online Warriors, they're the first to put their toes in.
Camo gets burned. Let's see how this plays out, and you want to be on that C-plat control side of the map, and that's exactly where Online Warriors are starting to spawn up. Good positioning from them early on, but let's see if they can get a few kills. It's their setups that have been kind of slacking ever since that first oddball round.
You need to not only be thinking about what you're looking at when you're in the hill, but also where you're positioning yourself. You need to make sure you're not too vulnerable to grenades, but also being able to take fights and having escape routes. Perfect from Mighty. Re-engages when the team's there. This is good stuff. He does go down, but he's done a lot there. 3 players from Online Warriors went down because of it.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't just get forward, right? The fact that he starts getting shot, he might have his reticle in a poor position from a predictability standpoint, but he stays alive. He's a difficult kill, and that's allowed the rest of Na'Vi to slay out.
Just recognizing that you can slide on out of that hill if you manage to find the little right stairs or angles to do so. As now Foxy trying to get an angle of his own. This time it's to try and take players out of the hill.
Nice attempt with the repulsor to Foxy. Might not be the most vocal, emotional leader, but doing it with the shots to the dead body there. You're seeing it, the emotions from Na'Vi starting to pour out, not only in the gameplay and the disrespect, and Jimbo with some more attitude, a smile on his face, and a guy in the hill. They're gonna award themselves potentially not only this first hill, Dan, but Camo as well, because it just came up.
Well, it was a 4-0 in scrims. It was a 4-0 in Pro Series. It's 1-0 now to Na'Vi as they finally break that duck when they get to LAN competition. And they've been the biggest advocates of saying, hey, we might be losing these online performances, but when it gets to LAN, we're going to be a different team, and they are proving that right now.
Online Warriors have got to figure out a way to score this second point. You don't want to go down 0-2, especially with all the momentum that Na'Vi have built up throughout this series. And Mighty's, he's in a perfect position to make that a reality. He's got Camo, he's got Shock, and we know what this young man can do.
He says he loves the Shock rifle. He can just zip around and take those shots. You can see his sense high enough where he can just constantly fly around the map. He's still alive, and that is going to be so difficult for Online Warriors to work through now because they know any corner they walk around, there could be a Shock rifle waiting to pummel them in the face.
Can he hit the shot? He does hit the shot, the killing spree as well. And Mighty, he's got a second player in pipes to deal with. I love how he's going to relocate, right? He's out of dodge. Mo's not going to expect him to be here. Great damage on the Mo's, can't quite finish him. And because you missed the headshot, you pay for it with your life. This is Online Warriors' opportunity, but guess what, Dan? They have to seize it now because they're down 2-0. That long haul hill is a full setup from Na'Vi the entire time.
Online Warriors look a bit dejected. They look like they may have given up on this one already, but they can't allow that to happen. They can't allow those emotions to take over them. Instead, get a setup here at Elevator, but Snaky, the last alive, as Na'Vi break the setup once more, and it seems like Na'Vi Nation is...
Give me hope for their opportunity against some of the better teams. Well, look at this. This is Online Warriors we're talking about. A top 5 seed.
Jim's been smiling, he's been teabagging, he's feeling the heat right now as Na'Vi look to close this one out 4-0.
And look at Jim's awareness there to immediately transfer his reticle from the player's long haul to the player back blue. Gets great damage onto that third. All 4 dead for Online Warriors in that moment. And now they have to act quickly because winner's bracket lifelines are on the line. You got to play just about perfect from here on out. And Na'Vi, with how well they're set up, it's going to be so difficult to break this setup.
2 are dead from Na'Vi, but the same for Online Warriors. And there's still time being gathered by Na'Vi, and Jim's there waiting with the repulsor to send any of Online Warriors' chances off the map, and they're still scoring.
Jimbo. The teamwork is so evident. The slays so dominant in Na'Vi's favor. Everybody's on point, and Na'Vi do it and with ease there in game 3. The momentum was everything they needed, and they're gonna take this one 3-0. Online Warriors left shaking their head, wondering where did it all go? Dan, not the series we expected. I expected a highly contested series, and ever since game one, Na'Vi were able to find something we haven't seen from them in a long time.
I think that Online Warriors, even they are surprised with the Na'Vi that we've just seen. Perhaps Na'Vi been keeping a few things up their sleeve. Perhaps practice has gone on behind the scenes to make sure that some of their weaker game types now may be some of their stronger game types, and that will strike fear into their enemies' eyes. Na'Vi now have their sights set on the likes of Quadrant, the likes of Ascend. Na'Vi want to win this tournament. They don't want to settle for second best. And what a moment it is for that man, not Wonderboy, Mighty's. His first time competing in an environment like this. He's got so much pressure on him, and boy, has he performed.
And it was that moment that I spoke about when Jimbo gets that overkill. Everybody on the team knows what Jimbo just did. Everybody knows Jimbo is putting the world on notice. We are back. And that just gives you so much life. Everyone feeds off that energy. Everyone feeds off that one play. Sometimes you just need somebody to make a play. Step up, give me something, Scotty, is what I used to say. Jimbo does it for Na'Vi here, and I mean, you could see how it just transitions to game 2, to game 3, and now we're looking at a completely different tournament with this Na'Vi roster playing the way they are.
And everybody in the lobby knows it as well, because Jim didn't even have to stand up. The game literally tells you Jim's got an overkill, and that is going to be so deflating for the Online Warriors. And after winning 4-0, 4-0 in scrims and in competitive tournaments online, Na'Vi managed to flip the script and win a 4-0 their own. 3.8k damage for Foxy to close things out. I am astonished with the performance we've just seen from Na'Vi. I think that they have blown everyone out of the water. They have surprised us all, and I'm sure they've surprised everyone on the desk as well. Let's see what Lottie and the guys have to think about that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Oh my goodness me. What an exceptional, exceptional play we just saw from Na'Vi, just across the board of that series. I mean, just 3 insane games from them. But there's one guy that I have to highlight right off the bat, and that is Jimbo. My goodness, he is just insane. And really, things started kicking off for this guy on Oddball Street, where he got his overkill. And on set, we got to see this as a replay, because my God, this was clean.
It was as clean as you could wish for. It was the perfect play and the perfect execution, and the biggest takeaway from it for me was Jimbo's reaction. I've known Jim for a number of years. I have never seen that man as animated as I've seen him on that main stage during that series. And I think that he wanted that more than anyone, that win. I think he was disappointed with his performance yesterday. I know he had a controller problem. He's got a new controller today, and the new controller looks pretty good because he ain't missing too many shots at the moment. But when you've got a player like Jim who thrives on confidence, making plays like this, Na'Vi are going to be very, very difficult to stop.
They certainly are, and I think it was the most animated we've seen, actually, for the entire series from Jimbo. He was reacting to almost every single game, at the end of it, standing up after every single map of the series. And you're rightful, you know, in that he wants that so badly. He wants that win. That's huge. And it made a huge, huge difference to the team and the way that they were playing there. I've got to ask you about the rest of Na'Vi, though, Brock, because, my goodness, the Live Fire Slayer was crispy. They were looking fantastic right from the get-go, getting the power-up so many times, and just being able to run the distance with it. So what did you make of Na'Vi's gameplay overall this series?
I think they look so great, and I think as the weekend goes, they're getting better and better. I think they realized from Friday that Game 5 50-48s are not going to cut it. And I think they don't want to let series get that close, and I think this also is great evidence of that they are really bringing the pressure, and they are making sure that they continue to gain momentum, to continue to grow as a team over the course of this weekend. And I think each series we've seen them, they look better and better.
What a statement of intent this is for Na'Vi. Friday, they looked off it, it has to be said. They weren't playing their best Halo, and all of a sudden this completely changes the complexion of the tournament. Now they're in the championship conversation. Now it looks as though they can take on the likes of Quadrant and Ascend. This is a very scary Na'Vi.
This is a very scary Na'Vi, and I think if it was anybody else up there, Online Warriors, you could maybe question things and kind of, I think, put a question mark against some questions. But, you know, Online Warriors are a fantastic team. They're filled with very, very skilled individuals, and the fact that they have just managed to 3-0 them in that fashion speaks volumes for this Na'Vi roster. But somebody else who can speak volumes for this team is Jimbo himself. It is so good to have you joining us right
finally
now.
up here. Hi guys, how's it going?
It is so nice to have you joining us. I'm very excited about that win we just saw across our screens here and in the arena. I've got to ask you though, dude, you were really animated back there. We talked about it, you know, you're popping off, you're getting very, very excited. How much did that win mean to you?
It means a lot. I think I've spoken to all of you. My confidence has been pretty low lately, just playing in general. So I've just tried to come into this like a fresh thing and be different, and I think it benefits our team a lot more. You know, I think positivity is something that's kind of been not really there for our team. So I feel like that is something that we've needed, and I felt like I needed to step up in that department. And obviously it helped out myself as well as a team, which is great.
It did indeed. I feel like in the storybook of Na'Vi, since you guys picked up Mighties, you've been flipping pages and things have been really on the right track for you. This is a whole nother level. This is a new chapter. I think we're going to the end of the book right now in Valencia for you guys, because that was just outstanding. Where did that jump come from overnight, pretty much?
I thought he was putting his finger out then. You confused me then. I was like,
he scares us too. He's a big man.
I don't know. I think after yesterday, we weren't too happy going Game 5 as Blackhand. Obviously, those guys are stepping up and great players as well on LAN. But you know, we see ourselves that tier above. So when we didn't get that yesterday, it's like, you know, we need to knock it down, actually get into the room thing, not, you know, remove all the negativeness, like I said before, and yeah, and just come out to show really. Because obviously there's a lot of like history between the teams as well. You know, obviously like myself and Mo's previous teammates and stuff like that. So it was just we had to go hard, you know.
I have a question, just to let you know, Jim, you've given away the secrets of the desk here. Like when I raise my finger, I'm letting Lottie know I've got a question.
Yeah,
ruined everything now.
it's all the desk secrets.
I have a question for you, because you're kind enough to let me watch a lot of the scrims that Na'Vi have, so that I can get a perspective not just on your team, but what other teams are doing in Europe. And I'm also privy to a lot of the conversations, and I'll call them that, because there are some heated discussions between players, as there are in any pro team, right? That's the first time it seems like all of those discussions, all of those back and forth, and all of those kind of insights that you've had as as players and teams on how you want to play has all come together at once. Is that what it felt like for you guys? And do you feel like the hard work has finally started to pay off?
Yeah, definitely. Like you've listened to a lot of it, and we're all passionate, right? We don't argue because we don't like each other. We argue because we're passionate and we want to all improve, and we all don't like seeing ourselves in the position we're at, right? We all see ourselves as winners and champions, so like we're not in that position, so we're all frustrated that we're not. And obviously that's what comes down to it, is whether we can actually all combine together and not, you know, get over those frustrations and implement it. You know, we put all of that behind us in that series right there and just went, okay, we need to beat these guys. This is a hard quarterfinals that we weren't expecting, and we have to show up.
Jim, talk to me about, you spoke about confidence, and something that I've noticed in your gameplay recently is that you're almost hesitant, you don't want to make those mistakes. The introduction of Mighty has almost freed you, the shackles are off, now you're starting to boogie. Really what I want to know is what has changed in this tournament that has motivated you, because you talked about your confidence being low. What was the trigger point that flipped the switch?
I don't know, the main thing is just confidence, like I say. It's hard to say with it, because I think I've noticed that since Liam Mighty's joined our roster, he's someone that definitely thrives on positivity, right? And I think me and him like work very, very well in game as the two run around together. Something that I thought I'd get with respectful, but didn't. And you know, I think, like I say, I'm seeing what benefits Liam and doing that to help him, which also helps out me at the same time. So I think that's the main combination on it. And like even then, like I think both me and him were up and screaming and you know, getting into it, which is great.
That's amazing, amazing stuff. Jimbo, I am so excited about where you guys are going here for the rest of the weekend. How confident do you feel, before I let you go, how confident do you feel about the rest of the weekend coming up against the likes of Quadrant and Ascend? You know, obviously very, very difficult Titans within Europe, but I have no doubt you're more than capable. Where's the headspace got to be at when you go into those series?
Well, like you said, usually I'd kind of like, this is when the confidence comes in, I'd sit there in my mind, I'm like, oh, we have a tough bracket, right? We have a very good team in Online Warriors who are a bit shaky, but obviously they're great players. And then we go into a Quadrant into the bracket, and then we go into Ascend, you know, potentially winning the next series. So it's, usually I go into an event and I'm like, I kind of cower back in, and I'm like, in my mind, I can't do that. I'm a competitor, I can't do that. And in my mental state, it's like, all right, we got to be the best to be the best, right? So you've got to beat all these people. And it's weird, it's funny, because from scrims and practice, it feels like we always beat Quadrant. Quadrant always beat Online Warriors, but Online Warriors would always beat us. And now we've kind of beaten that circle. So I'm curious to see how it goes. You know, if we play like we did then versus Quadrant, I don't think they stand a chance, personally.
That's a very interesting insight that you're offering there, because much of Halo 5, you were the European champions, and you were dominated. You were very much the Ascend of Halo 5, and there was nobody that really could hold a candle to you. And now you find yourself in this really competitive Europe region. You've got Quadrant, Online Warriors, Jaylin, and of course Lucendi. And now you find yourself with a lot more competition. And talk to me about, trying to struggle. You're struggling through it, trying to find exactly what you need to do, work out the strategies, and how difficult it's been transitioning from Halo 5 to Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I find it great, right? On Halo 5, it was like we were the top, no one competed with us, and it kind of got boring. It got stale. Obviously, to beat NA was the goal, but you're only as good as your own region, right? And the region wasn't stepping up next to us. Whereas this time around, it's like obviously you have Ascend, who have been very dominant for the last 2 years of online Halo, and it's like you have something to beat. You have a goal to go within your own region, and obviously that kind of has a different way to go at it. I prefer the position we're in than being at the top and kind of being bored in a way. To put it bluntly, I'm sure Ascend boys are fairly, obviously they made roster swaps. They're fairly bored when it comes to just winning and winning and winning. Whereas I'd rather be in a position where it's like, okay, we can learn like this, we can practice like this, we can learn to overcome them. Because I felt like if we beat them at their own game, if we managed to beat them, I think we had that next step to beat NA. Whereas I don't think they have that bit. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You've seen it, right?
I like that.
Yeah,
he comes up here after screaming at people on the stage. Nice guy, Jim, and then all of a sudden he just has a little
I know, I love it.
I've got sound confidence. I got sound confidence.
You've just given us a pure fire piece of information there.
I like this new Jim.
We're going to be taking that, lads, and running with that for the rest of the season.
And it's going to come right back in my face.
That's broadcast gold. Well, Jimbo, it's been an absolute delight to have you on the desk, mate. Your overkill was disgusting. We love seeing it. We love seeing you, so thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Insane series from you guys. Best of luck going into tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Well, folks, let's take a quick peek at the brackets just to see where we're at with the scores. Now, of course, we can see Na'Vi coming through there 3-2-0 against Online Warriors. Incredible stuff. Going up against Quadrant in the semi-finals. Brav, based on the way Na'Vi were playing, Jimbo seems to think that if they keep that up, Quadrant are toast. Would you agree?
He does. He thinks they don't stand a chance as well. And I think that, first of all, it's great to hear the confidence from Jim and the entire side. That's how Na'Vi has to be feeling. So that gives me a lot of confidence in their roster. If I'm looking at that on paper, do I think the Quadrant doesn't stand a chance? For me here on the analyst desk, I don't think that's the case. I think if Na'Vi's playing their absolute best, I think we get a very good series.
Yeah. I agree. I think it's going to be a nuts series tomorrow. Quadrant will be looking forward to the series as well. I can tell you, I had a chat with them earlier and they were like, yeah, we feel like we haven't really been tested yet. We cannot wait for the test. And in SLG's own words, Sunday's going to be fun.
Sunday is going to be fun. Shazzy, in terms of Quadrant, though, watching that Na'Vi matchup and with the semis looming around the corner, what do you think Quadrant would have noticed from Na'Vi that maybe they can pick apart a bit later on?
I think they would have been far more comfortable had this gone to a game 5, and because we would have got a lot more. But the fact that it was so dominant against Online Warriors, that player 50-34, 4-0 in King of the Hill, when typically it's been gone the other way, 4-0. I think Na'Vi have shown up in it, and it's a different beast we're looking at now. I don't think Quadrant would have seen any gaps, any openings in any of those game types.
Amazing stuff. I'll tell you what, elimination bracket is coming up on our screens in just a second. We can see some of the teams that are still in it to win it, but some teams are also on the verge of going home as well. You can see Blackhand also coming into elimination round 3, waiting for all of their fill-ins to come in as well. Scorched Hand, Vexed Gaming, Online Warriors, all in the same position. We have Diamond Dogs and a Wobbabobs actually going to be fighting out for elimination round 3 placement, as well as Connecting versus Frostbite, which in fact leads me on nicely to hand over to a break, because when we come back, we certainly will be seeing Connecting versus Frostbite happening on that main stage. And it's exciting to say, and also a little bit disappointing to say, that somebody will be going home by the end of it. Find out who right after this.
sword now as a reward.
victory.
Well, we have another team heating up here in Valencia, and no, it's not because it's scorching hot weather outside, it's because the gameplay is fire. Na'Vi went on a tear against Online Warriors, a team that had previously taken them down a few weeks prior to this weekend, and Jimbo was a shining star in the series, getting more excited than we've ever seen him before. The level of gameplay we're seeing from Na'Vi right now are giving them the confidence they need heading into their semi-finals against Quadrant. They have belief they can take them down with ease if they keep up that type of performance, but begging the question whether consistency can be upheld on Championship Sunday. And that is going to be the big one, right? Going up against the Titans is whether or not they can continue that level of gameplay that we saw earlier on there. I have every kind of hope and want in my mind that they will, because I want to see some incredible gameplay happening. But we do have another series on our hands, gentlemen. I'm really excited about this one as well, because I'm kind of wanting to see what connecting can do here. Can they connect the dots? That's the question. Sorry about the puns, just it's a natural instinct for myself. Yeah, you gotta love it, right, Gaskin?
Gotta love it, but I'm interested to see what they can do as well. I think this connecting roster has already made waves throughout the pool play scenarios. They came through pools in 3rd place after coming out of the open bracket, the only open bracket to do so, I believe. So they really are putting on a show for us, and now they've got their chance to do it on the main stage.
They certainly do, and they'll be going up against Frostbite. But we actually managed to catch up with Baxter early on to see how he's feeling about the weekend, how he's feeling about the matchup, and as he likes to call himself, the 12-time European champion. Let's see what he had to say.
I'm Jack Baxter. Obviously go by the name Baxter, and I'm playing for Wholesome Utes, but we're under an organisation connecting Esports. Well, so we've had all of our pool play games. We've played against Bronze Dogs. It was a pretty easy win. What would it mean for us to be in the finals? For me, I've been there so many times before, but I'm sure for my young teammates that have got all that excuse my French. The roles of my team, to be brutally honest, I've jumped in with these guys, haven't had any practice with them. I know a lot about Gov, like I've teamed with him before, he's a really solid player, but Fred and Desire I've never played with before, but they're showing me every single game what they're capable of, and all 3 are machines. I think Frostbite, our next opponents, they did the same through open bracket as us. I think they lost 1 game. They're showing a lot of strength, and I think it's good for them because in the past they've always bottled it. Let's be honest, they've always bottled it. But I think they've played well this event, but unfortunately enough, they're gonna have to play us. The outcome of this match, it's got to be a 3-0.
3-0, he says. Well, I'll tell you what, I love the confidence, but I love the honesty coming out of him as well. A couple of French words he had to say there, but that's the classic Baxter move, right? You know, he's always been one for words there, and to, I think, win fans over in terms of what he likes to say. But I've got to say, he's right. In terms of his teammates, what they can do, they have shown a bit of promise here. We've got Gov, Desire, Deadeye, and of course himself, Baxter there. But Gaskin, what are they capable of, do you think, on this main stage against a team, like he said, Frostbite, who've had a kind of a similar story so far this weekend?
It's definitely winnable. I think that when you look at Gov, Desire, these guys have been going through the motions a little bit when it comes to online tournaments. There's always been an issue, there's always been a problem, there's always been something that doesn't quite go their way, and it's been frustrating for them. Now they're here on LAN, they don't have those excuses to worry about, they don't have those network issues. They've got Baxter on their team who has a wealth of experience, who's going to be able to give them so much confidence, and you know full well Baxter's going to be getting loud as well, so that's going to pump them up. I think they're going to give this a good go. Regardless of a lack of practice as a 4, you've got a core 3 there who know how each other play. So as long as they can bring that to the table and Baxter can kind of mold around them and gel with them, which clearly they've already done so, they can beat Frostbite. But Frostbite also very good throughout open bracket, won all of their games, so this is going to be a close and entertaining series.
It should be a close and entertaining series, to say the least. In Clutch, in terms of connecting, obviously they had to play Na'Vi earlier on. Didn't go too well for them, but they would have learned a lot from that series, especially going up against such an experienced roster. What kind of things do you think they would have taken away to bring on board here on the main stage?
It's a much faster pace when you play against the better teams. Learning how to deal with that pressure, that pace of the game speeding up, it's very difficult. Can you do it just based off of first, 3 games they played against Na'Vi? I'm not quite sure, but if anything, I hope that maybe it got them a little bit more LAN practice, because there's not a lot of that to go around in Halo Infinite as of yet, so any practice you can get is good, but this could be the end of the road for either one of these teams. We are in the elimination bracket.
This is very, very true. It could be the end of the road for either one of these guys. Lethal, when it comes to connecting, the way that the team works, what are you expecting on the main stage? What can we look out for in terms of gameplay, play style? What are we likely to see? Who's popping off, do you think?
or Baxter will be 100%. I can tell you that when we played against each other so many times back in Halo 3, a lot of shouting back and forth, a lot of colourful language, I can assure you of that, from all those years ago. And I'm getting those vibes now, just looking back on the stage and just seeing him back. It's just, it feels weird, but I feel like it's history, and it's nice to see him back as well. We need that vibe, we need that entertainment here, and we know Baxter can absolutely give it, and I'm sure of that as well. But one thing he brings to the table, just in general, in terms of play style and anything like that, even though he's not the most individually talented now, any team or any concoction of makeshift team he goes with, he gives them a full boost of confidence. He always gets loud and proud, can get very mouthy. 10 years later, he's still very mouthy as well. But you've got to remember, he is also a multiple EU champion in multiple Halo titles as well. So he has that veteran experience as well. He makes a very great leader in-game and outside the game as well. And I really think he's going to help his team have a heavy advantage in this matchup.
And I think it shows the sheer magnitude of this tournament, that in fact we're seeing players like Baxter return, like Darkbox, for example, like 10 years since they've been to a LAN, and they decide they want to turn up here to Valencia. This is an important time for EU Halo to put on a show when the first time we've seen HCS being in Spain, so why wouldn't you turn up if you have the chance to? I love that Baxter has turned up, made a makeshift just so he could be on that main stage, and he's made it.
I'm getting major Kratos vibes from everything we saw from Baxter. It's a verbal meme. I want to watch Kratos. I get told we got Kratos over in Europe, and I'm getting the Baxter interviews. It's everything that you see over there. You're hoping it doesn't turn into the same results as Kratos, though.
The only difference is Baxter, he had the results back in the day.
And the McDonald's Championship of 1995.
No, he was.
I saw that coming.
He was.
I believe this is when TJ would tell you that there were plumbers playing back then, right?
The power roster that went over to NA, they did
I remember
perform
those
well.
guys. I never played them.
Yeah, okay, you didn't. But at the same time, they were at the time they were some of Europe's best. So he did back it up. He doesn't quite have necessarily the same kind of thumbs he did back in the day, but he still has the brains. And I think that's what we're going to expect him to bring here.
And definitely the experience, which is going to do so much, I think, for the rest of his teammates here. But they're going to have to do quite a lot in this series, going up against Frostbite. And talking about Frostbite, we did actually see them earlier on going up against Jaylin. Unfortunately, that was a little bit of a whipping. We do have Marvi, Systematic, Zayok, and Crossman. And Lethal, from what I saw overall, Crossman actually kind of stood out to me a lot. I know we were kind of looking at Marvi. He's a fantastic FFA player, and he's had good results so far this season. But Crossman, I mean, I noticed him most of all on live fire because he was sniping heads. I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. So what do you want to see from this team, especially going off the back of that pretty difficult defeat from Jayling's?
I need to see a lot more from Systematic. I kind of feel like he was quite quiet, lurking in the shadows a little bit. Didn't see any damage, too many kills from him. But, you know, as respect to Marvi's anyway, still a very good player, but yeah, you are right though. Crossman did take the limelight. It was either going to be one of the two, but you got to remember that was against one of the top teams in Europe, and it's very hard to force your style on that kind of team with such a high caliber of individual skill, and that's the problem we did have. But now this is a completely different ball game. This is a team where there's still some individual talent, but it's the numbers game, it's the angles. These guys have every piece of the puzzle here just because of Baxter just boosting the entire team of confidence. And Frostbite, they realised this. They need to rely on more angles, more on their team shot, more just focusing on running with each other on spawn, etc., especially on these flag game types if we do get any. But this is going to be a very close affair. We are definitely going to see a lot more from Marvi's. Crossman is going to continue being on the limelight once again, as you mentioned earlier a lot. And now it's just to find out exactly how this is going to go. But I can't see this being a clean sweep either side.
Yeah, I actually really like what I saw from this Frostbite team. I know that they didn't have a great series results, but they had a lot of chances to stay in a lot of games against the top teams that they played. I love the fact that this team is able to play for top 12 right now. I said it earlier today, I'll say it again. This is a team I'm not wanting to play for top 16, for top 12. This is not a team I want to see. There's a lot of individual skill, I feel like, on this team. If they can put a couple pieces together, they're going to be in good situations.
Yeah, for sure. I think they can put things together. And talking about things together, we put a series layout together for you guys to take a little gander at. This is exactly what we're going to be seeing on the main stage here. We're starting things off with CTF Aquarius. I really kind of like this one to start off with, especially with teams that should be pretty close-knit in terms of what we're seeing on the main stage. So I'm excited to see that one because it does get very competitive, Gaskin.
And not to harp on about Baxter too much, but they're three game types that, you know, featured back in Halo 3 and Halo Reach. It's not like he's going to be playing anything new.
We're going, but that's a stretch.
It is a stretch, I know. But it's not like, you know, Strongholds is something that was introduced in Halo 5. Baxter wasn't playing during then. Blah, blah, blah. Advantages, doesn't matter. But CTF Aquarius is going to feel like home, right? It's a normal Halo map. It's going to be something he's very much used to. But I think that the fact that we've got 2 open teams playing for top 12 is a fantastic position to be in, because when you look at the guys that got funded to come out here, they should be the teams finishing top 12 technically. So these guys have done very well to get to this position.
Yeah, they certainly have done very well. Something I did notice in the series layout as well is that there isn't any kind of new maps or modes in there. There's no King of the Hill. There's no Catalyst there. So these are kind of more of the beginning of the season stuff, things that they should have had a couple of reps in. Obviously not as teams. You know, Baxter mentioned they kind of just picked each other up, and he hasn't really had much experience with these guys before. But you know, in terms of experience individually, they should know what to do to get the job done. With that being said, though, gentlemen, it is time for predictions, and I would like your expertise on who is going to be taking this series. And Gaskin, I'm going to be starting with you.
I feel like Jack would not let me live it down if I predicted against him. I feel like his eyes are staring at the back of my head, so I'll go for Connecting to take this one. We'll go 3-2.
I saw the laser beams happening.
Absolute beams, I can feel them. He's staring at me, I can see him.
Clutch, who are you going with?
I think Frostbite takes this, and I'm not sure how close it's going to be. I'm going to go 3-1. I think championships were a long time ago, and McDonald's playpins or whatever Baxter was playing at.
He's sticking to the fast food pun here. I've got to ask you, Lethal, who are you going to be going with?
It's been a long day. I'm hoping that the stamina doesn't affect him by any means. So if it hasn't, it should be a 3-1.
He is an old guy.
To Baxter team. Oh yeah, and there's that as well, so we can't forget about that, of course.
Can't forget about the age, that's for damn sure. Combined, we're pretty old in this, Dax. Let's head on over, though, to the casters. We're going to get into the series right now. We have Onset and Bravo on the mics to get this series underway.
Thank you so much, Lot. And I think we can both agree. We were discussing this the other day with Wes as well, saying one of the worst things to ever happen was Wes actually winning a national championship, because now everything he says, it kind of has some legitimacy behind it. We have to be like, yeah, it's like, come on, man. Like,
it was risky for both his career and also the future of professional Halo to let Wes ever win a Halo tournament, period. But here we are, still stuck with him. But Wes, some choice words there for Baxter, really kind of discrediting him about 7 or 8 times there, and we'll see if Baxter has a thing or two to say about that here on the main stage.
Yeah, I kind of like to sit in both in a room and just like be behind a plexiglass screen, to be honest with you.
Not plexiglass.
You know, maybe something a little bit stronger.
About 6-inch thick bulletproof glass is a lot safer, I think.
Might be a good idea. But I mean, this is a really interesting series for a number of reasons, right? We've got Frostbite taking on Connecting, and at every tournament, every single team has a different story, right? They have something different they want to achieve. And even though we've just seen some of the best of Europe going up against each other and what was some amazing series with some great Halo on it, everyone has their own agenda here at these tournaments, right? And we're seeing 2 teams here who are probably trying to think, let's get into that top 12, let's get into that top 8, let's see how far we can take this run. And we've also got returning players. You've got the likes of Baxter, you've got Zayok, all these players who I used to play against, believe it or not, when I was competing in Europe. And it's just great to see these stories kind of continue to evolve here and the opportunity to see them back on the main stage.
Absolutely here, and of course on your screen it's going to be Frostbite versus Connecting on the main stage, one of our final matches of the evening. Things are heating up here, and the bracket is getting thin. Not too many teams left here, and of course, in our lower bracket round 2, this will be an elimination match. You do not want to go home in one of the final matches on Saturday night. You want to live to at least get to Sunday. Otherwise, it feels like you got gypped on a 2-day weekend.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And like I'm saying, everyone has their story, right? If you come into this tournament as a makeshift team like Connecting have, for example, and you're making a championship Sunday, that's something to write home about in my book. So this is going to be a fun series to watch for sure. Connecting versus Frostbite. We're starting off with some Aquarius caps to the flag.
Very excited to get into this here, and now we're going to be starting off with Baxter's POV. Not his face cam, though, but Baxter, his POV on your screen here, and it's a camo grab and a late pop.
Going to be popping it now, and I'm kind of interested to watch this series and how it actually does progress, because there is a lot of talent on these teams. It's just maybe a little bit of cohesion is going to be missing in some of these fights, some of these runs, for example. But we are going to see the first run actually coming in right now from Systematic. So Frostbite, who impressed Wes actually a little bit earlier, are getting that first run on the board, and it's looking pretty clean.
Oh my, very clean. Look at this, untapped all the way home, and it's a very, very easy ride back for Systematic. He's just a few steps off of the flag stand, and that flag will go in.
As clean as you could possibly ask for at the start. Within 60 seconds, we have our first cap on the board, but now Frostbite, having capped, find themselves 3 dead. And there's an opportunity for Desire to run this one top car and almost repeat what we just saw. A little bit of deja vu, except for we're looking in the mirror.
Yeah, going to delay on the connector, make sure he gets full shields. Perfectly times that as well, but actually gets taken down in his own connector.
yeah, not quite managing to pick up the spawn kills that were required there, connecting. And I'm going to try and avoid the puns because the team name kind of lends itself to it quite a few times. But at the moment, it's going to be a counter cap being run, and you can see the Systematic and Crossman both overextending in the base and trying to locate these spawners.
Doing whatever they can here. Marvy's going to also drop once again on the connector, a very common place for a pit stop and a bit of a rest while the shields recharge, and now coming back home. Ooh, good nades though from the fridge.
Nades do stop that flag run, just short, and there's 2 dead here for Frostbite as well. So where are the final players from connecting? Anyone in position to get into a returning spot? It doesn't look like it is, and that's going to be 2-0 now. And I'm going to say Zayoc looks a lot different from the last time that I saw him, which was at a LAN center in Manchester.
Certainly does now. Zayoc, nice job there. Also a little bit of creeping up the stairs to get that flag touch as well. Didn't want to take any additional damage that he didn't need to necessarily take. And with that play, they will now be up 2-0.
Lovely flank on these 2 players as well. Manages to get one. These 2 players have had many battles over the years. And it's going to be Baxter who gets taken down this time by Zayoc. And now Gov is going to be eliminated too. So that should be a fairly comfortable return coming in here for Frostbite.
Should be a very comfortable return. It's a great looking set of plays. It's a great looking mustache and another flag run as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a conversation to be had between games, but let's talk about who has the best mustache in Halo at the moment, because there only really seems to be one contender at the moment. It's the man on your screen. Marvies and Crossman pick up a few more kills, and Zayoc rushes the flag in with maybe just a little whiff of that moustache on the way through and makes it 3-0. It's 9 minutes 20 left on the clock, and everything's looking about as crisp as you can possibly ask.
It really is. Stash included now. Crossman trying to stay alive as the camo will expire. That'll be trades across the board. 3 dead for Frostbite for the moment.
Trying to stay alive here as well, but he'll be taken down. 4 dead then. Let's see what Connecting can do with this numbers advantage, I should say, as they move across the map here. It looks like Desire's decided he's going to just delay a little bit to make sure that he's got some blue stuff to throw at people, and the shock nades will do as required. Baxter also moving in to get a kill in the base. 2 players only alive to deal with here for Connecting to put Frostbite on that 4 dead respawn.
Interesting set of plays here. They really should be able to get this flag run going pretty comfortably. It was 3 dead during that exchange in the gen just now, and they're going to get, I believe, 3 dead again, so that flag really should come home.
It should come home, but we've seen this position before where they've had that flag moving, and there's been a few players coming off the respawn, and they haven't been as effective as they would have wanted to. But at 3-0, things look a little bit dodgy, but once again, the overextension does come in. Baxter will pick up the kill in the base, so that will be the flag now secured. And it looks like Connecting are starting to connect on those spawn kills a little bit more, because that was a problem on the first 2 runs. This time, they get the job done.
They have 3 dead again there, so that should give them a little bit of breathing room to get out of the base. And the Baxter, the man that you heard a lot of talk about in the pre-show, and rightfully so, a man who's been doing it for a long time in Europe and had a lot of successful top finishes and one of the most difficult games to do it, Halo 3. He's back here again, and despite the choice words that Clutch might have on the desk, we'll let Baxter and Clutch take that up themselves. It's 3-1 here. We got a 2-flag game.
Ammo's just popping as well. Have to see who's managed to get their hands on that one. They're just going to be moving through the base. It's a heat wave, but unfortunately, it's going to be just an air wave at him at the moment. It's Desire who actually does get that camouflage. So if Connecting needed a few more tools to play with, they've got them right now.
See if Desire drops for that heat wave as well. Not sure how much ammo was left in it, but he actually gets sniffed out hard. And that camo will now be a non-factor. 2 dead at the moment for Frostbite.
Actually gets the touch on that flag though. If they can deal with this player who's down on car 1, maybe there is a chance to try and force this one home, as scrappy as it may be. However, it looks like Frostbite have got the kills required now just to put the pressure on, and sometimes you've got to make the call to give up on that flag. Deadeye doesn't want to though. Nope. He gets a touch on it.
Great touch there. And with 2 dead on the other side, this should be pretty comfortable if they can get the right damage on Marvies.
Marvies needs to be dealt with. Baxter's here. He gets the touch. Teammates are there to help as well. Zayoc gets the throw out the front. He knows there's another player still in the vicinity, and it's going to be Marvies. Baxter trying to do what he can. He's doing so much damage to these players at the moment. Both taken down to 1 shot, but 1 shot is not good enough to make sure that they go into the death screen and that flag can be capped.
That's probably going to be a re right here, and a comfortable one, and also Crossman all the way across the map, as he's going to go straight stairs. Nades will not hit him. He will slide this thing home 4-1 in favor of Frostbite.
1 flag to go here for Frostbite to close out game number 1. Systematic with 2 kills has started the next run as well. You can see the flag is already moving here. Marvies will be taken down. Baxter will also fall into the death screen. So a little bit of a standoff here, but with Frostbite having 2 players in the death screen, I kind of like how Crossman's playing this, being nice and patient.
Yeah, there's no need to rush this here. You got nothing but advantage, nothing but time. He's also going to get another touch on the flag. Will get absolutely nuked at bottom Dynamo, but still an opportunity to reset and a comfortable lead for them with 6 minutes left to play.
Baxter trying to do what he can again, but just the numbers game, too much for him to deal with in that particular situation. And now at the last second, the touch does come in. Marvies with the heat wave, and more importantly, the flag in hand. This would be the final flag of the game. We've got to be a little bit careful here. It's the 2v2 on the map.
Ooh, and Marvies, I think he wanted to get that flag in Gen. I think it was a little bit of a bobble with the flag. It probably could have made it into the Gen with him. You think there's no reason it shouldn't have. So the game will stay here 4-1, 5:40 left.
Sometimes you're seeing players as well just force it through the Gen to throw it actually out into the courtyard where respawners can get eyes on it and make that return a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
So maybe something to think about maybe in future series for sure. Ooh, Baxter does get the kill. And more players trying to wrap back. This is an opportunity here with Baxter in the base with the camouflage and the flag moving. If he can pick up some kills as that flag is being moved. With 5 minutes left on the clock, we could see another flag going in here, but nobody taking the responsibility to run that flag.
Oh, unfortunate here. Baxter can't decide which targets he wanted to focus on. He had 3 thrusts left. He leaves the fridge player, and ultimately it's his downfall, but that flag's still moving through Gen.
Yeah, I like that movement actually coming in from Gov as well. He took an interesting route, and now he's going to throw it out into the courtyard, like I was saying. We'll get the kill, thanks to the help coming in from Desire, and with those shot grenades, we'll be able to deny the player's line of sight and the ability to challenge. So, Gov did a really good job there.
Yeah.
Last player alive, recognizing where his safe route was. And from there, it's now a 4-2 game.
And also, in the end, I'll be corrected there, because I think Baxter still did a lot of damage there. Even though he wasn't able to get a kill, he's able to get that fridge player to be a non-factor, and he gets a little bit of extra damage bottom middle. And like you said, with Gov running the flag there, the players are all on the same page. Now, a 2-flag game with still plenty of time on the clock.
3 dead, make that 4 dead though, 4 connecting. So respawns are going to be coming in, and they're going to have to wrap back through the Gen. You can already see the Frostbite are collapsing onto them. They've cleared the way. And with Marvies there, I was going to say to maybe continue this run.
They'll still do it.
This could be the end of the game here as Gov is finding himself as the last player standing once more. Gov is going to get 1, so maybe this isn't going to be as comfortable as they would have wanted, as the players now overextend on the P side too.
Double kill for Zayok there was what opened up the path for Marvies to continue the run, but he's going to slow this down. He doesn't want to force it and risk a counter cap opportunity with this little left on the clock.
Crossman using Marvies as bait here. Deadeye should fall as well. That's 2 dead, and the flag will now be touched by Crossman. So Gov has no idea that Marvies was not taken care of. He will fall as well. The flag is moving. Only 1 player left to be the hero. Not going to be able to. Desire falls, and now you're going to see that flag be run home. This will be the final flag. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. Not needed. 5-2 is the final score in our first game.
Oh boy, and Marvies is excited on the end there. Jumps up, hyping up not only the squad, but it looks like maybe even some eyes across the far side of the stage as well. Lots to be proud of there for the side of Frostbite.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from them. Good fundamental Halo.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing to take away from it, and Wes was right. They did play some impressive stuff a little bit earlier on when we did see them before, but sometimes it's just that individual skill might be a little bit less and a little bit lacking in comparison to some of those top teams. So when the 1Vs don't go your way, or maybe there's a little bit of extra teamwork just there which can stifle you, you can't kind of highlight the teamwork as well. But against a team who's maybe a little bit more evenly matched, you're starting to see that come through.
Certainly, and I love the way that they just exhibited patience throughout that entire game. No flag needed to come all the way home due to the fact that they already had a big flag cushion. Here's a look at the stats.
Statistically, you're looking at systematic, right? 18 kills for him, 13 deaths. Most positive player in the game, I would say.
Time with Crossman.
Crossman looking very, very similar as well, like you say. Almost not even similar, exactly the same, like you say. On the other side of things, Desire, he had a decent amount of damage. I think he was the standout player for sure for connecting, but it was just the cleanness of the runs. There was a clear plan, and I think just a little bit of inexperience from the makeshift team when they got those 3 dead, 4 dead situations. They weren't able to deny that wave coming off respawn quite for long enough for that flag carrier to be comfortable running home.
Yeah, a few big things that stuck out for me. One, like we said, is the patience, dropping, letting your shells recharge at the connectors, and then making the run, playing it nice and slow. We also saw a lot of really well-timed double kills. At the end there, you saw a double kill from Zayok to pave the way through. They're not afraid to drop the flag top mid and slay again. And I think that's what really won them this game. It's just identifying every situation and what the right play needed to be.
Yeah, it's the numbers thing as well, right? You know you've got numbers, you can take a little bit more time because you're going to have time to get your shields back. Someone's going to be there to give you that cover that you require. So really impressive stuff here from Frostbite. Connecting, giving as good as they got in certain situations. This one would have been a heck of a play if he managed to get both of those kills. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be, and you have to give credit to Frostbite in the way that they played that as well.
Yeah, tough play there. So Baxter does really well to stay alive back base, and he gets help. They help on the on the flag player. In the end, this is the flag. The nades also missed big time on the straight stairs, and that flag goes in. But keep in mind, that was 3-1. If Baxter and company are able to defend their base there, we'll watch the pop-up once again. Marvy's excited about that result. Take a look at the series layout. We'll get back to that thought in just a minute. Next up, going to be Slayer Streets.
Slayer Streets is where we are headed for our second arena of this series, and Frostbite in this best of 5 know if they can get this one on board, then Oddball Recharge could be the final game of the series. But connecting, There's always a chance in Streets. There's always a chance when the game type is Slayer, and there's always a chance if you can get the rockets, the Bulldog, the Stalker Rifle, the Microwave, the Spike Grenades.
List goes on.
What else have we got in there?
List goes on.
Keys to the police department.
Exactly, which are going to really bail you out when you need them.
Throw an arcade machine at someone or something. I don't know at this point. There's so much to play with.
There really is there. And also, of course, the cafe. Fuel up back on a few espressos as you go back around the map for a few more laps and continue dominating. Commando as well. I mean, the sandbox is all to play with here on Streets.
Assault rifle.
Jeez, man.
What?
There really is a lot.
Yeah, there is a lot in there.
Yeah. Lots to play with here. Lots of toys. Question is, who's going to force the other team to take their toys and go home here on Saturday night, because this is everything to play for. Come on, that's a spawning weapon. That you've taken it too far with that one. I was giving you all the leash the whole time, and you had to pick a spawning weapon.
That's on you. You knew it should have been dragged in a lot earlier.
Yeah, okay. I'll remember it for next time.
50-50 on that one, yeah? No. Okay,
absolutely not. It's getting late on Saturday here in Valencia. I want to thank you for joining us for the EU Regionals. It's been a fantastic tournament so far. $100,000 on the line for the top teams in Europe, and it's at a perfect time, Mark, because this is the best Europe has ever looked historically in competitive Halo history. You heard Jimbo talking about it on the desk. This is the tightest that Europe's ever looked. We have the biggest prize pools, and these teams are ready to play.
Thrust.
God.
Drop wall.
Drop wall too, you're right.
Drop wall. Okay, and anyway, let's go back to this. You're completely right. This is a huge moment for both these teams, and I feel like I always love Game 2 with this. Some people have like an opinion on 2 Slayers in a best of 5, and I would agree with them at the top level, but it certainly gives that little bit of spice to a series, right? Having a Slayer in at Game 2, because it gives that little bit of a, oh, this could go either way, and then we get a little bit of an extended series and things start to get a little bit exciting. So I think there's a chance here for connecting. I think there were moments in that game where they were showing some decent teamwork, certainly some decent individual skill. I just wonder if the teamwork's going to be too much for them to deal with.
It's a question, right? Can they connect the dots that they need to in order to take down a very hot Frostbite team that looks, to be honest, quite organized here, quite confident, and ready to play on Saturday night? Rocket's going to be bottom middle, everything to play for. You just heard the whole laundry list from Mark. We'll have to see who's going to be able to grab those weapons and put them to use.
I want one player to pick up everything at once.
just starts to cycle in legs, just starts to cycle in inventory.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, everybody. As Andy quite rightly said, it's getting a little bit late here on Saturday night.
Cans of beer, bowls of ramen, Tokyo vibes, whatever those are.
Kenya vibes as well inside of the arcade. Game number 2 is live, everyone. We're having fun here. Apologies for our terrible attempts at humor. Let's get into this, though, and we are going to see one of those weapons that are listed, and it's going to be in the hands, not surprisingly, actually, of Frostbite off the rip here. It just seems like they're a little bit more well-drilled than their opponents, and opening strategies can certainly be a good indication of that.
Absolutely. Now, going to be on Zayok's POV, and we'll see what they can do off of the 4-1 lead. Connecting there. New kills on the board. Spike grenades up. They're part of the toy chest too.
Stalker rifle now in the hands of Gov, but he doesn't need to fire any bullets because his teammates are doing a good enough job just to clear the way for him to do so. This is actually cross-map POV. Apologies. Ignore the lower thirds and the bomb left for a second, and keep your eyes on that little white arrows. That's the POV that we will be watching, and it's the 7-3 lead here, and you can see with the weapons and the toys in hand, Deadeye's doing some good damage. Gov missing that last shot. Excuse me, Crossman. Come on, Mark. Pay attention. He's going to be missing that final shot, and because of that, you can see that that scoreline is just starting to creep back a little bit here, as on music, Deadeye is still alive somehow.
Absolutely, and of course, the team name swapped as well, though, so you're still, of course, watching here Crossman on your screen. 8-4, and a little bit of a stalemate here on Tires in A courtyard.
That picks up double kill, though. That's going to give Connected a way to at least push this. It's a 2v2 on the map now. So 10-6, Vexed is going to be challenging, but there is that drop wall once again. It's just so annoying when someone drops a drop wall after one shot on you, because you're like, I can't win this fight. Like, there's no way I can win this fight, and it's something you have to be aware of. And it's also something I think out of all of the equipment, the players in general are starting to appreciate a little bit more, especially since the little buff just goes down a little bit quicker. It really does give you an opportunity to lock down rockets, to lock down the pink streak, and gives you that advantage when you know there's going to be a push coming at some point.
It is interesting how long it took for the drop shield to be really accepted into the meta, right? Not just used here and there, but I think it took a long time for the competitive Halo Infinite community, especially at the top, to realize you will win battles when you use that drop shield correctly, especially if you have the early deploys, or we even saw it used defensively to make sure you don't get naded from unsuspecting angles. It's becoming a bigger and bigger part of the meta, without a doubt.
It certainly is, and this is obviously a part of the meta as well. That is 3 players running at you. One's got rockets, one's got Bulldog, and one's got a Stalker rifle. So difficult to deal with at the moment. And sandbox control has been the story of this game. And for poor old Connecting at the moment, there's not really too much they can do in this situation.
Not at all. They're really letting this get out of hand, and you can just tell they're all trapped here in Tram, and you see all 4 players on your screen. Those spikes are going to make sure that no one's hanging out top of C stairs either, and now with this Stalker rifle hanging on neons and even some numbers here, it's going to be so hard for them to push out.
It's being pinned back in at the moment by Zauk as well. The Stalker rifle, just 2 shots, your shields are going to be shattered in front of you, and you're just stuck. You can't really do anything, and when you've got more spike grenades being thrown at you as well, that's just the call to push. But I do kind of like what I'm seeing from Connecting. They've decided to leave Tram. They realize that they might have numbers if they all go at once onto the arcade street, and because of that, they've forced a rotation now from Zauk, who's coming under pressure himself.
Yeah, it was a nice rotate in the end, but they're really going to trade out 2-2, and on the side of Frostbite, they're going to be okay with that. They're still up by 6, 20-14, but I do agree, Connecting really showing that they do not want to get trapped there in C.
Let's see what Systematic can do now. He's got a Commando. And Connecting have brought this one back a bit. It's a 6-kill game between the two.
Water jug. That's not a weapon.
Oh, water jug? It's a bucket.
No, the water jug. Come on, the water jug in Red Room. It's a water cooler. Many, many conversations around that water cooler, and if you're on the side of Frostbite, you're pretty happy with this so far. Still up by 6. They will find themselves 2 dead for the moment, but they answer back right away, and they will continue controlling top A as well as A courtyard.
Spike grenade's been a big part of what Frostbite have been using as well, just clearing out rooms like tires on top of those tram stairs. That balcony, just so frustrating to go up against sometimes when you're in those positions. You're just trying to hold an angle, you just see a spike grenade, you know your shields are about to get shredded. But controlling them just as important as other areas of the map. And we see players at the top level, as we know, they go out their way to get them because they know how effective they can be.
Right, and or deny them, right? Even if they're not looking for a remote detonation, they will just destroy them because they don't want to be on the receiving end of those spike grenades. I agree. What we saw with Frostbite clearing out the top of C stairs, it looks like a breach and clear team, right? It looks like a SWAT team. They stick 2 spikes on the wall, you hear clear, and they fly right in. 2 players fly into top C, and it looks great. The game's still, though, within 6 after all of that dominance from Frostbite. Connecting and staying in this.
I think it's a really good point that you raised there, excuse me. The fact that it has been dominance and it has been complete and utter sandbox control coming in from Frostbite, the game hasn't got out of hand. And if they can turn it over a little bit and get some of those sandbox toys in their hands, then maybe there's a way back into this for Connecting, as a couple of kills do get traded between the 2 teams. Looking across the stats at the moment, it's Marvies who's leading the way with kills. He's currently sat at 9-7.
And Marvies so happy with that last result. You could just tell by the look on his face in that last series. So proud of what the team was able to do in the game number 1. Looking to continue that here, and he's become quite a team leader here on the leaderboard as well.
Actually doing damage, but not being able to finish off that headshot means that another kill will slip through the fingers for him. 33-26, he's starting to get a little bit too much of an ask at this point. You can't let this start slipping away, especially if you don't get that next rockets in your hand that's going to be coming up in just a minute's time or so. If you lose that, when the kills that have gone down just before that exchange will occur, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, things starting to get out of hand once again. What looked like it was going to be maybe a Connecting comeback. They were just down by 6 moments ago. Now they find themselves once again down by just a bit more than that. Now on the board here once again with Marvies, 11-7 now.
Yeah, Marvies looking really, really good. He's been a player, I think, who's out of the lowest seeded teams that we've seen, has kind of stood out a little bit, and there's been a couple of players that kind of jumped to mind, and Marvies certainly one of those. Not just with the individual skill, but some of the decision making we're seeing as well. Rockets now pop in, and Baxter is going to be able to maybe scarp away and pick these up. He does get them, and the important thing is, not only does he get them, his 2 teammates keep him alive and get some kills. So if you wanted a win condition to get back into this game, Rockets and survivability, Connecting are back in this. It's just a 5-kill game now.
They certainly are. Baxter definitely wanted a little bit more of the slide on that to get away, but in the end, he's able to tank and eat enough damage, as you say, while his teammates get kills around him, and they've made this a much more interesting game number 2 now.
Got to put him to use, though. This is the worrying moment. Marvies will make it a little bit more difficult for Baxter to go undetected as he falls. However, going undetected is what he does, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade, as he does just unfortunately lose his life and a rocket in the process.
Yeah, it's a good play, but you definitely want a little bit more out of those rockets. It looks like he looked away from tires just at the split second that cost him. Now Crossbang going to be picking up a few more kills. The PD spawns don't pay off for Connecting, and just like that, 42-37, still not over though, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, still not over, and Connecting have an opportunity here. Desire and Gov leading the way for them with 11 kills apiece. Only positive one, both of them, but there's so much information now for Desire. You got to be screaming at your teammates. They're all Pink Street. They are all stuck here. If we have spikes, if we have grenades, throw everything you have, and we might be able to get a team wipe here. However, Systematic with that Stalker Rifle is going to get that first kill.
Somehow Desire stays alive. The spike nade damage does not go through the geometry of that little air conditioning unit. Stays alive, so this game will still be within reach.
He's come in once again. Frostbite lose the team battle overall, though. You can see that 3 players have fallen. Systematic is last, but somehow manages to pick off Baxter, who was desperately just trying to survive to hide his head. Now Systematic not only survives, but also picks up the Stalker Rifle and keeps the Bulldog for them.
No, he lost the Stalker Rifle. That's why he looked down at the ground so upset, because he accidentally dropped the Stalker Rifle for the BR. He's still thinking about going to get it. He's like, where is this thing? He's just going to go ahead and stick with the Bulldog here.
It's going to work out for him as well. The Spartan scan not being used. There's only 1 kill to go here. It will be picked up by Marvies. And the series turns into a 2-0 deficit for Connecting to try and crawl their way back from, but Frostbite managed to clutch up. It just kept that lead for the entirety of that game. It never got too far ahead of Connecting, but that gap was always there.
Yeah, never really came within 4. It was always about a 5 kill or greater deficit. Frostbite comfortably in control, comfortably in the lead. And Marvies once again, smile on his face. He's happy to be here 2-0 on the main stage.
Looking very, very happy, as you say. Looking very, very calm and looking like they might be turning up here tomorrow as well and making their way towards Championship Sunday, keeping that elimination bracket run going. And unfortunately for the guys on Connecting now, the reverse sweep has to be on the agenda. They have to send this one to all the way to a Game 5 if they do want to continue that story themselves. And that's tough to do. However, we've already seen it once on the main stage today.
Certainly have, and there's no reason it couldn't be an elongated Saturday night, which, to be honest, we're here for more Halo and the closest matches we can see. So we'd love to see it, but my gosh, it's going to be tough with the way that Frostbite's playing.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Frostbite. I think that the fundamental, like I mentioned at the start of this, right, the fundamentals there. You can see how they're trying to work together. You can see that they're trying to bait and switch and do everything that they should do as a Halo team. And I like seeing teams which are kind of floating in and around that 8 to 12 position, kind of in the European region, really hammering down on those fundamentals and how they want to approach the game. And I think there's a lot to watch about this team, not just in this tournament, but I think if you're one of those teams, like Vexed, for example, who's going to come up against them maybe on Sunday at some point, you've got to be on your top of your game to make sure that you don't, unfortunately, fall to the upset.
It's true. I think when you talk about Halo fundamentals, it really matters at stages like this in the bracket. You really want to be focusing on all the nuanced little details of how to win these games, because it's only going to get harder and harder as you go through the bracket with teams who generally have more and more experience on the main stage.
As we close out the replays here, you can see just that final push that came in was just too much for Connecting to deal with, and you can see a little bit of a pop-off as well. Did you see that? There's history there, I'm just saying, between the two teams. I think it was TCM that Zauk used to be on, and Power. So that what used to happen, let's take you back through story time before we get into our next game. So TCM were very good online in Halo 3. Very, very, used to smash Power all the time. And then it would get to LAN and Power would win. And even though we're like 10 years down the line, I think they still remember that. Those
still exist.
Yeah, it still exists. We still exist, we know that.
They don't, it doesn't go away. Those things stick around. In competitive Halo, we're lucky to have a game and a community with such a legacy where things like that might have taken place many, many years ago in the days of Halo 3, those still linger and those still live on these main stages.
As far as I remembered it, to be honest, team names and all. I mean, it reminds you of how long you've been playing and watching this game, to be honest with you. But as you say, it's such a rich history. There's always these moments that come up and these stories that arise, regardless of whoever is on that stage. There's always something to talk about that's happened in the past, and I'm sure we'll see some more things happen in the future between these teams as well. But now we find ourselves in what could potentially be the final game of this series. Frostbite just need to close this one out, and we're going over to recharge for some King of the Hill for what could be the last game of this series.
Frostbite right now looking strong and looking also like they have no signs of slowing, and certainly no intention to do that either. Like you said, one map to go. They'd love to get out of here early on Saturday night, maybe get a little bit of a team dinner and a good night's sleep to gear up for Sunday. Connecting, though, needs to step up in a big way. This is their tournament life on the line.
I thought you were going to say Sangria.
I would say that there needs to be 1 or 2 pitchers of Sangria on the table.
And then an early night.
Yeah, then an early night.
Yeah, then get back in early tomorrow. That is as the way they do things here in Valencia.
True.
And let's see if they go with that theory or if they maybe just go for the glass of water and an early night. We'll have to find out. But King of the Hill is going to be next up here. And I think we're seeing more and more of an established meta, I would call it, developing here on Recharge King of the Hill. I think there's certain hills that you only get 1 or 2 pushes on, like we saw a little bit earlier in some of the series between Na'Vi and Online Warriors. And by the way, imagine being in Na'Vi's boots right now, having lost every single time that you played Online Warriors and then 4-0 in them. I mean, that's a turnaround.
It certainly is. It's been an interesting set of results here that really you can only expect on LAN, as we call it the true defining feature of how these teams will match up against each other, of course, time and time again. And anything can happen online, and the beauty is anything can happen on LAN as well. Connecting versus Frostbite on your screen, as you see. First 2 games will go to Frostbite. Up next, Oddball Recharge.
Yeah, apologies, not King of the Hill. It is going to be Oddball that we're going to be playing on Recharge. So forget about everything I just said. Let's talk about the rotations. And I think when you're looking at a game like this, you're looking for structure, right? You're looking for teams who have maybe got a little bit more experience. And there's one team who's 2 up in the series that certainly has that. Frostbite probably looking at this game and thinking this is our time to close it out.
They certainly are, and like we said, the earlier you finish here, the better you can gear up, get some rest, and get ready for Sunday. They'll have even tougher opponents awaiting them in the bracket, but the job's not done tonight. 1 more game to go for them. They currently lead 2-0.
Let's see if they can close things out. Let's see if Connecting have something more to say about it. And you know what? Let's see if someone can pull off something pretty nutty with that shock rifle as well. We do see in some of these games the opportunity for multi-kills to line up in front of you, and Desire is going to be pushing into the base onto Crossman at the bottom of the tower to start things off. Trades across the board, and you can see a kind of slow start apart from this battle going down in tower between the two, as Deadeye looks to find a little bit of a battle here with Marvies, and unfortunately he's going to come out on the wrong side of it.
Interesting play there from Desire to fly right into control. The reason I does it again and gets away with it. The reason I bring that up is you and I fly towards control quite a lot. It's risky to go through that threshold. There's going to be nades waiting for you, and in the end, a little bit of a tug of war there. No real clear control established off of the opening break.
Yeah, if you're playing against Sandy and I, doesn't matter if you throw nades, we're flying at you.
We're flying at you.
We will win the fight. Even if maybe in game it doesn't go our way, it will certainly be the ego battle that's being massaged. But Vax now trying to push into pipes. A couple of players to deal with here. Zak's going to be one of them, and Zak will get the advantages with the first shot in that battle rifle fight. Gov has that shock rifle, managed to pick up 1, so the shock is in play for sure. However, with 2 players dead on his team, he's going to have to hit a few more shots here.
Desire, we've seen a lot of stuff from Desire's screen, and already 3 kills on the board for him. It's a good start, but still it tossed up in a battle now over at Elevator for what might be the first little bit of control.
Systematic now has the opportunity. Deadeye and Baxter trying to bait out a couple of shots. Deadeye will pick up the first shot though, and unfortunately that means that all these rest of the players who are trying to push from Connecting are just going to have a little bit more of a tough time trying to force their way through the door. Baxter actually has the sword as well, and the distraction is coming in maybe for him to make a play, but unfortunately Baxter has fallen somehow or other. Systematic is still alive. I'm not quite sure how he's done it, but whatever has been prescribed by the doctor is certainly keeping him going.
It certainly is. They need to get a hold of whatever the heck he's got, because he stays alive much longer than he should have. And to be honest, we'll have to get some checks there on regulation, because that's one of the craziest lives we've ever seen. But jokes aside, it's a fantastic life for him, and it just shows you how obnoxious they are to kill. These are not easy kills to grab for the side of Connecting.
3 dead here for Frostbite though, so Connecting are doing a good job at starting to finally get some slays. But where is that oddball? Someone needs to be in charge of that. Baxter will have a very, very simple kill presented to him, and now you're going to see an opportunity for him to steal the ball away, because his teammate Gov has got that power up. They've got sword and they have numbers. This should be easy, but Baxter gets taken down.
Baxter flying there with the sword bottom middle. I mean, you essentially spot your camo player out there. You don't allow that grenade to hit bottom middle, and things change up quite a bit.
I certainly do. That's a real misplay coming in from both players, to be honest with you. Baxter kind of makes up for it a little bit by pushing in here and now picking up 2. And that's going to be 3 dead here for Frostbite. Where is that oddball? That's the second time in a row we've seen 3 dead on the Frostbite side of things. And finally, Baxter says, I'll do it. I'll get the ball in my hands. I know how to win games at Halo.
Trying to figure out exactly where to go here. Tries to take a little bit of a routing control, but they're actually going to be split spawns and or a flank. So nowhere to go with the ball.
Yeah, no pressure, unfortunately, from his teammates, meaning there was no path cleared for him, so to speak, to get into a safe position. So the game has come a little bit closer and a little bit tighter in the scoreline. Now this is a game type, I feel, where you're starting to see maybe bug teams not quite as well drilled, not quite as established as some of our top teams, and just struggling to clear the way for those oddball holds.
Here's Desire on your screen. He's already 10-5. Has not translated to the scoreboard just yet. And look at the time. I mean, don't have a lot of points on the board, under 50 points total, and only 2 minutes left.
That was 3 dead again for Frostbite. So that's Connecting getting pretty much 3 times in a row, 3 or 4 dead situation, and they still do not have a lead. So that's a little bit concerning for me. However, 3 dead once again. Please. I ask nicely. Thank you, Desire. Someone pick up that odd ball, because otherwise you're not going to win the game.
Going to rotate it here. Going to wait and maybe try to bait with this sword. They're going to make sure they have a repulsor in hand as well, as that will be quite handy. And now here comes a push in just a moment. Shock is in play. Gov hits the first shot.
Gov doing a really good job as well, just to suppress the damage. Gov picks up 2 as well. And now Desire with that sword might be able to just peek around this corner, but Systematic will peek back.
Ball taken. Surprised to see that played that way when you have the sword. Need to make sure you're the aggressor. A lot of opportunities, a lot of openings there to make sure that he could have gotten that kill. Instead leaves a gap there. Regardless, though, it's good play from the entire side. Ball is played off the map, and it's good points on the board. 44-24 in favor of Connecting. Camo, though, in the hands of Zayok.
Yeah, finally just a little bit of efficiency in the objective department there, and it turned into some points. They do have a lead, like you say, 44-24. It's not a huge one, but it's one that's going to take at least 1 hold from Frostbite to try and drag back a little bit here. Zayok has the opportunity to make plays, though. Camo and the Shock. However, he's also got a firing squad who have just seen him disappear, and his Camo dissipate. He does also have the repulsor, so that was Shock, Camo, repulsor. Unfortunately, it turns into nothing.
Call that a yard sale, I think, when you get taken down with all the stuff in the back pocket. It's unfortunate, but still a nice bit of display from Zayok to be able to repulsor up, stay alive. Definitely gets caught with his pants down and batteries when the Camo disappears, which, to be honest, is something I think I've had a few nightmares about now. Systematic challenging all the way from glass to top control, providing some nice cover fire for the squad.
Yeah, again, time on the board here as well. You can see that all the Connectors are kind of trapped on the tower side of the map, and those first 2 kills are going to be massive. Just needs to survive here, Systematic. Love that from him, knowing that just denying time is the most important thing to do here. Damage onto Baxter. Teammates should be there to clean it up, or at least force him out of the equation now. And look at that. The lead is now back into the hands of Frostbite. Really good stuff from them.
Feels like even with that control we had from Connecting, they didn't get as many points on the board as they would have liked. Had the back hydro, but still to only be up by 20 after a set of control like that, that's pretty difficult. And like you said, it's a lead change now with less than a minute left. One way to do it.
Yeah, it's one way to get across the map. Kind of like it from Desire as well, because he knew that a couple of players were weak. He flies in and he cuts off the rotation. That's the most important thing. That's unfortunately a commando. Not the oddball.
Got to be careful. That grapple doesn't really know. Wherever it's a little bit like Ron Burgundy. Wherever you point it, it's going to grab the exact thing. It's going to grab the exact thing you pointed at.
I'm a commando. Well, Deadeye's going to be moving in alongside his teammates now. Big push on the long haul coming through from Connecting. Backed up by the fact they got this power up in their hands as well. So 2 dead for Frostbite. This is a really, really close last few moments of this game as well. And now you're looking at that game clock, because they do have the ball in their hand here, Connecting. They get 3 dead, and that's going to be an opportunity for them to rotate back to blue, where they've got most of their time so far. So all of a sudden, Frostbite, they're under pressure, and Baxter's on the flank as well.
If this rotation works, this will be nuts. And the remote detonation, Baxter showing off some gameplay there with a very cool, calm, and collected multi-kill. Look at the time. Look at the time.
So tight.
They're going to need to play this.
Oh, they don't get it. Did they get the play? They get the play at least. That's the important thing. Who's across the map, though? It's going to be Crossman who's on that odd ball. I don't think he needs to pick it up, though. Just needs to throw it out bottom mid. I like that play from him. Zayok is in position now to do damage. Baxter don't care. He's running at it, but it's not enough time for him to get the ball in the hands. And now, even though it was a crazy finish, Frostbite have 1 more round to put on the board to close out 3-0.
Oh man, we're gonna have to take a look at that if we can in the replays, just because of that rotate decision to blue. Yeah, I know you might have gotten a lot of points back, blue, but guess what? You might have to move on. That might have been the old story. That was all elevator spawns, and they moved it to blue with control spawns even coming in. If they came long in glass, they might have won that round.
Yeah. Little things like that, as you say, can be the complete and utter difference in a win and a loss. And unfortunately there for Connecting, that was the decision that did not go their way. Marv is trying to escape, he's trying to survive, but Baxter's going to hunt him down, even though, you know, a couple of years on the age from last had it. The eyes are still working for Baxter.
I would say a big multi-kill there from Baxter as well with the remote detonation in control, and even with that, they still forfeit, and I think it's because of the bad rotate. They did so much damage, and they had no business getting that many kills off of the rotate, but because the rotate was the wrong direction, I think it cost them in the end, and they lose what should have been a round win, but they need to focus up here. No points on the board just yet. They can still get back in this series.
Yeah, no room for mistakes, though. Only 1 round away is what they find themselves from, unfortunately, taking that loss and the tournament being over for them for Connecting. The pressure really is on now. A couple of shock rifle shots are flying across the map of Baxter, who's more than aware there's players in front of him as well as behind him. He falls. Crossman will fall as well, but look at the score here. Frostbite, the team who have some points on the board. Stick coming in from Deadeye, that's 2 dead.
Playing stick there, and like now 3-4 dead. Now let's see what they do off of this. How do they hold here? Where do they rotate? If they rotate when they identify those spawns, it looks like it's going to be towards long.
Yeah, this is a really smart play. You just saw where the spawns came in, but you need him to throw the ball off to desire him, get back to gold. You need to hold that angle yourself and be efficient in that rotation. For now, he's putting a lot of pressure on Gov here. You can see that Frostbite have already got through to tower, and Gov he might get a kill or two here, but
I don't know if you need to go to blue. It's comfy, it's cozy. I don't know if you need to go to blue every time there, and it's going to cost him once again.
Sometimes you got to try somewhere new, right? One restaurant's great. How do you know the next one's not going to be even better?
True. Never going to know there. Only 12 points on the board off of the 4 dead. Once again, it's connecting, not getting enough points for the hard work that they're doing. They're doing everything right. They're getting 4 dead, and they are taking the ball violently from top gold through long into blue to get naded from control. It doesn't need to happen.
It's the most violent rotation of an odd-ball we've ever seen.
It doesn't need to be that way. They're making it much harder on themselves than they need to. But once again, if they can correct those errors here, it's difficult to do mid-series and mid-game on ball. But if they could do that, they're only down here by a few points.
Yeah, you see where your teammates are spawning. You've also got to wait to see where the opponents spawn, right? And where that cutoff is going to be. So all those little things have got to be put together, and we're going to see if Connecting can do it now. We're going to jump into an Astro listening with the team to see if they can make this comeback.
Can I get help in gold?
I'm trying to get towards you. I'll try and bait them in if you saw.
Gonna push the ones on top
Guys,
glass
camo
now.
soon, camo soon. They're not pushing, they're not pushing. There's one top glass. Top glass weak menace. There's one sitting top pipes. I'm going to leave you here.
Glass is one shot, glass is one shot, guys. Look at me now.
Yeah, I'm looking glass.
Boys,
I'm
gonna
push gold, I'm going to push gold. Yeah, we're pushing, let's go. We have one, we have one.
C-plat as well, C-plat as well.
There's one top gold weak. Let's kill, battery's weak.
C-plat.
Battery's one here beneath me.
Camo boys, 5 on camo.
Nice. Double stack's weak. Double stack's really weak.
He's going long, he's going long.
Yeah, I can try and...
What about time? That's one turbine, I'm gonna try to get the ball to you.
2 bottom control going, it's going Mangler. There's one on double stacks.
Camo boys. Mangler, yeah.
One in bottom A.
Another guy, Mangler as well. Another guy chasing me.
One tower.
One shot bottom tower, boys.
Nading bottom tower.
What it hell, go play.
He's one shot, back to
Turbine dead. Bottom middle weak.
Where's
I'll kill him, dead.
Gold now.
I'm running on one here. I'm looking gold, I don't see it. Camo's up soon here as well.
Tower's half field.
I'm looking tower. I'm looking, I don't see him. There's one C-plat challenging me. Need help for Camo.
We're starting to hear a little bit of nervousness maybe creeping into the comms here. Everyone's a little bit shaky, and they know why, because Connecting are down in this second round, and if they lose this one, unfortunately, that will be the end of the tournament for them.
I know this has been a low-scoring ball game, but the score is identical to pre-listening, which you really don't see after that many minutes of gameplay. It makes you think the Frostbite, even with 3 dead here, has been playing a little bit of defense with 1:30 on the clock.
But now's an opportunity, though. As you say, the 3 dead allows Desire to move in. He can jump this one up to bat ledge, and he should be able to get in pretty comfortably. But now you need to rotate. This is where you need to run. This is where a violent rotation, trademark Andy Dudinsky, needs to happen.
So far, big kills there. As you see on pipes, they get the first kill they needed, and the damage comes in. That's 2 dead. Next one will be traded, though, so they need to be careful where they go. But now, just about to tie the game, maybe even a lead change.
Should be a lead change. Respawn's coming in, 2 players pushing across the mid-bridge here, and unfortunately for Baxter, he gets picked out. Desire gets picked off, so 2 fall here for Connecting. And it'll be Marvish who picks up that ball. He has a teammate alongside him as well, just to help with a little bit of scrap time. And that will be now Frostbite once again with a lead.
The momentary lead change there. Connecting was able to get all the points on the board. We have a very, very close game here within 10 points. They need to make this push count as well, though.
That's going to be challenging. Big shots from Crossman, and those kind of battles you need to win at this stage of a series and of a game, just to really apply the pressure back onto your opponents and make them think that this might be the end of the road for them. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds or so left for Connecting to start finding some sort of form, to start finding some sort of chemistry, but with more time being added here by Frostbite, it just looks like the tournament unfortunately is slipping through their fingers.
Great play there from Crossman on the earlier drop where he goes long. Even though he didn't know where his opponent was, he put himself there. He established presence, and he gets help from the team shot as well. That's what you have to do in this game. You need to put yourself in dangerous situations where you can deal the damage and trust your teammates that they're going to help.
A little bit of a shaky battle there. However, it does go in the way of Frostbite at the end of things. Connecting find themselves 2 dead, but it's 2v2 at the moment, and Baxter has an opportunity maybe to just scoop up that oddball. If he can get away here, then maybe he might be able to get some lucky respawns on the pipes, and that's what's going to happen here. So maybe, just maybe, Connecting have found their way back into this game through a little bit of a blessed spawn.
Certainly there, and now the ball's actually going to be played on batteries. 66-49, 47 on the clock, once again still within reach for them to tie it in rounds.
Yeah, the feeling might be just one or two more team fights that could decide this, but Crossman having the camouflage is going to make this even more difficult here for Connecting. The lead is extending, and it looks like, unfortunately, for Connecting, they will not be extending their stay. Frostbite will be, by the looks of things. The ball now thrown down towards Longhall. With 35 seconds left on the clock, it's time to play a little bit of Slayer. Pad those stats and make sure at all costs Connected do not get near that ball.
Absolutely. Crossman's also got not only these grenades, but also a grapple as well, so he can get crafty if he needs to grapple it and then play it. 24 seconds left, and it's a huge lead.
Crossman's going to be in a great spot here as well, because everyone's going to be desperate for that oddball. You can grapple up, you can take a look at the rafters. Sometimes you're not sure how things look till you get up there, so the push is finally coming in. Bruv, I was going to say Gov, looking like a bruv, moves in, and they somehow get the break. So maybe there's a little bit of life here. 6 seconds left on the clock, but I hate to use the term, but it has to be perfect.
It does. They're back blue again. Luckily, they're back blue. They don't have to go all the way to back blue. And this game right now, just about within 10 points. They could do this.
This is happening, I'm telling you. Right now, Baxter has the ball. Marvies, though. Oh, Baxter with a big downwards, plays the ball. He's forced to play the ball.
That's it.
And that is going to be the game. Frostbite stand up, maybe smiling a little bit, knowing that...
Maybe flexing, literally.
Maybe flexing, literally. Knowing they'll be back here tomorrow on the Sunday. Unfortunately for Connected, that will be the end of the road for them. But a very entertaining series, nonetheless.
I hear a little bit of a pop-off there from Frostbite, and also the Frostbite contingent up on stage. Pretty proud of what they were able to do, and even a little bit of trash talk there. And security, like we said, literal flexing on the stage on Saturday night. Things are getting wild in Valencia.
They certainly are, and as you can see here, everyone having a lot of fun in Valencia, and we certainly are, for sure. Yeah. A lot of fun in that series. We hope we're enjoying the show at home as well, but we will see some more of Frostbite tomorrow, which for them making it to Sunday, like I mentioned, every single team in a tournament has their own story, and Frostbites will continue into Sunday.
That is the dream, right? You want to make sure you get to Sunday when you're coming in with seeds like these teams have, and they, on the side of Frostbite, have done that. A do or die must win. And more flexing happening here and on their side. To be honest, they've earned these flexes, and we're all going to get flexed on, whether we like it or not. 137-128 is your final score there in the end of that game. And like you said, Mark, it's Frostbite's fundamentals that get them through this series, and what they're also going to hope carries them through Sunday as well.
Yeah, I think there's a few missed opportunities there, and like you said, fundamentals so key, and maybe a lack of fundamentals, and maybe an obsession with rotating the ball to blue. Unfortunately, they lost that game for Connecting. A few missed plays from them, but as I say, good to see players like Baxter back in European Halo. And I'm sure that, everyone's going to have a good time, even though the tournament is done for them.
Absolutely. Also, Desire going 33-16 out of nowhere in that game, having 10 more kills than anyone else in the game. Huge numbers from him.
19.7 KDA.
Enormous numbers there. Unfortunately, unable to convert there in ball play.
I mean, you're looking at the damage dealt across the board as well, and I think it's you're looking at what damage was done and what kills were actually picked up by Connecting, and maybe that game should have gone their favor. Maybe we could have seen a slightly longer series, but for now, that is going to be the game done and dusted. Frostbite will continue into Championship Sunday. Me and Andy have had a blast. It's back to the desk for now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, guns in game, guns out of game, apparently, for Frostbite. My goodness me, a lot of flexing happening on the stage, but I guess,
too much.
You win 3-0. You can flex just a little bit, of course.
That was more than a little.
Yeah, it was definitely more than a little bit, wasn't it?
He's in great shape, so I mean, I probably would too.
Why not? Why not? I'll tell you what, though, the boys actually, before handing it over to us, were talking about, the fact that, Connecting, they had some ridiculous stats from some of their teammates coming across the board. And I'll tell you exactly why that happened. It's because their objective efficiency was pretty poor. They weren't picking up the ball. They had a ton of kills at many different times. They had, they were slaying the team, pretty much all dead. But where was the ball? Nowhere in sight. And that is the problem. And I think, Gaskin, the fact that this team has come together quite recently, they haven't got a lot of experience with one another, and they haven't got practice, was really bleeding through there.
Yeah, it's polar opposites. You've got Frostbite, who have been a team for quite a while now. They know the fundamentals. They know what they want to achieve when it comes to objective efficiency and objective games in general. On the other side of connecting, I think they were trying to connect the dots mid-game. And unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out. Frostbite were able to put a cross through some of those dots to stop them from doing so. But they gave it a good effort in some of the games, and I think Desire will be more than happy to put 33 kills on the board.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Lethal, you know, looking at Frostbite overall, you know, they came into this guns blazing. They were pretty hot from the start, from the get-go. Aquarius CTF ending out with 5-2, and then the Slayer keeping that pretty decent lead throughout, you know, not really kind of backing up on what they were doing, staying cool, calm, and collected. How impressed were you with their gameplay in that series?
I was quite impressed, to be fair. Like, the coordination in that Slayer was very good, don't get me wrong. And also the two players porting out, it was the fact that Marvies and Crossman, they're the ones who are going to potentially take the limelight. And one of the key pointers I also made was the fact that Systematic, I wanted to see a lot more from him, because I was very disappointed before. This time round, he was the MVP of his team pretty much, not just in terms of slaying, but objective, everything else in between. It was nice to see him do a complete flip around.
Yeah, indeed. Clutch, obviously looking at the results on the screen here in the series layout. Frostbite did quite the number on connecting for sure. You called it before we went into the series. You called it. You knew what they were capable of. Are you happy with their performance, especially heading into tomorrow as well?
Well, I think everybody's mistaken. I'm pretty sure we have another series for you guys to play for top 8. I think top 8 make it into tomorrow, so I don't want to get your hopes up, my brother, but you're going to have another one on your hands. But everything was good in this series, right? The individual skill showed out, teamwork was there, and unlike we saw them in pool play, they were able to start connecting some dots in the objective efficiency category that really made the difference. If they're able to continue that pattern and maybe improve just a little bit, because you are going to play a tougher opponent, there's hope.
Yeah, there certainly is hope. And I'll tell you what, I have Crossman joining us right now on the desk. Thank you so much for getting up here. I just want to ask you about that series. You know, going into this, connecting, they felt like that they measured up to you guys pretty significantly and pretty closely, but you really showed us that you guys are the bigger, better team here. How did you kind of plan going forward into this series and to really knock them out in a pretty decent fashion?
I mean, I feel like it was expected to be a lot of a closer series. So doing a trio over them, just, I mean, I guess online and LAN, that's a huge difference. Online, we had a bit of struggles against them, so, I mean, I guess just Systematic doing his thing is all good. Like, I don't have to do much, I'm just shooting my shit, my gun, and all's good.
Yeah, I think that you guys, you know, you blew them out of the water. We knew you were capable of this after your domination in the open bracket, and I believe you're the last open bracket team left in the tournament now, if I'm not correct. So this is an opportunity for you now to make a statement of all you guys who got funding, getting into Valencia, we deserve that funding, we should have been there. I mean, surely that's a great feeling to get on main stage, to show what you're made of. How's the team feeling after a performance like that?
Oh, it's always awesome to be on the main stage, and being able to win on main stage, earlier being here, getting trio, it's not the funnest. But being able to win now trio, it's just so happy. We're all so happy.
One thing I wanted to ask as well, because I think you kind of felt the same way in terms of your expectations of this matchup. You thought it was going to be a much closer affair. What was the reasons for that?
I mean, it's just simply, we lost to them on an online tournament. We kind of, they run over us in the scrims. I mean, it's been back and forth, so it's like a 50-50 when we came up there. But we knew we can win them just as long as we do whatever we can.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, you know, in terms of what we just accomplished on the main stage there, is there anything that you guys need to improve on, especially heading into your next match to try and make top 8 and break that ceiling here? Obviously, being the last open bracket team, you guys have some work left to do in the elimination bracket. What are the main focuses now?
I mean, right now there's not too much that we can do, but like comms, obviously, that's just being able to talk with each other, being able to do things together. I feel like that's the main thing here with the topper teams. They're just so much playing together. Whilst we're just doing our own thing, which is not the best, but it worked out here. But yeah, just communicating with each other and pushing together.
Love to hear it. Well, best of luck, Crossman. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk. Congratulations on an epic series win there. We're keeping our eye on you as our last open bracket team. You guys did a phenomenal job on the main stage. Let's now take a look at the elimination bracket to see who's left in the mix. And as you can see, Frostbite will go on 3-0 against Connecting. They will meet Scorched Hand, which actually, Gaskin, I think is going to be a pretty good series here for elimination round 3. How do you feel like these two teams match up?
Yeah, I think that Scorched Hand will be confident going into it, but Frostbite are certainly going to give it one heck of a go. Death Row's still alive after taking down Witchblades, but I am correct that yes, Frostbite are still the last open team in Elim round 3, but it depends what happens there with Reclaimer versus Lucendi. If Lucendi were to win that, that would be another potential open team that manages to break through. But still, I think that this tournament has been very impressive for our open teams. I think that 12th through 16th was always an iffy one for me when we saw the Valencia qualifiers, and now we are being proved that Frostbite are a team that perhaps deserved to be here a little bit earlier, but just didn't have the favorable performances online.
I think just looking at the teams as well in the elimination bracket and who has the better chance of making a big run here, Clutch. I'm looking at Blackhand, I'm looking at Online Warriors, and you know, I'm kind of nervous about teams that are going to be matching up against them, but who do you think in terms of the top to the bottom elimination bracket has a better chance of making it back in and rebounding to the grand final?
I think you picked the best 2 teams that are up there, but if I had to pick one, Blackhand for sure. They've lost 2 series here, and both were by 2 kills at the end of the game 5. That was very stressful for them. If they can just clean up a mistake in that series, we're talking about them still in winner's bracket. I'm very excited to continue to watch them play.
Yeah, very excited indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, this is going to be the last time I'm going to be throwing to a break because we do have another series, but it's going to be the last one of the night. We're going to be seeing Vexed versus Diamond Dog. Someone is going home again. Someone is pushing forward. We'll find out right after this break.
these questions.
Do we look at them? Okay.
This is Halo lore with pros, and these questions were provided by Hidden Xperia.
All right, what is the name of the elite you play as in Halo 2?
The Arbiter. Obviously, yes.
Yeah. The Arbiter?
Yep.
The Arbiter?
That's right.
What species created the Halo ring?
Wait, it's either the Forerunners or the Prometheans.
Flood.
I'll go with the Prometheans.
Nah, Forerunner.
Dude! Okay, whatever.
The Forerunners?
Yes.
It is the Forerunners. Okay,
Yeah,
because there's something before the Forerunners too.
I couldn't tell you.
The precursors.
And what did Chief give back to the Covenant in Halo 2? I need to look over here.
Did he give back to the Covenant?
Yeah, what did he give back to the Covenant?
You know the whole scene, he's like, Chief, where are you going? And he goes, to give the Covenant back. I have no idea, honestly.
Like a plasma grenade?
No.
I don't know.
Dude, this guy hasn't played campaign, I swear.
I'm so bad at campaign.
He goes, he says like where are you going? He goes, to give the Covenant back their bomb.
Their bomb.
Yeah, okay. And he sends it back and blows up the ship. Dang, I am a nerd.
It says, what weapon is used to kill Miranda Keyes in Halo 3?
She's the chick who got, I think, the energy sword, right? She has to have the energy sword?
Is it fuel rod cannon? She got blasted?
No. No, it's a pistol then.
Spiker.
Who dies to a spiker?
The spiker? See, I know a spiker?
That's
that
embarrassing.
Like so anticlimactic.
That's the hardest gun to get a kill with.
All right, I'm out.
GG.
GG. You lost.
It was very, very icy on the main stage just moments ago. Frostbite took and connecting. They actually disconnected them, unfortunately, from the tournament. A big first map from the boys in blue on Aquarius CTF, where they quickly showed how efficient they were capping back-to-back flags. CTF, they were looking pretty good, but it continued on, and despite a little pushback from connecting, they actually managed to finish Street Slayer as well pretty evenly. They pushed the lead, and unfortunately for connecting, things just got worse from there. This team took the dub. I gotta say, Frostbite looking pretty good, and I gotta say a very confident Crossman coming in on the desk, and an also impressive gameplay coming out of them. Really heads up as well, pushing the ball out of play on back ramp, bringing things back into mid, throwing the ball as well, bottom mid, and unfortunately it was a little bit of a game over one situation there in the series, but incredible stuff, 3-0 across the board, full Frostbite, and it brings us on to our next series as well, and Gaston's got a little cheeky smile on his face.
There's a man in a banana suit over there. it just makes me laugh.
Not to look,
Welcome to DreamHack, where anything can happen. Sorry,
I've seen some questionable shirts today. One of them cannot be repeated on broadcast, but yeah.
Love it. Well, this is the time where I now turn the tables to professionalism and talk about our expectations for the series. And we will be actually seeing Vexed versus Diamond Dogs happening on the main stage. Vexed we've seen play before, as well as Diamond Dogs on day number 1, of course. And, you know, this is going to be an interesting match, but I think it will be slightly one-sided. Looking at Vexed, though, you know, we know what these guys are capable of. And I think when they are on point, they can do some pretty good things. But Lethal, you know, I think sometimes they can get a little bit rusty. They can get a little bit stuck in their old ways. And I think they need to adapt just a little bit more to hit that next level, I think, of gameplay.
Yeah, when I saw Vexed earlier, I was quite impressed with their coordination and how they pinched their opponents, especially in some of the Slayer game types. But it just is very slow, and I think that's what you mean by rusty, because sometimes they're like, shall we go? Yeah, go on, and then it's like they second-guess themselves sometimes. But they've got high expectations. Looney even said earlier, you know, we want to try and get top 6, top 4. Is that realistic? Potentially, but the only problem is now is the fact that they need to speed up the collapsing and methods and how they push the objective. They need to be much faster, and for Warlord as well, especially, he's someone where, don't get me wrong, in the slaying department, great, brilliant, but he needs to contribute a little bit more damage to help his teammate get across the map, because now and again, it is debatable with some of the plays it makes, but also at the same time, it's also not so bad. So it's kind of like half and half. It can be a little bit hit and miss. But Lumi, with the addition, I think it's a great addition for them. I think it kind of suits their style and the way they play, but we need to speed things up a bit in terms of their collapsing.
Yeah, we certainly do. I got to say, you know, a big standout for me in the Witchblades series that we saw Vex play was Looney. Looney was kind of popping off in that final map as well, and Stronghold's Recharge. He had fantastic stats coming across the board, sword in hand. He looked like he was someone from Elden Ring at one time until he put the grapple, and I was like, oh, hold on, it's Halo Infinite. But looking absolutely amazing, and I think, you know, we've seen a VT of him before talking about Lumi, and I think Lumi just kind of adds that effect that they needed. We kind of talked about it on the desk before as well on set, about how they needed that impactful player. Based on what we saw going up against Witchblades, do you feel like Looney is that guy?
Looney's a very interesting player for me. I've always enjoyed watching him because he's always playing the game where he's trying... I always say this and it sounds very dumb, right? Which is he's playing the way in a way to win the game. He's never thinking about a +1 just to add a little kill to his stats. He's always thinking about what needs to be done in order to get the dub. And I've always respected him for that because in these kind of teams, a lot of the time you'll see a couple of players who may be younger players looking for a stepping stone up to an opportunity, a big team. And when they get to this position, they get to a LAN environment, they kind of play a little bit differently because they know there's people watching and they want to have impressive performances statistically. I think that Looney just wants to win games at Halo, and I think a lot of players who are actually up-and-coming players can learn a lot from him because when you get to these environments, you need players like Looney on your team to win games.
And I'm impressed because Looney's been able to stay alongside Warlord for about 9 years now, and that is a difficult task to do. Stu is a difficult human being to try and tame when it comes to in-game Halo. But I tell you what, they are a duo that is very formidable in Halo Infinite, and they are scary enough to not just contest for top 8, but I do believe them that they have a chance at top 6. Granted, I think their bracket is going to be very difficult because Online Warriors are on that same side, but this is now the bare minimum. They have to achieve top 8. This is their expectations, but it's also where they need to be finishing.
You're talking about 9 years that he's been teaming with Warlord, but Warlord, he needs to take a day off, I think, because I believe he's actually the #1 in terms of ranked gameplay for the amount of gameplay he has played. I mean, that is just
And the
insane.
amount of kills.
And amount of kills as well.
By about 4K, I think,
Wow.
over above anyone else. He's played a lot of matches.
He enjoys Halo Infinite.
Sheer time. I got to say, he might need to get a new gaming chair. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That one's going to be comfy. That one's going to have the grooves and everything. I'm just saying that. I wouldn't be throwing that one away.
That one's definitely been worn in, for sure. Let's switch the focus right now, though, to Diamond Dogs on the other side of the stage. They played Na'Vi yesterday. It was a swift 3-0. Obviously not the best performance out of these guys, but Lethal, what can we expect out of them right now? Going up against Vexed Gaming, I feel like a better contender for them. You know, what do they need to produce in order to take down Vexed?
Well, speaking to Boaz earlier, when they went into the first round of loser bracket, they were really disappointed, really down on themselves, very demoralised. And I thought to myself, the way he was acting, I was like, maybe that's it. Maybe that's them done. Maybe they're only going to come top 16 and that's it, one and done. But the only problem is now is the fact that they've actually got this far, and I think they're feeling a little bit more confident with themselves, and I think they're kind of adjusting to the offline environment once more. We saw Blizz as well. He's been putting on some stats. I know he's a bit of a stat himself anyway, but it's nice to see if he's actually been able to display that in an offline environment once again. And then we need to see a little bit more of that as well. So this team could be really good and could be a detriment and actually be a little bit of thorn of Vex. But the problem is the fact that if it's the same as what we saw earlier on main stage, then it's going to cause a real ton of concern.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to have to really bring the best out of themselves on this main stage. Of course, their tournament life is on the line. This is a big series for them if they want to continue this and try and break that ceiling of top 8 as well. But it's really important as well, I think, the series layout, to see how this one is going to go for both of the teams. Let's take a quick peek at it. We are kicking things off with King of the Hill on Streets. So King of the Hill obviously being one of the brand new additions into the game. Kind of something that we've seen from many iterations of Halo, but a little bit of a spin on this one coming into Infinite. How do you think our team's going to perform in this one, Gaskin?
I think Vexed are going to perform very well. I think they are one of these teams that, you know, play a lot of matchmaking. They practice a lot. They have put in the time into the game. And even though Lumiza is a new addition, they instantly click, they instantly gel. That's what they've been saying. So I think all of the beliefs and tries and tribulations that they go through in Halo Infinite will be naturally assessed by Lumi, and they'll be able to bring him into the same ways that he likes to play. Also, looks like a really exciting series layout. We've not seen much Catalyst capture the flag today, so I think this is going to be a really fun series to watch. I think the Diamond Dogs will struggle a little bit, but they've come back from a situation where they lost to an open team in pool play, had to battle through the elimination bracket, have now outplaced that same open team in connecting, and now they have the chance to try and place top 8.
Yeah, they do have quite a big chance on their hands here as well. I want to talk about head-to-head really quickly and see exactly what our teams are coming up against. We've got Lumi and Hybrid here. Interesting in terms of stats, because Lumi obviously being that super young gun, that shining star that they're hoping to be able to kind of take control of, but also make a huge impact here in his gameplay. And Onset, compared to Hybrid, how dangerous would you say Lumi is when you're looking at the two?
I feel like the two playstyles of the two players are very different as well. That's one thing to point out here. I think Hybrid's a very aggressive Slayer. He likes to take 1v1s. He likes to get, take the first fight that he can find, whereas Lumi's a little bit of a slower pace. And amazingly, it seems like his KD actually changed on the fly there. So he's just under 1. But I think if he wants to impress and he wants to go up against some of these bigger teams, and with the playstyle that he has, he needs to bump that up a little bit. Because I think he plays kind of an anchor role alongside Warlord for this team. And with Looney ahead of him, kind of engaging a lot of battles, you've got to clean up the damage he's doing.
Yeah, you do indeed. I've got to say, stats flying across the screen there as well. But Lumi, obviously, look at him. He's zoned in. I've got to say, I do love the rugby shirt type
Vexed
effect,
shirts are
right?
sick. Yeah, I do
They're
like them.
pretty cool. They are pretty cool. I've got
fan.
to say, I'm a big fan of the shirts as well. I think it's going to be maybe it's going to be a game changer in the series. Who knows?
Maybe Sharzy will get like a Warlord wig next time, so you can get another
Oh,
free
yeah.
shirt. Maybe that's what
I
it'll be.
mean, I feel like the wig he already has could just be dyed, and then we honestly could be on the money there.
I think so. Also, excuse my ignorance, but do we have twins on the Diamond Dogs? I hadn't actually seen any of their pictures, but Boaz and Kea, they look pretty
Identical.
similar if they are not brothers. So maybe they're going to get a little bit, of
Halo loves a twin.
the old classic twinage that we've seen so much in Halo, and they might have a little bit of extra communication. And I like they've gone for different names. It's not the traditional, Sharzy 1, Sharzy 2, they've gone for something a little bit new and original.
They have indeed. I've got to say, they do look pretty much identical. So it would be
Imagine
kind
if they
of
weren't.
crazy if
Imagine
they
they're
weren't
just
twins.
completely unrelated.
Yeah. I mean,
look
that would
exactly
be
the same.
Pretty mad.
That'd be pretty nuts, wouldn't it? What is going to be nuts, though, is the fact that I get to ask you for the last time what your predictions are going to be on the series. So
The last time ever.
Not ever. No, not ever. Sorry
I'd
about that.
avoided predictions forever.
I know. But who are you going with?
I think Vexed. Do I have to give a scoreline?
No, you don't, but
Okay,
you can.
cool. 3-0.
Oh, okay. He's done it. He's done the deal. Onset,
Vexed in some style. I think that they'll win this one 3-0, 3-1.
you love that kind of ending on it, don't you? In some way, in some style.
That made more
Open-ended.
sense than my last prediction, to be fair. The previous one was not good.
I can agree with that.
Although Navi did win, so it wasn't
Very
that
true.
bad.
Very true.
I'm just going to
Lethal.
say the same as you go. Vex 3-0, honestly, Squashy, get Larry on the stage and then I'm happy. Get Larry! that's all I want. I don't ask for much, but...
We want Squashy to get Larry. on the
Oh,
stage.
yeah.
On the
Larry,
stage.
Larry.
I'll tell you somebody who's going to get Larry in the booth, actually two people who will get Larry in the booth, is actually going to be our two casters. We have Clutch and Sharzy on the mics. Gents, for the last time tonight, it's over to you guys.
Thanks so much, Lottie. I don't know about Larry, but I'm definitely hairy, that much is for sure. Looking at this now, Vex Gaming up against Diamond Dogs, the last game of the night, Wes. For Vex Gaming, it's about getting top 8, that's exactly where they predicted to be. And for Diamond Dogs, they went 0-4 in pools, this is their chance for redemption.
Yeah. I didn't think Diamond Dogs would get this far. I'm not sure they did after their Friday, so it's a good thing to see them again. That means they're playing much better. And on the side of Vex, you have a lot of expectations, having the opportunity to talk to them earlier this week. This is definitely something that is expected as a win, so no surprise to see the guys all predict Vex to take this one, even as excited as Dan did get about the twins.
He does love a twin.
He loves twins.
Open series have been top 8 finishes for Vex Gaming all the live long day. That's their bread and butter. They've been struggling to push past that. So we expect them to push on here. That's perhaps why we have gotten those 3-0 predictions, because Diamond Dogs have their work cut out for them, and with the way their form has gone thus far, they have not been impressive.
No, but they still are in the tournament, so there's still story to be written, there's still a future to behold, and there's a reason you play the game shares. And that is an opportunity, and the only opportunity the Diamond Dogs need to prove everybody wrong about this series and how it's going to go. Vex, they looked strong earlier today, so they're going to have to shut Lumi down if they want to take this one.
It's live or die then. Lose this, you go home, you are eliminated. You get the win, you push into that top 8 situation. It's all to do here though for Diamond Dogs. They are the underdogs here. They need to start hot and heavy, get those kills quick, and really put Vex Gaming on the back foot. It's Hybrid in a 1v2, and you lose them most of the time.
Good positioning by Vex Gaming, good teamwork, but Diamond Dogs do end up trading out the damage successfully after getting that first pick. And as we're hopping on board with Boaz, he's able to find these rockets. If he can put them to use, may be able to get Diamond Dogs this first hill.
Lumi highlighted before the game, this is first LAN, but same can be said for the twins and Boaz and Kaya Deb. Now they're looking to right some wrongs of yesterday. The ink is still wet, still time to change the story, the narrative. They have started to score just under a quarter of the way there for the hill, but now Vexed Gaming, much like they did against Witchblades, when they break that setup, they can be very difficult to get out. You can almost need an extermination team. They have managed to clear out though. Blizz, the German, is in the hill now. 2 down for Vexed Gaming, but can Diamond Dogs hold?
I was going to say it's going to be difficult to push from PD, but that flank from Kaya Deb, although he goes down, did a ton of damage, had a whole lot of focus on him, and it allowed Diamond Dogs to retake this hill. Unfortunately, since then, Vexed have retaken that, and once again, Diamond Dogs are going to have to figure out a way to break it successfully.
They cleared them out of the hill, but Blizz has walked out without really getting too much time, and just an open invitation to walk right the way back in. 3 dead now. Double kill for Blizz, though. He's the last man standing, and all this time, he's going to be faced with a 1v2. This is free time for Vexed Gaming.
Tough situation for Blizz, right? He wants to impact this first point. He wants to stop time from going into Vexed's favor, but even on a killing spree, it's just not enough. He can't seem to find an opening either. He just keeps getting knocked down to no shield.
Hybrid registers his first kill. Kayadeb yet to do that, though. Rockets for Warlord, picked up, scooped up, and tensions on, bringing them back into Tram. Kayadeb has stopped that push for a moment. Half shields with that grenade doing its job just to deny that little bit of space. But here comes Warlord now. Rockets over the shoulder and a Stalker rifle to boot. Can Diamond Dogs close the distance, or will they be inviting themselves right into a rocket party?
Yeah, and he wants that thrust too. What a power upgrade that would be. Puts the first rocket to use. You think he's going to get thrust. Goes right into it. Mid-combat, slides, picks up the thrust, uses the thrust. You love to see the plan take form, and that's exactly what Warlord was planning all along.
150-odd thousand kills in matchmaking. Another one on LAN.
Another one.
DJ Khaled. 1-0 the scoreline. Very close to being 2-0, and Diamond Dogs have got to get a boogie on because they're in trouble. Going down 2. Numbers advantage in nobody's favor right now. This next set of slay is going to be so important, but it's almost to the point where you give up this hill. You recognize we're down in the fight. We set up for PD. That's exactly what they're doing. First pick goes the way of Diamond Dogs, but it's not for long. It's a 2v2 trade, but they do have map position. Spawn should be in their favor.
Yeah, if you're Diamond Dogs, you got to figure out a way to extend this game, right? This game 1's flying by. By the time the second point was captured, Blizz only had 2 deaths. And you've given up 2 points. You got to have more deaths than hills you gave up to the enemy team, you would have to think, but on par for that right now. So Diamond Dogs, I want to see a little bit faster pace, but unfortunately, without the slays, it's difficult to play at that fast pace.
Rocket launcher in just under 20. Warlord did secure the last ones for his team. Straight 4v4 in the map, but only for a moment. Squashy gets eliminated. That's 2 dead. This is the push. Exactly what Diamond Dogs need to close the distance now. They haven't cleared Warlord out of tower though, and they're desperately looking for him, but he's doing a great job of just milking his life as long as he possibly can. And Kayadeb gets into another fight. He loses that one. 1-9 for the game.
Yeah, you gotta figure out a way to kill Warlord there because he was able to stay alive for that long, because he was able to get a kill before going down. It's allowed this push from Vex to be so much stronger. What should have been numbers advantage for Diamond Dogs on a collapse on the last player alive ended up being a 3v3 push where Vex was able to take so much space on the map. You see the best teams in the world, they don't allow that to happen.
See Vex heavily leaning over towards Cafe, and that is for good reason. 3 dead though. Would not be surprised to see Squashy step out of the hill here, which he does. He obliges, but unfortunately, it's going to be straight into another Diamond Dog. Remember, Blizz eliminates him with the help of a frag grenade. But now Diamond Dogs need to hold. They need a setup.
Blizz with 14 to his name right now, actually leading the lobby, so you know he's getting the slays. What can he do for us? Got to continue at this pace, especially with your team struggling in the objective department. You got to find openings, create openings for the rest of the boys.
At some point, you just have to step on the hill and milk as much time and throw the stats away. You disagree.
I agree.
He gets eliminated eventually. Without being too much of an impact, it must be said. Now Vex step in once more. Lumi on that overlook, drops down the shield, puts down some more damage, 3-0, and this is a long road back.
It's a tough one, and it doesn't get any easier because starting this one off down 2 players, the hill's already controlled by Vexed. They've got everybody set up how they want them. Top tower or top balcony is such a strong position, especially paired with that Stalker, and we're about to see that player pick it up. And even Lumi's over by the thrust, so even if he's out of position, he's able to pick up that equipment, and he's gonna have a free flank here on Kaya, and this is going to amount to a lot more with that thrust.
Just know the headspace that Kai is in, currently sitting at 1-14. Every time he gets sent to that death screen, he holds the back button. It tells him exactly where he is, and every single time he desperate and makes plays.
And every single time his teammates hit that back button when they're dead, they see that 1-15 too. Don't think that that goes unnoticed, and those kind of things can trickle down as a toxic mentality. How do you stay locked in when your career is so young, when you got so much to look forward to, but you're trying to make it happen here and now?
Trying to conjure up some magic. But it's 3-0 and about to be 4-0 with very little problem. Very, very easy, too easy.
It's not a goose, but it's a 1-0 for Vexed Gaming. 1 kill on the side of Diamond Dogs, and you're gonna be happy to get the next game going if you're Diamond Dogs. Get that one out of the way. That score got out of hand too quickly. When you go down 2 points in King of the Hill, it's pretty hard to come back, and it was a very quick 2-0 situation, and at that point, you're kind of like, all right, maybe this isn't our game type, it's not our map mode combo, let's get onto the Slayer and let's make something happen there.
Vexed Gaming had so much control in that game.
All of
it. It looked in very little doubt. They had every power weapon, they were controlling the sandbox every single time, and the game gets so much easier when you have the power weapons. You spoke about it so much.
More control than Bravo with the car at the villa we were at.
He was out of control. Looking at the stats then, Hybrid 9-13, excuse me. But on the other side, Lumi having another one of those games. Very impressive. 16 kills, 10 deaths, 3 assists. With a 7.0 KDA. We've already touched upon the struggle that Kaya Dev had, and it shows the damage as well.
Everybody on Vexed Gaming playing their part here. Over 3K each of them, and you know when that's happening, everybody's starting to roll. Someone's going to get the kill, someone's going to get the rockets, the power weapons. They're going to end up probably with more. It's all about this Vexed roster playing consistently at a high level because they have high hopes, right? It's not top 8 they want. They want the top 6. You even heard top 4 come out of their mouths. And we'll see if they're capable of that level of play, but this bodes well.
Definitely in cruise control, it would seem. Didn't seem to have to step it up in any way, shape, or form. The game came easy for them.
They got a Tesla. They're in cruise control. They're fast asleep, reclining, hopefully getting some rest for Sunday. Not a ton of energy needed so far throughout this series, and not to be disrespectful to the Diamond Dogs, but I mean, Vexed Gaming is a tough pick here in the bracket, but it's about time you played somebody pretty good, and this is who you run into.
Elon Musk is at the wheel possibly, but something Baxter called them is the Bronze Dogs. I don't know if I agree with that. They're a very good squad, but what we're seeing here now, it's very difficult to see a way back for them, particularly with how dominant Vex were in the first game. But Slayer Aquarius up next in game 2. It's about trying to turn it around and get some momentum.
And if you're going to do it, you need a hot start, I think. I think you got to get some momentum going. It's going to be off the back of somebody stepping up and making a play. Give me something. Blizz was trying his best. Ends up going positive in a game that you lose 4-0. I always scratch my head when things like that happen, but at the end of the day, you still found a way to get kills, and if everybody's doing that, you're going to have a lot more success than you were in game 1. So let's hope that individuals step it up over on the Diamond Dogs, because it really is going to come down to who's going to make a play for us, or are we going home tonight?
Diamond Dogs need to do a much better job of controlling the sandbox because they gave it for free in game 1. I mean, you do it
for free
against players like Vexed Gaming.
The number 4 that they're holding up.
Holding 4, yeah, 4 free.
That's what the power weapons are.
Well, hopefully they can get their hands on the camouflage, the heat wave. In order to see, they've dropped down immediately for the thruster pack. That is something that's in the strategy. Boaz drops back base, getting tagged up just a little bit. Numi registers the first kill, and you talked about fast starts. It's not looking to go their way just now, with Boaz desperately trying to cling on to his life over in the fridge. He's done so successfully. 2-2 split here, but who has gotten their hands on the camouflage is going to be that man Squashy.
Map control in the hands of Vex as well with that camo. So although Diamond Dogs are tying this one up, looking a little bit stronger, at least at the start, you have to think that Vex Gaming is in a prime position to potentially get a lead, but Good things are happening. Trades are coming through for the Diamond Dogs. They keep this one tied up. And hey, Kaya, you already have as many kills as you did all of last game.
Great start for Kaya. Trying to right some of the wrongs from game 1. Warlord, though. Back base. Down to just about a quarter shields. One more burst would have gotten the job done. No guns trained on him, though, it must be said. Kaya in another 1v1, and this time doesn't fancy it. And I can understand why. Boaz, positioned in the closet, gets taken down to half shields. Hybrid front base. Thruster Pack's going to do him the world of good. The kills are getting traded back and forth. This is much better from Diamond Dogs.
Yeah, but just as you say that, 3 go down. It's a 3-for-1 victory for Vexed, and they're going to be able to get map control. So this is where the game is going to take a tilt, you'd have to think, for Vexed. Can the Diamond Dogs fight out of this disfavorable position and trade efficiently? That's a big question.
Vexed Gaming talking to Jersey too. He said Vexed play this very simply, but it's very effective. They run in 2s, they bait and switch, and they control the sandbox. Diamond Dogs need to shut that down. Squashy and Warlord front base in that too.
Great things. Everybody should be doing at the highest level, and actually Diamond Dogs doing a phenomenal job without map control to somehow get out of that situation favorably. That's what I'm talking about. More of that, please, from the Diamond Dogs.
Wes Clutch, you've heard it here. He's put that in his basket and looking to punch out, adding it to his cart. 15-16 here then. Close to being all tied up, but another camouflage for Warlord. Squashy had it before him. It's 3 camouflages without reply. Diamond Dogs need to get a grip on it, because before you know it, this will get out of control.
Yeah, concern of mine is nobody's even shooting Warlord as he's going for it, right? And that's a red flag. Somebody should be keeping track of when that camo is coming up, should be positioning themselves to get that camo themselves. And nobody even paying attention to Warlord as he was able to get it. Now Warlord going to have an advantage here, potentially getting a lot of free damage on players not able to see him.
Diamond Dogs for a moment, we're all stuck back base. Putting their kennels, looking to escape here, get off the chains.
That was big.
Come out favorably there. It's not often you see a team turtle and come out on top. We have seen, though, they've been successful in this current engagement. Boaz soars out top car, locks in a kill.
I really like what we saw from Diamond Dogs there. They know they gave up camo, right? So what did they do? They hunkered down in the base, and they looked for the camo player to come to them. Camo is not that difficult to see when you slow the game down like that, so if you're not going to get the power-ups, at least you're able to handle it well, and they did a much better job here in game 2.
1 kill game, Diamond Dogs take the lead. This is better from them. Can they maintain it, though? Can they keep applying the pressure, turn the screw? Hybrid and Boaz in the respawn screen, ready to get back into the action without a doubt. Claps coming through then in the closet. Blizz is trying to clear his corners. He sees Squashy down to no shields. That will be an easy kill for him. 2 go their way. Now they're starting to turn and burn.
They have the lead. Look at this momentum in the Diamond Dogs' favor. A much different story here in game 2. Things you'll love to see. And this is exactly how the Diamond Dogs needed to respond here if they want to make this series interesting. They do just that. And for Vexed Gaming, you're probably scratching your head like, wait, is this the same team we just played?
During all of that, Vexed Gaming have managed to tie it up. Do not want to revert back to factory settings for Diamond Dogs. We want to keep seeing what we did in those last engagements. But again, Wes, it's 4 camouflages without reply. Diamond Dogs, please, it's on the map.
Yeah, we got to talk about Looney's performance here. 14, 5, and 8.
Oh!
And narrowly can't get the triple, but does everything before perfectly. 14, 6, and 9 now. Looney, a young superstar. We were talking him up earlier today, and he's repeating a similar dominant performance here on the main stage.
Warlord scampers over towards the dynamo grenades, but much to his dismay, he recognizes that Blizz has beaten him to the punch. It wouldn't be like a German to get there before you. I know exactly what they like to do on holidays, put the towel down. You can't get yourself a sunbed. I've seen that before. Blizz has done it this time to secure the sizzle sticks for himself. 37 kills, 33 though. It's just starting to slip away from Diamond Dogs.
Yeah, well, it's because how dominant Looney is playing here. They need to figure out a way to shut him down. If they can do that, they may be able to just take game 2 straight up. But as I say, that 3 go down, and it wasn't really much to do with Looney. In fact, so the rest of Vexed Gaming starting to pick it up, starting to realize, hey, these Diamond Dogs aren't quitting yet.
6 kill advantage. Lumi has the thruster pack if he so needs it. He chooses to use it, but in the end, his teammate was on hand to get the kill. And now all of a sudden, real breathing space, real distance between these 2 teams now as we head into the latter stages of this layer. 44-34 then. What have Diamond Dogs got in the tank? They're starting to turtle once more. They recognize all these kills are super important. Only 4 more deaths can they give away. And Looney's walked in for a double kill and a killing spree. He's on a tear.
One away from a 20-piece nugget meal for himself. And what a performance he's having for this series to lock in a top 8 performance at the very least from Vexed. Everything we hear about Looney's starting to be proved true.
Bomb Looney, I'm screaming, let me get that final kill. Get the players down to no shields. I want that 20 bomb, but unfortunately, Diamond Dogs just starting to creep back into the conversation, and maybe they'll take any kill they can get right now. Hybrid's locked in one more, but it's another camouflage. I think that's all of them now for Vex Gaming. Looney will get eliminated though, and all of a sudden, squeaky bum time is only 1 kill required for Vex, but now 6 for Diamond Dogs. Desperately, Vex Gamer just want to get that 1 kill, and the Heatwave is going to do a massive job here as he punches in. Blizz recognizes his numbers up, and he is taken care of. 2-0 series lead for Vex Gaming.
Good things towards the end for the Dogs, good things at the start, but just not enough in between the bread to get the job done. It's a 2-0 lead, like you said, for Vex Gaming, and they look to close this one out pretty smoothly as we go to the third. But the Diamond Dogs, at least they competed there in that game too. They made it interesting. They made it a competitive series. 50-44 is nothing to hang your head at, but one more of those and your tournament lives are over.
Life in the old Dogs, but just not enough to get the win that they so desperately required to tie up the series. Now they find themselves down very quickly 2-0 with a 4-0 in the King of the Hill streaks and with 50-44 in the Slayer. There's a look at the stats, Wes. What's jumping off the page?
It's got to be Looney, right? The conversation stays true. 9 assists, most on the team. It's a most. 11's not the least, but it's a most in the assists and the kills category. And when you give me a teammate that's doing that, it'll put a big smile on my face.
11.0 in the KDA, and no doubt putting down damage to boot as well. 4,340. That is about as complete a game you're going to get.
Almost takes the most damage as well. That's big. Damage taken, an underrated stat, and Looney having taken so much damage while being able to stay alive with some of the least deaths and able to deal so much damage, acquire so many kills throughout that process. I mean, the stats ring true. Looney is playing very, very well.
Looney having a monster of a game too. Seeing some of the kills there. There's a killing spree, double kill, and we thought for a moment he was going to lock in that triple.
Just no hesitation for me, right? There is a clear, fluid plan of how I'm going to take down these 3 players. All I need them to do is just miss one of those shots, and I got a triple to my name. That's a good thought-out play. You're seeing high micro mechanical skills there from Looney.
That's it, because it's one thing to have the plan, Wes, but to execute it and to do it so flawlessly. Most damage, most kills, most assists. That is a perfect game from Looney.
Perfect. As good as it gets. 50-44. Vex take it. Wasn't as smooth as game 1. Let's see what CTF Catalyst has to offer us, though. And if you're on the side of Diamond Dogs, those camos, they were free for the hands. They were faux free for the hands of Vexed. You cannot give up those overshields the same way.
Catalyst CTF on the horizon then. A perfect game for Looney. Will it be a perfect series for Vex Gaming? Diamond Dogs on the ropes and just 1 killer blow away from elimination.
You ever seen Old Yeller?
I haven't.
Well, I don't want to spoil it for you.
I have a feeling it's about a
dog, and the dog gets taken out back towards the end, and
no.
Got a bad feeling that we're gonna see something pretty shortly that resembles the end of the movie.
I've seen Marley and Me, and that's not a happy story.
I cried during that movie.
That was a very upsetting movie.
Tears when I saw that.
I bawled like a child.
And I will fight most men on this planet. I bawled tears when I saw that movie.
If you don't cry at Marley and Me, then perhaps you're dead inside. That's what I'll say. Hey, that movie was powerful.
I'll agree.
That was a good dog.
Emotional.
He was a good boy.
He was such a good dog. But these Diamond Dogs haven't showed us too much good. Let's see if something changes before Old Yeller repeats itself.
Well, they've been bad dogs. Perhaps they need a couple of treats to turn themselves around. But one thing's for sure, when you're faced with Looney in the kind of form that he's in, he's been formidable. And Overshield has already gone the way of Vex before we blinked.
I'm not shocked, but when you're talking about treats, that's what I'm thinking of, right? That's what you need. You need to get the skewer, the sword, the Overshield. Unfortunately, it's probably all in the hands of Vex Gaming by now. They do not slow down. The pressure is on. Kayadev finding a double, though, is big to try and stall this flag from going anywhere, but you still got Squashy in your base.
Still a little sliver of Overshield left to play with, but as I say that, it's taken care of. Boaz makes sure that flag won't get too far. Too dead though. Skewer still in the hands of Warlord, but he recognizes numbers advantage not in his favor. Looking to lock on to Blizz, but won't be any schnitzel this time. He backs down, reloads the Skewer, and will attempt to go again now that his teammates are on hand. Collapse on the base, and Boaz is in trouble, taken down to what it looks to be about half shields. Yes, indeed, 2 shots to the back will take care of him. He's been dispatched. Spawns have been favorable though for the Diamond Dogs as Warlord and Co start to run the flag towards him. Recognizing that though, he's gone bottom middle.
Warlord's doing such a good job this series of being around power weapons and making sure, if not him, his teammates control them, but he has gotten the benefit of a lot of that power increase. We saw him on streets continuously with rockets, the Stalker, and it just creates so much opportunity for his team, and you're removing that opportunity from the enemy team. Battle's going down at the base. It's a little chaotic, but it does look like Vexed are getting the better of the trades for now.
I love that play from Looney, dropping the flag, recognizing that there were some overextensions coming. He's seen that movie play out loads and lots of times before when the flag gets returned and they start a counter cap.
Oh, yeah.
He recognizes that that's not going to be the situation here. Diamond Dog still struggling to get the return. Looney gets one more touch on it, and with help of his teammates, he should be able to punch this one home, barring a miracle. Grenades come, but they don't come quick enough. We got 4 dead, a potential counter cap opportunity.
4 dead, they should have an overshield to play with. It's the first power-up of the game, it feels.
Almost feel like celebrating it.
Somebody has it, it's a treat to the Dogs. Let's see how they respond to getting the first one.
Blizz, thank the heavens, you found where the overshield spawns. That's the first one in a very long time that you've managed to secure.
Good dog.
There'll be no belly rubs distributed, but they have managed to get a counter cap. They're on the board, 1-1. Look what an overshield does.
Yeah, look at what an overshield does. The counter cap opportunity gives Diamond Dogs everything they need. And I wondered how the objective was going to go, because often we always talk about how some amateur teams typically can stay in the Slayers, right? Not a lot of strategy, not as much strategy goes into Slayers as they do for the objectives. You love to see Diamond Dogs positively respond to the first cap of the game from Vexed Gaming, and they're right back in this one. It's tied up. Now let's see what they can do with the map control they just earned.
4 dead once more, and applying maximum pressure now to the spawners of Vexed Gaming. Warlord's the first one. They need to get tabs on him and do it quickly, because he will no doubt be overextending. A fumble of the flag for Boaz will delay this run just a touch, but the first kill has gone against them. It's Blizz going down, as is his twin brother Kaya. He has to slow his roll here and get some kills.
This is a good place to stop that flag run, right? Put it in a doorway. Hopefully players are near you, but unfortunately, as I say that, you leave it too far behind. You want to stay near the flag if you're going to make that play. He stops looking at it for just a second, gets distracted by the chew toy for just a second. They get the return, and just like a dog, the attention span needs to be there, locked in at all times if you want to play objective correctly.
Kaya's dropped that flag. He's gone to look in his base and went, hold on a second, question mark above his head. There's only one player here. He turns around, looks at the flag. There's 2 of Vexed Gaming on it. They get the double read. Beautiful play from them to make sure this remains all tied up, 1-1. As we head now towards the 8-minute mark, 2 members of Vexed Gaming drop down on the overshield. It's Looney, but he's getting absolutely lit up here. And so is Lumazer, but he manages to get the kills, 2 in their favor. 2 dead for Diamond Dogs, and Warlords just spawned back up. Can they now start putting pressure and apply in the right positions now to get a flag pull of their own?
That's exactly who you don't want in your base. Looney wreaking havoc so far throughout this series. Going to use the repulsor wisely there to get that flag a little bit further than it should be. Also takes a solid fight there in the hallway. Doesn't overchow though. Lets his teammate finish the kill, and that's 4 players coming off respawn for the Diamond Dogs. You can almost guarantee that this is going to be a cap.
Top middle run as well. Always high risk, high reward. But Squashy's gotten it down. Kayadeb was the first player that could be any sort of influence, and he's been taken care of. But now it's about defending your base after the flag cap, because we already seen them get counter capped.
Yeah, and they do lose a few members on the way too. A cheeky little ledge right here for Squashy. He almost falls off. Claimer's back up, but the Diamond Dogs flush him out of the way. And can we see a second counter cap? Is this what they need in order to stay tied in this game? Unfortunately, that flag gets stalled just a little bit, Schurz, and that could be the return coming through.
3 dead for Diamond Dogs. This flag will not be successful. Looney dives on it once more. Now they're starting to run one. And it looks as though Diamond Dogs are in no position to play defense. They might have to give this one away as well, and that could be a dagger to their hearts. A dagger to their tournament hope survival. Hybrid taking out the half shields, but Looney is backing himself in every one-on-one engagement.
Yeah, Looney's very confident right now, and on the side of Diamond Dogs, it's a matter of trying to get counter caps, but that's not a recipe for success, right? Every time you're getting a counter cap, typically the other team is always going to be one cap ahead, one step ahead, and they were able to get the return that last time around and actually get a run of their own. And when it rains, it pours. Overshield in the hands of Looney again, pretty much for free. Nobody on Diamond Dogs in a position to compete for it, and this is Vex starting to extend their lead.
We are back to our regular scheduled programming in which Vex Gaming get power-ups and power weapons for free. Diamond Dogs look to change that briefly just a little while ago by securing their first one of what feels like of the series. And then we're seeing the score 3-1, but they are now moving a flag and have ambitions of making this just a one-cap game. Looney's going out of bounds, Spider-Manning around back base. Will he be able to make it there and stop the flag? He's putting damage down, but Hybrid slides in. He's just a fraction too late, and the repulsor doesn't have the distance. And now we could see a counter cap.
Oh, we're gonna see a counter cap. This is the perfect run. I want to see him leave it top middle, go through his door. He doesn't actually do that. He's got one grapple left, but the perfect counter cap opportunity, the perfect route from Looney. It wasn't on time to stop the cap, but Vex showing you that they have counter cap opportunities of their own.
Absolutely beautiful from Looney. Make that play, and look at this. The synergy, they're running another one. The Diamond Dogs desperately trying to stop it. They pulled the flag just to delay it, but the numbers advantage have not been in their favor. It's a straight 2v2. Hybrid has not got the shield advantage. Looney locks in, but Boaz gets the kill, but he's too far away to be an influence here. He has to do as maximum damage as he possibly can. The repulsor play to push the flag from Warlord. Can he get the touch? Yes, he can. He secures the 5th and final flag. It's a 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, and you thought it was gonna happen. The guys on the desk thought it was gonna happen. Vex knew it was gonna happen. They get their top 8, placing him for the Diamond Dogs. Maybe not the best performance you probably perceived your team's potential to be, but you'll be satisfied, I think, with top 12. A lot of opportunity in those young kids' careers, but you got to focus on the superstars and the up-and-comers for now, and that's got to be Looney and the performance he just put on. The rest of Vex followed suit.
Let's talk about Vex then and their ambitions for the rest of this tournament. We've seen them go to Rally. They went through the Open, and they were able to take down teams like Blackhand. Do you think they can do the same again? Can they push into that top 6? That's what they so desperately crave.
I mean, we talked about the bracket as we highlighted the pre-show here, and it's a tough draw. You got Online Warriors, a team that, honestly, some people probably thought would still be in winner's bracket at this point. That's a tough team to beat, man. That's a lot of individual skill. I mean, dealing with Shady is going to be a handful of his own, and I know how good Looney has played, but I'd still take Shady 10 out of 10 times on my side. So it's an uphill fight. You're an underdog for sure, but you're definitely still in the fight, and upsets only happen when they're least predicted and the underdogs step up, make plays, and get the job done. So they got to believe in themselves. I'll say there's a chance, but it's going to be a difficult one.
Looney with another fantastic performance. What a series, but you spoke about Warlord briefly at the start of that game, how he was controlling the power weapons. What a performance from him, doing maximum damage for his team as well.
And taking a look at the damage, pretty crazy to see Diamond Dogs actually out-damage Vexed in that game 3. They got out-capped 5-2, but they did more damage. I mean, half of it's probably to the overshield players that they were just letting giving up. That's a lot more shield you're having to chew through, but at the end of the day, there are things that you can improve on. There are things that give you hope as like a potential career in the future, right? Just keep grinding, keep putting in that time. Nobody's out grinding Warlord, and you're seeing the success he's having.
The question I have to ask before I do throw it over to the desk is that you said having the overshield is a lot more shield to chew through. Was that a dog reference that you made accidentally, or was it?
No, that was on
intentional?
purpose.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. So over to Lottie and the folks to break it down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and good night to both of you. We'll see you tomorrow. I've got to say, what a solid performance from Vex there on the main stage. And I think just to note as well, the powerhouse coming out of that series has to be Looney. He didn't miss a beat entirely in that series. from Streets all the way to Catalyst CTF. My goodness me, and Aquarius Slayer, 19 and 11 to his name, and really just making some big power plays. You know, he really saw the gaps there on Catalyst CTF and took advantage of them. We love an outside grapple play onto the other base, getting that counter cap opportunity coming through Gaskin. A game changer like Looney, what can he do for a squad?
I think that just having someone who's that confident, regardless of where he's playing and regardless of what he's doing, is going to just provide so much information to the rest of the team, because he's pushing into those positions, he's taking those angles, and I mean, just look at this play. I mean, okay, it didn't get them the return, but it got them a counter cap. Just having the heads-up ability and going for plays like that, taking those risks, you want players like that on your team.
You do indeed. He also had a grapple left in the tank there, just in case they pushed the base a little earlier on. He didn't need to use it. He kept it in the tank just in case as well for later. I've got to say, some heads-up plays coming forward there. On set, Vexed overall, what did you notice about them in that series that really didn't allow Diamond Dogs to breathe?
They showed a kind of level of ruthlessness that I've wanted to see from them for a while as well. Sometimes, with all due respect to some of the Vexed players, we've seen them in series like that before and a game gets dropped and maybe a game's a little bit closer than they should be. But they weren't in that case. They were dominant. And I think even the Slayer Aquarius, even though it was a 6-kill difference at the end of things, it was still completely in their hands at all times. I never felt like it was going to get into a position where they were going to lose that game. So I think they've just found that with the experience they've picked up now from multiple events, that they've worked out how to close out series, they've worked out how to minimize that mistakes, and they're looking stronger every time we see them.
They certainly are looking stronger. Looking strong right now is Looney on the end of the desk, because Looney, my goodness me, what an epic performance from his team, but personally, what an insane individual performance we saw out of you. We've seen it pretty much all day, and before I get into what the team are capable of, what do you feel like you bring to the table? Because we're seeing you kind of main Slayer, you're also leading the charge as well, so what kind of player is Looney?
Honestly, just a level of maturity. I'm pretty much teaming with a group of idiots, so I need to try and I'm like the adult, surprisingly, and I'm one of the younger ones. So that's just, like I said, just maturity.
Maturity, I like it. The mature kind of leader, but also the youngest on the squad as well, which is
one
kind
of
of
the
crazy.
youngest. Lumi's the youngest now. He's 18.
Yeah,
so.
Lumi is the youngest. What kind of thing does Lumi bring to the team? Obviously, really, really young. We were talking about trying to bring a really impactful player. You seem to be the kind of impact the team needs. So, what is Lumi bringing to the table?
Oh, I think you're giving me too much credit. Honestly, my team's the best. Lumi's young. He's hungry. This is his first event as well, so he knows what he's looking for. Like Stu, he's experienced. Josh, I can always count on him to make the right plays. So honestly, I'm just trusting my team. I don't do that much. It looks like I do, I don't. Promise.
It's difficult to trust them. I know what it's like to have to be in a Discord with Warlord, let alone be in a actual game with him. So credit to you for doing it for 9 years. It looks like Online Warriors will probably be your next opponent, judging by how the bracket's going, if that's going to be your route into top 6. What's your thoughts on that? Because that's going to be a tough matchup.
It doesn't really matter. I don't care who they put in front of me. I'll outshoot them. It doesn't matter what day it is. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm confident enough in me and my team.
I love that.
I love that as well.
Yes,
I have a question about the maturity as well, because I'm seeing that in the gameplay as well, not just in what you're saying and what you're claiming you're the most mature on the team anyway. I'm still not 100% convinced about that myself, but I mean, there does seem to be a maturity in your gameplay, because previous events, previous years, there's been kind of a hecticness sometimes about the way that you've played the game, and I mean this with all due respect, because I am going to give you a compliment now, which is you've slowed down a little bit in some of those tense moments and you're making more mature decisions. Is that just a case of experience, or is that something you've actively tried to work on?
No, that's definitely something I've tried to work on. I'll be honest with you, I call you an idiot, but a lot of it goes to him. Like, he's gone through so much stuff with me, just even one-on-one, and we kind of go through stuff together. So I'm trying to speed him up while he's trying to slow me down. That's kind of like what we kind of discussed. Even like we're playing Halo like 5 a.m. matchmaking, and we kind of even like randomly just go through theater together, and we like there's situations where I say, "Sure, you need to speed up here," and sure, it says like exact opposite for me. So.
Yeah, that makes sense, because every time we go into matchmaking at 4 a.m, it's always Warlord every single time. So it makes sense. The matchmakers every single time, doesn't matter what year or what day it is, pretty much. But what I want to ask as well is that with Vexed overall, you've had a few team changes, you've been trying out different players, and finally, Lumi seems to fit that role or fit that bill, so to speak. Even if he plays a little bit slower, does it make the rest of your team play a little bit slower? Because I was mentioning on the desk before where sometimes a bit too slow for my liking, but do you have that moment where you can speed up on the fly? Because against Online Warriors, they're going to be a very aggressive team to compete against.
The thing is with Lumi, like, he just lays down the damage. I don't, like, someone like the Halo Data Hive stats, you see Stuart get like 40 more kills than him. He gets like 5k more damage. Doesn't matter about his pace. As long as he's dealing the damage and everyone's one shot in front of me, I'm happy no matter what pace he's playing at.
Speaking of Lumi, what's the change been like for him? Because obviously you'll have an idea. Because I think he was playing like 30 FPS on original Xbox online, and now he's playing on a PC should be 240 hertz. Like, how has that been for him adapting? Has there been any difficulties, or has he done it okay?
Honestly, he's done it okay. Fun fact, originally we wanted hybrid on our team, but he sadly declined, and then we were kind of struggling on who to find, but then we heard Lumi got his PC set up, so we instantly said, like, he was a god at Halo 5, and I teamed with him for like a few online tournaments in Halo 5. It was an easy decision. It was like, we'll run games with Lumi and see how it goes. Instantly, it was just a straight connection.
Now, last question for you, Looney. Obviously, we're talking about different iterations. You've been around for a long time. You've been around, I mean, historically for years and years and years, especially since I've been in the scene as well. I've seen your face ever and the smile. What does it feel like to be able to kind of transition into a new title? You know, obviously, Halo Infinite, very fast-paced, very aggressive, brand new sandbox. We also have the grapple, so many different things to play with. Do you feel like yourself and Warlord have transitioned well into this title?
I think we transitioned slowly but surely. That's the best way to put it. I like the fast-paced, like, kind of play style and all that kind of stuff of Halo 5. This is like a good middle ground between, like, let's say, like Halo 3 and Halo 5. And Stuart loves the Halo 3 kind of stuff. So honestly, Stuart adapted better than me. I think if you look at the stats at the start of the game, I didn't do that well. But once again, I just listened to Stuart. And in-game, out of game, he has to listen to me because he's an idiot. But yeah.
I can tell, you're like a little old married couple, aren't you? I can tell you've been together a long time.
Yeah, sadly. That's what everyone says.
I've got to say, Looney, thank you so much for joining us. An exceptional series on the back there. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. You've got some big roadblocks ahead of you, but I have no doubt with your confidence and the way that you guys are playing, you'll get over those. So thank you so much for joining us on the desk.
Thank you for having me.
I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to take a look at the elimination bracket to start with to see where we are at the end of day 2. You can see elimination round 4 is starting to actually mold itself here. We've got Blackhand waiting, as well as Vexed Gaming, who pushed through 3-0 against Diamond Dogs, we just saw on the main stage earlier on. We've got Online Warriors versus Reclaimer happening very soon. We'll find out who'll be in that elimination round 4 with Vexed Gaming. I've got to say, though, Gaskin, it's got to be Online Warriors, right? Surely. That would be a massive upset from Reclaimer if they managed to take down Online Warriors in the elimination bracket, considering the position they came into.
I would be very surprised if we see Reclaimer take that series, but at the same time, we have seen some upsets happen already this tournament, but you're right, it would be the biggest of them all. But what we're expecting is a Scorched Hand versus Blackhand. We're expecting a Vexed versus Online Warriors. I would love there to be an upset and, you know, Frostbite or Reclaimer be able to push themselves into top 8 and shake things up a little bit, but that's the likelihood just based off performances and what we've seen so far.
Yeah, indeed. Onto, you know, we've kind of talked about Blackhand and Scorched as well. Do you feel like that matches up really well? Do you feel like Scorched do have a chance to take down Blackhand while they're kind of down already in the dumps?
I mean, it would be a tough series for them for sure, and Blackhand will undoubtedly be the favourites. But when you're looking at Blackhand, you've seen how well they've played, and we give them lots of plaudits. Still in the elimination bracket, and they've still lost 2 very close series where they haven't managed to just get over the line. So there's always that hope that the longer the series goes, the more chance you might be able to close out a little bit of an upset there. So I think that's something for them to keep in mind. Never think that you're out of the series, but it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, stopping upsets are our winners bracket. Let's take a look at it and see who has been doing pretty well so far. We've got Jaylin Esports coming through there. They're in the semis going up against Ascend as well. Ascend have been pretty clean so far in the winners bracket. We've got Quadrant versus Na'Vi. I'm really excited about this matchup, as well as Jaylin versus Ascend, which actually is going to be our first match tomorrow. Lethal, what do you expect out of this one? You know, Europe's best Ascend historically has been just really not dropping or missing a beat whatsoever. Coming into the LAN, they're looking pretty fine as well. But Jaylin, they're kind of crawling up there, right? You know, they're kind of knocking on the door. The question is, are they going to open it? Are they going to go through it?
It's going to be a tough ride. I think it's going to be a very tall order for them. Like, don't get me wrong, if they carried on today, playing, Ben, riding that momentum, stand a small amount of a chance. But the problem is, they're going to have a night to sleep, they're going to think about what happened today, and then go through what mistakes they made. And I think even Quadios did say as well that they weren't even happy even after that series win. So obviously there's going to be a lot of conversation about what needs to be done to improve, but I can't see it being an overnight success. I think Ascend should be able to take the one, but I'm not going to lie to you, I'm more looking forward to the other winners semi-finals between Na'Vi and Quadrant. That's going to be a real testament to see how well Na'Vi played, because earlier on that last series with Na'Vi, they played extremely well. That's probably the best series I've seen them play all weekend.
Big matches as well, because remember, if you finish top 4, that's guaranteed into Orlando funding, all the good stuff. So once you get into that winners final, you're guaranteed top 3. So you're just doing one step better. So this is a chance for these guys to, you know, solidify themselves in the future of this season, as well as performing well at this LAN.
100%. We heard Wonderboy say it on the desk actually yesterday that that was something that they've been really keyed in for. They need that Orlando secured, and then the rest is what they're going to be working on here. And obviously that's going to be that #1 spot. All 4 of those teams are going to be pretty impressive tomorrow. I'm really excited excited to see those happen in the winners bracket. But gentlemen, that's going to do it for day number 2. Tomorrow we do have Championship Sunday. It's going to be absolutely insane. I hope you guys have enjoyed day 2 here at Valencia. It's been amazing. It's been pretty hot outside, but even hotter inside because the series have been incredible. We will see you guys bright and early tomorrow for more action. It will be Championship Sunday, so make sure you're prepared. Don't turn off this stream. Stay on with us, and we'll see you for more HCS EU Regional Finals.
The HCS EU Regional is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and Zowie.